Just kidding.
Yeah.
It's just the way the image was cropped. I'm just being a jerk. Okay, go ahead. Hey, oh, yeah. NASA invents new super metal for ultralight airplanes of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Endures temperatures up to 1,090 degrees Celsius or 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Serves 1,000 times longer than existing alloys, more malleable than existing alloys, designed for use in aircraft and rocket engines.
Probably graphene, right?
It's probably graphene. Does it say anything about graphene in there?
I didn't see the word graphene in there, but
that's what they were planning on replacing all the steel with at one point. They were saying graphene's twice as strong and way more durable and all that, you know.
Okay.
Hey, man, they're having a really hard time with this new moon rocket, man.
Okay, now you got to post that article.
Artemis. I mean, dude, man, I could post 74 articles on this one.
I haven't looked into it once. Post it, please, in the voice text.
All right, here we go. They're having a lot of problems. They brought it out for the wet dress test. Oh, that was the wrong one. Wrong one. I posted that twice. Let me get rid of that.
3D printing process, even. Jeez. They're just going to be 3D printing, like, the most powerful weapons. Weird.
All right, remove that one. I copied and pasted it. All right. No, they've been having a lot of problems. The wet dress test. I thought that was...
What's a wet dress test?
Fuck,
dude, you keep posting the same shit.
Why the fuck is it? There's something wrong with
Are you on your phone?
No.
Really?
Why you keep posting
tablet?
the same shit, man?
Look at this, dude. You posted it 7 times now.
There's something wrong with my copying, man. I'm trying to copy this one, man. Fuck.
Copy that.
I'm trying to copy it. Fuck. If this one is not the right one, I will not.
You gotta hold down on it.
I will be fucked. Oh, that's the same shitty, man. Same shit one. I don't know.
Pretty sure you'd have better luck willing it into existence. What's it called? I'll search it right now.
If it's not playing, it's probably because it's not on YouTube or one of those.
No, that's not what he's trying to share something. Just a link.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, sometimes it won't work.
No, it's not like that. Okay, well, hey, tell me what to Google. I'm at Google. Artemis sucks. Artemis
fucking
ridiculous.
Wet dress rehearsal.
Oh, right. Oh, God. It just sounds bad.
Right. It does sound bad.
A wet dress rehearsal? That doesn't sound like anything to do with, metal, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, the thing's leaking. The rocket's leaking, but yet they fill it up, and then it's
dress
leaking.
rehearsal.
Wet dress rehearsal. I'll take part in a wet dress rehearsal any day.
Okay, fine. So we need to not say that again. So here. New setbacks arose for NASA's Artemis 1 mission during a recent fuel loading test, setting back a possible launch date for the moonbound rocket. And I'll post it.
You don't look stupid anyway. It does look straight.
Monday briefing. We got the Monday briefing on Wednesday here today.
The Monday briefing on is it not Wednesday? It's almost.
It's almost Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah.
All right, texting his buddy saying, "Look, we got a couple of dumbass old guys."
All right, so yeah, I posted that in the.
Steeler shit.
Hey, rookie, please mute.
Nigga over here in the fucking truck hiding out over there.
Hey, please mute.
Rookie has a butterfly image from space.
Oh, sorry.
You guys...
My bad. I'm sitting here trucking off.
Yeah, he talks to himself. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So do I. Okay.
I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to my buddy.
Oh, hey, buddy. Okay, Kenny, go.
We got a hyper tick butterfly NASA got a picture of. It's like a butterfly.
So you don't want to talk about this rocket thing real quick?
Oh yeah. It leaks. It's a lot of leaking, and if you have a leak, you have a leak.
I think leak is NASA's like least favorite 4-letter word.
Can't they just put duct tape on the leaks though?
Yes, they can.
Put your finger on the leak. You can you can do other parts of your body with the leak. I don't know, man. It could be.
So shower curtains and tarps.
Right. And they got toiletries. You could shove some toiletries in the hole. I don't know.
Or do nothing and just have a leak.
The ISS bathroom is so fun. It's such a great place.
Well, then you have a leak.
It looks so enjoyable, that ISS.
That's a diagonal.
NASA teams will investigate a propellant leak and faulty valve on the space launch.
Okay, so this is...
Okay, so propellant leak. Let me tell you real quick. Artemis 1. Okay, so Artemis. We've got Apollo, Artemis, all these Greek god names, Helios.
Yeah.
And then they tell us we're religious? Shit.
I won't get mad if you start talking about this damn launch, because I was talking about it the other day and y'all said you didn't understand what I was talking about.
Well, now it's your time to get vindicated, partner.
I could take that video apart piece by piece, bro. All of them are fake.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just bring me any video from NASA and I'll show you.
You know what you should do, brother, is do it once. Get one and do like a real...
Oh, I'm planning on doing it.
A real tight breakdown.
No, we're going to do an event. I've already got it planned out.
Okay, sick.
For the people that are going to help me to have the right time so we can schedule it and get it all set up.
Hey,
awesome.
So I'll let you guys.
NASA's got butterflies in space now.
Oh, yeah, look at that. When did they capture that photograph?
Came out...
Oh, that's called a Z-pinch, guys. It's called a Z-pinch.
I'm sorry, what's it called?
It's called a Z-pinch, or the hourglass figure, or the the infinity symbol in the sky, the supposed thing that beams the laser beam of sunlight down through the dome, or whatever they call it. And there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff on the internet. You guys can check it out. I don't believe any of it, of course, but hey,
really,
it's fun. It's cool cartoons and stuff. It's really, really, really good special effects, but that's all it is.
Huh? Because that looks real. It doesn't look like a painting at all.
It doesn't look like CGI.
It doesn't look gorgeous like it took someone fucking a month to paint. No, not at all.
But here's
put it this way. Oh, I'm sorry.
The funny thing, Vlad, is that all of our super smart friends be like, "Oh man, you see that butterfly nebula? That was cool."
Right, yeah. And you just got to be like,
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah, and we have to go.
Looks great. Hey, honey, didn't we have that thing? Yeah, aren't we late to that thing? What do you mean, honey? Yeah, the thing we're late to.
Yeah, we're late.
Don't you remember, honey?
Fucking be here anymore.
Hey, that's 1,400 light years away, man. Come on. Fuck off.
Hey,
that's it.
I have a question for you guys.
What's up, Conrad?
So, I know I've heard a lot of people this is just all like speculation, but there's like a group of people in the community that think that the government's going to eventually come out and admit that they lied.
I don't think they'll do that. Yeah, they're never going to do it.
Never happen.
Tell them why, Kenny. I'll be right back.
Well, that would blow the cover, man.
You too, rookie. Everybody, tell him why.
That's going to blow.
I'm one of the people that would say that that's true, actually. I would say that seems like that might be where they're headed with this.
Hey,
because too many people know now. They want to absorb the truth and use it to sell more lies.
I got an interesting comparison. Okay, back in the 90s, man, I was trying to grow some weed. If you got caught growing weed in California in your house, they just take your fucking house. It's called a forfeiture law. It was pretty risky, man. And I thought, man, fuck, it would be. This is ridiculous.
Really, it's not worth it. Yeah, right.
It became really kind of sketchy. It was super paranoid all the time. And, and I go, fuck, man, they'll never legalize weed, man. Fuck, no. They're making too much money stealing people's houses and they're growing and they're like, it's a fucking racket. But then they went ahead and legalized weed. So I can't believe I can walk into a store today and go, hey man, you got an eighth of weed, man, that would be cool, whatever. It's awesome, man. So I've come full circle.
You never know, right?
They might just come out and say it, and I'll be like, damn, I never thought they would admit.
Well, when you would think about how they could use it, if they admit it, then sooner rather than later, they could absorb it and say that, they got rid of the people that were lying and have like this whole kind of truth movement be on the shoulders of whoever's, like going to take the reins at that point if they get Trump back or whatever. It would be usable in so many ways. Like, I'm surprised to hear that that's the case. If there's a lot of people saying that, where did you hear that? Because I'm one of the only people that usually talks about that kind of thing.
You're usually the only one. They might roll it out.
I feel like there could like, yeah, right now they're making a ton of money with the ball lie. So I mean, like, yeah, they're gonna keep it up for a long time.
Yeah,
but eventually, there's gonna come a point where they could probably end up making more money somehow if they came out and lied. It'd be kind of more like putting the blame, like one branch of the government puts the blame on the other branch and then takes over, and then everybody sides with this branch. It's just
right. Yeah, they could use it for political reasons, or even like I always say, like the outer pounders. If they meld the UFO conspiracy with the ancient aliens and say it's our ancient ancestors from outer ponds, they would have real-time gods that they could use and just say that that's where the UFOs have always come from, and now we have to do what they say, or be fearful of them, or fight them, unite as one world. It could be used in so many ways. Plus, even flat earthers might think that as a possibility. That's the thing. There's no way they're going to do the fake alien invasion unless they have everybody on board, and there's supposed to be some, scriptural things that people are expecting as well. They could even work, the return of Jesus as the outer pounder, that lives 10, to be 1,000 years old or whatever, whatever it is that they could just milk it. It's so much more accessible. It's right outside of our own little pond that they could sell you on and tell you stories about, whether it's true or not.
Hey, there's a new moon busting documentary out, man. Moon landing busting fucking bullshit.
Really? Something kind of mainstream?
No, man. Shit. Let me do a little research. I'll be right back.
Did you see the trailer, by the way, for Next Level?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw it. Here, let me find this. I just heard this last weekend, man. I was like, oh shit, I gotta watch this. It's kind of long, but yeah, it goes into the whole moon landing. Fucking bust the balls shit out of it, dude. That's awesome.
All right. Kenny and I used to do a Monday night show. We call it NASA News. And this is what we do. We just go through NASA's bullshit and take it apart and have fun.
It was so easy, man. I mean, NASA, ESA, JAXA, whatever space agencies out there, man. We would go through them all.
But that's the thing. It's so bad sometimes. You can't think that they're really hoping people believe it. It almost seems like they're trying to do it bad on purpose, which is another reason to think that they might be, eventually going to tell us the truth, and that they're just gaslighting us up until that point, Well, not the truth. They would tell us partial truth, right? That's how they could use it. They would just attach it to a bunch of other things. Maybe religious indoctrination all over again, which would suck.
Get this. They're going to come out and say that everything the Flat Earth Society says is true.
Yeah, maybe. I don't
the
know.
Flat Earth Society was right all along.
Yeah, they'll do some form of that with a bunch of other things that probably aren't true mixed in, at least. I think if they're going to come out with Flat Earth, with the quote unquote Flat Earth truth, they have to appease the Flat Earthers in doing so, and they wouldn't do it if they said Flat Earth Society's right, because it's already been completely demolished in everyone's minds, even the people that look into this and know that at least it's not Flat Earth Society, even if they still believe it's a ball or whatever. But yeah, some version of it that with the outer pounders or whatever. I mean, if I had to bet, I'd say there are outer pounders. So there you go. I mean, if any of us were honest with ourselves, it's the same psychology that we have with other planets. Like, to think that we're the only planet with life seemed ludicrous at some point when you really put yourself thinking about it. And the same goes here. If we're the only pond of continents in existence, as far as a flat Earth goes, that doesn't make any sense either. There's got to be more ponds, more people. That's one of the first things I thought when I realized we're not on a ball. I'm like, well, shit, it means there's lots more people, lots more land. It's the first logical conclusion in my mind.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know
Why
about
wouldn't there
more.
be?
Maybe different dimension or like an alternate reality, but like
What proof is there of that?
What proof is there of another pond?
Well, it's just that there's more land, at least. There's no proof of
there's
another
more
pond,
land, but I don't think there's. I'm pretty sure the barrier is at Antarctica.
Well, even if there's a barrier, what's on the other side of that barrier? Maybe more barriers and more ponds is the idea, right?
Maybe.
How
right,
would reality? How could reality just be this one little area? If you think about just philosophically, I think it'd have to be almost infinite until proven otherwise. Because what would the end of reality be like? What would that look like? How could there be an end to reality? Is there a non-reality on the other side? If we can't even imagine it existing, how can we assume
it's not a non-reality? It's just a different type of reality, like we only see a certain spectrum of light, right? So maybe beyond the barrier, there is like spectrum of light that we can't see. So
maybe,
it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're correct in a way.
It's not even about being right. It's just speculation.
I see where you're coming from. There could be more. There could be more stuff out there.
It would make a lot of sense, especially when we're treated like an experiment. A lot of these things that just don't seem like they add up, sense wise. And if we're really the only existence that we know of, or we're sure that this is the only, group of people that there are in existence, they wouldn't treat us this way. It wouldn't seem. It almost
I feel like a part of the Maze Runner.
It seems like, like we're being fucked with by another group of people that either are on a higher level or at least think of themselves that way.
Cool. Dang, somebody muted Odin. That's crazy.
Why? No, man.
He's muted? No.
Hold on, I'll take
Is he trying to get unmuted?
Okay. I think I can. Let me try.
I can't remember Odin talking to him a while back or something.
Is there any mods here? Or AI?
Aren't you a mod?
I'm not.
I'm gold.
Gold, man. This is bullshit, man.
Should be.
There we go. He's there. He's free.
Yo, hey guys.
Hey, what's up, man?
It was my fault because the last time I jumped on, I was at work, and because I'm using my my earpods. Yeah, I think I kept hot micing.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, so
I don't think you're the Odin I talked to back in the day.
Yeah.
Are you? Have you talked to me before? Or are you different Odin? There was a guy I think in here called Odin a while back that just went by Odin, not.
Oh, no. I joined, yesterday?
He started yesterday or 2 days ago.
All right, cool.
I talked to him.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
So, what's cracking?
What country are you in?
Australia.
I'm in the UK at the moment.
Okay.
He's from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound a little more Aussie.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit of a mongrel, actually.
Good. Me too. I'm an American Mongo. I'm a Mongol.
Nice.
Mongo. You're Mongo.
Mongo's a thing in the UK, man. You can call somebody a Mongo. That fucking guy's a fucking Mongo.
No doubt. Well, we say the same in Oz. We just call mongrel.
Mongrel, right?
Yeah, like a dog.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah, probably is.
Very similar. Yeah, I was on here one day, man. I was just hanging out. I looked up like Australian like slang words. And there was like a big list of them, and I was like, "There's some really weird ones."
Well, every word's slang, really.
Yeah. And then, you're right about that. Yep. That's all slang. This English language is a cuck shit fuck bag language, man.
It's awesome.
It's all over the place, man. It's just,
yeah, you can just talk shit and people understand you. It's great.
yeah, but try spelling it. It's fucked up, man.
No.
Yeah, spelling the English language is a whole nother challenge, man.
Well, I'm in England right now, and fucking hell, the place names. Trying even saying them, let alone spelling them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, I usually come on late night, early morning for you. And just have a couple beers and we're laughing about stupid shit like NASA. And we're just
so
laughing.
Odin, how long have you been into Flat Earth, or what? Tell us your story. How did you get to this server and all that? Did you already do that last time you were on?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I got into it. Would have been, I would say around 04, 05. But I got onto this server by who was it that I was?
It's not Austin Whitsitt, right?
Whitsitt, that's it. Yeah, I was watching one of Whitsitt's. He was doing a reply to fucking Simon Dan.
Yeah.
And this was in the description.
Oh, cool.
So I thought, oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll jump on that. So yeah.
Did you say you've been a Flat Earther since 04 or 05?
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. Maybe 06.
Wow.
But definitely somewhere around there, yeah.
That's really early. You must have had some major connections of information that no one else had.
Well, no. It all started with 9/11, with New York.
Oh yeah.
And then that turned into the moon, the whole moon landing bullshit. And once the moon landing bit me, nothing else made sense. So it couldn't be a ball that we live on.
Right.
So it kind of snowballed.
So how did you confirm it to yourself? Did you watch? I mean, what videos were there to even watch at that time?
Well, no. I think
you deduced it on your own?
It was 06. I started flying choppers. I flew choppers for about 3 years. And so going through all that schooling, gyros and there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing taught about
Coriolis.
Spherical, about curvature, about anything like that.
Coriolis.
So, no, it doesn't exist. Yeah. So,
my uncle, he used to work on airplanes, and I always try to tell him, he died now. He actually thought that I was just messing with everybody when I would say that the Earth is flat. And he died thinking that I was just playing a joke on him, honestly, which I think is pretty sad, but it's all right. But I try to tell him all the time, and he said when he was in the military, he jumped out of a plane, and he said the instructor told him that not to look at the ground when you're coming up at the ground, otherwise you'll break your legs because you'll be waiting for the ground, and you'll miss when it comes up. He said they told him to look out at the horizon, because if you're looking at the horizon, that way when you're gonna hit the ground. And I'm like, do you want to know why?
It's also
because the horizon always rises to your high level.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
And I'm like, I was like, they told you that because the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Those bastards. Truth in plain sight. Truth in plain sight.
PLANE.
Right there in your plane.
You fucking bastards! I'm gonna kill you!
So, Odin, then you were kind of on your own with thinking this. I'm sure if you were going through the training and you realized all these things, it must have been pretty crazy. Yeah, they wanted to talk to you, I bet.
Hey, I gotta ask Odin, man. was it like 2012 when you met your first flat earther? You're like, oh shit. How long did it take to meet another flat earther once you were like
to meet one in person? Must have been maybe last year.
Get the fuck out of here.
No,
dude, man.
A lot of flat earthers in here haven't ever met another flat earther.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's taken a long time.
That's the whole reason
you must have been so happy when you realized there was this many people realizing that you were right this whole time.
Well, no, it wasn't about being right. It was more so about not being crazy.
Right. Not believing the bullshit. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, and that kind of sort of took off, 2014, 2015, when slowly but surely YouTube and everything was serving me flat Earth, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm not so crazy after all.
Right.
And
okay, there you go.
Yeah, I've just sort of stuck with it.
I thought you meant it would be crazy to keep believing the ball lie, but that is crazy too now in our minds. Like the fact that they've made what should be in any sensical way considered crazy seem like the most sane thing is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Brilliant, by the way.
It's genius, brother. Genius.
Diabolical.
Yeah, diabolical is the word. Yeah, that's
that was a diabolical cock. Yeah, that's the way I would want to play it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they do play it well. They do. Anyway, I dropped that documentary. It was from 2019, man. It's a little bit older, but it's like fucking 3.5 hours. So be careful there, man. It's called American Moon, and bust the moon landing from here to the moon. And
nice.
I mean, you might catch it here or there. Hey, Odin, man, have you caught this guy named this thing called Lost History of Flat Earth? Have you seen?
Yeah, I've sat through all. I think it was 6.5 hours of it.
Yeah,
there's even more than that, though. There's
well, that's all I've seen so far. But
right.
Yeah, and then there's
you got the
and
links
all
for
that.
the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's cool, huh?
Yeah, all over that.
Look closer. Look closer.
That. Fuck yeah.
Oh, man, I love it. I love his voice.
Yeah.
It's
Do you see
awesome.
it now?
Look again. And
hey, you guys want to hear something? I messaged my local Freemason lodge on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, what does it mean to be a Mason? And then they left me on red. So then I said, what does it take to get a tour of the lodge? And they just reacted a sunglass face emoji.
You're not kidding.
I'm just gonna walk up in there.
They probably wouldn't mind showing it to you. It's not like all the secrets are out in plain sight when you walk through the place. Most of the people there have no idea.
Yeah, I know.
Sunglass emoji. What, are they run by 14-year-olds?
Right?
I went to a funeral at a Mason's lodge. That was really creepy. It was my wife's best friend's dad or whatever. Yeah. And,
I've met so many Masons around here, not just in my hometown, but just all over Minnesota. There's a lot of Masons in Minnesota.
Yeah, they're
Masons. I don't know, maybe it's like that everywhere.
It is everywhere, man. I'm pretty sure. But back to the moon landing, and flat Earth, keeping it on the topic on the 24/7. But no,
hey, the Masons know it's flat.
Yeah, of course.
Here's the cool thing about Masons, man, is they can't tell you they know it's flat. So that's why we have anti-globers in here, because they're probably Masons going, I gotta, just kick these guys down the road, or at least they try to. I mean, they're failing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I got crazy comments on my YouTube video right now. They won't stop. I've stopped responding, and they just won't stop commenting.
Yeah, they won't stop, man. And that's That's fine. Let
Seriously,
him
I couldn't be a Mason. There's no way in hell I could keep that secret.
go.
No way.
No, man, right? I'd be like, hey, man, the Earth's the globe, and I want to kill myself. What? I feel like shit today. I told people it was a globe. Ugh.
Well, they've probably been convinced by some other story that that for society's sake, it's better if maybe they're convinced that we're that the truth is much worse than the lie. In some way, it could the truth they think is much worse than the lie could be a lie and it's on its own. Who knows? I think there's psyop on top of psyop on top of psyop. I think.
Well, I think that's part of the initiation. The same that governments and anyone in power, they kind of get you with that initiation, so they've got something over you.
Yeah.
Right.
I've heard stories about all that.
I'm going to switch the subject up just slightly. So there was a documentary that came out. I think it's called Finding the Curve. And it had like a bunch of pilots in it. I don't know if Dave, you remember what I'm talking about?
Flatten the curve.
Beyond the Curve, I think.
No, it was Finding the Curve or
Flatten
Beyond
the curve.
The one that just recently came out with the pilots.
Yeah,
It was just recently, like in the last couple months.
Finding the Curve is another one that is actually a really good documentary. That was that kid that took him down because he was getting an acting career going, and he put him back up, and then that's Finding the Curve. I think it's Beyond the Curve.
Beyond the Curve. Beyond the Curve.
My mic on.
And then there were
mic's on.
I think it's Flatten the Curve.
Flatten the Curve. There you go, Josh. That's it.
Right.
Yeah. It just came out a couple months ago.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of pilots in there. I don't know. I was just gonna ask Odin, since he's a pilot, if he saw that.
Yeah. I've seen that. I'm not a fixed wing though. I'm a rotary wing.
Right, but
so
still,
that's even either better or worse because being a rotary wing, right. There's no spin. There is zero spin.
Of course. If there was, man, you'd have a hell of a time fucking dealing with that.
Well,
shit.
yeah, they wouldn't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. Oh shit!
I mean, it's hard enough to fly them on a flattened stationary plane, let alone something that moves. I mean, holy shit!
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Well, it's the hardest man-made machine to operate.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, both arms, both legs. Yeah, you've got to be. There's no way.
Yep.
Gyros. I mean, the list goes on.
Go ahead. Yeah, was that Josh? Who's that?
Yeah. What is a rotary wing plane? I've never really heard of that.
It's called a helicopter.
Oh, sorry, rotary wing. So a helicopter has the rotors are.
Sounded stupid there.
Oh no, that's all right. So those are technically the wings of the helicopter.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. I'm with you now.
Yeah.
Dude, I had a neighbor built a helicopter in his garage. I was like, damn, motherfucker.
Awesome.
Fucking awesome, man. Impressive, man. Impressive.
Fuck the FAA.
I don't know if he built it from a kid or what, but he did. He's still alive. He's still alive, so he didn't crash.
Nice.
I never saw him fly it or anything, but I remember driving by and seeing that shit in the garage. And I'm like, fuck off, man.
What? How big are we talking?
Like a single seater, size. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
Like, what do they call those? I don't know what they call them. Yeah, like an
ultralight kind of something.
Ultralight helicopter. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I mean, you can get the kits, man. You can put that shit together if you know what you're doing, but it costs.
Yeah.
Back then, probably cost $50,000 or something.
I think they're like a gyrocopter or something like that. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Oh, I wish I had that kind of money.
Yeah, me too, man.
I'd be traveling all over this flat plane.
Yeah, it would be nice to do that, man. If I was in my 30s and had a sailboat, I'd say fuck off. I'll see you guys later.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's it.
I'm going everywhere, man. There we
Not
go.
below the 60th parallel, though.
No. Get the. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's who knows what's down there or up there, man? Who knows? I don't know. But
We know.
Well, we already know, but
Yeah, we know.
Hey, so I got a topic for you guys.
go ahead, Josh.
Have you heard of this guy that's like hiking to beyond the 90th parallel?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I can't remember what his name is. Do you think this is a real thing?
Ryan. I think his name's Ryan something.
Do you
He's
think
gonna find Atlantis, man. He's never coming back.
Well, I don't know. I think it's been postponed. He's supposed to have already started, and I'm not sure if he has or hasn't because we haven't received
John
any
Levy made a video update. That's how I found him.
I heard he had started and then he had to stop and pause for something about the weather or something, but he's getting ready to start again soon. But also in the same breath, I heard him talking, basically begging a bunch of money and stuff too. So I'm not quite sure if it's real.
Familiar story. Remember that guy that came on Sun and Moon a while back, Kenny, that was talking about going to Antarctica and this trip, and he wasn't actually asking for money. He said he was financing it all himself, but it ended up being a troll, and the guy had some really funny content that we couldn't find any after that.
Oh, fuck yeah, I remember that.
He was doing karaoke and shit. It was funny, but yeah, there's also the whole Devin Maggi and Quasi Luminous and one other guy, I don't know who it was, but they were supposedly taking a trip up to the North Pole, and their whole theory was that the compass is telling us to come pass, and they were going to actually, I guess the idea was that if you jump in the North Pole, then your soul doesn't get recycled, and you actually are free from this realm. But they came back and they're doing their own videos still. They lost a lot of viewers because I think they did take some money and they never followed through. But it was the same story, like, oh, we got weather conditions, and if you think about it, if it's not a real story, then part of the whole idea of it might be to make people think that there's no way to get to survive or no way to try to make those voyages.
Anyway, I dropped the link.
I believe it'd be fairly easy actually to get to the farthern reaches of northern Canada if you know what you're doing. I mean, you just got to know what you're doing. I don't think it's like
it could be an attempt to discourage it. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible to survive like they make it seem.
I think like what he was saying, maybe they're kind of trying to discourage people from that idea. Because when I heard about it, it sounded actually kind of a really clever idea. Like, I'd almost be interested in doing something like that.
Well, I know if infrastructure ever really like fell apart like really bad, that's what I would do. I would go north, as far north as I could.
You mean if
that's what EWAR would recommend?
I'm saying just like civilization in general, yeah. But like I already I'm in Minnesota, so I'm like pretty close already compared to a lot of people. I mean, I'm not in Canada, but
there seems like that might be the north that they really don't want us going, because especially if there is land that isn't like a bigger pond. And if you look at the globe, I mean, one side of the globe is pretty much all water, and it makes no sense at all to begin with.
My whole theory about all this is like the actual North Pole is somewhere in Canada, and they've just been telling us that there's land there the whole time, and just like telling us there's nothing there. Like it's impossible to live there, but actually there is.
Are there areas of Canada where, like, is there an area right there where you can't go? Like, they just say there's nothing there?
There's in a place called Nunavut. That's like a big region. Nunavut. There's a region called Nunavut, and then there's this big, like not big, but way far north, really, really far north. It's a place called Alert. I did a video on this on my YouTube channel.
Really?
But it's a weather station.
Huh.
It's a weather station up there. But they're only there 6 months out of the year, and they're like looking at the weather and stuff. And I'm like, oh, let's see some pictures of the northern lights from here, because it's probably pretty crazy because they're so far north. And there's this one article, and it's like, once in a lifetime shot. Northern lights are supposedly extremely rare at that location, and it just like was a terrible picture of the northern lights. And I was just like, no way, because you can go look at other places. Svalbard, that's off the coast of Norway, and the northern lights there are like amazing. They're like 600 miles from the North Pole, and Alert is like 500 miles. So it's like, how is there that big of a difference? Like, yeah, they're on a different like area, there's like on the other side, I guess, but
so do you think
I don't know, it's just weird. I think there's something up there, and the northern lights are just like, oh, that's like a direction for us. It's like a path. It's just like leading us to somewhere.
It's like a signal, right? Like the bat signal calling us there. The magic. It's like the Emerald City. Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
I don't know. It seems too obvious to me. I've been thinking about it a lot lately.
What I don't get is looking on Google Maps. Where is the North Pole? Where is the Arctic?
Well, they have it like in the middle of like an ice. They used to have ice there, and now it's like in the middle of water.
Yeah, it's just water.
Yeah,
whatever was there, or whatever should be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's very sus.
Very. Yeah.
And did you say that that place is called Alert?
It's called Alert. Like, come on. That's weird. What got my attention, because it's just like I'm looking at Google Maps and it just says Alert.
It's just by the name of it, it's like the perfect name for a place you don't want people to go. Like, who's going to go to Alert? Like, I don't want to be on Alert. I'm not going there. Like, that's like the first thing that goes to your head, right?
Yeah. And it says there's only people there 6 months out of the year because the weather's so terrible,
Yeah.
But people live in Svalbard. Like, look up where I put the video in the chat.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'll sub you. How do I find your channel? Because is it under just your name, or I don't know your channel?
Well, I just posted a link to one of my videos in the chat, so that's got my channel name on it.
Cool. Check it out.
This one's low quality, but like it gets better in the next one if you want to watch the next one. But this first one, it's 10 minutes long. That's where I talk about like the Northern Lights and like, just some of the stuff. Like, and then I go into like some like other stuff too. I did a live stream. So there's 3 videos I've done on like the North Pole, but I'm gonna keep the series going because it's like it really, really interests me. And I'm trying to find like more information from other people, like not just the stuff I find. So I'm asking other people that find my videos to share their stuff with me.
Yeah.
And there's a couple legends that you could work into a video, or if you haven't heard them before, have you heard some of the Beyond the Poles type stuff? Have you heard that before?
I did. That's what the live stream is on. It's on mythical creatures. I just go over the 1-footer that the Vikings saw.
Right. Yeah.
What about the Smoky God? Have you heard of the Smoky God
out there with a 1-footed creature on it, like an older map that's like 1,000 years older from the account from the Vikings, or not? Maybe not. I don't know exactly, but I go over it in my live stream. I think. Yeah, and that one's like. Yeah. The live
stream. Have you heard of the Smoky God before? The Smoky God? It's the Smoky God. It's a voyage journey to the inner Earth, supposedly. Like, whatever. It doesn't mean that it's a ball inner Earth, but could be some kind of underground opening there.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that because there's a lot of different like accounts or legends of people that just like came out of the ground somewhere. That's what their story was, and they're from a different civilization, and there's and they're not just from like one guy. It's just like stories happen from in like different places, and they're all similar. So
there's plenty of underground stories. I'm sure that there's, we've got huge caves and caverns and all that running under
I've
earth.
been in giant caves before that they're like, yeah, this is as far as it goes, but you can clearly see that it goes further. You can clearly see it goes further.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yep, this is where we stop.
Oh, I think they even say that they're protected and limited for that very reason.
Oh yeah,
like
caves are
security.
super protected. In my area, any caves around here are like crazy protected. You can't touch anything inside of them. Even you can't touch the walls. You can't. You got to stay on the path. Yeah, it's crazy.
And I know it's very off topic, and I'll just put it out there. But a lot of the missing persons in caves. I mean, it's freaky.
Sure. Yeah.
That does happen, huh?
Yeah, that's a
hot
one.
That makes me not want to go on another cave adventure.
That's just the monsters. Don't worry about them.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna post a piece of art that I did. I did a DVD cover for like a lesson in graphic design class where the whole idea was it's called the Underworlders, and it's a video game where you actually go down there and I have to deal with all these. It was just like an idea for the cover of a DVD. I'll put it in the chat here.
Awesome.
The Underworlders.
Very cool.
Yeah. I think I speculate in the video that I posted that I'll take a screenshot of the map of the area where Alert is at. I speculate that there's an island up there that is just, I think it's what that map is of the North Pole, and that same island has the supposed ball Earth. They call it the geomagnetic North Pole. There's the regular magnetic North Pole, then there's the geographic North Pole, and then there's the geomagnetic North Pole. And this area in Canada is, I'll find it.
So is the assumption, or pretty much the understanding, being up in that area, that the Northern Lights can be seen, but the origin is definitely where the North Pole is, directly?
That's what it seems like. You can even see them where I'm at, and I'm in southern Minnesota. So you can see them here some nights, like very faintly off in the distance. You can see the like green lighting in the sky. You can see it. It's crazy.
Right. Is there certain times a year that it's more active for some reason that they think or they give, or is it pretty much consistent? Does it depend on the weather?
You'll just hear it on the radio or something. They'll be like, oh, if you look to the north tonight, you might see the little bit of the auroras or something. It's not like, but as far as I know, some places, as long as if the sky is clear, you can see them year round.
Isn't it weird that I think most of us didn't even know about the Northern Lights?
24-hour sun, it blocks it out. I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
don't you think that it seems weird that a lot of us weren't even like? I mean, that they're so cool and mystical, Northern Lights, that kids would love. They would want to know everything about it. It's almost like it was omitted from our books, our science books, or it was kind of like downplayed and not really made a big deal of, even though it should be.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I remember anything about the Aurora Borealis in school, but it's been in like Disney movies and stuff like that since I was a kid.
Right.
That picture I just posted. I mean, it's just like, what is going on with that landmass? They're just gonna say it's a glacier melting. That's just what they say. You know, it's a glacier melting. Can they show pictures of it? Probably not. So, and then alert is to the left of that. That's like, and then to the right of it is northern Greenland. But that's part of Canada, supposedly. That's where the geomagnetic North Pole is. So I'm just guessing that ancient map of the North Pole is this area somewhere. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. You know, they say the geographic North Pole has like a certain latitude and longitude or something like that. You know, like it's not even at the spot that it's supposed to be. I don't know. That shit's all a fucking joke.
Well, according to those older maps, those ancient maps, the landmass that should be where the North Pole is, that houses the magnetic mountain. Supposedly, you should be able to see it from the top landmass of Canada. I mean, it should be visible from the shoreline, according to those ancient maps.
I think that's that is the ancient maps right there. They just show it to us, and they're just like, oh, yeah, it's cold up there. You can't live there. There's nothing. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we got the Northern Lights that are like, you know, what sort of energy is that? I want to touch it. I want to touch that, whatever it is. And the air up there is like so clean. It's so clean.
Yeah.
There's a guy from the other server goes by the name of Geo. He was telling a story about this like past life that he might have, been able to remember, that there was under the ground near the North Pole, like basically that would make you immortal. Like the for some reason that's where he had that recollection from a different life, that there was waters underneath there. That's where basically the fountain of youth is. It would make sense, the plasma, the energy, possibly being able to just keep you, alive for a lot longer than we expect to be, at least.
Yeah. I'm not sure about all that. I feel like there's
Who knows?
I feel like there's a whole civilization up there that's like advanced. That's what I think.
Have you watched the Ewar Anon stuff yourself? Have you watched the Ewar videos yet that we were talking about? You should, because that's one of the things he talks about.
I've been doing like a lot of digging into this lately. I've been digging into the actual history that we have, the stories that we have, where it started, and it seems like it's kind of been on a lot of people's minds a little bit here and there. But I actually did bring this in the Discord like 3 weeks ago, but they were all, I think they were like trying to debate some Globers, so they didn't really care to.
They like to keep speculation to a minimum. That's why I don't come on here as much as I probably should, because I always like to speculate about some of these things because it's interesting. It makes a lot more
very
sense.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, no one's told us to shut up yet.
No one else is talking. They can come in and talk whatever they want. Yeah, these are things that it seems like, got brought up because you were talking about that trip to the guy, the supposed North Pole voyage this guy is doing. And if there's not a lot of communication, it's a red flag that maybe there's some kind of, example being made of him or something, maybe, or he's.
See, that's the thing. I didn't even know that it had started. The last I heard was that it was an upcoming thing, and then everything just went quiet. And then the last I heard was that he'd postponed it. So I missed the fact that he had started and then had to stop for some reason. So yeah, it's very
maybe he even got
strange.
Maybe he got talked to even, or if he was actually planning on doing that, there could be some real problems with him going. I mean, if he's public about it, they could talk to him, and even if it's not true, they could tell us that he was stopped, and then people wouldn't think it's possible. But Conrad, you said that you don't think it's that bad of weather where the North Pole is. Like maybe that's part of the deception.
Here, look at this. Look at this next screenshot. This is the actual satellite view of that same area. And it just looks photoshopped, like sticker pasted. You know, like they're covered. They just
because
covered
it has
something.
to be.
Exactly. So there's got to be something there, man. What I'm saying, this is the map
Of course.
that you know.
Of
It's like
course.
the truth
There's
in plain
definitely.
sight. It's literally the
Yeah.
truth in plain sight. It's there.
Yeah.
Okay, now as a pilot, right? This is something that really shits me, is that we've been told we cannot fly over the North or South Pole due to temperature.
But they do it all the time.
No. Now, it makes no difference. I'm telling you, if you're at 30,000 feet, it's minus outside. It makes no difference. Planes, when they fly above, let's say, anywhere from 15 to 20,000 and higher, you're flying through minus temperatures anyway. So how much colder can it be at the North and South Pole? The whole "it's too cold" just does not fly. It does not work.
Oh yeah, and I'm like a big Tree of Life guy, and I mean,
yeah, that's up
people
there.
are gonna say
Sure.
people are gonna say, oh, glaciers are melting and it's causing these patterns, but I mean, they are even showing us. I mean, this is just what they show us. You know, I get I'm like contradicting myself by
like
saying
trees
it's
there, doesn't it?
photoshopped, but at the same time, I'm saying
It totally looks like trees.
Yeah.
Like
those little river paths.
Yep.
Yeah.
You ever heard the idea that
zoom in and it's like even more and more detailed the more you zoom in on it.
I got to send you the EWAR videos because the whole idea that there was giant trees everywhere seems like it might be possible, and that the idea that actually the route, like if you know, like in America we have like Route 69, or you know, like all the routes for driving on. So the theory is that those are actually originally based on the path of the tree route. But the idea of like an Aristarchus or a tree of, you know, life, or, you know, magnetic mountain tree, whatever it is. Maybe, you know, like, yeah, if it was cut down, and that's the other thing. Why would they cut that one down? But maybe they did, and that's what makes it look like a mountain, because the idea that trees are mountains is another thing that might be possible now that you really look at the evidence.
Well, with the trees, there was, we're talking years ago now. I remember subscribing to a Russian guy because he put out a video, something like there are no more forests on Earth.
Oh yeah, that's right. No forest on flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And I cannot find it anywhere. His channel's been deleted, and I cannot find it.
And I just like notice how there's mountains in the background. You know, it's like, what's behind those mountains? Because that alert is at the very, very top northern tip of the landmass that I'm showing you guys.
I definitely think that they use mountains that are not just mountains. They're just man-made mountains for them to like hide in and live in, and you have their little basin. Like, you know, it makes no sense. A lot of these mountains that are out in the middle of nowhere, there's no other mountains. You know, it didn't make any sense how that one just popped up, you know. But definitely it looks like a wall of mountains hiding something there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they're on the coast. You know, there's nothing inland. There's nothing else inland on the whole landmass. I've looked around. Okay, wait, I guess here this one other place. But they're all on the coast. There's nothing inland to it. You know what I mean?
Is there a Wikipedia page that talks about alert and why they called it alert and the story behind that?
Not why they call it alert, but just kind of what they do there and a little bit of the history on it. They're just
what do they say they do there?
According to them, they're just researching the weather.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But like the military's involved.
Well, then there's like the whole HARP thing, the whole HARP, you know, that we all heard about, HARP in Alaska, right? The HARP weather station that actually might.
Yeah, I know about HARP.
Factor. Yeah. Is it similar to that? Is that what they're claiming?
No, it's just they're just monitoring the weather patterns at the North Pole.
It'd be the same as the bases on Antarctica. You know, it's a similar bullshit story.
Right.
Yes, that's kind of what I was getting from that. Yeah, and there's
that's even
Svalbard.
what it looks like.
If you look up Svalbard, that's Norwegian archipelago off the coast, closer to the North Pole. They got a similar place, and it's kind of harder to find it. But there's like a city on the southern portion of the archipelago, but there's a way on the other side a small military base, or not military, but like research center, like. Yeah, they're just doing something weird at these northern regions. They're saying it's just like weather related.
Yeah, everything's weather related.
Yeah, alerts temporary inhabitants, staff, a military signals intelligence radio receiving facility at Canadian Forces Station alert, as well as a co-located Environment Canada weather station, a global atmosphere watch, atmosphere monitoring observatory, and the alert airport.
Well, if you look on like the weather patterns,
it was named after HMS Alert, a British ship that wintered about 10 kilometers away in 1875. I should see if there's any stories on that.
Yeah,
weird
accounts. Like all the metal got like pulled towards the magnetic mountain or whatever.
I mean, there's so much stuff out there about the North Pole and the northern areas, like just like kind of weird stuff. I could go on with that series that I'm doing for like.
I'm gonna check it out for sure.
100 episodes. And if you look at their seal, there's a seal for it's called the Canadian Forces Station Alert. It's just like their like base or whatever, but they got this like weird seal, and then it just like Canada's got a lot of weird like seals, like the coat of arms, like a lot of weird like symbolism on them and stuff.
If you look at weather patterns, it seems like there's like almost like a vortex of like clouds just swirling into that one area where you would assume the North Pole is. You ever looked at that?
Oh, listen to this. In August 1975, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and his then 3-year-old son and future Prime Minister Justin Trudeau visited the station and nearby Ward Hunt Island. In August 1886, the Government of Canada opened Alert Background Air Pollution Monitoring Network. Just weird. Like, why are you guys so worried about air pollution monitoring? Like, there's no air pollution there at all. Why would they need to monitor the air pollution?
That same reason that we need to protect the ice in in the Antarctic.
What the fuck is going on? Ward Hunt Island.
Sorry, who said something about a swirling cloud at the North Pole?
I was saying that that if you look at the weather patterns, my friend told me one time that it looks like there's just like a swirling cloud vortex hole at the top that's consistent, and that would make sense. That's the case.
Well, has anyone or everyone seen that unverified photo that was taken from apparently a Japanese plane? Don't know whether it was a commercial plane or a military plane. Where you actually see the Yeah,
I've seen that.
Does anyone know if that is confirmed or if it's...
No, I've just heard that, everyone speculates about it being real.
Yeah,
and it looks like it could be fake. It looks a little bit fake.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my taking on it, but still, it's bloody intriguing.
But if you saw the aurora borealis and you had never seen that before, and someone just showed you a picture of it or a video, you might think it's fake. It's that crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point that we came upon earlier. They never really told us about that in school. And you'd think they would. It'd be like, the perfect thing for kids to learn about, You mean there's magic green swirls? There's green swirls coming out the top of the planet? That's amazing.
That's the strange thing, because in Oz, we were taught about the aurora borealis,
exactly.
but we weren't
Emerald
taught
City.
about the aurora australis. We weren't taught about the southern.
Yeah, that's
we were taught about the northern.
Right. It's almost like the electromagnetic field that runs along the said firmament it would make sense that it goes up and it would also be in the south because it goes along the dome and then hits the bottom, and it just the toroidal field that surrounds us. That would make sense that's sign of it right there.
That's right. The dome's electric.
Right. Has to be.
Yeah. The Earth is negative and the dome is positive, and it's just it's a current.
Right. And
why are they called currents in the ocean?
Yeah. And it could be that's giving us the illusion of these stars, or making it's in symbiosis with the stars if they're really there, whatever they are. And those are going at 15 degrees an hour, and it's the perfect match to what they're saying that the Foucault's pendulum does, and it's probably the same force that's making whatever that seems to be doing, if it's doing anything, have its movement as well as the gyro compass and all that. Makes sense that there would be a force that would actually affect those things, and they're calling it Earth spinning that's doing it. The reverse engineering has definitely been well placed if that's the case.
Yeah, they're definitely good spin doctors, that's for sure.
Conrad,
what's up?
Is that a real picture of you? Is that a picture of you?
Yeah, that's me. What's up?
How old are you?
23.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
You're fucking woke for your age, dude.
Yeah. I've been
Be careful what you say there.
Looking into flat Earth for 5 years. So I've been awake to the bullshit for about 5 years.
How many of your friends do you think are in the same page?
Recently. But
how many people of your age do you notice are actually on the same page with you?
I haven't really gotten to wake anybody up my age except for my son's mom. And then like a few people younger than me. I've made these. I didn't make them. My buddy, the one that woke me up, he's older than me. He made all these like business cards, and they had like flat Earth information and like videos, YouTube channels on them, like stuff to look into. And I started giving them to kids that were still in high school. So
is he on
here?
The
science teacher.
Has the guy that told you about it? Is he come on here ever?
No, I try to get him to come on, but he won't. I don't know.
He's a recluse, kind of.
Do you blame him?
No, he's busy. He's got 3 daughters, so.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah. Oh shit!
How did he hear about it?
He just liked to watch,
YouTube
conspiracy videos, and then I met him at a job, and I'd always liked to, ever since I was like, younger. I've always like looked into, but I was like more into like aliens and stuff.
Right.
But then like once he showed me like the flat Earth, I was like, whoa, aliens aren't even real. But then I still kind of struggled with that because I was like UFOs and stuff. But it didn't take long to where I was finding the right information that was like explaining that they're not really, they don't have to be from another planet.
Did you ever make it to the gas station the other night?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I made it. Yeah, I was there at the trial, the Witsit's trial thing.
Oh, you were?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happened?
He talked about it on his Globebusters thing.
Do you live near where they had the trial?
8 hours. I drove 8
Oh,
hours
that's where you.
there.
That's where you were
Wow,
going that night.
Yep.
that's pretty
That's
cool.
right.
What was the verdict?
Oh yeah, he got found guilty, but I think he said he's gonna try. He explains it on the Globebusters. I don't want to like try to
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
like
Go check
put
it out.
words in his mouth or what his plans
Gotcha.
are or whatever.
Fuck. I hope it's
But
not
yeah,
any bad thing. Like,
it was
guilty.
cool. He's like I got permission to use his music in my YouTube videos. He's like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
use
cool.
whatever. Yeah, so now I
Wow.
got
Yeah, I bet he was pretty
Saturday.
flattered that you would drive 8 hours.
I got yeah, he was like, "Whoa, man," because nobody else showed up there. Because he put out a live on his Facebook and he said, like, how about somebody, it was kind of like more sarcastic, I think, but it's like, why doesn't somebody just show up and support me in person or something like that? And
That's
I
cool.
was like, shit, I guess I could, and I did.
That's pretty nice of you. Wow.
Yeah.
Long
sweet
drive.
as.
I mean, they made me wear a mask though. I mean, but I was like,
Did
If you
Witcher
put
have
a
a mask
mask on
on?
for him, that's worse than
he
the
didn't
8
put a
hours.
mask
That's
on.
torturous
He
than
didn't
the
have
8
He
hour
to.
didn't.
drive.
He didn't wear one.
Well, oh no, he had to for the plane.
Wait for
Yeah,
the plane. What do you
yeah, but
He
mean?
he
didn't
didn't
have
have
to in
to.
court.
To fly over there?
Yeah, to
Wait,
fly there.
why did he not have to wear a mask in court?
Cause, well, I haven't made the video public, but I called them after his live stream and I was like, hey, why do, I was just asking about myself, and I made a video and I sent it to him and Austin's like, oh yeah, thanks for doing that. They called me and said I don't have to wear one, so I don't know if other people emailed
Wow.
the governor or called the place or whatever,
Bro,
but
it was
just
just in the
him
news.
though.
It was in the news
Everybody.
yesterday that they said a federal judge made it so people don't have to wear masks on planes anymore.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
nice.
hope they do that for everywhere. That's just
Well, I
insane.
heard that was Florida.
Oh, where they did that?
Are we all aware of what's really going on there?
That trial was pretty good though. Like watching him, he questioned the two rangers. It was
Were they there?
interesting.
Oh
It
man,
was
I wish I could
interesting
have
to
been there to
watch.
see that. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, it was like I was like excited to be able to see it too because I want to try to do activism kind of like what he was doing in a way. So I kind of wanted to see possible outcomes and like things to
Yeah, I
avoid
want to, but
doing
I'm
or
afraid I'll get
saying. And
arrested. I have a bad
exactly,
temper.
that's why I went. That's another reason I went there because I want to know. I want to know like what maybe I shouldn't do. You know.
Well, like normally I'm not an angry person. Like if you met me on the street, you'd probably never think that I would ever hurt a fly. But you cross me the wrong way, and I can turn into a real big jerk. Like I'm sure everybody can, but. Right.
I think that's
Yeah,
the best way to be.
I was thinking about doing an activism down in Compton, bro. Call it Flat Out of Compton. Like going to like the projects and going to like Grape
That's
Street,
good.
the project and all.
Yeah,
Nice.
that'd be good.
If you're gonna go
I'd
on the
watch
projects,
that for sure.
you better have something to give away. Then otherwise, they're just gonna laugh at
No, I was gonna bring a wagon with me filled with ice and bottles of water and Gatorade.
you. That'll
And on
do
the
it.
bottles of water, I was gonna put a label that my friend's wife made me that said flat or level water, like on all the bottles.
That's good. Yeah, I like that.
That's funny.
Very cool.
Yeah, I know. I always thought about like it'd be cool to make a bottle of water that had like lines on it that said, look, you drink this much out, and you see, look, it's still flat. Like something like that. I always thought that would be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
around where I live,
I did
there's all
something that I
kinds
don't normally do today. You guys want to hear about it?
Yeah, go for it.
I've never trolled anybody before, but today I think I broke my rule. I was watching I don't know what, I think it was 5 years ago, the SpaceX launch of Falcon 1 or Axiom 1 or whatever it was anyway. I watched the whole thing all the way through. It's like 5 hours long, right? And of course, it's 4.5 hours of nothing, and then 30 minutes of this supposed thing that they call spaceflight. And so I watched the whole video, and then I went and I looked, and it's been 5 years since they put this video out, and there's 996 comments on it. So I'm like, wow, I expected more than that, right? I thought, well, somebody's going to be laughing, right? Because I'm looking at the video going, there's no way that they're really trying to pass this off as the real thing, right? And so I'm reading through the comments, and I think I got to 100 and something before I finally saw one that actually somebody wasn't saying something besides, oh, look at those great camera shots, and look at that double feature, and look at those great landings, and all this other garbage. It's like, this sounds just like the employees are disgruntled, and they, like their bosses all told them that every one of them has to write a comment on the page for the damn shuttle mission they just went through or whatever. It's like, and so, you know what? Like I said, I normally don't ever comment on stuff like that, and if I do, it's always like, yeah, right, or something like that, and I just leave it at that. But this time, I just couldn't help it. I just had to write on there. So I put on there. I wrote something really nice for my comment. Okay, I wrote something. I can't give you transcript, but it went something like this. If I guess I'm the only one who sees this for what it really is. But of course, if I tell you why I think that, you'll probably just say stuff like, and then I made a list of the first one was, you don't know enough about science and you don't have a degree, right? So you don't know what you're talking about, right? And then the next one was, well, you just don't understand. They can't show the actual astronauts in the cockpit when they're actually flying the rocket, because if something bad were to happen, we don't want to have to witness them dying. So what they do is they film them in a separate cabin somewhere, just sitting there like dummies. And this is the excuse I get every time. It's these kind of things. So I write a couple of things, and then I put down there. I said, I'm not going to tell you what's wrong with this video, but because I think that if you can't find it for yourself, you probably don't want to know. And that's how I ended it, right? And so then I thought I was all happy with myself, right? Because I thought, I'd done something great, right? Thinking, yeah, they're just going to laugh at me and delete it, right? And then I scroll down and I start reading some of the comments, and I start seeing some of the other people making comments, and I see a guy that actually says the same thing. He's like, at 3:32 or whatever, he's like, dude, check this out. And he's like, look, there's birds on the bottom of the motor. And I'm saying, yeah, you caught that too. I'm like, finally, someone besides me. I go, I read 100 comments before I came across one where somebody actually saying the same thing. I said, what's wrong with you people? Like, you must all be employees that are commenting, because I said, there's no way you can tell me that you just watched that whole 4.5, 5 hours of video and you actually believed it went to space and came back and landed. Come on, people. Really? So, but I just couldn't help myself. I know I should have done it, because I know I'm probably going to get all kinds of mail now, but, people commenting about it. But you know what? It's like, I can't help it. It's like, at some point, a man has to make the decision. You know what? I'm tired of people trying to pass things off as reality when it's complete crap and everybody knows it. Why can't I say that? Why is that such a bad thing to say? Why is it so taboo to just be honest with yourself? You're being lied to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't see that,
it's like,
no.
The thing is, though, it's like everybody's like, oh yeah, they're lying. Somebody's lying about this. Somebody's lying about that. They don't realize that everybody's lying about everything. They're just focused on their side.
Except for the weather, I think that's the thing they have full control over. That's the only reason why you think you can pretty much depend on the weather. That's about it.
Yeah.
Politics is always just crock. It's always a crock. It's always two fake people that nobody would vote for normally, but for some reason they always get put up there anyway. The guy you really want never makes it to the top, right? Of course not, because that's not how things work. Like, how many times do you have to realize you've been duped, and how many times do you have to get duped before you realize it's really happening, and like want to do something? Like, it seems like everybody's just like, well, you can't change it, so you might as well just stop whining about it. Oh, that's not true.
But you should see what they do in my hometown. Like, there's I live in a city with 20,000 people. There's not that many in the county. There's this is the biggest city in the county, and the other ones are tiny. I live in farm area, rural area, and our city, the mayor and all his little councilmen, they just buy or not buy property. They're just they acquire it. They're just acquiring property that's behind on their taxes, and they just manage properties. That's all they do on their city council meetings. It's like they're not even doing anything for the community anymore. They're just dealing with, should we raise the taxes, or should we collect the taxes on this, or what? Like, it's just it's all about the property. They own like over half of the city. It's crazy.
Well, Rookie, that was the most polite troll I've ever heard. I don't even think I could call that a troll.
What do you mean? What? Oh, you mean what I said? Oh, okay. I was going to say, wait a minute, am I trolling? Like, I thought that was over already. No, I know.
Yeah, that was a.
I don't know. I felt like I wanted to just go off and say you guys are all morons and stupid and idiot. I wanted to say all kinds of nasty words, but it's like I can't really do that because you know what? Like,
no, you're not a
half
Glober.
the family is in that group, right? Like, how can I do that when half the people I know are in that group, right? And I feel responsible. In a way, I feel responsible that I haven't figured out a way to get through to them. You know what I mean? Even though it's not my job, I still feel like responsible to at least try to get them to look at the truth, right?
It's a
take
tough
a look,
one.
maybe see a little peek, maybe it'll open their eyes and they'll do it on their own. You know, maybe they'll find. I don't want to force it on anybody. I just want you to look at what I'm talking about. I don't think
I think you've done good, mate. You've done good.
I told my family at Easter, like my extended family, we were all sitting down eating. I'm like, I'm gonna do an observation. I'm gonna prove that the lake, the lake in our town. I'm gonna prove there's no curve. I'm gonna prove that it's flat. And then my aunt is just like, oh geez, like loud as hell, like squealy ass annoying voice. Haven't we been over this? Just like super loud.
You know what
like,
got
oh,
my
yeah,
mom?
oh,
My
sorry.
mom, I actually got my mom to admit that there was something to what I was trying to show her, and I didn't expect that. But I think what it finally took was showing her. I showed her a picture of the orbit, the supposed orbit around the sun, and I said, okay, let's say you're here on the Earth and you're in the United States, and the United States is facing the sun directly. It's noon on January 1st.
Yep, I know picture
right?
you're talking about.
Yeah. No, there's something I just drew for her though, right? And I said, now, if you go 6 months into the year, right? Half the year's over. Now we're on the other side of the sun. I said, now why is the Earth facing the wrong direction? And she just looked at me for about 2 minutes and didn't say a word. And then she called me about 2 weeks later and she goes, you know what? I don't know what else to say except that you've convinced me to think about what you said. She goes, she goes, I honestly, now that I'm starting to see things, I'm starting to look at stuff. She goes, I'm starting to see what you're talking about. She goes, you're right. There's all this stuff about it, but there's really no proof of it. I said, thank you, Mom. I said, thank you for at least looking. I said, even if you don't ever go back and look at any more of it because you're terrified of it, I said, at least you understand that your son's not just crazy, right? And she goes, I'm sorry, son. She told me she was sorry. I was like, wow.
I got my mom and my stepdad. I know I've said it a few times in here, but it's caused kind of a domino effect in my family. But like the dominoes are like a lot bigger than the dominoes that are falling over. So it's like they're just like every time my mom and stepdad are around like other people in the family, it's like they're like rubbing it off like in their way. And my mom especially is going to her parents, my grandparents, and they were really like religious growing up, like super traditionally like religious. So she's like I convinced my parents, and now she's convincing her parents.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Dan. That's crazy. Yeah, the one that got me though was my great aunt. My great aunt, she passed away before I could convince her to. And she was probably one of the smartest people in our family. You know, she actually went to school and she took all kinds of courses. And then after she wasn't able to go to school anymore, she still went back and would buy books from the college and all that when her kids and her grandkids were going to school. So she got really, really smart. You know, she knew all this evidence and all this stuff. And when I brought, this to her, she dogged me. She made me feel really bad. You know, she told me that she couldn't believe that I was that silly, and that she wanted to know who tricked me into believing this, and that she was going to go and tell him off and all this other stuff. She was really upset, and it really bothered me because I didn't expect that. I was like, well, she's smart, right? She can understand, and she'll understand if I just tell her the right way. No, it didn't work. I tried and tried and tried, and she basically passed before I could convince her. But Not that I think I should, that I could, that I needed to, but, or that that I failed or anything. It was more like, it just disappointed me because I expected her to be the rational one in the family. She's always the rational one. She's always the one telling me that your grandma's your grandma's crazy. She's my sister. I grew up with her. Trust me, she's lost her mind, just remember that. Someday you're going to have to deal with it. And I'm like, what? But she's been right pretty much the whole time.
Dude, I had such a close relationship with some of my family members, and that's like with my uncle. I just mentioned him earlier. Like he died, like thinking I was playing a joke, like about saying the Earth is flat. He would tell my girlfriend, "Oh, he's just messing with everybody. He doesn't actually really believe that." And I'm like, and I like would even tell him, I'm like, dude, I promise you, I am not messing around. Like, I'm not joking. And he died, with that thought. It's just crazy. And
yeah, but the way I think of it is that they now know for sure.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh yeah, they know for sure now.
I feel for you. I hear you.
Yeah.
I know a lot of us have I've lost friends, but most of my family's still alive, that disowned me for it. But they just got tired of me sending them videos. It's like, well, watch a couple of them, and if you come back to me and tell me you watched a video and tell me why you think I'm crazy for believing it, then I'll leave you alone. I won't ever send you another video. All I want you to do is take a look at what I'm talking about. That's it.
I got a big family reunion in Missouri. And it's all like super extended family that I don't even know at all. So I'm just gonna go there with like
flat Earth shirt. Come on,
the clips are gonna be loaded.
Yeah, that might be. I don't know. I would say be very careful how you share it. Like try not, like just be careful. You don't want to like give a bad impression to people you never met. You barely know.
So I'm just gonna put a stack of the cards down in like a big spot. I'm not gonna like be like, oh yeah, that was me.
Nobody sees you.
I'm just gonna put the cards down and just wait till people start talking about it.
Oh.
Yeah, once they start talking about it, I'll be like, oh yeah, oh yeah, this is that flat Earth stuff. Yeah, I've been looking into this for a while now.
Yeah.
I'll just be
you need fireworks, you need balloons, you need everything.
Actually, you just need to have a level head and being honest with people, and if it comes from your heart and you're passionate about it, they're going to eventually listen to you. Especially if they're friends.
Level head. I see what you did there,
dude.
Well, it's true.
That's what
your
I'm
head
saying.
has to be level,
That's
otherwise
the
you
truth
fall over
right there.
sideways.
That's the truth, because that's like, there's no way I could have woken up the people this close to me, because they like swore up and down I was crazy for so long before they finally realized, like
once they realize you're not crazy, then that's when they'll start to listen. But you just have to be so patient. Like after that, don't say anything. Just let them wrap their heads around it. If you try to force it at all,
I got the ripple effect now. I got the ripple effect now, so this is gonna spread around like my family like crazy.
That's awesome, dude. I wish
the most successful way that I do it is just the hit and run method. So, just bring it up, have a bit of a discussion, and then leave it. And then ignore the whole subject. Don't even go there again. And eventually, they bring it up the next time. That's happened a few times with me.
I was actually doing that for the longest time to my mom and stepdad. That's how I would get them. Because it would be my stepdad, he would be talking about like, oh, we're doing this or that in space. He'd bring up space, and I'd be like, nah. I'd be like, nope, space is fake. And I'd be like, moving on. Like, what else are we talking about? Yeah, like, and then like they would be talking about like the afterlife and stuff because they believe in the Bible. So like I'd just hit them with that biblical side of it, and then that's what really got them actually. Is the biblical side. They reread Genesis, and then that's when it really hit them.
I did it that way with my sister, but it wasn't the biblical route. We were talking about space, and I just put in her head. I said, well, maybe what if it's not space? What if it's not a vacuum? What if it's water? And then I showed her a couple of videos of what stars actually look like through a zoomed camera. And I said, well, doesn't that look like something at the bottom of a pool? And then just left it. And she was the one that eventually...
Those are the kind of things,
yeah. Because it just gets them thinking, and then...
Yeah, you just got to find the person that's has the critical thinking skills to be able to like pick that out, because some people won't be able to put the two and two together like that.
Yeah, find another person like you, and then show them, and then they'll help you show everybody else that part.
Yeah.
Or use their ego against them, and you basically say to them, "I would really value your opinion on this. Can you possibly watch this video? And could you perhaps comment on our 1 hour and 32 minutes?" And then now they're going to watch the video, and then they have to answer a question that occurs later on in the video. So they actually have to watch a significant portion, but you make it that you value their opinion and you would really like their input on the topic. Then their ego's inflated and they're going to go watch the topic so that they can give you their input.
Yeah, when I started doing it
that.
that way, I had a lot more.
Oh my gosh, my sister's husband is perfect for that. His ego is through the roof.
Oh, really egotistical people aren't as hard to convince as you think.
Like, come on, man, read the book.
You just have to make sure that an egotistical person, let it be their idea. Let them come to the conclusion. Don't say flat Earth.
Yeah,
nothing like that. Yeah. Just say, hey, I got some crazy stuff that I just learned about, and I just want you to take a look. It does work. It does work, because a lot of times they'll actually think you're, like if you look concerned, they'll be concerned and they'll actually sit through it. And then, of course, at some point they might just reject it and go, no, I'm not going to watch this crap. They might get, catch on, but I have learned that every time I've done it that way, it seems to at least get them thinking, right? At least they don't just laugh at me and walk away.
Yeah. Right. It's all of the ways to try and short circuit that cognitive dissonance. So however that may be.
Well, you got to make them feel like you're on their side. Like you can't figure it out either. And you like you said, you need their help, and because you kind of do. Isn't that what we're really looking for? Is for people that see it the way we do, so we can stop telling ourselves that we must be crazy because nobody else sees it that way? Or am I the only one that ever thought that? Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, maybe not everybody's gone through that, but it seems like I've had some of the worst of it, because I made mistakes at first, because I went, before I really had enough evidence that I could actually share it well, I started telling everybody and getting excited about it, and it just made me look really bad, and it hurt, and it made it depressed me. It made me, I dealt with it not very well. I didn't deal with it very well. Let's put it that way. I was depressed a lot and that kind of thing, but. Then slowly I started paying more attention, started doing my research, right? That's what I did. I just said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start reading this. I'm going to start writing stuff down. I'm going to start going back and reading over the stuff I wrote. What could it hurt, right? And then I started realizing that there's so much more to learn than just that one thing that, the earth isn't a ball, it goes so much further. But that was the stepping stone that made me realize that I had some potential. Like, I realized that I've been questioning this stuff my whole life, right? And I've been waiting for someone to come up and tap me on the shoulder and go, you see this too, right? And it just seems like I never met that person, or if I did, it was always like in a situation where we were loaded on something, and you really can't take that seriously, right? But it's just weird, right? I don't know. What do you guys have experience that way too, or?
Yeah, for sure. Well, not the depressed part, but definitely it's. It took me up until I think it was last year until I actually met someone else. I physically met them one face to face.
Flat Earth messed me up, and it messed me up for a while. For a while, it wasn't just that, but I got yelled at for talking about this last night. So, I'm not gonna get into. But yeah, Flat Earth definitely
let's not repeat that, but you can make your point without going back to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it put me in a state of mind where I was just like, nobody really cares anyway. Like, nobody even cares enough to even look into this. Or
what, a lot of us here, because we've gone through that, we don't want to hear that said, because it brings other people down. That's a lot of times why you get an attitude with that. When you talk like that, it's not that we don't understand.
On either side sometimes.
I know, yeah, exactly. So you feel like, you feel like an outcast of the outcasts, right?
So I was like,
outcasts don't even accept me. I know what you mean.
I was just like, fuck it, there's no point trying. There's no point in even like further looking into it, like further affirming it, and then like, but then things would happen where like people would find out, like I would just kind of mention it, like, oh yeah, I believe this, so, or yeah, I would just say that, I know that's a bad word here, but I would
yeah, but you learn. Yeah, I think we all go through some of
people
that
would find
early on,
out
maybe.
that's how I
Yeah,
viewed
exactly.
things, and they would like attack me. And so then
Right.
it's just like you can't even avoid it. Once you're into it, you just like you have to
Once
mention
you
it
open yourself up, yes, you end up being a target, right? And that
you
is
end up
tough too.
around people they're
Right.
talking about like aliens and like space
And then
launches.
you
Like,
get frustrated
oh
because you're
hey,
like,
did you
okay, that's
just
not
see that?
serious, yeah.
Like
You're
at
like, that's not a
work,
serious
man,
issue.
at
Like,
work.
why are we yelling about this? Yeah, I
People
know.
people
I know
come
what
up to me. Did you see that? Did you see that space launch? I'd be like, oh yeah, like yeah, they went to space. I'd be like, I don't even believe in space. Space is fake. And then
and then they
that's how
laugh
it
at you. Yeah, of
started.
course. You hear
And
that
then they
giggle in
would
the
just
background. You're
like
like,
come at
okay.
me, huh?
No, I'm saying, and I said it was kind of funny the way he was laughing because he's been through that, and that's why he was laughing. But I'm saying that's kind of like what they do whenever you bring that up. They start laughing just like that, right? In that instance, and then you end
Yeah.
up going on the defensive, and then you end up not being able to share with them because they're really just basically trying to debunk you. They're not really trying to debunk what you're saying because they know they can't, right? Because they don't really know what
And
you're talking about. They don't have any idea.
I just
They
started
just want
this
to slap
like
you around.
job recently, and this guy or a couple guys, I'm just like, oh, they seem pretty cool. Like they wouldn't be like assholes about it. And that's so I tell them, and it's like I gave
I've
one
had
guy
similar
actually
experience,
watched
but
the
I
video.
usually
One guy
realize
actually
that I
watched the whole
misunderstand stuff
interview that I
sometimes,
gave
and I
him,
get
a whole hour-long interview. He watched it, but he's like,
Mhm.
it was really interesting, but no. But then he went and told everybody that I worked with, like 50 other people. So they all just like laugh at me behind my back now. I'm just like, whatever. Fuck you guys.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
I know what I know, so you guys are the ones just looking ignorant. But you
Well,
just
the
look
funny part
ignorant
is,
to
is
me.
even though you got rejection from that whole crowd, at least one person in that crowd thought to themselves, "I wonder what this guy's talking about. I wonder if this guy's legit." There
No,
has to be
yeah,
at least
for
one
real.
person. You know what I mean? Like, and,
There
and
are
that's what I
some
always try
people
to
that
hold
like
on to in my heart. Like I remember that maybe this is that one person. If I just hold my ground and let it slide off my back, and I don't act like an asshole or make a big deal out of it, right? Then maybe
yeah,
later on someone will come to me and ask me a question.
some people will come and talk to me, and like now, like whenever, because I know this happens, so whenever people talk to me, I'll immediately bring up that I'm in like school, that I'm taking college classes, and I'm like I work in a factory, so like immediately people hear that and they're like, whoa, like they just like they'll think differently of you, whether it's good or bad, but like they think I'm an idiot, but yeah, I'm probably getting a further education than a portion of them that are making fun of me. So
Well, my attitude towards that is, with all the laughing that I've received and all the talking behind my back, is that that's the point. They are talking behind my back. They're talking about me, even when I'm not there. So obviously, I've made some kind of an impact. Whether it's good or bad, doesn't bother me as long as they are still talking about me. I know
And
it sounds a
usually
bit
a good
arrogant,
person
but
will
you know,
eventually question people that are rude like that. As long as you hold your ground and you're not rude back, you know what I'm saying? Most of the
yeah,
time, eventually
exactly.
someone will ask you questions. They'll be like, "Don't you get tired of them talking about you?" They'll like I did the other night. I went off on somebody because I was defending somebody that I thought was my friend, and I got mad at
Yeah,
somebody and I yelled. But I did exactly the same thing he does, and then that made me look bad, and I felt really bad about that. It really bothered me that
yeah,
I went off, and even because that's not really like the kind of person I normally am. I normally don't go off on people like that. I usually
yeah.
leave and come back later, or I go and I bitch to someone else and I get it off my chest and then I come back. But for some reason, I had enough or whatever. I don't know.
hold up, I gotta
And
call this guy.
Yeah.
He's
call
been
that guy.
making fun of my videos. He's my dad's friend, so I gotta go. I'll be back. It's
All
gonna
right.
be a funny
Good
conversation.
luck.
I'll
Break a
tell you
leg or
guys
whatever. All right, bro. Later. Well, anyway, anybody's still interested in talking? We can change subject though. I'm good with that too. I was just gonna say, I made mistakes too, and I get mad and angry, and we all go through that, right? And some of us go off and you know, we make a fool of ourselves, and some of us, you know, bounce back, you know, or whatever, I guess you could say, or some of us survive it and it doesn't become a big issue, and some of us, I guess, and it becomes an issue, and then we leave or something. I don't want to leave, so, you know, like, that's not my whole, you know, that's not the whole, but I do get upset just like everybody else does sometimes. I get frustrated. I feel like people are, like, for whatever reason, I'm just edgy, and I'm reading texts, and I'm reading so much because I get so many texts from different people, and I talk to so many people because, you know, I can't shut up. So, you know, I use that time, and it's like, you know, it's a time killer for me. It's something for me to do to focus all that energy and all that frustration with things that are going on. You know what I mean? That's how I get rid of that, is by talking and communicating with other people. So, but it's like,
yeah, sure.
It's kind of, it's interesting because, I don't know, I guess I share too much sometimes on here, but I don't know. I feel like, you know, like I want people to understand me, you know, and I dislike it a lot. Like when I'm being funny and trying to make light of things, but I'm not really trying to distract the whole conversation. It's more like I'm just trying to throw some funny in there because it seems like everybody's getting too serious. And usually when somebody doesn't come in and at least crack a joke once in a while, when that's going on, it usually just goes downhill. You know what I mean? So it's not really like, I don't really do it because I'm trying to like be an asshole. It's more like I'm trying to like help keep things on track, because that's part of, you know, I feel like that's part of my job, you know, like I'm trying to like make a difference around here, you know, and even if that's, you know, even if people are, you know, don't agree with me and how, you know, the changes that I think should be made, you know, I'm not going to learn anything if I don't listen to some of these people, because a lot of these people, you know, a lot of people that are in here that donate their time, they spend a lot of time in here. They spend a lot of time talking to me. So I can't imagine what they do. You know, they probably talking to other people too. You know what I'm saying? So I know that the people that are you know, the moderators and the people like the ones I've gotten to know, I realize they're intelligent people, first of all, and they are dedicated, and most of them work full time. So they're doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. It's different to me because I see the passion, like where they still stick with it. They haven't quit. They haven't given up. You know, they've taken the getting muted and getting kicked or whatever, and they've managed to climb up, and now they're trying to make a difference, you know, and not everybody notices that, you know. And so like when I came in, I kept telling myself, I got to be careful. Like if I'm going to try to like be in here to help and become a moderator or whatever, to go up the ladder, you know, to be, you know, to help more, make some changes or whatever, then I'm going to have to learn from all these people. I can't just go around saying that they're bad people or that their ideals are wrong, because I don't really know exactly how it all works. I'm a right? So I thought, well, I got to learn. So, but I also don't want to piss people off, because there's no reason for that, right? Like we can come to an understanding, and if I'm not right, if I'm not cut out for being on here and sharing and talking and being part of that, then I'll move on, right? Like it's okay. That's okay with me. But you know, at the same time, I really want to be a part of it, because I feel like it's just, be honest with you, I do like to share truth, and that's part of me, who I am. But really, honestly, I get something out of being on here. It makes me feel good to talk to people and that people understand what I'm going through. Even if all you do is say, yeah, you know, I hear where you're coming from. It makes a difference to me. And I think it makes a difference to all of us. We all talk about how we don't care what people think. And, you know, it doesn't matter what, you know, the government does and all this stuff. We hear all these words said, but you know what? I think we just repeat it because we don't know what else to say. We don't know how to answer that question with, well, I'm doing something, you know, I'm going out and I'm making a difference by doing this or that. We don't have something to say when someone talks about the conversation. So we feel like we have to be in the defense mode, right? It's like, well, we got to be critical of it then, right? And I find that I do the same thing, and it's like, it's so easy to like trying to be helpful, being an ass, you know, or you know, insulting someone or upsetting them or whatever you want to call that. Some people get angry, some people upset, whatever, you know, they call it different things because they don't want it to sound rash, or they don't want it to sound too, you know, whiny or whatever. You know, we all have our own little quirks, right? But the reality is, you know, we kind of all come here for the same reasons, I think. And I think, you know, those get confused and crossed up sometimes, you know, like because we feel like we see something wrong. And I'm the kind of person where, like, if I see you, if you're walking through my neighborhood, right, and I see you casing my neighbor's house, I'm going to come out there and I'm going to get in your face and I'm going to say something to you. I don't care if you're threatening me or try to shoot me. I don't really care. I'm just the kind of person where I look out for people and I look out for myself. And if I'm not watching behind my back and looking around every door and watching what's going on around me, somebody's going to take advantage of me, because it's happened to me thousands and thousands of times. And I'm tired of it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
If I'm going to do something great, if I'm going to spend a lot of dedication and lose sleep over it, I want it to mean something. I want someone to remember it at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't just want to sit here and cry and snivel and whine. I actually want to make a difference. But that's hard to do when you're new and when you really don't know what's going on and you're still wet behind the ears, regardless of how old you are, how smart you are. You know, I found out really quickly that it's not really about how much knowledge you have. It's about your ability to understand and to comprehend and see the similarities in things and the differences in things in a way that is positive, that helps you learn and keep understanding things better, not getting more confused and getting more frustrated. You know, and I see that everywhere I look in the world, on TV, in even a lot of the media that I see, not just TV media, but I mean in all, like even social media, where people are under this impression that they have to be putting out this persona of perfectness, or that everybody's normal, we're all just normal and nobody ever thinks outside the box. And it's almost like we've been tricked into believing that that's actually, there's something to that. If you sit down and think about it, you realize how irrational it really is. A lot of the things that we think, that we give to people don't make any rational sense. But we sit there and argue and speak them, and then we think, and it's like you could see the look on people's face when they say something profound that's against what they believe, but yet they're doing it and they're saying it. And it's funny sometimes when I see that on someone's face. That's the person I won't stop talking to. You know what I'm saying? If I see you're like me and you're that kind of person where you'll meticulate about something like that, and you'll actually think about all the things that are involved with it, and you'll go through all that. That's a lot of thinking. I know it sounds like ridiculousness to most people, but some people, it's the thinking people that make the world different, right? If people don't sit down and think about this stuff, then they don't come up with new ideas, or they don't figure out ways to make things faster or cheaper or better or less harmful or whatever, or save lives, right? If there's not proper incentive for that, then no one's ever going to want to do it. And what they're doing is they're pushing this attitude that it doesn't matter, that human lives don't matter, that your race doesn't matter, that your gender doesn't matter, that everything is just about what you want. It's about what you feel, and everyone just has to go along with it. And that's not the right way to be, right?
No, that's right. And I think that people these days,
even though we'd all love for
it seems to be getting worse.
Way, right? So we can do things that we don't do now because we think it'd be fun, right? But we really know in our hearts that would like phase away really quickly, and then we'd be left with all that negativeness that comes along with all those things when you're doing those things. Because we all want to be able to like sleep with who we want and do what we want and not have to be responsible. We all do want that in our hearts sometimes, right? We make that mistake of thinking that it's all right. But once it comes down to it and we have to face the reality and the responsibility of the things that we do, that's when we start thinking, wait, maybe I should have thought about this a little bit more, right? But then by then it's too late, right? And we all go through these things. So it's like the way I kind of try to come across is like, look, this is my experience. This is what I've been through. If you have something similar and you understand where I'm coming from, then talk to me. I want to learn from you. You know, we can share stuff, because obviously if you think like me, then maybe you've learned stuff about things that I have no idea about. And because you're so much like me and you think like me, you can explain it to me in a real simple way and I'll get it, right? But it's hard when you come into a conversation and there's two different kinds of people in the room. You've got, or three kinds, let's say three, because that's usually what we deal with, right? We have the people that understand us, right? That get us. They may not know what we're talking about necessarily, but they're looking for the right thing. They're looking for the connections, right? They're not just going, okay, this guy's dumb and I'm not going to listen to him because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just a new guy, right? Well, how do you know? Sometimes the new guy comes along with some idea that changes everything, right? Like look at Microsoft. I mean, look at all these things that have happened, these events in history that, well, not that they're necessarily true, but in essence, right? These supposed instances where all these people became millionaires and all these storylines. Maybe some of them are true, maybe some of them aren't, but we all believe them, right? To some extent, we believe them. And I catch myself every day using NASA's evidence as evidence for flat Earth. And I got to stop doing that. And somebody caught me on it yesterday. And I was like, you know what, you're right. I got to stop forgetting about that, because I find myself talking about logical fallacies and bringing all this crap in there, even though I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just trying to like share. And I think and it sounds good. And I think, you know, it's going along great. And then I'm like, oh crap, I forgot. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm trying to get you guys.
But that's what this course is all about.
Trying not to monologue, sorry.
That's what this course is about. But the problem these days is that people are so quick to get offended or to be offended. It's as though they almost want to be offended for some
I
reason.
offend
I have
people like
no
that on
idea.
purpose to get their attention, because that's the only way you're going to get their attention. They're not going to take you seriously
Well,
until
no,
you get in their
it's
way
not just
and you
that. It's
slow them down
even
or
having a
impede their
simple,
way of some way.
just having a
I
simple
don't mean that to be
conversation.
mean. I
And
mean, yeah, to get conversation. That's just that's
yeah,
who I am. I'll do that. I'll walk into a room full of crazy biker looking people that look like they're going to kill each other, and I'll start cracking jokes and make friends with them. I don't care. I don't got nothing against you as long as you ain't done nothing wrong. I don't care if you're a murderer, a killer, whatever. Personally, if I walk into a room of people I don't know, I just assume, yeah, I might be walking into a room full of evil, crazy people. But more than likely, that's not true, right? Like, when has that ever really been true? Anytime I ever was paranoid about something like that, right? It never ends up being true. It's always like
overwhelmingly not true.
Overwhelmingly untrue, right? And then we always laugh about later, like if we don't get killed or we don't end up hurt over it. But it's like, it's weird how that works, right? It's like if you can be at the right place at the right time and then be the right and say the right things and be respectful, you can manage to like make the whole neighborhood like want to be involved in your life and care about things and come over and talk to you and want to be interested in you. And that's a great thing. Everybody wants to feel that way. But some of us have given up on it because we've spent our whole lives trying and it never worked, right? Well, this is the only place I've ever come where actually I feel great about it. Even though I make mistakes and I embarrass myself, it's mostly my own problem.
Everyone makes mistakes.
You know what I'm saying? But honestly, this place has been great for me, like mentally, physically, like it's lately anyway. Me being a part of the part of this live stream has made me feel like a better person. Like I'm actually doing something.
That's what it's all about.
Now when I talk about flat Earth and people try to tell me, well, we don't care because it doesn't make any difference, I can say, well, you could say that, but you know what? I'm actually on the live stream now, and I'm talking with people, and I'm talking to people that want to listen. You know, like, and I'm trying to like make a difference for the people that because there's a lot of angry people on both sides of it. And I get it. Trust me, I'm angry at a lot of people too. Like when I saw that video of those people that were making fun of us for no reason except they don't have any argument against us. I thought that was, it almost made me cry. It made me feel horrible. I was like, wow, really? Do these people really hate us that much? Like, is it really that personal that they want to go and defame our characters, like our personal, like not even talking about the actual evidence we have, but just, listen to us saying stuff like what I'm saying right now, sharing about myself and then taking that into context and making fun of it, right? And it made me, it made me angry, bro. It did. It made me swallow hard. I was like, really? Like, why are people like that? And I thought, well, are we creating this? Like, am I doing that? Am I coming across to people that are Globers? Am I coming across as just an egotistical ass? And is that why they're not wanting to listen to what I have to say? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would feel horrible if that was true, because that's not what I'm trying to put out, right? I'm trying to make sure that whatever message I'm putting out, at least I know that what I'm saying is being heard this way, right? And that's the scariest thing in the world, is to find out that you're putting out a message and everybody's hearing it wrong, right? That's the thing that scares me the most, is that I'm such a weird, odd person, and I have so many parts of my personality that come out at different times, and I get crazy sometimes. I get angry and I do crazy stuff, but I'm always genuine about right and wrong. That's just how I am. But a lot of people don't know that about me, and so it takes a while before they realize, well, yeah, I guess you're right. After every experience, whatever, I know a lot of people, they're not ever sorry. It's like people tell me, stop apologizing. It's like, well, if I feel like I've harmed someone and they're like upset about it still, and they haven't just like brushed it off as, well, that's how it is when you're on a live stream and you're going to have this, group of people, and people are going to attack you. That's just what you're asking for, right? Because you're putting yourself out there as an intelligent person that knows about flat Earth, or about something they don't know, and you're going to try to explain it to them, right? That's a big thing. Like, that's a big step. So it takes a lot.
But you can't control anyone else.
Balls. Yeah, but people take that as, they think that you're trying to control them, but I don't. I always ask them, like, why do you think that? Why would you think that I would waste all this time sitting in here all day talking to people just because I have nothing else to do? I mean, okay, it might seem that way. Yeah, maybe I don't work, so I do have the time to spend on it. But that's not why I'm here. I'm not trying to force anything on nobody. I say this almost every day when I talk on here. But I'll be damned if people don't take it that way. And then I hear them saying that, oh, well, so-and-so, and they don't really say it about me, but I hear them talking about people that I know don't say things like that. And I think, well, they must be saying this about me too, if they're, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I know a person.
Yeah, well, let them. I mean,
you know what I mean? It's like,
at the end of the day, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because people are going to be people. It's human nature. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm in a place now here with all of you guys that I can just shoot the shit, talk, discuss flat Earth, whether you're a globe or not. Don't care. So
that was hilarious.
Have fun and carry on.
Okay, what's
one of my dad's best friends? He called me, or I called him. He messaged me. He said, "So what's up with this theory?" Because I've been posting stuff on Facebook. I'm like, buddy. I called him, and then like he tried to just like laugh at me and stuff, and I'm like, no. I'm like, it's flat. I'm like, but actually, you need to prove to me. And then he tried to like make all these claims. I'm like, no, you need to prove it to me. You need to show me a picture, or you need to prove to me the Earth's curve. Show me where it curves. And he's like, oh, actually, you know what? You're right. I don't know. It could be flat. It could be round. You don't know either. It could be flat. It could be round. I'm like, no, actually, I know it's flat. Dude, I started yelling at him, and then he just like, he was like laughing at me a lot at first, like trying to like just, I could tell I was on speakerphone. And he had other people there too. And I was just like, I started like I was like, you need to prove. I was like, the burden of proof is on you. I just like, after he just kept on laughing at me, I started getting mad. I just like started going off. I'm just like, and then he's like, okay, yep, it's flat. Yep, you got me. You won this time. It's flat. I'm like, and I'm gonna win next time too, because I'm gonna say the same thing.
Patronizing.
No, I don't care. Hey, I don't care because he's never even tried to like talk about it to me before. Usually he just blows it off.
That's awesome.
He sounds
that means
to me
that
though,
I got him
I'm just
thinking.
Guessing. I'm just picking
that
up
means
on
I got him
I've never
thinking.
met. But it sounds to me like you made him think, bro. You planted the seed, bro. I'd back off and don't say another word. Let him come to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm serious. Don't call him back. Don't try to text him. Nothing. Don't say a word.
No, yeah, because I told him I'm gonna
guarantee
prove
that'll
it.
make him think more.
I told him I'm like, I'm gonna prove it myself. I'm going to. I just haven't yet, but I'm like, I can show you other people that have proved it. I'm like, it measures flat. I'm like, it measures flat, so you need to prove to me that it curves. You need to show me where the curve is at. That's up to you. I'm like, the burden of proof is on you, and that's when he like kind of shut down. And I could tell it was on speaker too, so I hope he had like all his buddies with him and stuff. They're like all in their like 40s and 50s. I'm 23 years old, and they're just like, they're my dad. My dad's like almost like mid 60s, and he's got like younger friends and stuff. And they're just like middle-aged men that, I don't know. But I had fun with it. I had fun. I should have recorded it, honestly, but.
Well, you've definitely got them talking, so that's a plus.
I don't know if you want to do that. I'd be careful with that.
Yeah,
if you do that, trust me, bro. I did that once, and I ended up thinking way too much into it, and it ended up like backfiring on me. But maybe you have better luck with it.
Well, all I would have to do, right, is just
be careful what you get yourself into. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to get them talking, but just nothing. Just don't be too serious about it.
And if they don't accept it,
more of a casual thing.
You just shrug it off. Even though it hurts. I mean, it's gonna
laugh with them.
You feel bad, but just shrug it off like.
Oh no, I would.
Because when it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother them.
I wasn't. I shouldn't have said I was getting mad. I was getting like more stern. I was talking like the guys that talk in here because I've been listening to it for so long. I was like, no. I'm like, you need to. I was like, stop. You gotta listen to me. I think
what you need, Conrad, you need a couple of flat Earth jokes. So if you come across people like that,
no, I told him, I was like, I don't care if you want to sit here. I was like, I don't care if you want to sit here and laugh at me, but the reality of it is, you still need to prove it, because I can show you where it measures flat. I can show you that. But you can't show me where the curve is.
Just be like, look, I went down to the ocean and I looked at the horizon and I measured it with a damn flat measure. And if you haven't done that yet, go do it. And then after you've done that, then you can tell everybody, I measured the horizon. And I went and I looked at this place that I looked at, like I have San Francisco down the road from me. I can go to 3 different places where I can look at San Francisco from 3 different directions. And if I wanted to rent a boat, I could go see it from the 4th. I could look at it from all 4 directions, and it's completely flat and level from all 4 directions from miles away. You're never going to convince me that the earth curves anywhere. And you're never going to convince anybody else of it either, because nobody's going to believe it when they see that evidence. They're not going to be able to lock that in their mind that, oh, no, that's not true. I'm just seeing things. No, they're going to go, wait a minute. How can it be flat this way and that way and that way? That doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Because you start thinking in 2D. You start thinking if it's just far away from you that it disappears. But no, it should curve off to the right and the left too. So that means everything that you see from a distance, like cities, they should have buildings that would seem, you should be able to see a slight change and dip in them. They should be leaning
That's
away
one I
from
used
each
to
other.
actually get my mom. I was
But
like,
you
when you
never
look
see
out
that.
at the horizon, you should be seeing curvature, like left to right. Because she tried to say, oh, well, the boats disappear bottom up. But I'm like,
Even if
where's
it
the
was a
left to
very,
right
very big ball,
curvature?
you would still see some change, because
You
it's
can
like, think about it
detect
this way.
the
Let's say
you
if
can
you bend
detect
your
the
hood
boat.
into a curve, right? And you keep bending your hood flat. No matter what you do, once that hood's bent, you're never going to get it to sit flat, right? You know this, right, about metal? So you could put a straight level across the hood, and no matter how much you try to flatten it out, if it's not perfectly flat like that level, the edges aren't going to touch, right? So that's simple.
Right.
It's that simple to prove it to yourself. And they do this every day to build buildings, bridges, all kinds of huge machinery. All depends on these physics, and they're real. They're not fake physics. They're not theories. They're actual solid nature laws. They're not jokes. They're not side bargains. You know what I'm saying? They're actual evidence.
Oh.
And everybody knows that, that's a scientist. So anybody who tells you that you're a science denier and they throw those arguments at you is just obviously ignorant of what's really going on. Because no doctorate, no man who has a doctorate in science is going to stand there and argue with you about the truth of up and down and left and right. Come on. We all know.
Get a doctor in science just so I can go
And if they
argue
do,
with
they're
other
lying to you.
doctors.
They're literally lying from their heart, right? Like straight to your face. Because every scientist knows at some point when they're going through their schooling, they realize what they've got themselves into and that they're being lied to.
I'll
You
go
know they
be a
have to.
scientist and go argue with
If you're
those
smart enough to memorize all
jackasses.
this stuff, then you got to be smart enough to at least analyze some of it and realize it's not making sense, right? And you're going to start asking questions, right? Eventually everybody's going to figure it out. I think if you're smart enough to get through college, I think you're smart enough. But I didn't go to college, so don't get me wrong, I don't have experience with that. But just from my experience with people that go to college, most of them seem like people that just was able to memorize the stuff, because they obviously don't know anything about what, even though they claim they can remember and they can rattle the stuff off, they have no idea how it actually applies to reality. You know what I'm saying? And that just baffles me. It does. It scares me. It's terrifying. It's like, what, you mean there's people out there that carrying guns that
Yeah,
don't even know
I
what they're
was
doing?
reading
It's like, wow, dude.
I'm going to be an electrician, or that's what I started doing. But then I'm kind of thinking I'm doing really good at it. Like I got straight A's and I'm doing good. So I was thinking about doing like more towards the electrical engineer instead.
Right.
So I
Designing
was
stuff
looking
rather
at
than
people, I was
working on
looking at
things.
people's experiences, and like a lot of electrical engineers were like, yeah, well, we know a lot about electrical theory and stuff, but when it comes to practical usage of the skills and like wiring houses and stuff,
They're just
some stuff
following
just
patterns.
doesn't make sense. But like an electrician, they're just like, oh yeah, we do that because like they're just following the code, building code and
That's exactly.
inspection
And I
stuff.
figured that out when I was in high school, and it
Yeah,
pissed me
so
off.
it's like, like
I
electrical
realized
engineers
it was a
don't even
trick,
really
right?
understand what like why electricians do certain things the way they do, which is just weird to me because those fields should be so closely related. They should like an electrical engineer should be able to be an electrician no problem, and
You should know
do all
everything
electrician
in and
work.
out of how electricity and magnetism works. Like, you would think that would be the minimum. It's
Right.
kind of like why we even have police officers carry guns when they're only trained for 6 to 12 weeks. It's like so ridiculous. But then we give them a gun and a badge, and they can go out and just lie to people and then take advantage of them and beat them up and even kill people by accident. Oops! Oh, we made a mistake. Oh, he just wasn't trained properly. What? You know what I mean? It all fits together. It really does. Flat Earth is like just scratching the surface. It really is. because it wakes you up to realize that it starts with Santa Claus and everything else. I hate to ruin it for kids, but I'm sorry. It's like you're eventually going to figure it out. And you know what I
What out?
I was thinking Santa Claus wasn't real. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry, hon. Do you need your binky and your blanket? I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. No, you're going to wake up to things.
You're not serious.
Once you realize that, when you're in grade school, they tell you one thing. They give you one set of history. And then you get into junior high and they teach you something else. And then you get into high school, they teach you another group, right? And they keep telling you all along, oh, now you're smarter. We're going to teach you more about what's really going on. And all the time, they're just bullshitting you the whole way down the line. And at some point, I realize they're never going to tell me the truth. They're just going to keep filling my head with bullshit. So I never really can understand what's going on. And the older I get, the more my head's going to be filled with shit that I can't get rid of. And I was right, by Dolly. It sure enough shit did turn out just like that. How did I know that when I was like 9, 10? I have no clue. But for some reason, it became very clear to me that adults didn't make any sense. They all acted normal when you talked to them to their face. But when you put stuff in writing and you put it down on a piece of paper, they would do insane, crazy stuff, like as if they didn't even care about it. It's like if you change reality into something like paper, like when you make money, you take away the trading of goods, you take away the value of things. And then you make someone else that controls the money in charge of how much that money's worth, right? And that's crazy, but we all let it happen. And we could all change it tomorrow. All we got to do is tomorrow stop trading with money. You know what I mean? Cash your money in for physical goods and don't stop trading goods. I mean, yeah, it's going to take some time. It's going to be a pain in the butt. But if you really want to survive and you want to live and not be under some kind of other person telling you owe them something that you don't owe them, simply because, oh, well, you live in the city and because you reside in this place and because you're renting a house here, then you got to do this and that. No, you don't. You just got to know how to legally get away with not doing it. But don't let me, I'm not giving legal advice, but I'm saying there's laws that protect you and your freedoms. You just have to use that by actually stating it and knowing how to talk in court. And until you go and become a lawyer damn near, you're never going to understand that. So the only way you can do that is you hope that some lawyer that actually cares about people and doesn't just work for the man will actually teach you that stuff. And then you take those and you teach them to your family. You teach them the right way and the way to do things right, but not just breaking the rules where you can get away with it, but doing the right thing and making sure that that always is important, not just getting your way and getting things that you need, right? Just because, you can make $5,000 by tomorrow because you trick some guy into buying something and then you sell it to some other guy for more money without telling the guy, that doesn't mean it's right? It's like there's ways you can, like I've been teaching my daughter. I let her make some lemonade and sell it out here on the street. And she got more donations than she did sell lemonade, right? But what was profound is that she suddenly realized that she can actually do some physical work and get something back out of it. And before that, she wasn't really getting it. And I was like, thank God, she's actually interested. She's driven. She sat out there for a couple hours and she made like $60. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, she made me a fool out of me because I thought she was going to quit within the first 5 minutes when she couldn't sell a few, right? Some cars will go by and they won't want nothing and then she'll throw a fit and come back in the house. But nope, she stayed out there. It was really cool.
Well, that's right. That's another reason. That's another reason. It makes it quite difficult for us to speak to people about flat Earth is because a vast majority of globers don't even understand their own model. So how are you going
and they
to
don't
introduce,
realize
and that's where it becomes
their ignorance
tricky.
of that is really what's making them not understand where we're coming from. Instead, they think it's a personal thing, that it's about us just trying to make them look bad, and then like this is just a war, like the cola wars. Like, no, it's Pepsi, no, it's Coke. Screw you, I'll drink RC. I don't care what you guys like. Like whatever. Who cares what we drink? Who cares what color our skin is? As long as you're acting like a human being and you're treating me with respect, and we're learning from each other, then we can have lots of great things. But as soon as we stop thinking that that's the most important thing, is to be genuine and to be honest with each other and not screw each other over and not stab each other in the back and not lie. You got to lie to people. I mean, it happens. Things happen where you keep fight happening. There's all kinds of reasons why things can change and you do things out of the ordinary. But in general, if you always follow your heart and you do things for the right reasons, and you do it, and you could actually sleep at night. That's what's more important, because it's all that
doing
craziness
things for the right
that builds up in your
reasons.
mind. What's that?
That's another reason I want to be an electrical engineer, because I want to figure out how the hell this free energy thing even is working, because we know
I
it
can tell you
works.
just from the little bit that I've investigated it,
Called
it's
magnetism.
baloney, but
Well,
it's just my
more
opinion.
accurately, it's 0 point
If
energy.
you can show
but,
me,
yeah.
if you can bring a machine over to my house and demonstrate, and I can tech it over and make sure that you're not screwing me somehow by cheating by using some other thing, then I'll believe you. But until then, I'm really not going to listen to it, because I've seen way too much. I know too much about electricity to think that you can just, you know what I mean? There's some things about it that don't make a lot of sense to me.
It has to do, I think, I think it has to do.
But I can understand why, you know.
It has to do with frequency, and
it's magnetism.
And it has
It's
to
all
do.
that.
I think there's some part of it is with ourselves. Like, we need to be able to figure out how to, like, control the frequency we're putting out, and use ourself as a conductor. I don't know. It's just like, but like
but you do realize that really could just be a deception in order to, you know, like, it could be some truth to it, enough to get you feeling different or making a change in your life, and some positive, you know, something working in your life because you're believing in yourself or whatever. I'm never going to argue with that. I think if you can convince people that anything, I don't care if it's carrying a rabbit's foot or carrying a soda pop bottle around with you, if you can convince a person to believe that that's going to make their life better, and that they're going to be a better person, or be able to, you know, succeed better just by having it, once you convince that person, they're going to go out and they're going to make a difference. They're going to do something with the world because they believe they can do it. That's very important. And I don't think we realize it, but that's what we need to give our kids. We need to put them into situations where they can succeed and they can get a taste of it. Because if you've never actually won, you know, like won a game or in a sport or been the best at something, at least for a little bit, then you don't understand how it's like for a kid that's never actually experienced that. So there's something to everybody participating and getting involved, but everybody gets something out of it, right? We all learn lessons. The people who lose, the team that loses learns that you can't win every time, right? Because we have to realize it, because if we don't, then we're going to give up every time we make a mistake. So we can't teach our kids, you know, there's so many things that you think that would be a good thing to teach a child, but then when you see how it affects them, when you actually force it down their throat or keep telling it to them, and then you see them go out and they make mistakes and they get hurt, and, you know, and people take advantage, it kills you. It destroys you on the inside. So it's like completely different. You know, you start to see another side of the human psyche, you know what I'm saying? It's not just about you
My
anymore.
parents thoroughly enjoyed that.
I mean? You learn. Oh yeah, well, of course. And watching you raise your own kids, they see that you're going to mature and that you're going to understand them, and you're not going to hate them for stupid reasons, right?
The only way.
That's mostly what we're afraid of, right? We're afraid our kids are going to think we're morons and that we don't know what we're doing, and that we don't love them, right? When in reality, we know we love them so bad that we'd probably give our lives for them. But they don't know that, because we're trying to tell them to do the right thing, and they don't want to hear it. So all they hear is, oh, they're telling me not to do stuff, and I want to do what I want. So they don't like it. They're going to dislike you, but they're still going to love you. And it's tough sometimes, yeah, because I feel like I'm not loved by my daughter, because she's going through that stage. You know, she's fighting back, and she's trying to become a woman, and she wants to figure out who she is and experience life, you know, and to her, I'm just in the way, you know what I'm saying? But that's not really how it is.
Yeah, and it's
she
tough
won't
to
see
not
that until she's
overthink
grown.
that.
So
but yeah,
no kidding.
You got to
I
fight
raised a
that
daughter.
urge. Yeah.
Yeah, God, it's hard. Yeah, it's harder the second time, because now my conscience gets me. Like, I'm so biased at my old age, because I've been through so much, and I've been through so much pain. You know what I mean? It's probably not as worse as a lot of other people, but I'm saying, you know, I've been through enough to realize that when I see my daughter going through stuff, even though it doesn't seem like very important at the time, to her, in her world, that's all she has, right? And I always forget that. I always forget that you feel helpless when you're a kid, because you don't have that backup of you can just go and move out, or you can go move in with someone else anytime you want. You know, once you're a grown up, you feel like at least you have that, right? You can always run away from your problems, right? But when you're a kid, you're stuck in them. So you have to be sensitive enough to understand, and so that they know you feel their pain, but also stern enough to tell them, but that doesn't matter. You still have to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to hear that. So, and it's hard to actually do that, especially to a little girl that looks at you with those pretty eyes, and she looks just like your wife, and it's like, it just, you melt. But I was better at it when
they're
I was in my
stronger than you
20s,
think.
you know what I mean? But now in my 40s, it's not easy because she melts me like butter, and now I see what my grandparents were talking about. It's like, well, we couldn't tell you no, Ryan. You were so cute, It's like, now I see exactly what she's talking about. Now I have a grandson, and it's like, he melts me like butter. Like, I can't, like, I swatted him on the top of his head the other day because he kept on hitting me with a baseball bat, and so I was trying to get him to stop and realize that was hurting me. So I swatted, swatted him open-handed on the top of his head roll, and it hurt him a little bit. I could tell, but the look he gave me and the way he started crying, it made me cry right there. And then he goes, "It's okay, Papa." It was so funny. It was heartwarming. It really was. It melted me. It was like, oh my God, like, like, just seeing that reaction, like to remind me of what it was like to get slapped like that. Not that I really hurt him, because I didn't, but the fact that Papa did it, you know what I mean? Papa meant business, and normally only his mommy and daddy does that to him. Normally I don't spank him unless I really have to correct him for something. I just kind of play with him while he's here. I don't, make him stay over there and play with his own toys and leave people alone. I play with him. I'm his grandpa. I knew that. It's great.
I was born in South Africa, so I had the belt. I had the wooden. I've had a wooden spoon broken over my backside.
Stepmom hit me with a wooden spoon. Yeah, that was a very classic thing to hit kids with.
Yeah.
My dad would make me go pick a switch. He would say, "Go pick a stick out from the trees. Go out there in the bushes. You find the stick. You choose how big or how small it is. That's up to you. But you're going to get a spanking with that stick." And he would stand there and look me straight in the face with a completely no anger in his heart. I mean, I swear, I would look at him in the eye and I would try as hard as I could to make him break his character, and he never would. He would look me straight in the eye like as if he felt like as if he wanted to cry because he had to spank me, and he spanked me anyway, and it pissed me off because I tried to dodge him and give him the pouty face, and it never worked, and it made me mad. But it did make me realize that there's certain people in life that you just have to respect. No matter what. That's just how it is. And if you don't respect those people, you might actually find yourself in a position where you're going to need more help than it's worth to just be respectful for that person, right? And we all have to, at some point, all men have to, come to a threshold where we find someone that's tougher than us. Some of us end up on the bully side, some of us end up on the, scared side. It just depends on who we are. But once that pecking order is kind of set, we don't like to change it, right? Once you feel like you're in command and nobody's picking on you anymore, even if people call you a bully, you don't seem to mind it so much, right? Because you're not getting picked on anymore. So it's almost like you shoot yourself in the foot no matter what you do. Because I've thought this out a million times. If I could go back and change it to where I didn't get abused and I didn't get beat up and I didn't get misunderstood and I could just be like everybody else. I thought to myself, what if I could go back and change it? And I thought about, well, if I did that, then this wouldn't have happened. And I started thinking about all these cool things that happened to me. If it wasn't for that bad thing, I wouldn't have ended up meeting this person, and I wouldn't have ended up meeting my wife or having my kid.
Things happen for a reason.
Well, it's kind of weird how it all, they seem to, even though I feel like absolutely in control of choosing at any point to change my mind and just walk away from it. Even though it is kind of set in front of me, I still am choosing the path. So I think a lot of people are afraid to reach out and to be themselves because of that reason. Because they're afraid that, they've always been told this isn't going to work, or that you're, I heard that my whole life.
No, the biggest fear is rejection.
And I don't even know why they did that. Why did they do that to me? I don't know. Maybe I talked too much. Maybe I seemed smart. Maybe I was making jokes. I don't know. Maybe I was just being the same person I am now, and people just didn't like it. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. Sometimes I think that maybe I was just a little bit aggressive because my mom spoiled me, and so I got my way, and so I go to school and I kind of whine like a little baby, and then everybody would just pick on me, and then of course I blew it out of proportion. But after it kept on until into high school, I realized that that's not what it was, because I was doing everything I could. I mean, I started smoking pot, I started listening to rock and roll music, I did everything I could to try to fit in, and nothing ever worked. It never worked because I'd only end up with a few good friends. Of course, that's all I really needed, but I didn't think about that at the time. But the ones I just wanted everybody to just, when they walk by, not want to punch me out or put a sticker on my ass that says kick me or put a mark on the back of my neck to see if I scrub my neck better this time tonight. You know, like you would think to scrub the back of your neck hard enough to get the ink mark off, right? You know, like this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know why kids did that stuff to me. I really don't know. Maybe I didn't take a shower for 2 days or something. But who gives a shit? I was a kid, man. Give me a break. You know, like, I always think back to that, and I always think to myself, now as an adult, would I ever even consider, like, picking on someone because they didn't take a bath that day, unless they smelled bad, right? And I always think to myself, why in the hell why did they always find all these dumb excuses and things to pick on me about? And I actually felt bad about it. I actually convinced myself that there was something wrong with me, that I smelled funny or something was wrong. When in reality, it was just them being shitheads. And, like, that was weird. I still don't understand that. And then when I hear people defend that, I'm like, what? Like, did you never get beat up? Did you never have some kid kick your ass all the time? I think we all had that happen, didn't we? Or have a brother or somebody that just always made sure that you didn't get enough, or you didn't get, you know, always taking your toys away and breaking, you know, like, dude, I had so many kids in the neighborhood that did that to me. And it was all because I didn't have a father figure around early on, and I grew up around 3 women, and those 3 women spoiled me rotten. So all I knew how to do was to get my way, throw a pouty face up, and then beg and plead, right? And if that didn't work, I'd throw a temper tantrum. That's all I knew how to do, really, for a while. And it was working so well. You know what I mean? I melted them like butter. So I thought, well, everybody's good. And so it wasn't my fault. I was reacting to my environment. I thought that was going to work on everybody, and it didn't. So that's probably, that's the only thing I can come up with is really the good reason why I stood out or why I had trouble. It's because I left this state with my mom where I was the most important thing in the world. And all I had to do was get up in the morning and have fun and learn something new and play and have a good time. I wasn't expected to do anything except stop to take a bath and brush my teeth and go to the bathroom and eat once in a while, right? Other than that, my mom let me do and run wherever I wanted to go as long as I stayed within reason. But I basically, got to play. And then all of a sudden I was in school and I had to do all this stuff, and I was being told when I could, poop and when I could sneeze, and, like I can't get, like, give me a break, like if I feel like I'm, hyperventilating, I can't go outside and get some air. I mean, come on, like, you realize how cruel that is to put a kid from one environment where they're allowed to just run amok, completely just, day to day, every day, they just run around, do whatever they want. No one ever stops them. And then you just literally toss them into a room where they have to sit still in one little spot and stay there for an hour, half hour at a time. You know what I mean? It's the cruelest thing you could do to a kid. And then we wonder why they end up hating us after a couple of years, right?
Going back to one of your previous points about rejection, which is another thing that you struggle with trying to convince Globers, is because everyone they know.
See how all this stuff does
is a Glober.
Better. I know I ramble on about it, but
for them to be converted to come over to the flat Earth side, even if they wanted to, they're surrounded by their peers and whoever it is,
always gonna,
who are Globers.
A lot of people, that's the most important thing in their life, and I understand that.
But it's the greatest fear a human has is rejection.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's not dying. It's not.
But it's necessary, right?
It's
if we don't
like
go
that.
through some rejection, then we end up screwed up in the head. Trust me, I've seen it.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a good example because I am spoiled rotten and I do throw a temper. I still, to this day, I'm almost 50. I mean, God, I'm
that's a learned behavior.
I still throw a temper. Yeah, I still throw a temper because I get away with it. My wife spoils me too. See, that's the problem.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I just got picked up by the next woman to spoil me rotten. I guess I'm kind of a sucker, but oh well. It is who I am. Like, and I've always felt like, I never really want everybody to like me. I just kind of just want you not to dislike me. That's more like how I always felt. But now I'm to the point where, I don't mind if you dislike me. If you just decide you don't like me for whatever reason, and it's because of who I am, I can deal with that. I can deal with that I'm just different and you just don't like me. I get that. I know people that I just don't like either because they're way too much like me and I can't stand them. But I don't go over and pick a fight with them every day. I let them be themselves and they do their thing over there and I do my thing over here. We just don't cross the line. We know when we get in, if something happens and we're both involved, we have to stay away from each other, right? Because we know that we're going to have issues. And if we know that, then we don't need to hate each other. We can just agree to stay away from each other, right? Like, or whatever, there's a way to deal with everything. Like, and I understand that there's times where you're going to have to be violent with someone. I have to do it all the time. Like, I don't know if you were listening earlier when I was talking, but some guys were like walking around. Me and my buddy, we go out and we run around at night. We walk down by the river and all this time. You know, we do all this walking and stuff. And there's some weird people that walk around, homeless people, whatever, drug addict, whatever you want to call them. They're just people that live on the street that are just kind of weird. And this guy kept following us around every time we go downtown and walk around down by the arena. This guy would follow us around, and we're trying to figure out what is up with him. And then, you know, it's just kind of weird. And then we went over to this parking lot over here by my house. And he was playing, my buddy, you know, we're basically little kids, but we're in grown men's bodies. So he's out there running his little, you know, RC car all over the parking lot. And this kid walks by, and he's walking all slow, and he's pretending like he's looking at his phone. But I could tell he's watching us, and he's walking real slow along the building. And then he gets, you know, he's just moseying on along like he's deliberately trying to just show that he's watching, or he's just he's trying to stand out, you know. And I know what that means, right? Like I've been on the street long enough to understand. He just checking us out to see who we were, what we were up to. You know, he was like just snooping. He was trying to get a good look to see if we were worth, you know, casing or something. He was looking to steal from us or something. And I'm sitting there, I'm all over it, right? And so I'm sitting there going, yeah, right, go ahead, buddy. And I'm sitting there talking to him, mumbling in my voice. And I realize my mic's on, and I'm sitting there going, fuck you, crazy fucker. I'll shoot your ass, you know, like, and I'm not going to really do that, but that's just what I'm mumbling to myself. And then I'm like, oh shit, my mic's on. I'm like, God, dude, I hate when that happens, bro. It's like, that's really not me, but, you know, I do mumble shit like that sometimes when I'm, you know, like just sizing somebody up. I mean, don't we all do that? And sometimes I do it out loud because my buddy's standing there listening to me, and I'm like, he's like, watch this guy, because he saw him walking up, and I'm like, okay. And then when I saw the guy, I started thinking, okay, yeah, maybe I should be watching him. And then some other guy go, watch, he's got a buddy, and I go, he's on his phone right now. I go, I bet you another guy's going to come around the corner. Sure enough, some guy comes around the corner on a bicycle. I'm like, what'd I say, bro? And then I'm sitting there talking about him. And I'm sitting there open my, yeah, it was pretty funny. Anyway. Trying to break the ice.
Well,
I don't know, I kind of feel like
seeing as though we are talking, what's your story with regards to Flat Earth? How did you come about?
Well, I found out when I was 8. So I've known for a long time, but let me explain it this way. Basically, I found out, someone told me, they showed me in the Bible, and at the time, I was raised in basically a religious. You know, my mom, when I was living with my mom didn't make me go to church or anything, but my mom never like me that God didn't exist or any of that. She would always tell me, yeah, God exists and all that. And she would back up what the Bible said. She would, you know, that's just because she learned the same way, but she didn't go to church or nothing like that, right? You know, she didn't practice it like religiously. But not that means. Anyway, let me move on. So
right.
My dad went to church regularly. Like every week he'd go like on Wednesdays and Sundays or whenever, but we didn't go to Catholic. But my stepmom, she went to Catholic church. So when I was at my dad's, I'd get stuck going to the Christian church where my dad and they would both go. And then during the day, because, you know, summertime when I go visit them, she'd be working as a realtor and I'd be there by myself because my stepbrothers would stay with their dad sometimes. So I ended up at the house, and instead of leaving me home alone, she would take me along with her on her real estate things, right? So I'd get stuck going everywhere. And so anyway, moving on. So I got from all sides, right? I got the different religious things, and I kind of got forced to go, and then I got where my mom didn't make me go, but then I kind of felt like I wanted to. So I've always kind of like had a sort of a religious background, but I've never like faithfully gone to church every day or week, except when I lived with my dad and my stepmom. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't seem to find a place where I'm comfortable with the people that are in there, because I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to go into that. But anyway, I'm not really nuts about religion. Let's put it that way. But that doesn't mean I don't believe in God. It's got nothing to do with it. It's just I don't believe in religion. I think religion's garbage. It's just something people make up when they read the Bible. They decide what it means, and then they start making all these rules and regulations, and that's how they control people, or that's how they feel bossy and better than you. That's how I look at stuff.
Right. So that's you know the environment you were in at the time.
But I still find that when I read the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, I find things in there every day when I read it. Every time I read that book, even if I read the same passage, it seems like it's speaking to me. It's things in my life happen, and they're the same as the things that happen in that book. And I can't explain that except just to tell you that's my witness. That's all I can explain. There's just too many things that have happened to me that I've read in that book. Sometimes I listened to what the book said, and sometimes I didn't. But both times, I always learned something. That book always seems to know things. And if I would just listen to it and always go to it first, I'd probably be better off. Not to say that it would make my life greater and I'd be rich or anything, but it would probably keep me from getting in a lot of trouble. And it probably would have saved my butt from a lot of the abuse I dealt with, just because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I didn't seem to mind because I just wanted to be part of the gang. And so I got taken advantage of a lot, you know, and I didn't mind it sometimes because I just wanted to be part of the crowd. You know, I'd literally submit myself to like situations where I could get myself in trouble and abused or hurt, and I didn't care because I just wanted to be part of the gang. And if people treated me nice, sometimes I'd be dumb enough, you know, weird, you know, like.
Bro, when you say abused, what do you mean by that?
Well, mostly physically, but sexually and mostly sexually and mentally, I'd say. But there's some physical abuse, but most of it was just like, you know, like when I think I was 3 the first time I was molested by supposedly my aunt. I don't know which aunt or who or when or none of that. I just remember vaguely. I remember the being in the place where it happened, but I don't remember anything about it. I don't have no knowledge. But let's put it this way: at 5 years old, I knew everything about how to have sex, and I was actively trying to get girls to do it with me. And I don't remember learning that. I just remember just desiring it, like desiring to wanting to know, like, you know, to get intimate with a girl. I don't know why. It was just in my head, right? And so I never really thought it was anything wrong with it until I started getting in trouble for out with that. And then when I got older, then it was men. It was a couple of men that did it. But like I said, it was some of the circumstances are kind of weird, like I said, but you know, weird. I don't know. I'm not going to go into it, but let's just
put him in the ground.
You know, you hear where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. And you know, I got, like, my mom had a couple boyfriends that were abusive. They did coke and shit like that, and they were mean. And because I was spoiled rotten by my mom, they were trying to, they were thinking they were going to help me. They'd hit me and shit. You know, they'd smack me around, and you know, of course, I'd mouth off because I knew my mom was going to stick up for me because my mom spoiled me.
That's a jealousy thing.
Well, anyway, you know what I mean. So I had this clash. Yeah. So every guy that my mom came around, that's all they cared about was just dating my mom, and you know. Busted my head open was simply because a kid in the neighborhood had a toy, and that kid and I weren't getting along, and he was letting everybody else play with that toy except me, right? And I was pissed. Like, I had dealt with this for 2 days, right? This kid was just being a dick. So I decided that I was going to wait till he left the toy out or something, and I was going to take it and play with it anyway, right? And then I was going to hide it so he didn't get to play with it, right? I'm thinking I'm going to get over on him, right? Just to get back at him for being stingy, right? I mean, I felt like I was justified. Well, so I took the toy, and then I ended up breaking the toy, and so I threw it in the dumpster. And then I felt really bad, right? Because I knew eventually somebody was going to figure it out. And because I was the only one that didn't get to play with it, I knew they were going to accuse me, right? I wasn't stupid, right? I was like, wait a minute, I just got myself into this situation. So I tried to tell my mom about it. Well, my mom was on the phone with somebody, my grandma or somebody on the phone. And my mom's boyfriend was in the living room watching TV, and I was trying really quiet to tell my mom about it because I was afraid that they might actually figure it out before, I went to bed, and that they'd come over, and then I'd have to deal with Buck because Buck was an asshole. And I knew he would spank my ass. And of course, it wasn't like he just like punched me and, you know, that kind of thing. It was more like he would backhand me, or, you know, he would draw blood though. He was aggressive and mean. And he would tickle me until I'd pee my pants, stuff like that. Just rude, mean shit. Like, but, now I'm losing my place again. But, so, you know, like, that's the kind of stuff that happened to me. It wasn't like, but anyway, I ended up telling my mom, and then he overheard me telling her, and she was like, "Just leave me alone. I'm trying to talk on the phone. We'll talk about this when I'm done on the phone." And I'm like, "But Mom, I want to tell you now. You know, I wanted to get this out before, you know, so that way you can protect me from him when the kid comes to the door, right? You know, I'm sitting there panicking here, you know, having a panic attack, and my mom's like, just stop bugging me, honey. I'm trying to talk on the phone." And then he comes in there and goes, leave your mom alone. And what's your problem? You got a problem? And then, of course, he cornered me, and then he wouldn't leave me alone until I told him. And I finally told him what happened. And then he's like, God, and he shoved me, and I fell, and I landed and hit my head on the bookcase. And then, of course, I started bleeding everywhere, and then he took me up to the bathtub, and he tried to wash my head. And I'm like, that's making it worse, bro. And I'm like, and I'm screaming and crying the whole time. You know, I'm like, I think I was like 8. I think I was 7 or 8, somewhere around there. I was really young. I was like right around the time when I found out flat Earth was right. So yeah, you know, I've been through some traumatic shit. So when someone told me the Earth was flat, I was like, wow, that's profound. Like, you know, like wow, like that's crazy, right? I go, nobody's gonna believe it. And they're like, well, you know, you accepted it. They go, obviously you're different. Like, and I thought that was weird. It felt so good to have someone say that to me, right? So I felt really good about this. Yeah. I was like, wow, I know something nobody else does, right? This is a secret, right? And I was like, I thought it was kind of cool. But then I went home and I started telling my family about it, and they got all mad, and I ended up not being able to play with this kid, and all this weird shit went down because of it. And so it was like really weird. So I just basically just shut up about it, right? And so I always kept in the back of my mind that I knew there was flat because I believed it. It made sense to me, right? It just was logical. It's like, well, it's right there. How could you not see that? So when I tried to share that all through my life, my stepmom, she won't have it. I've tried and tried and tried to show her Bible verse after Bible verse. And even though she believes everything that book says, she will not give in that that's what it says. I don't know why, but now what she does is she just says she don't want to talk about it. That's not important. That I should focus on other things. That I can't change the world by bitching and complaining about this or telling everybody that the world's flat. I said, now I know you're wrong, but I said I'm not going to tell you why. I'm going to let you learn that on your own. That's smarter for me because whenever I try to like tell you I told you so, usually it backfires when it comes to my parents. But now my best friend, I'm always right. But yeah, it's like, you know, I've been there. I know what it's like. I know what it's like, you know, and I was homeless before. I lived on the street with my mom in a car. Like, I know what that's like. I've been hit by a car. There's all these crazy stuff's happened to me. For some reason, I've managed to fall into all kinds of crazy trouble, you know, like almost burnt a field here in Antioch down once when I was a kid because I was playing with flammable shit because I was a pyromaniac for a little while, you know, like I had some issues, you know, like, but I managed to survive.
Now
I managed to get through it all.
The ultimate question, have you been abducted by aliens yet?
No, that's probably never going to happen, though. Not unless I'm on acid or something. Sorry. No. I mean, I've seen some stuff fly over that. I've seen some things in the sky that I can't explain, but you're never going to convince me that that's some little green man in a spaceship. No, you're not. Now, I might believe you that it's some government thing that they're testing. Yeah, I'll believe that. But, you know, I've seen some pretty crazy shit. But today I saw a T-130 fly over my house at like maybe 500-600 feet off the ground. I was blown away. I was like, what are they doing? Maneuvers over my town? What the hell's going on?
Do you live near? Well, maybe it wasn't that near a base?
Yeah, there's one nearby here. It's in Fairfield, I think. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of them. They're all over the place because I'm in California. But yeah, I live. Yeah, I could probably, if I throw a rock really hard, I could probably hit the base now. It's about 20, maybe 10, 15, 20 miles away. But it's in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the field. But yeah, I've had C-130s fly over my house, literally right over the top of my house, turn on the lights in the back, open the bay doors, and drop 4 lights out the back. And the lights would stay lit for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then they go out. And it was still slightly like dusk, so you could still see the backlit of the sky. And I could tell you, whatever came out of that ship was not a paratrooper, because I would have seen the shadow of it. But 4 little lights came out of the bottom of it, then it closed up the bay doors, it turned off the lights, and it flew on its merry way. Now, why that happened at the exact moment that I was telling my friend about this other experience that I had with something that I thought I call a UFO because I can't explain it. It looked at me. So I've never seen anything look at me before out of the air. So I can't explain the other way. It looked like a light, like a flash.
What do you mean? Look at you.
It looked at me like I shine a laser at it, and when I hit it, it turned around and it looked at me. That's the only way I can explain it. It wasn't like a face in the sky. I'm saying it was a light that literally was the light came on, and you could tell by the shape of it that the beam of the light was being facing down at the ground, right? And it moved around, and it kept looking around, and it spotted us. And when it came around right to my face, when the light hit my nose, I saw the reflection. It literally stopped, and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Right, yeah, that's what I was referring to.
It was not a helicopter or an airplane. This is way up in the sky. Like, up by, whatever that star is. It's like the farthest up directly above our heads in North America. Anyway, Alpha Centauri. It was like up in that direction. And it literally moved down in the sky. And then the light went out. And so we're like, well, what was that? Like, why would an airplane turn its lights out? So my buddy hits it with the laser, right? Just flicks it on there, and it literally lights up. It stops moving, and the lights come back on, and it literally like a spotlight. Like you would turn a spotlight, and when somebody's at a distance, you could see which direction it's pointing, right? And I could see it was looking around, and it was looking at the ground, and it looked right at me, and it stopped, and it stared at me for about 4 seconds, and then it turned off, and then it started moving, and I could see that it was moving because the light went out, but it was still kind of like, dimming, and it started to move across the sky again. And then, of course, we hit it a couple more times, and it lit up again, and it started flashing lights, like it just flashed for a little bit, and then it moved, and then it started moving really fast, and then it just disappeared, and we didn't see it. I haven't seen it since. And I'm telling you, it scared the shit out of me. I've never seen anything, and I'm telling you, it looked at me. That's the way I felt. It scared me. It did. I was like, it stopped. I mean, like, it would have been one thing if it would have just been panning around. I would have said, okay, it's just a spotlight on a helicopter, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I meant by
looked at me. How could it have seen me at that distance? It was way up in the sky, bro. There's no way it could have saw me, but it pointed its light right at me, right at my nose. I saw the reflection off my nose, and then it stopped, and it just stayed there. And I had to go in the house. I couldn't stand out there. It scared me. Like, I've never seen nothing like that before. So don't get me wrong. I've seen things, but you're never going to convince me that was some little man that came from Mars. He didn't. It's bullshit, man. I'm sorry, but it's just not true. I'd like to believe, like, there's a lot of things I'd like to believe in. Like, I'd like to believe that my grandmother, even though she passed away many years ago, that she's somewhere on this planet. I could go and talk to her. But I just don't believe that. I believe when you die, you're dead. That's it. If you do come back, it's in another lifetime, in another complete universe or something. I don't know. I mean, I can't explain anything. I don't even know if anything's true about that. All I know is that the way I feel is, like, I've talked to many people, and I've even made, like, pacts with people that if you die first, you got to come back and tell me that there's something on the other side. If there is, if it's possible, you come back and tell me. And all 4 of those people died, and not one of them came back and told me anything. And I think I'm pretty open-minded.
No, I think it's how you feel about it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right? I've seen some things that scared me, and I've seen shadows, and I've heard voices even. But I've never actually been able to nail anything down to being like a physical being talking to me. I felt entities and things in the room, and I could swear to you, I could almost tell you kind of what kind of person they were. But I never seen anything and never heard, nothing. It's just I felt like something was in the room with me. But I don't know whether that's really me having a sensation that's real or whether that's just my imagination because I was spooked or tired or whatever, like I understand that the human body it can err, right? Like you can see things and it can trick your mind, right? Especially if you're really like, upset or stressed out, and because I get stressed out easy, I expect that. So I usually test things before I, stress.
No one will ever
understand. You learn to.
Yeah.
Well, no, but you know what I mean? I feel like I've got a decent understanding of my own anyway, And so when I find other people like me, it's like I can't help but to be attracted to them, right? I want to talk to them. I want to... It's such a clumsy. Throwing my phone on the ground again. Already broke the screen 6 months ago. Still works, though.
Sweet. Score.
Anyway. But I guess we're the only 2 people in here. Are the only 2 people that are talking or paying attention.
Yeah. Well, I think that's because we've gone way off topic.
No, I don't think we have. I think everything we talked about is relevant to Flat Earth because it's actually about how to share Flat Earth with other people. So I think it's completely relevant.
I think number one is
what do you say? But there's nobody
number
in here,
one thing is.
I'm not really looking at the room to see if any new people are coming in, but that's probably something I should be doing, but it's in the middle of the night and I'm ready to go to bed anyway. But I'm just saying, like, normally if there was people in here and wanted to talk, of course I would, give. I don't have a problem with that because that's what we're here for. But, that's why I come in here sometimes and stay up late, because it's like, I know I can, usually if there's some big people in here and there's some big conversations that happen in here at night. And sometimes on other channels, like in other rooms and stuff too. I've had a really good.
Well, see, I still don't know. I mean, I'm very new here, so I don't know the best times. Well, I mean, I'm in England right now, so I don't know everyone else's time zones.
I live in the United States.
So yeah,
it's 10 to 12 hours. It's 10 to 12 hours off from where you're at, probably.
Yeah,
something like that. But it's no biggie though, really. It's kind of like relatively the same time. It's just 12 hours, or about. I would just guess 12 hours, and it's usually somewhat correct. Because even in the States, I mean, there's 4 different time zones, so you know what I mean. Well, actually, there's 5 if you include, I think Costa Rica and Hawaii.
Don't forget Mountain Time.
Well, I'm saying you got Pacific.
It's amazing how many.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many Americans forget about Mountain Time. I found.
Yeah, most people. Yeah, I know. That's funny though. You're right though. Most people. Yeah. Well, that's because we heard it on TV every day. That's why. They used to advertise the shows. They would advertise them because they would advertise the same advertisement on every channel. So now they have all this contour stuff where every single channel has its own special. So that way you feel like you're special.
When was the last time you saw a TV guide?
Yeah, really. Yeah. When's the last time you needed one with all those channels, right? You couldn't possibly read all those damn things. You might as well just switch channels until you find something you like. It save you time, right?
Well, seeing as though we're so off topic, right? I still remember. Well, so will you. You also remember when shows were weekly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And you had to wait.
Good old days.
It would take years before you had enough episodes for reruns. Yeah. And then when you did finally get them, it was the same 12 episodes over and over, and you tried to except Twilight Zone. For some reason, they managed to get pretty much all of them. I think I've seen probably most of them. But I don't know if that's because later, because I mean, I remember when Twilight Zone was in reruns, and that was when I was real little, and it was reruns then. And Night Gallery, I remember Night Gallery was the new thing. That's my favorite show. That's my favorite one. Even though
that's almost as bad as. Do you remember Quantum Leap?
But there's something scary about it, though. Yeah, I loved Quantum Leap. That was a good show.
Yeah.
I didn't really. I mean, I watched it because my parents watched it. Otherwise, I was a kid. I wouldn't give a shit. I was 13, 14 years old. I wouldn't give a shit. If I could have been out chasing women and doing drugs, I would have been happy with that, right? But my parents made me come home, watch TV, and go to bed at night and go to school. Damn them. They should just let me run. But thank God they didn't, though. I thank God for everything, because I really have to. Because there's a lot of bad things that happen, but there's a lot of good things that happen too. And I know that once, I think once that I come to the end of my life, hopefully I'll have enough good things that I won't dislike myself enough to send myself to hell. You know what I mean? If that's what sends you there. But I don't know. I always worry.
It's all about the journey.
Doing enough good to at least not feel like, you know what I mean? I know I know that in God's eyes we're all his children and it doesn't matter. But in a way, that's hard to understand, right? That's one of the most difficult things about it. I mean, I think I get everything else God does and why he does it. Even the hard parts, even the difficult things, and the chaos that's going on now. It's for a reason. We're all here to learn something. That's just my philosophy. I know it's crazy, but it makes more sense.
That's right. But I think it's because
why would God make us this way and us not be like him in some way? I can't.
Well, that's the thing. We're not allowed to know what happens after this.
But we already do know.
Well, no. What? When you die, what happens?
Well, when you were conceived, you obviously would have some memory of that if you really were conceived, right? Or you would think you would. Why wouldn't you remember something like that? If you were created before you were put into the body, then you obviously had memory of it, but it's been taken from you. But your subconscious still.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're not allowed to know, so we don't know. Therefore, it's all about the journey.
Yeah, I guess. I see where you're coming from. In this world, with who's in charge, right? Yeah, we're not allowed to know. But even though most of us figure it out fairly early. I think I figured out early on that there was something to psychic abilities, even though most people were full of it. But I know there are people that guess things all the time, and they're right. And I don't know how they're right, but they're not psychic. They don't go around selling it. They just seem to know things. And I always dreamed it up as, well, they're just smart people, right? But now that I'm older and I
I
realize
think they're
I'm not
just
really
more
that
in
smart,
tune.
how do I guess things like that? You know, like, how do I guess that? Sometimes I'll just guess something random and I'll be right, like right on about it. Be like, how do I know that? Like, where does that information come from? You know, like someone asked me the other day
I
about
put
how
that down
something
to
worked,
being
and I
in
have
tune.
no
I
idea
mean,
what the answer was, but I gave them an answer,
yeah,
and then they went and looked it up, and they were like, how did you know that? I'm like, what, was I right? And they're like, yeah, dude, you were like almost perfectly right on. You were wrong about one thing. I'm like, what was it? They were like, you were wrong about some term I used. I was like, really? I was right? Like, yeah, almost exactly. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, here, give me the book. Like, I didn't believe him. I was like, holy shit.
cool.
It just seemed logical to me. Like, I just came up with it. I don't know. Then again, maybe it's just because I've seen it before and I don't remember it, you know, like maybe maybe I can remember things better than I think I do, right? Yeah, maybe it's, you know what? I saw something today that messed my head up. Man, you probably saw the same video, but I saw this video where they were showing that the reason why all this theological science exists and all this string theory stuff exists is for one major reason. And that is because they found out when you test things that when you're looking at them with the physical eye, it's affected. And I didn't know this until like 3 days ago, that this was actually the case. Like I thought, I've heard it before, but I never took it seriously.
Are you talking about the double slit experiment?
Yes.
Because that's
today was the first day that it actually made sense to me, though. Like I had been told about the double slit, and I understood like why it phrased and all that, but it never occurred to me that what they were trying to show me is that when there's just a camera there and there's no human being watching it, it does something different. And that didn't occur to me, right? Because I didn't go to college or nothing. Like I didn't study this stuff. I didn't have to memorize it. So there's a lot of like little pieces of things I don't know. But for some reason, I've managed to figure out the answer to that question by just guessing and using the intuition I already have, like the stuff that I already do know and how it works, or at least I believe it works. I just use that information and I pull it together and I come up to an educated decision, right? Or just a guess. And I just happen to be right a lot, I guess. I mean, I'm wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm right every time. Otherwise, I'd be out making money in Vegas.
Do you agree with that?
What do you mean?
In terms of, so with the double slit experiment,
Do I agree? No, I'm going to have to see that with my own eyes. But if what they're saying is true, yeah, that would be, I can understand now why. That makes a lot of sense why everybody's in this guess mode now. It's because, but it's a real simple answer. It's not really that hard to understand if you understand the big picture. Like if you understand I don't know. I guess I'm sounding egotistical. I hate to do that. I don't want to sound like as if I think I know everything, because I know I don't. Don't get me wrong. But I do feel like I'm on the right track when I say that. You know what I mean? Like I feel like in my heart that's the truth. That God exists, and no matter whether you want to call him some old man or some spirit or whatever, it doesn't matter. You were put here by somebody. Somebody was in charge of that.
Of course.
And then there was also someone in charge of keeping us in here. So you got to remember that too. And why are we put in here? Do you really think that God put us in here so we could suffer and go through all these hardships and it be meaningless? Come on. Does that make any sense? No. I'm not saying that it isn't true. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense, right?
That goes back to my point about it being a journey, which is why we're not allowed to know where we came from or where we're going.
I don't know. Even though every day I'll probably tell you something different. I'll probably answer this question different every day. But I think most days when I'm not upset or angry or, like wounded or whatever you call that, I'm not having issues with, something in my life bothering me enough that it's affecting my social life, right? When that's not happening, it seems like things do kind of make sense. It's usually when turmoil comes that I start to doubt things. But it's usually after the turmoil is over, I realize, well, you know what? If it wasn't for that turmoil, I wouldn't even have saw things that way. And I wouldn't even be thinking, I wouldn't have these thoughts right now, And I think, well, this is profound. Like I keep coming back to the same thought in my head. It's almost like the same person is slapping me upside the head. Hey, dummy, pay attention. Sometimes I get stuff thrown at me that's crazy, right? And I'll go, okay, come on, like this thing about invisible cloaks and all this, okay? I really believe this. I believed it so well that I actually was going around telling everybody that invisible cloaks are real things. And I was wrong, because when someone called me on that, and it was somebody that actually does video editing, and he just basically broke down every video I ever watched about it, and I realized that it wasn't real. that there's
No,
there is
it
some
can't
truth
exist.
to you can reflecting certain light, but it does not work anything like what they try to show you in those dumb videos. That's just complete horse crap, right? It's just like everything else. You watch the latest rocket shuttle, whatever you want to call it, rocket that went into space, manned or unmanned, you're going to find evidence that tells you that there's something
absolutely.
wrong. And if you don't, then hey, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, I've looked at every single video I've ever watched, and I've looked everything. I've gone right to NASA to get it. I don't just go and get some file that some dummy gave me, because I know that there's a possibility that that's going to happen, where some dummy's going to like get a big head and think, oh, I'm going to teach everybody or whatever. Who knows how it can happen? But you got to check the stuff out for yourself. That's important. If you don't do research for it, how do you know the guy isn't duping you and just trying to make you look? How do you know he's not another flat earther that just wants to make you look bad so he can get the glory? You never know. Like people are weird, right?
Well, yeah. Do you ever know?
Yeah, I'm not saying be paranoid, but you have to be prepared, right? And so because I'm always prepared,
absolutely.
90% of the time, I'm expecting people to come at me, right? I'm waiting for it. Because a lot of times I do it deliberately. I do it because I'm trying to get conversation with you. And if you're ignoring me, sometimes I have to but I'm never like going to do like something to piss you off and then not go back and fix it. You know what I'm saying? I'm never going to like pick a fight with you or anything like that. But I'm saying I'll say things that I think are going to get you to think that I'm thinking something about you or something like that, just to get your attention, right? And then I'll bring it and I'll conversate with you and I'll make friends with you. See what I'm saying? But sometimes that's what it takes to get people to pay attention.
Yeah, conversation is number one, because I know for a fact that I don't see everything different ways.
Right.
I know that.
You gotta have, yeah.
So
I can only see what's directly in front of me, right?
That's right. I mean, I have my own biases. I have my own ideas. But talking with other people, and someone will throw something at me, and I'll be like, "Oh, I never considered that. I never thought of it that way." So that's why I like groups like this.
I'm reading the damn text now. I want to see.
Yeah, now that I've found this group, where hopefully
I can thing got my head thinking. It's like
get other views.
What the hell?
Yeah.
And then it started making me think about, the breath of life. I know there's a couple of people that put out videos and stuff, religious people that talk about the breath of life a lot. But there's one particular video I saw, and it wasn't anything special. It was just literally a video of a really good microscope showing cell division, right? And I'd seen this before. I've seen it, but it was really crappy video at the time. Now they've got some better stuff, and they've got, new technologies where they they put chemicals on stuff. Anyway, so he's showing this, and I'm sitting there watching this cell, and it literally gets ripped apart by some invisible magnetic force, like just literally rips it right in half, and then somehow it sits there and wiggles, and it's like it's got a hold of it, and it's twisting and wrapping around it, and like it's sitting there and stitching it apart into two separate pieces, and then once the division is done, it literally just disappears, like it's no longer there at all. It's this fascinating, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I've never seen that before. I mean, I'd seen it, but it never really occurred to me what I was looking at. And I was like, what does that? What exactly does, what force pulls our cells apart and keeps them separated from each other by a small space? Because remember, none of the atoms in it was supposedly, if you believe in the atomic theory or whatever, none of them are touching. They're all floating in their space between them, right? That's fascinating, because that means that literally every part of you, every hair, like on your head, is literally being held in this realm by the man who put you here. That's exactly what that means. To me, that's the way I interpreted that. Because I thought to myself, well, why they're always talking about this magic of life and all this, and cell division is the magic of life, right? Like there's all kinds of things you can do in a lab, but you can't get a non-living thing to become a living thing and start dividing cells. You can never do it. They'll never be able. No. Yeah, you could take sauce and stuff, and you could electrocute it and make something come back to life. But all you're really doing is bringing back to life something that was dead that just happens to have enough life force in it, or whatever the hell. There's weird things. You know how they do? They take little things like that and they twist it in your mind, and they make you think in one way out here in Nowhereville, right?
Yeah,
exactly. But they sit there and tell you all day long about how evolution and bullshit. We're not evolving. We're de-evolving. Everybody knows that. Everybody who works in the science field knows this.
Entropy.
But yet they all will argue on when you put them on TV, and they'll talk. Oh no, evolution is real. Bull crap. They proved it so wrong, so many different ways.
That's the thing, because they've got evolution and they've got entropy.
It's all bullshit.
So make up your mind.
Well, actually,
Which one is
entropy.
it?
I don't know. Entropy is a tough thing because the sun, I think, is breaking entropy, isn't it? It's energy coming from outside that's coming in. It's affecting our world, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And it's not normalizing, is it? It's just continuing to rotate around and stay in space.
Yes,
we can't explain that.
No, but the heliocentric model.
Pressure without a barrier is definitely that part.
No. What I'm saying is that the globe model, the heliocentric model, the evolution model, the Big Bang model, dictates that there is entropy.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
There needs to be entropy.
Yeah. Right, but yet
with their model,
no barrier,
not only do they have evolution,
gravity is the barrier,
but they also have entropy at the same time. How does that work?
It's funny though, when I first started learning about the evidence that there was, right? And I don't really know that much. Don't get me wrong. And like, you won't hear me debate on here very often, like just one-on-one with somebody. I mean, I'll talk to people, but I don't really debate them. I more like just try to feed them enough information to get them to go look at it, just to make them question reality. That's all.
No, it's not about debating.
It doesn't matter to me, It's not It's not about winning. It's just about playing the seat. And so a lot of times I come in here and I have this lighthearted attitude, and I don't stick to the subject, and but I make friends. I make people listen, right? And they sit and they listen and they stick around a little bit sometimes, not always. And I figure if I could make a few people stick around long enough to actually think and actually go and look at some of this for themselves, maybe that eventually they'll find it on their own, and then they will understand it like I do. But I know.
Well, see, I'm selfish.
Down, I know that
I want to learn from others rather than
me
other
too.
people.
I want to get them to my level fast. Right? Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, dude, catch up so that way we can have this discussion, right? And they're always like, oh man, give me some time. That's too many. I watch 12, 15 hours of video, and I watch another 16 hours on another video, and then I spend another 20 hours almost on what is that, the Primer Fields, and I watch that 2 or 3 times now, I think. And it's like, the more I watch it, the more I think, man, there's something going on here. I know it's all going to make sense eventually if I just keep looking at it and keep thinking about it. I know it's going to come to me. It's going to something like important is here. I just can't figure out what it is, right? It's like, I know there's this connection between, why there's this downpole and why our cells divide in the first place. And I think it's something very simple. And I think that we can prove it out. And I think there's actually a lot of evidence to prove that God does physically exist. And I think that it's only when we open our minds to it and we start actually looking for the real truths, and we look past all this lies that we've been told, and we start to open our minds to what really is true, not necessarily to us, but at least prove it out to yourself. Like, at least look at both sides of the argument and come to a decision on whether it's logical to stick with this idea, and then stick with your idea, until you come up with something better. Like, that's what I've been trying to do.
I
realized that almost
idea,
everything I thought I knew, I don't know. I didn't know.
The one that I favor. The one that I favor is that I'm going to say the dreaded A word, which, I can't talk to Globers about it, and a lot of flat earthers that I speak to don't like it either, and that is the ether.
Atheism. Oh, ether. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Now, that's a very taboo word
ether would,
on both sides of the
ether
coin.
You could just call the space between the cells, right? The magic space between everything.
The ether is everything. Everything is the ether. So now, if you want to take it back to the biblical,
or you mean like everything, God, everything is of God, so it's all vibration.
Everything, absolutely everything.
Well, yeah.
So our realm is ether. So let's say,
in other words, it's not the same as everything else, right? So if you left here, you wouldn't be able to survive. Not in the form that you're in. Your body would
space, the air here, everything.
I should write a book.
Everything
all this crazy stuff I hear, I should write in a book. Because I hear some of the craziest stuff, and sometimes I look at it and I go, wow, that could actually be true. Like, that's scary. Like, what if I find out that it's simple? Like, some asshole got mad at us and took us and kidnapped us from the real Earth that's way bigger than this, and they put us in this little small place, and has been convincing us ever since that we're not who we really are, and like we have some bigger,
took us from paradise,
goal in life, like, right? Yeah. Right. But then I think that's crazy because, like, I don't know, it just doesn't sound right. But then when I start thinking about, and I read the Bible and I start thinking about it as being modern, like as if it's talking about today, suddenly things start to make a little bit more sense. Instead of trying to think about everybody was primitive and they all wore sandals and dresses and they washed their feet, but they didn't wash their crotches and like all these weird things that
Yeah, no.
that you know what I'm saying. But I've been thinking about it lately, and it's like when I read some of the stuff in there, I think to myself, you know what? If you just apply that to right now, it makes a lot of sense. Like, what if they had technology? What if technology's always existed, but it's always been controlled?
Of course it has.
That would be even more terrifying. But how far down the hole does it go? That's the thing. Nobody really knows. That's the terrifying part. Is even I don't even have
nobody
any
knows.
idea. It could be like complete. You know what I mean? I could be completely wrong about half the stuff I know, or think I know. Whatever. I do know that I live on a flat plane, but other than that, I really can't tell a whole lot much more. I see a bunch of lights going around above me, but I can't. I don't feel no movement.
That's the point,
There's
though.
all these things.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. The only thing that matters is that you're thinking for yourself.
I've thought about that too, because if it has to be witnessed, in other words, it takes your willpower. In other words, you have to actually be looking at it before it can be seen. That's profound. I know I say that word, but that word is so great, right? Profound. Because it's like it's ahead of itself.
The one thing that
you know what I mean. But you just found it.
That unites.
That's the way to think about it.
But the one thing that unites flat earthers, and I see it everywhere I go. I've traveled quite a bit, and I've spoken to a few people. I've met one flat earther in person last year. Is that flat earthers think for themselves? That's the key difference.
That's why we have such difficulty getting along sometimes, because we are so passionate.
Absolutely,
about
we're
what
all
believe.
stubborn. Yeah. We all have our own views, and everyone's so passionate about it. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But we all get mad at each other for that reason. It's the funny, stupid part, isn't it?
Yeah,
because we get frustrated with each other for just that same reason. It's like,
that's
how dare you be more of a pain in the butt than me?
Yeah, I mean, I think of this crazy shit called the ether. I get shit about it from both sides. But the thing is, I know that when it comes to people who think for themselves, i.e. mostly the flat earth side, they are thinking for themselves. So then it becomes not necessarily a debate, more of a discussion, more of a, okay, your views, and you try and learn by having conversations and picking each other's brains and, that kind of thing. But with Globers, you can't do that. It usually becomes an argument. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I do love a good argument, though. Not going to lie.
You don't feel bad as I do. I don't know how long it's been that I've been on mute, but I've been talking for about 10, 15 minutes and didn't even realize I was muted. So I'm kind of glad too, because I was getting kind of goofy.
I thought you fell asleep.
No, actually, I muted myself for a second because you said something, and then I thought I was still back on, so I started talking. I don't know how long it was, but it was probably a good 10 minutes maybe. But I was just rambling on to myself, thinking nobody was talking back, so I figured, what the hell? I'm over here sitting on my own couch, you know. Get it? Anyway, so there's that. Well, at least there's nobody around, you know. I'm in the backyard. It's the middle of the night, 2:30 in the morning, except for the homeless people that wander through the neighborhood. And ain't nobody gonna hear me, so.
It's all good.
I go to bed. Like, I should have went to bed 2 or 3 hours ago. I love good conversation. I'll talk for 2-3 days. Well, I'll fall asleep at some point.
Feel free. Feel free. No, you don't have to hang around.
No, don't say
don't
that.
let me keep you
Don't
up.
say that. Oh yeah, I know. But I mean, don't say that you want to keep talking to me, because I'll sit here and talk all night. And then tomorrow I'll be like dragging ass, going, "What the hell was I thinking? Like, did I really need to talk?"
Well,
I do
I'm just enjoying a couple of scotches after work, so yeah, I'm doing very well.
I'm sitting here getting high, so yeah, I hear you. That's probably why I get goofy sometimes, but you know, it's probably one of my worst bad habits. But
yeah, goofy is good.
Well, I don't know.
Wait, isn't there a goofy on here?
I kind of, you know, what's weird is that I'm kind of starting to second guess whether or not things are even wrong or right. Like with some things, because it's like I never really agreed that there was really anything wrong. Like I never thought people doing drugs was a problem unless they were hurting somebody. I mean, I don't care if some guy goes out and does a line or something. What do I care, you know? Like if he doesn't come over and try to steal money or, you know, rob me or hurt me to get the money for it, I don't care what he does. I'd rather have him buying it at the liquor store and bumming money in front of the liquor store than, you know, trying to, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems to me like we could simplify things in the world if we were just like open-minded more. But then again, I do see like all the lives that do get destroyed by crazy people that probably shouldn't, that already have problems, and then they add drugs to that. And that,
I mean,
you know, like,
that's the thing.
Trust me,
People
I've
are not
seen it.
simple.
I've watched a lot of people's lives get destroyed. But at the same time, I also realized that those people destroyed their lives because that's where their mind was. And, you know, like, yeah, it made them weaker maybe, but it was always their choice. So, you know, like it's not my right to decide that as long as it's not hurting. But if it hurts somebody, like, if every time you drink, you kill someone or you end up beating somebody up, then you probably shouldn't drink, you know? And maybe if you can't control yourself, maybe someone should make a rule that you can't drink anymore or something. But beyond that, I mean, unless, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care what you do. As long, you know, if you're not drinking and driving, you know what I'm saying? Like, personally, I don't really mind. God or Satan or whatever. Personally, I don't care. Doesn't mean I want to hang out with you or anything. And then you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's just like that with anything else. Like, there's a lot of things that people I know do that I don't do and I don't approve of, but I don't stop being their friend because of that. And there are exceptions, of course, don't get me wrong, but, you know, like, but to an extent, like, I really don't, you know, like, I know friends that get high, I know friends that do other drugs, and as far as I know, nobody else even knows about it. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what they do. That's their business, right? You know, I'm still going to be their friend. I can still learn from that person. Maybe I might learn more because maybe I'll learn about them having hardships with whatever, maybe, or I'll find something else out. Who knows, right? You know, you don't know. But I grew up around that.
I mean,
you know,
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think it's a case of, you know, yeah, we're all human, and we're all, to go biblical, we're all created in God's image, but this is your personal journey. So it's your choices that affect your life. So it's whoever you want to hang out with.
If you don't make any choices,
you know,
you'll still have to explain yourself. So don't think that by dodging that it's going to help you any. That's my best advice to the world. You know, if I could give anybody advice, like dodging making decisions, like sitting on your hands and saying, well, I'm not going to make a decision. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit here and just let it happen. I'm just going to
No, but you have to.
It's going to be taken care of.
It's impossible. You cannot avoid decisions. You cannot avoid choices.
You can't. Right.
So
that's what I mean. Like, so sitting on your laurels isn't going to help you. Like, if something bad's happened and you're not doing anything about it, there's a reason. You know, like something bad happens to you, you're supposed to be learning something there.
But that's a choice. You know, like that's a choice to do nothing.
Yes, it is. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
but
everything is.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
I guess I was going there, but I was going to say I was going to work around it.
It's your journey. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is right, and I think everybody has a right to choose that, right? But
absolutely.
But so does everybody else. Also has a right to choose not to be around you if you happen to be way out there, and it happens to be something that
absolutely.
We're not. Right. You know, that's everybody. So therefore, there ought to be rights like that. So, but beyond that basic common law, I don't see why anybody, like, why in the hell should it be against the law to speed? As long as you're not, like, if you don't cause an accident. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of crazy people driving. I live in California. I know where the worst of it is. I don't know what the Autobahn's like, but I've heard California's got the worst drivers. And trust me, some people try to kill each other over it. They'll literally, like, try to stop you from getting into the lane when you're trying to move to get out on an exit, and there's like traffic everywhere, so there's nowhere to go, and you're trying to just get over because you realize you got to, and nobody wants to let you in, so you literally have to like cut in front of somebody, and then they try to kill you. It's like, that's insane, right? Somebody can die. Like, can you imagine? Like, trying to get over to get off an exit so you don't have to drive around 50 miles or whatever it is. You know, you don't have to be burdened by that, and somebody just sees you coming and they block you on purpose just for no reason except just they don't want you to get ahead of them. It's insane. It's like, what's going on here? I lost my mind when I first started driving here. I was like, are you kidding me? This guy wants to kill me. He wants to get us all 6 of us killed. You know, like, I'm driving a car with people in there. I'm like, this guy's trying to get us all killed because he wants to make sure I don't get in front of him. Because by God, then he'll have to get around me, right? It's like, wow, what the hell's going on? You know, like, this is, like I said, this is more stuff. It's like, as you grow up, you start to see these things. You start to realize, what's going on here? What in the fuck is going on? Why are all these grown people that seem to understand all about truth and what's right and wrong and what murder is and what it isn't and all this, but yet when this other thing happens, it's like they just completely fold and they walk away. It's like, we don't want to talk about that. Sorry.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about it. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get that. It doesn't make sense that you don't want to change something if something's bad, you want to change it. I'm not saying that you're ever going to get there, because obviously the world's, you know, it looks to me like something's about to happen, right? Or at least it feels that way, or maybe it's just my experience. I don't know. But I feel like there's some things in this book that are coming true way too close to what I wanted them to ever to. And I'm starting to wonder if I haven't been amidst this thing already for a long time and just didn't realize it. Because obviously I'm just waking up now just to the evidence. I can imagine what I'm going to wake up to next week. Now that I know some of this evidence, I'm going to be rediscovering all kinds of things that I didn't think about, right? Like, every day somebody brings up something else that I didn't consider, like I forgot about, or some lost memory of something that I kind of knew about before. And it's like, oh, wait a minute, you're right. I forgot about that detail. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like every day. And it's like, sometimes if I don't at least do some research and try to figure it out for myself, it's almost like I hurt myself more than trying to stay away from it. Like, I don't know if I could stay away from here for more than a few days. I really don't. Like, I'm going to end up going on vacation where I can't, but I'm saying it's going to drive me crazy because I really like being on here. I just like listening most of the time. Like, sometimes I'll just sit and listen for hours. I won't say a word. Sometimes I don't pay attention to what's being said, but the majority of the time I'm listening to most of it. It's like funny because everybody's
that's why I didn't
this
mind,
happened and that happened. I'll be like, I was there. They're like, you were? I was like, yeah, I'm pretty much always on here. Like, I listen a lot.
Yeah, I kept listening. I was muted because I was at work, so obviously I was hot micing. Because for some reason.
Oh, you actually hit it or something? Yeah, I know that happens to me a lot.
My
I'll turn it off.
My earpods like to do that.
Like, oh, it's crazy.
But no, I just kept listening because it's just great to hear other points of view and
Well, I
you know,
love
hear
listening to
people
people talk
getting
about,
mad and
especially
hearing
two
the
people. No,
fighting,
I
and
like
I
hearing
love it.
people argue, but I don't like when they get angry. Like when they get all upset and then they don't want to talk to each other, then I have to like treat everybody differently and remember who doesn't like each other. Then that starts to bug me. You know, it's like that's not what we're here for. Come on, guys. You know, like get along. Can you guys just like make out or kiss or like beat each other up or something and get it done so that way we can go back to what we're doing? You know, like
Oh
I
well,
get it. You know, like
if we want everyone to
I'm
kiss,
gonna
then
rub
we'd
somebody
probably
the
need to
wrong
go
way,
to a
and
different
sometimes
chat
I'm gonna
room.
do it
You know.
because that person. I feel like that person's done it to me. Or you know how stupid people are. Like I'll admit I'm stupid.
Yeah,
Sometimes
of
I
course.
misjudge people. But you know, it's going to happen eventually. I'm going to get angry at someone or they're going to rub me the wrong way. And then I'm going to go off like I did the other day and I feel bad. But the truth is, you know, I'm not sorry for what I said because I was right and I felt dignified in what I said. But I was wrong that I acted like the way I acted. I could have done it way different. I could have come in and said nice things and beat around the bush and made my point and then walked away and then been done, right? And just let it go, right? But because, you know, I've been letting some things that have been said and happening on here that I think are wrong, even though I'm doing all kinds of things wrong right now probably, and I'm very gonna, you know, I'm not perfect, don't get me wrong, but I'm not trying to like,
Nobody
you know,
is.
like if you come and listen to me on here anytime, like I might goof around a lot. And I love to come in here and make fun, especially when you guys are all too serious and you're all getting all fussy with each other because you ain't trying to believe what I said. And no, wait, no, I
Oh,
heard this and that.
that's
And
when I
next
like
thing
to
you know, it's
stir the
like,
pot.
dude, shut up already. Like, dude. Like, so
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
come in
yeah.
there and start making fun. And it's like, come on, you guys. Like I was making fun at Glatt earlier because he has a tendency to bring up religious stuff, like, and make little poignant things. But most people don't know what he's talking about because he's a smart guy. Like, he knows how to beat around the bush and make statements without really saying much, right? And so I'll catch him. And so today I was messing with him because he was giving somebody else a hard time. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make you. I wanted him to see. You know, like you do that too sometimes, buddy. You know, like. And I was just giving him a hard time. I know he takes it the right way. I hope, you know, like, because me and him are pretty good friends. But you know, I know we all go through our own, like, you know, when I first came in here, like, if you would have let me come on here and start talking, like, then I probably would have made a fool of myself a lot earlier, because I would, you know, like if everybody would have been nice to me and I would have thought this was like a place where I can just come and just unload all my beliefs on, you know, like if I thought that's what this really was all about, I would have probably said a whole bunch of things that I really don't know anything about. Probably, you know, I would have made a bigger fool of myself. Whereas when I came in, you know, I almost left right away because people were kind of rude to me and then everybody kept asking me the same questions over and I was like, dude, I'm tired of this, bro. Like, give me a break. Like, you know, either give me the title or fuck off. You know, like, I'm sick of this, dude. Like, leave me alone about it, bro. I'm tired to answer the same
Well,
four
this,
questions over and over and
yeah,
over. I
yeah.
realize you don't know me, dude, but look, I've been on here for 3 weeks already. I've been on here every day, and I've already answered all these questions a million times. If you guys can't remember what I said, then I don't know what else to tell you, but I'm gonna, you know what I mean? It's like, so I kind of like got pissed off. And then there was some people that were
Well, this
just
is only
rude to
my
me, like
second day,
mean, like,
so you know
and
I got plenty
I
of
really
time to
just
make
came
a
in. I
douche of
didn't know
myself.
anything about it. I was just coming in here talking, and they could have just pulled me aside and been nice. But no, there was some people that were rude. But anyway, you know, there was some nice and there was some bad people. But I got a
Yeah,
mixed
you get
experience,
that
and it kind of
everywhere.
scared me. But after a while of being around, I realized that the benefits that I get are they much outweigh, because the benefits of being here and being involved and feeling like I'm doing something good for the world. I'm not just sitting on my ass and I'm not just complaining. I'm actually putting out the truth, right? I'm actually standing for something, and I think that's going to be important. I really do. And even if it doesn't mean anything except maybe, you know, God says, all right, well, it's so great. You did something good and so did somebody else. All right, so we all go, whatever. You know what? I don't care. As long as my reason for doing it is out of, you know, my fellow man and you know what I'm saying, for all of our benefit, not just to take advantage. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with that, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I had never understood
Yeah.
about some of the people that don't like me or whatever. They, you know, or I say something wrong or I piss them off, whatever it is. It's like I really do mean well. I like, and if you catch me in a lie, like if I say something and I'm lying, or if I will eventually, I'll do it. I'll be defending myself, or I'll be trying to protect myself from something, or whatever. It happens, right? We all do it. But if I ever do that and you call me out on it, you pull me aside, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to admit when I'm wrong. And you could ask anybody here so far, I don't think I've lied about shit. Like, I tell you the truth. I'll be honest with you. If I say something that was rude, or if I get muted or kicked and then I get angry and I go off on somebody or whatever, I'll take responsibility for that, because I think that's what a man would do. And I don't like doing that. It doesn't feel good. But I know
Yeah,
if I
but
don't do that, no one's ever going to respect me because they're going to think I'm an ass, just
Rookie,
like everybody
I
else.
think everyone's a tad bit too serious. I know with all the shit
Right,
that's
and I'm
happened
trying
over
to
the
like show
last
them
few
that you
years,
can be
and
honest and you
everyone's.
can be yourself, and people will still accept you, and you'll still be a part
Oh,
of the family. There's
absolutely.
no reason to be like a fuddy-duddy and always be serious and always be like angry at everybody that comes here and goofing around. You know, some of these kids are just goofing
No, but
around and just
the
trying to have
other thing,
fun.
Rookie,
You
is
know what I mean?
it's
Like they really don't
fine. It's
mean
fine if they
harm.
don't accept, right? Not everyone has to like everyone. So,
But we also have
you
to
know,
expect that if we're going to put out the truth, what does it say? I mean, everywhere we ever look, right, for that truth, what does it say? It says, if you don't expect to get trouble, then you're wrong. Like if you're not having trouble, something's not right. So if you feel like, you know, you're at the place in your life where you don't have to worry anymore, then there's something not right, right? Obviously, there's something about you can change and make yourself better. And I'm realizing every day that I've got all these
it's
bad habits, and I
100%.
got to really work on some of them
exactly
because they're really starting to show.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's the same thing I say about if you meet a couple and they never have arguments. You know, these couples that, you know, the husband never fights with the
I
wife,
do, because I was one of those couples for a
everything
little
is
while,
just
but
oh
it wore
no,
off.
no. I mean, don't you
It
just
wore
love
off.
an argument every now and then? No,
Sometimes,
just have a
yes, just to
passionate
be
argument.
different. Yeah, yes, because
You
the
know what? The
makeup and
makeup
all
sex
that.
is amazing.
No, because it's the
Oh,
release of all that tension. Sometimes there's a lot of tension where you're just wanting to, like, you just want to slap somebody. Sometimes it's like, dude, every time
no,
you
but it
talk, it kind
shows
of hits you.
passion.
And then when you finally yell and
Yeah.
scream it, then you like feel better. It's like, wow, why does that feel so good? It's because everything's a learning experience.
Passion. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not
And
saying
this
go out
is
and
fun.
do
So
something bad because it's going to feel good,
when
but I'm
people
saying,
heated
you know what I mean?
in debates or discussions or conversations, don't take it personally. Just think of it as they are passionate about it, and you know, there's
I try, but
something
sometimes I
there.
do sometimes I just
I know
see like the
everyone
way,
does.
and I'm convinced that somebody's
Everyone
doing
does.
something to fuck with me. And it's because
Yeah,
I've been
everyone does.
abused, right? Like I hope people realize that it's really not something like I have this bad problem, but it's not like it's really my fault. Like part of it's from, you know, like living in an environment where you never knew when you were going to get slapped or loved or hugged or kissed, you know, like it, I mean, I don't want people to like pity me, but I just want you to realize that I've been through a lot of really horrible shit. And I still came out the other side, and I'm still like half-ass sane. You know, you probably noticed that I'm not a complete idiot. You know, like I'm funny sometimes, and sometimes I'm dumb, and sometimes I sound
Well, I
like
mean,
I'm on something. You know,
I
like
haven't
it's
spoken.
just who I am, right?
Yeah, I haven't spoken about mine, but I don't consider them a weakness. I consider them a strength. It's a strength of character. So
I try to believe that, but
mean,
until I start getting people to back that up, it's hard to really know that. You
but
know what I mean?
why do you need other people to back that up for you?
Because
that should be
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel
Yeah.
a sense of duty and responsibility. I don't know. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is just a mental barrier. I don't know. I mean, I've been trying to figure it out my whole life. Like, what exactly is it? Like, could I fix something? Like, is there one thing I could fix that would just make me a better person? I wouldn't have to change all that other stuff, right?
Yeah,
The
fix
magical
is a
answer is the
bad
key.
word.
Yeah, it is
Fix
a
is a
bad word.
bad word. It's the
called
wrong
learn
word.
and experience. It should be more about experience
That's
and
right.
learn, not shortcut, right? And so that's why when I say
That's
like
right.
rest on your laurels, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like just saying, oh fuck it, it doesn't matter. You can't change anything. That's just it's a bad attitude, because what does that lead to? It means there's no hope left, and that's what children believe when you keep saying stuff like that, even though you don't really mean it. And you're just saying it because you're angry and there's bad stuff and you're angry at the time. But kids hear that every day, and after a while it sinks in and they start believing that's really true. And you don't realize how that is until you have a child and you watch the child actually get duped by some stupid thing that you're trying to put in their head. And it completely backfires on you. And you're like, oh my God, what did I do? And then you have to forgive yourself. Then you got to get your shit together and then go back and fix it, right? Or at least try, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what being a grown-up is, right? It doesn't matter how old you are or whether you're a kid, when you have kids or whatever. I did it both ways, right? I have a grown daughter and then I've got the 11-year-old, you know, but it's like I have some experience. I'm not perfect. I haven't done everything. I don't have any voice. I've got a grandson. You know, there's all kinds of things I haven't done. But that's just how my experience is. I can only give you my witness. I can only tell you what I've experienced. And then you can come to your own conclusions, right? But it's not wrong for me to share that, and it should never be wrong, regardless of what I
absolutely
believed in some magic pixie dust went up my ass and that made me God or something. Who cares? You know, if I'm not hurting you and I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like, now once that becomes different and that changes, then yeah, you better take me out of the way, because I'm gonna, you know, I might hurt somebody. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
but Rookie, do you know
it's kind of
one
like
of the
that guy
things
that
that I've
preaches on the
noticed?
corner of the block up here. There's a guy that used to do that all the time. And I used to think, that guy's an idiot. I want to go over there and yell at him, like, what are you thinking? People think you're crazy when you do that. And then one day it just snapped in my head. I was like, you know what? I got to give that guy credit. He's got a lot of balls to stand out there every day. And there are people that go by and go, fuck you and all that. And I'm like, wow, dude, like, I can't imagine what that, I go, that's like worse than anything I think I've ever experienced. Like, except for maybe some of the abuse, you know, like physical or whatever. Beyond that, bro, like, there's a lot of bad things that I'd trade any day to, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather have that happen than, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, like, other people have suffered much worse. So all I can do is try to make sure that what my experience is, instead of trying to use it as an excuse or using it to whatever, use it for benefit, like to help people. Like say, look, I've got experience with this or that. If you have a relative or whatever that's having a problem, I might be able to give you some advice to put you ahead of the game when you go into this situation. If you understand what addiction is about, if you're dealing with an addict or alcoholism, whatever it is, there's things that I have a lot of good knowledge about because I am, you know, I've lived through that on both sides of it. I've been the kid that had to sit in the room with the pot smoke and the cigarettes and doing lines and drinking and partying, and that's all they did all weekend. And that's what I grew up thinking it was cool. That's what I wanted to do, was drink and party with the adults and have fun. And then on the week we went to work and we did our thing, and that's what we strove for. That was just what America was all about. And then I realized, wait a minute, that's crazy. What am I thinking, right? That's stupid, right? Like, I'm just wasting my life away. I'm spending all this money on drugs, and you know, you end up strung out and whatever. You know, I did anyway. Not everybody does, but I let it get to me. Why? Because I was replacing the hole in my heart with drugs. Because I didn't feel wanted. I felt rejected by the world. I felt like I was an outcast and like there was something wrong with me and that I was bad. And even my stepmom, because she was correcting me and trying to get me straightened out with all this spoiling I was getting done to me, she was pushing me really hard, and she was saying some things that kind of messed my head up a little bit. You know, she told me I was full of demons and all this other shit because she'd get mad at me, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of get it now that I'm older, but at the time it was traumatic. It was like, really? I'm a demon? What the fuck you? Like, you know, what are you talking about? What do you mean I'm full of demons? How can I be full of demons? I'm a kid. Give me a break. You know, I'm trying to survive here, and you got me.
No, kids can be full of demons.
She was homeschooling me. It was like, dude, like, what the hell's going on here? You know, like, that was tough. My stepmom, I didn't like my stepmom. She was mean. I thought she was mean, and I thought she hated me. I really did. I thought she hated me for a while because she seemed to give her kids more attention, and when she was talking to me, it was always about correcting me and making me do in mine, and it was never about just letting me do my own thing like she let her kids do. And I didn't get it was because they were following the rules. You see what I'm saying? But I had to learn that, and it took me a long time, and I fought with her. But when I finally came to, and I came out of that fog, and I started realizing that if I just do things a certain way and I act accordingly, I get a completely different response, and adults don't treat me like a little kid. They'll treat me like an adult because I'm acting like one. And suddenly it was like, wow, oh man, I just went with that. And I've been doing that ever since I was a little kid, right? That was all I wanted to do, was to grow up and be just like all the adults, be able to have all those freedoms, and yet somehow be able to sleep at night, right? I see now some of these people managed to make something of themselves. Some of them had money, boats, and all these nice things, but they spent all their life looking for people and looking for friendships. They could never find. I saw all these people going through the same experience in a different way, and it was like, whoa, this is weird, bro. Like, and I had been through some of those experiences from both sides, so it was like, wow, I really do. I know some things about this. So it's given me the ability to kind of like, once I get to know you, I can predict what you're going to do and how you're going to act. So much so that it'll scare you. Like I predicted my buddy, I predicted him getting in a car accident with a deer. I predicted that his girlfriend wasn't his girlfriend. She was using him to get the ride home from Oregon, and which turned out to be true. I told him he shouldn't leave and go on this trip to get this girl just to get laid because he doesn't have enough money. You know, if something happens, he can't fix his car. You know, I'm literally going to loan him the $40 so he can drive to Oregon, right? And I'm like, you don't see that this is a stupid idea, bro? Come on, you know, like this woman, I mean, I don't know the girl, but I could tell that I could tell by the look in his eye, he was just trying to get with this girl. And I guess he thought he had a chance, or what? I don't know what he thought. Maybe he was just trying to get laid. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to judge him.
Well, some people need to learn the lessons for themselves.
It was suspect, right? And so I kept telling him, don't do it. And it happened just like I said. And I don't know how it happened. He couldn't have made it. I couldn't have made it happen. The deer literally jumped right in front of his car. Literally. And what was weird is I told him, I said, well, I said, because finally he convinced me to give him the money and let him go. Like at least I wasn't going to argue with him when he tried to go, right? And I didn't, I just gave him, I let him borrow the $40. But the terms were is that he was going to call and keep track, so I knew where he was at, and if anything happened, he was going to call me, right? And I said, well, at least if something bad does happen, right? Like this is my thing, right? This is me being positive at the end, because I had already told him, all these things bad might happen, and I was thinking, well, that's kind of shitty, because maybe something bad happens, and I'm gonna feel bad, right? Of course, that went through my mind, but I still thought to myself, well, yeah, but what if it does? What if I don't say anything and then it does? And you know what I'm saying? Like if I could stop it. So I thought, well, I'll try to stop it. And if he's still stubborn, then let him go. And whatever, I can't, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. I don't
exactly.
know.
Yeah.
And it happened just like that. And he literally broke down. I said, well, at least my mom lives halfway. That's what I told him. I said, well, at least if something happens, my mom lives halfway between here. You could stay with her until I could come up and get you or whatever to get you. Whatever, if something bad happened. Because I was rolling out all the ways it could go bad and he was rolling out all the ways that it couldn't go bad and everything was going to be fine, right? So we kind of of course, I let him do what he's going to do. But it happened exactly. He literally had passed the exit where he would have got off to get at my mom's house. He passed it like a quarter of a mile and a fucking deer jumped out in front of his car and it fucked this whole front of his car up.
Wow.
And then the girlfriend was she turned out to be such a bitch. I mean, I literally guess this woman was down to her attitude. So as soon as this happened, right, she gets an attitude problem, right? And he's like, what's wrong? She's like, this is bullshit, and he's like, I know, right? And he thought she was like upset because, this happened and she was traumatized, like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. I'm sorry that your car got broken. You would think she would have been like, at least gave a shit, like, your car got totaled, because you came and got me. I feel really bad, I'm sorry, like, that's what he thought she was trying to say. And then he realized, wait a minute, she's mad. She was mad because she couldn't get somebody to come from down here, where I live here, where she supposedly lived, I guess, to come and get her from where she was at because he couldn't get a ride for a while because his dad had to rent a fucking flatbed truck and then drive all the way up there and pick up the car, right?
Entitled.
So, yeah, right. And she threw a fit the whole day she was there.
Oh,
and my
I'm
mom
sure.
told me this woman's okay. So, but I didn't really guess that. But I just told him, I said, what if this and what if that, and everything that I said, what if it happened? He was like, dude, this is creepy. So when he called me and he told me, he goes, dude. He goes, will you call your mom for me? And I don't want to hear any shit, right? And then he just basically hung up on me for us. Well, he didn't hang up, but I thought he hung up on me. And I was like, what? What do you mean? And then I got ready to hang up. He goes, no, I'm still on here. And I go, what do you mean? What happened? He goes, bro, you're a fucking jinx, bro. And he literally, he was on the verge of tears. Like he was traumatized by it because he had just got this car and he loved this car, right? It was a nice car too. And you could tell he loved it because he drove it all over town and he loved his car. It's like all he did was drive this car around all over the place. I swear to God, this guy. He had a love affair with this car. So that's why I didn't want him to go. See, I was trying to fucking protect his dumb ass and he wouldn't listen. It's like, dude. So anyway, so she was such a pain in the ass that by the time we got back here, and I ended up going up there to to pick her and him up, right? Because his dad drove the truck up and all this to bring the car down. But he still had to get both of them back, and the truck wasn't big enough for them all three to fit in. So I ended up going up there to pick him and her up, and then his dad drove the truck. Whatever. Anyway, it ended up working out where I ended up picking them up from my mom's and bringing them back here and dropping her off in Vallejo, right? And when we dropped her off, this whole time she had been telling him that she had the $40 to give him for the gas money. That she said, "Oh, I'll pay for the gas if you come up and get me." And that was the whole story that she was telling him from the very beginning. Was nothing about sex or any of that, like what he was making it sound like. It was just she was going to give him the $40 to come get him, and then, they could spend time together because they were friends, right? And I guess he thought maybe there was some chance, and of course I don't blame him, but it literally cost him his car, like eventually. So yeah, and I feel really bad. I hate telling this story.
Yeah.
But, like I feel like it maybe help somebody, And I'm not saying I'm psychic because I really don't think so. I think I'm just good at guessing because I know the guy. I've known him for 20-something years. So, but anyway. So that wasn't it. Okay, so then about a week later, he finally gets the car fixed enough where he can drive it, right? And now he's got this hood that's all fucked up, right? Because, the deer hit it and it hit the front left quarter panel. So it fucked the hood up and the front, everything, like it wasn't permanently damaged. Like he replaced all the parts, but he basically had to bend all the metal frame and all that was bent back in place. So the hood wouldn't stay down, none of that. So I told him, the first thing I told him when he brought it over here, I said, dude, first things first, get a bolt. Go in there and get the drill a fucking hole in that hood, and bolt that son of a bitch down. I said, I'm only going to tell you this because it got told to me once, and I didn't listen, and I fucking learned my lesson. I said, so I'm going to tell you the same thing just simply because that's just how it was told to me.
Zip tie.
And I said, never, ever, don't zip tie the son of a bitch. Don't do none of that. You bolt that son of a bitch down. If it ain't a bolt, then it's probably gonna pop up. Because if it's so bent that you can't get it to stay down, that means that the emergency latch is gonna not work. Which means that if it does come loose, I don't care what kind of crazy thing you might think of. If it comes up, it's gonna total the car. It'll total the car. And he wouldn't listen to me. So he ties it down with a rope. Like I told him, the last thing you want to use is a rope or a string or a cable, any of that, because it's going to stretch and it's going to start wobbling and it's going to pull and it's going to bend the shit out of that hood, right? He didn't listen to me. I said, dude, the air is going to be passing over the front of that car at 60 miles per hour, or maybe more if you're crazy. And I'm sitting there telling him all the reasons why, because of the way
sorry, Rookie, hang on. So he drove the car back, and it didn't go straight.
And he got it fixed. He got it fixed. He got it fixed up to where he could drive it, but the hood wouldn't stay down. Like he had to bolt the hood down.
Well,
so he was driving around, and I told him, before you take it on the freeway, bolt the hood down, because that son of a bitch, eventually it's going to get loose and it's going to start bending, or it's going to get worse, and it could cause more damage or make you get in a wreck. You can't see. So think about what you're doing, right? And this is what it was told to me, and my uncle told me this when I was real young, before I even had a license. He told me, this is what you always remember. This will keep you out of trouble. And I listened to him, and he was right, because I didn't listen one time, and my hood almost came up and destroyed my car. But luckily, the latch was still working at the time, so
smash your
I got
windshield.
lucky. So he leaves my house. He tells me, no, this rope's fine. It's a big rope. He tied it many, many times, he said. I just walked away after that. I said, okay, I already told, and there was a bunch of people standing there. I said, you heard me tell him, you heard me warn him. And they were like, yep, we told him too. He didn't listen. He literally got on the freeway within literally seconds after he left my house. He got on the freeway, and that hood peeled back and smashed the top of his car down and just fucked it all up, dude. So the windshield was broke. The top was pushed down like 8 to 10 inches. He had to literally get a jack and put it inside the car and jack it up, and then have a guy come out and try to get the windshield in there right, just so he could drive it. It was like, it looked like shit, bro. I felt so bad. And he was like, dude, he called me and he goes, I don't want to hear a word. Just come and get me, bro. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, I'm on the side of the highway just as you get on the freeway. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, just come and get me, you son of a bitch. And he hung up on me. And I was like,
some people need to learn.
Yeah. My wife looked at me, and I just had that horror look in my face, and my wife goes, he didn't. And I go, yes, he did. He got on the freeway, and even though I told him, take the back roads if you're not going to bolt it down. Nope. I know I didn't see the future. I'm not psychic, but I just knew it was going to happen, because I know my friend. He's a stubborn ass, and he don't listen, and he thinks he knows everything. And I love him, but he just needs to listen sometimes, because he don't realize I care. But anyway, he's starting to figure it out. So he came back down here to Antioch from Oregon, because he was living up there. That's where he met this girl, and all this shit happened anyway. But his best friend died, and his other best friend, not me, but we had another mutual friend. He passed away, and so that really tore him up. And he came back down here because his mom had been begging him to come down here, because I don't know, he didn't explain it. Of course, I knew right away something wasn't right with his mom, and I think his dad knew too. But anyway, and his mom knew all about it. But anyway, so let me get it out, because anyway, let me just finish. And then I'll shut up and go to bed. So, he came to live here, and he'd been here for a year or so. And every night when he'd come over here every night, he'd spend part of the day at home and all that. And then at night he'd run around and do what he wanted to do, like grown men do, And he'd come over here, and we'd get high, and we'd sit around here and talk. And, back then, Flat Earth wasn't even discussed, but we'd sit around and talk about all kinds of crazy stuff, right? But, we just basically hung around. We're just buddies, right? We've always spent time together. We always had been friends, We fight all the time. We argue, but, for some reason we get along. But,
that's the
he
best
started coming around here all the time, and he kept telling me all this weird stuff that his mom would say and do. And I'm like, bro, something's not right, bro. That shit, because I don't know his mom as well as him, of course, because I didn't live with her, nothing like, like that. But I know his mom pretty well, like I know her nature. And I said, something's not right about the way you're telling me, bro. Like, it just doesn't, like, I would check, like, does she go to the doctor? I was like, is something wrong with her? Like, is she getting old, or like, what, like, have you guys checked her? And she says, well, she won't go to the doctor, and blah, blah, blah. I said, dude, that's a fucking red light. That's a big one, dude. Like, you got to convince her, right? Like, and I'm just thinking, like, this is just something, everybody should do, right? Like, if you've never seen a doctor in 30-something years, you probably should just.
Well, I mean, it is the US, so I mean,
especially
in the US, healthcare is expensive.
Any kind of like weird health, any kind of weird feelings, and I guess his mom, she had cancer, right, and it was in her lymph nodes, and I guess she knew it, and she was a chronic smoker, and she smoked pot, and maybe that was part of it, but for whatever reason, she didn't want to share that with anybody else, even though we know now that she knew all along. And of course, I've started to catch on to that. And you know, his brother comes over here, and I'm friends with him too, and his dad, and we've all talked about this. And I told him, I said, you know, I'd try to convince her to go see a doctor, because obviously if she's starting to have pain, or she's, you know, not eating and she's vomiting, or she's just not, like if her appetite goes, if she's acting weird, like, you know, she's gonna die, you know, any weird thing that a normal person does.
Yeah.
That's out of normal.
Out of the ordinary.
You start take concern, right? Major, especially if it's something big, right? She starts getting emotional. Yeah, anything like that. A grown woman doesn't do that normally, right? Well, maybe, but not. You know what I mean, right? There's out of context, right? Yeah, there's things that you expect and the things that you don't. It's like, and I said, dude, something's not right, bro. And he goes, yeah, well, we can't get her to go to the doctor. So he finally got her to go to the doctor, and of course they found out she had cancer, and then, you know, they had to live in. She's passed away now, but you know, it was really a bad experience. But I'm glad that I was around, and of course I didn't do any of the I told you so's, because I tried to not say anything about it. Like I kept hinting to him until he got smart on it, but I didn't, you know, I would never like think of doing that. And I've never have, you know, like, I wouldn't even like tell him the story. Like if he was around, I wouldn't even say anything, because I wouldn't want him to, you know, take it the wrong way, or because it'll upset him. But you know, it hadn't been that long. It's only been a few years ago. But you know, like that kind of thing. For some reason, I have a neck for picking up on shit like that. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. It's not like nobody comes and talks to me in my ear. I don't have hallucinations. I don't see fucking or smell things or see pictures.
Are
in my
you
mind,
sure?
Like crazy, stupid shit. Yeah, I'm positively sure. There's no magic.
I'm joking.
If there was magic, dude, trust me, I'd be using it. And trust me, I've thought about counting cards and all those crazy things, and I've never been any good at any of that. It always sounded like complete craziness, like a Rubik's Cube. It makes sense to me.
Do you have any feelings about any numbers this week?
Oh God, listen. No, I don't.
No?
Except for my lucky numbers, but they don't seem to do me any good, so I'm sure they won't do you any.
Oh, no, I'm hoping you'll give me my lucky numbers.
Oh yeah, I know, but what if I did, and then you'd want it again and again, and then it would become a service, and then you'd have to pay me.
Oh no, only the once will do. Only the once will do.
Oh, just a one shot. One shot. Just throw it all in there. Huh? What the hell? Just roll.
Hey, I'm a one shot guy. What can I say?
Anyway, right? Yeah, one shot guy. It's easy to do that. Yeah. See. I mean, the mindset is there, right? See how easy it is to like put that in your mind and romance it. Like even though you know that's insane, but it's funny. But you know what I'm saying? It makes you think like, wait a minute, why am I laughing about it like as if it's funny, but it's not funny because it's actually making me out to be the dummy. And why am I still laughing at? You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of comedy I enjoy. It's dry and it's weird and strange, but most people laugh at it because they don't know whether it's crazy and like it scares them or whether it's actually funny. And sometimes they're the same thing.
Well, see, I have the problem. I'm born South African. I grew up in Australia, and I'm now surrounded by Poms. So yeah, my sense of humor is very corrupt.
Just sounds English. So I really couldn't guess. Like, I really have no idea like what you look like what color your eyes are, what color your skin or anything is. I mean, you say South Africa, but I know that doesn't mean
I'm all three: South African, right? Australian, and British. So
I bet then you're probably actually good looking. Probably.
Fucking trifecta.
Usually people that are mixed up the most usually turn out good, or at least they have good qualities. Right? I have really good looking blue eyes and I look younger. But other than that, I got an ugly nose and I got all kinds of problems. But you know, like, and I'm bald. But hey,
we've all got problems. Yeah,
I could be uglier. You know, I've seen a lot of other people my age that look like shit. So I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. You know what I mean?
that sounds like a white man's problem.
Let the horse have bad teeth. I don't care. I'm not looking. Like I'm good. You know, like I know how rude that could be. So, but you know what I mean? Like I love these.
Yeah, but everyone's so serious.
I love waiting for everyone in the room to go. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, why do you always say this old shit, man? You old people are. Like, why don't you learn, man? When I was a kid, I knew all this shit. Like the stuff that I know the stuff that was way before it was even cool when I was a kid. Like all that shit that everybody thought was dumb, I even remember that shit. So just imagine that. I've got a lot of stuff in me. Not that it's important and not that it means anything because most of it's bullshit, but still in there. And what's funny
but it's
to
your
me
journey.
Sometimes I'll hear something on TV and they'll be talking about something and I'll realize that's not true. I'll be like, wait a minute, that's not true. Like, I know for sure that particular thing was not true, and I know it was shown afterwards to be complete, you know, this is how it was. But yet they're still telling kids at school that this is the way it is.
Yeah, of course.
Kind of like everything, right?
It's a
like
corrupt world.
The Earth's a ball. They're still telling them that, you know, 2 buildings just completely turned to dust.
Course.
And it was just an accident. It was just a fire. Yeah, of course. Yeah. And people even vanished, just disappeared from the face of the earth. No DNA evidence, nothing. They just vanished. They got kidnapped, right? The aliens came and got them. That's what it was. Yeah, we'd rather
it's
believe
always
that than to
aliens.
believe that our own government or somebody involved that's in our government well enough to actually get away with something like that actually set it up and did it, right? That's impossible.
I'm not saying that it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Okay, cool. Well, that's great. Now we can talk about why that's silly, right? I'm just kidding. I don't care. Whatever.
It's the best meme ever.
You know, I did see this video after, you know, when I was doing my investigations on that particular, and that was way before I even came to the truth about their evidence for flat Earth. I knew the Earth was flat, but I never thought that I was ever going to be able to like say it openly. Kind of just figured I might as well just give up on that because it's, and you know, if there's evidence, I'm probably never going to see it, right? I would just thought it's like the Bible said, you'll never measure it, so don't bother. But then the more I started opening my mind up to it, and the more like things like 9/11 and my job at 7-Eleven and all that, you know, all that kind of stuff started coming along, and I started to realize, wow, something's not right here. Like either I'm getting older and I'm just starting to see things for what they really are, or some shit's going on here. Like things weren't like this. Like I remember my great
Wait,
grandmother.
sorry, your job at 7-Eleven was a conspiracy?
Yeah. Get it? Okay. Anyway, I'm moving on. It's a figure of speech for buildings falling and all that. Yeah. 7-Eleven instead of, you know what I mean, right?
Oh, right. Why did you want to say it?
I don't know. Because it pisses people off, I guess. Because they think I'm crazy and I think they're stupid, and I can't help it. I'm just going to say that.
That's right. Yeah.
Ignorance is when you don't know any
People
better.
are precious.
Stupid is when you see it
right.
and you know what it is, and you know damn gonna well a fire don't do that to no steel building. But when you tell yourself that that's absolutely what happened, just because anything else would be admitting that something else is true, and then that would be admitting that all this other stuff had to be true, and that would just be blowing your whole world up completely into shit, and nobody wants to do that, right? Isn't that what we're all thinking?
Well,
it's like, don't bring it up. Because we know, we're starting to wake up.
Is
we
there.
don't really want to know it all at once. Yeah, the temptation's there to see it and to want to know it.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah, but why and how and all that, I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of everything. No. Or maybe God did it. I don't know. I really don't know.
Those you'll never understand.
I really don't. But I know one thing.
The why.
It wasn't what they said it was. That's all I know. It's kind of like with flat Earth. I know Earth's flat because I see it that way. Everything else they say is all horseshit. As far as I'm concerned, that's what everything's going to be. So I'm not even going to waste my time. That's why I don't watch the news unless I'm making fun of it. Because it's a way to wake people up. Other than that, yeah, it's literally a disease. And even watching it just to get the information, I get duped about stuff. I'm sitting there watching YouTube videos completely innocently thinking that I'm looking for truth. And I'm watching these silly videos about this and that. And I'm believing it. I'm thinking, well, that sounds reasonable. And I get so much as I start like throwing it in there into my flat Earth like argument, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, I know that's a bad idea, but for some reason I think, oh, it's not going to hurt me. Then I realize, wait a minute, that's just stupid. That's completely bad. That's exactly what I get upset with people doing to me when they try to dodge my answers. When I ask them the questions and they don't want to give me the answers and they're dodging it. It's the same way I feel. And I'm thinking to myself, I got to stop doing that, because if I do that, then all it's going to do is make people dislike me, and then they're going to want to come back and mess with me more, and that's only going to make things worse. And then everybody gets, and it causes all this stuff. And I think all the strife and all the arguments that we have, the reason why we don't work them out right away and quickly, and why sometimes it takes a while, and why people are butthurt, is not because we really dislike each other. It's because we are so different, like you said. We're so much different, so that sometimes we get offended and upset when people make light of things that we find very passionate and important.
Yeah,
right?
it's the
Especially
O word.
Me. I'm that way.
It drives me crazy.
Yes, it does. It makes me want to it makes me want to get violent. And that's the only thing in the world that really makes me want to hurt people, is when I see people hurting other people. That's always been my thing. When I was a real little kid, I think I was like 6, I watched these 2 guys fighting. They were brothers. And I guess one of the brothers got drunk and made a pass at his wife. So he literally beat this guy within an inch of his life. Like, he kept kicking him in the face, like so long that I literally couldn't watch anymore. I started crying. I was shaking. It blew me away. I thought the guy was going to be dead. And the next day, his face was so swollen, and his body, he had so many like bruises and cuts. I thought he was dead. I really did. I thought he was dead on the couch. Like, that's how terrible. I mean, I know as a kid, I probably exaggerated some of it, but I literally watched this guy kick him with these pointed steel toe boots right in his face like 15, 20 times. And they just kept punching him and kicking him and the guy kept getting up and taking more. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? I just want to jump out the window, land on the ground, and just kill that fucking dude, and just cut him in little shreds, and just fucking spit and piss on him, you know, like, fuck you, you asshole. And then I thought to myself, oh my God, that's terrifying. Like, that makes me angry. Why does that make me so angry? It scared the fuck out of me. It was like, dude, I can never let that happen. I can never do that to someone. That would, like, I can't imagine, like, having to live with myself. Haven't done that, like, and kept going. Like, that man, he wanted to kill his brother. He was that angry about it. And I couldn't imagine that. It was like, dude, you did that to your brother? He's your brother? Like, are you kidding me? How could you do that? I mean, like, what the fuck are you guys taking, bro?
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen a person do. And nobody did anything. They all just stood there and watched. And I'm sitting there watching all these adults watch one man just beat the shit out of the other one for no reason. As far as I knew, it's not like he stole anything or he just literally said something sexual to his wife. I mean, I get it. I get it. I would beat the guy up too, but I wouldn't do that to him. I mean, I'd kick him out of my house, and there'd be issues. He'd have to deal with that. But I'm not going to go try to kill the. He was trying to kill that guy. And the guy was taking it. He literally just kept getting up and taking it more. And I was like, dude, what? Stay down, dude. What? And I almost screamed out. Like, that's how, it terrified me. It was worse than any abuse I had ever taken to that point. And it blew my mind, right? I'll never forget that. I can taste how angry it makes me. Just the thought of it. It's like something that I have to deal with. I know I do. Like, that's something that and so when I hear about these things being true, or there's even a shred of possibility that there's really people out there that are deliberately duping us into murdering our own children and killing each other over stupid stuff like whose basketball team's better and whose dick is longer. It's stupid. It's all for what? It doesn't mean anything. Nobody's going to give a shit when we're all suffering and have no freedoms and the government's taking it all away from us. It's not going to matter anymore. Who got their feelings hurt? Because now your feelings don't matter at all, and you don't matter too. And if you piss them off, they'll just turn you into food, or they'll just kill you like they do everything else. Or
well, you see, this is where
that your life is invaluable, and they'll have you murdered. Who knows? You know, like how bad is it going to get before we go? What the hell, right? And that's what.
This is where I absolutely know.
It's denial.
Well, no, I won't say absolutely no, but this is where I believe they will be judged. But it's not our job.
But that hurts me too, because I don't want to see people go through that. But how do I change it? I can't. And that I feel like my hands are tied. It bugs the shit out of me.
Yes.
It's one of the things that I don't understand about God. That's one of the great things that makes me doubt God. It's like, why would he do that to me? Unless he really wants me to get that mad that when I get out of here and I get given whatever thing I'm going to get for the trouble I went through, that it's going to be something that makes that worth it. I'm going to be able to do something and save lives and make a big difference somewhere that's important, that's going to matter. And then it's going to be all worth all the, you know what I mean? Like, I have to hold on to that hope. I do. If I don't, that's literally the only thing keeping me alive. Like, I'm serious.
It's the F word. And I'm going to say it on this chat, so I apologize to anyone who's listening. But
well, don't apologize. That makes it sound like you're doing something wrong and you might get in trouble. Just
the word is called faith.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a bad word. No, you need to have hope and faith. And you know what? You don't think you need it. I don't care whether you believe in God or a higher power, whatever you call it, whatever you want. And the lack of not believing in a God is the same thing as believing in a God, because trust me, it is. But it's what comes along with it.
That these people who are doing wrong will get what they deserve.
But I don't want them to have to pay. Because if I can be saved, then why can't they? And that's what bugs me. Why can't we save everybody? Why does anybody?
Because it's their choice. So
I
this is going full circle back to
But do you see my point, though? But that still burns in my heart. It's like, why, though? That's such a horrible way. It's like a horrible thing, and it leads to all these...
Yes, but don't waste your energy. Like, don't waste your precious energy with that. That's not your job. Your job is to be a light and a beacon for others.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I forget that a lot. But then again, just the thought of me being a beacon sounds fucking egotistical, and it makes me not like it. I don't know why I feel that way. It's a revolting feeling. Like, anytime people start telling me that I sound and I'm telling the right thing, it starts to bug me. I don't know why. It just bothers me, because it's like, I know that's not true. I make mistakes. I do it all the time, every day. Sometimes on purpose.
How do you know that's not true? Of course, everyone makes mistakes, but how do you know that it's not true? How do you know that it's not true?
I don't know, because I second guess it myself, I guess. So if I'm not even convinced, then how can you be? right?
Yeah, so that's a you problem.
Because most of the time I get a lot of my information I get from just my own intuition. I'll admit it. It just comes out of my head, and I just say it because it's what I understand. How else can I explain it, right? It might sound crazy, but sometimes it leads to important information, and sometimes I learn a lot of stuff. Sometimes I waste my time. You're right, but that's always my decision, right? And it's like, it's funny that people's excuse for not wanting to hear what I have to say is always that, oh, well, you made this decision. And it's always like, wait a minute, hold on, wait, huh? Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
but look, yeah, absolutely. Look, I spent so many years of my life trying to please everyone. I was one of those annoying people pleasers.
But it's out of respect.
No,
it's not right?
No, I was shown. I won't say how because I don't think this is a particularly religious forum, but no, that's not my job.
Although I do hold views that you probably would call that, but yeah, no, not everybody does.
That's not my job. My job is not to monitor people, control people, make people do the right thing. No, it's their journey. It's their choices.
I know.
So I can just be who I am.
Because it's hard watching them suffer, you know.
Yes. Oh,
especially
absolutely.
when they're your
100%.
friend. You know, it's like, dude, why do you do this to yourself? It's like
watching somebody make a wrong decision is very difficult. But you have to let them do that because hopefully,
but I do, you know, I do.
At the end of that, they will have learned.
It's funny. But you know what? He's starting to think before he does stuff now. He's starting to act like me a little bit. It's starting to rub off on him. And it's like, it feels good a little bit. Like to see that it's not because he's doing things like I do. It's because he's thinking about what he's doing. It's nothing to do with
everybody
me.
learns
he got
differently.
It from me because he saw me doing it and saw me making the right decisions. He's like, wait, this guy knows something. And it took me a long time.
Well, there you go.
So now that I have it, I'm not going to screw it up. You know what I mean?
So now instead of thinking that as a bad situation, now you can turn that around and think of that as a good situation because you were there, and since then he has learned and he is learning, or you know, whatever the case may be.
Well, he's learning to
you may have been the instigator. You know, leading by example is one of the things that's lost these days.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, life is an experience, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of
it's a journey.
There's a lot of pain and sorrow, but yeah, it's a journey. It is, but all those things get wrapped up in it. And trust me, I've been through some horrible stuff. A lot of people haven't been through the things that I have, and they probably think that's crazy.
Don't take all the pain and sorrow on yourself. Is what I'm trying to say. At the end of the day.
Oh yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. That you're absolutely right. I guess I let it get to me. Like I see pain and it bothers me. I don't know why. I guess I've been hung up on that lately. Maybe it's something it's a phase or something, or maybe I don't know. I'm working it out. I'm trying to figure out what it is that's in my head that I need to iron out, or you know, or come to terms with, so that I can move on from this. Because it seems like I'm stuck on it. You know what I mean? To an extent, but
oh, absolutely.
I hear where you come from.
Absolutely.
But like I said, I'm learning a lot just from being in here, like in the interacting with other people and all that, and talking about my feelings in a way that I never have before. With, you know, obviously you guys don't know me, so it's not like hurting you any to hear me out, right? But it helps me because when I say things out loud and I hear, like, you know, you're respectfully telling me what you think about things, and I respect you, and I'm listening to you. You know, I'm taking what you say into consideration, not because I have to, but because you sound logical and we seem, you know what I mean? I mean, as far as I can tell you, you know what I mean? You seem like you're being honest about it. So I'm going to take that into consideration because I can't look at myself from the outside. And I do a lot of things that if I were to see myself do it, I'd probably be ashamed of, just because it just looks so weird to see me doing it.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. That's what I was saying before about
getting it off my chest,
about listening to other people and
do that without fucking things up.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And having conversations with people that have different opinions and different views, and that's what makes the world so beautiful. As ugly as it is, the world is amazing, because if you can travel, it's something that I would suggest you do, because being able to experience different cultures, different people, different outlooks, different religions, different whatever, different people.
Yeah, I've been
amazing.
On a couple of cruises and things. It's really opened my horizons on that
yeah.
end too. Yeah. to see different people in other countries be acting the same way and being the same kind of people, but just speaking a different language helped me break a lot of those racial barriers and feelings that I had that were like told to me, like, but I didn't believe in them, but for some reason they were in my mind, and I had to work that out because I needed to know whether I really had a problem with other people, like for whatever reason, and if I did, I needed to work on that, right? Like it occurred to me at some point to where like I had friends and I didn't seem to care what color they were, and so I thought to myself, well, then why does anybody ever worry about it? Like, why is it ever an issue? And I always
that drives me insane.
It's another thing I don't understand. Yeah, it's like, but now I realize that
actually we probably we shouldn't get onto that topic because that will just make me angry.
Yeah. It does me too. Yeah, it's kind of like with killing people. Like when people die or people are affected by somebody's decisions that gets them killed.
Yeah,
that bugs me the most. That's the thing that I get, and I have made an ass of myself. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Since I came in here talking about some things, but that's why I try to stay away from it. But I don't want to get in trouble. I've had a good day actually today. I've not gotten yelled at today.
Good.
So.
No, I'm
glad.
I
think I've tried to like work things out with a couple of people. That
I think everyone's asleep, so it's good.
Thank God, yeah, because if they're listening, they're probably like, "Oh God, shut up already." No, I think so far, I don't really have a problem with anybody anymore. I got mad with some people, and I've gotten irritated with people, and they've gotten mad at me, and I guess I'm kind of looking at it as like, okay, like I got to get over it because I expect them to get over it with me. So if I, like, I'm trying to just
the thing I do is I don't take it personally.
It's hard for me to do that, but
I can be a complete.
It's a tough pill to swallow.
I can be a complete arrogant C-word. I can be. I'm part Aussie, so yeah, absolutely. I can get on people's nerves very quickly.
Oh, is that a thing?
It's a thing.
Go ahead. Tarnish my brain.
I don't take anything personally. Everyone is their own person, and I'm not arrogant enough to take it personally.
I try hard, but I
does that make sense?
Well with it. I do have an issue. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm glad you're good at it, but I'm not very good at it. Well, maybe I'm not. It's not that I'm bad at it. It's just maybe it's that it affects me a lot. Like I have a lot of issues with it, mentally or physically or whatever you want to call that. Emotionally, I should say, because I'm an emotional person. You probably learned it, and I'm an empathetic person. But I'm also, I'm a lot of things. It depends on my surroundings. You put me in a crazy environment, and sometimes I'll break out and be a leader, and I'll just snap into this weird mode and just do things like I don't even think about it. And then in other instances, when I know that part's done and taken care of, and I don't have to worry, sometimes I act like a little butthead and I make trouble for people. I don't know why I do it. It just depends on my surroundings. It's almost like I've always been like trying to chameleon in my way to fit in, that now it's like I can't help it. It's like I get stuck in it, and sometimes I get, you know what I mean? Like where I'll pick up bad habits from people, and then it'll turn out bad for me because I'll start acting a certain way and saying certain words and using phrases, and next thing you know, I'm talking like a crazy person. Like I'm talking, I'm saying things that I don't even think are right. Like, but for some reason it sounds good when I say it, and I don't know. It's just weird stuff like that. It's like, what is that about?
Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
And then I feel guilty, and it's like, am I racist or something? It's like, what's going on here? And then I realize, wait a minute, this is being fed to me. Like, this isn't real. Like, come on, this was never an issue before. It's just now in my life. Like,
do you actually know what that is? That's called being human.
I guess. Well, where is everybody else that acts like that though? Like, sometimes I wonder. Like, I get it.
Everybody's like that.
I don't know, but does everybody admit it, or is everybody?
Everybody has the angel.
Matter. It's not. I guess
everybody has the angel on one shoulder, and the devil on the other.
Well, it's provided there was ever an angel around, right? Sometimes I wonder. Like I've second guessed that a few times. Like I've met people that I literally believe they were just mean. Like there was just something wrong with them. Like every time I ever seen, everything they ever did seemed to be mean. But maybe it was just me. Maybe I was biased somehow. I don't know. Even people that never picked on me, really, it's just they just seem to be mean all the time. So I just stayed clear of them.
Yeah.
And I always wonder what was going on. like why they were like that. I never really wanted to get close enough to get, injured for it, but
exactly.
I always was curious about shit like that. Like what makes a person that does things in the wrong way, what makes them tick? Why do they do it? How do they tell themselves that it's all right, that it's, like how did that get stuck in their head that it's okay and to not feel guilt for it? Like, and I guess that everybody has a different threshold. So that's the terrifying.
Once you start looking into the human condition, honestly, I studied the human condition for about 1.5 years, and I had to stop. I mean, it's that crazy.
I was just going to interject to say one thing, and that is people are not against you. They're just for themselves. They're more for themselves. And once you realize that, you start questioning the motives of other people.
100%. Which is why you shouldn't really consider's the wrong word. You shouldn't take other people to heart. No. What I should say is other people shouldn't dictate who you are. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just getting ready. I'm going to go in and I'm going to go to bed here in a minute. So I'm not going to be much. I'll stick around for a few, but I'm going to be off here, or I might jump down to texting because it's time to go to bed.
No,
it's 3:30 and I got to watch my grandson in the morning, so I really shouldn't stay up this late. But, all right, I enjoy the combo.
No, carry on. No, if you need to go to bed, you need to go to bed.
So if I don't talk, try not to let it just be silent. But, hey, do what you got to do.
No, if it needs to be silent, it can be silent. It's all good.
But if I don't come back, good night. And thanks for the combo and putting up with my shit.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Yeah, thanks for the chat. I know it's very off topic, and sorry to everyone else, but it is what it is.
There's not too many that are that worried about it, or otherwise we would have gotten strangled for it.
Yeah, we would have got booted off.
Trust me. Well, yeah, if we went too far by any means, I'm sure we would have. Because I'm not a boss or anything. I just work here. I'm nobody.
Really? You actually work here?
I believe in.
I don't even. I'm just a visitor.
Well, I'm silver. I don't know if that means I work here, but I try to do things. I help things, and I do help when there's lots of people in here talking and stuff. I help in the background. There's work going on, believe it or not. Yeah, and I'm involved in it sometimes. Try to help where I can.
Well,
I'm not bragging.
I don't even know
saying,
what the colors mean. I don't know what silver means.
Silver just means it's like the next level up from being just regular BC verified, and you can be a Glober and still be like silver. And value just means that they consider you a positive reinforcement for the show, I guess, or for the
Oh, okay.
server.
Well, I'm not even that then. So there you go.
Well, you're still behind the ears? You're 2 days old.
Yeah.
Right? Or you've been
2 days and
actively
still, and yeah, 2 days and already causing trouble.
But you've been in here a lot for 2 days, and that's the way I was too. I stuck around. I didn't talk much, but I listened a lot because I didn't want to get embarrassed the way I did the first day I came in. So I kept my mouth shut for a long time, and then slowly I started talking, and then people started, enjoying my company, and then I've been slowly for the last year or so. I've been building my, my relationship with everybody.
Yeah, top man.
I'm going to bed.
Very good.
So nice meeting you, though, and talking to you.
Yeah, and you. Yeah. We'll do it again. Definitely.
Hey, is anybody active right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just actually in a different Discord typing.
Oh, I see. Hey, I was curious. I've come around the community like from time to time, and I'm relatively new here. And to be completely honest, like my understanding of science is not developed enough to really understand like either of the models that are being proposed. But my question, because like I was in here for some time, and some people were sharing some info with me, and it was looking interesting. But what makes you guys think that the Earth is flat? Like, and I'm not being a troll right now, but what I'm trying to say is like, even if the dimensions that are being proposed by NASA are inaccurate and they could be proven to be inaccurate, what is giving the impression that like the plane is, I mean, sorry, I understand like there's a lot of evidence pointing that direction, but why do you guys, or not you guys or something, but why do we think with like certainty, or why are we making the claim that it's flat? You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Island, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, no problem. Well, I don't make the claim that it's flat. I observe it flat, but I'm not making a claim that it's flat. The reason why I got into it is what was being presented to me didn't add up. For example, the sun's 93 million miles away, but 100,000 times bigger. Yet we have a small localized sun. We get the heat and light that we do at the equator, but yet we don't get that all the way up to the poles, which is 3959 after traveling 93 million miles to get here. It just doesn't make sense, and all as I say, I only observe it flat. There's a lot of things that would make you think it's flat, but I don't claim it to be flat because that hasn't been proven beyond reasonable doubt, shall we say, in my opinion.
Yeah, can I give you an answer too?
What I would say is that, as you say, it doesn't matter what size the globe is. If there were a globe, there would be curvature. So it doesn't matter whether it's, as they say, or larger, you would still find curvature. And as yet, I don't think anyone has found curvature.
Correct. Geometric curvature has never been proven without just doing some fancy calculations, and which include the assumption that you are calculating a measurement of a curved surface. And the problem is the positive claims of the globe are the curvature, the rotation, motion, and the gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. This last third one is a direct violation to the second law of thermodynamics, which has never been demonstrated by anyone. Also, gas pressure without a container. And in regards to motion, if you are being honest with yourself, then you know that all the cars and vehicles and machines we have in the world, they have an apparatus, even the airplanes, they have an apparatus, a device, a sensor, which is measuring the speed, velocity, and also the acceleration. But when it's about measuring the speed of the Earth, velocity that it's moving through space, or the constant acceleration, because any reference frame where you have an object spinning, that object is actually in a reference frame of constant acceleration.
Yes.
And we cannot detect that happening, taking place on Earth. Physically demonstrate it, prove it. There are, I don't deny that there are no scams, tricks, way to trick your mind. There are some of them very ingenious, like Cavendish so-called experiment, which is not an experiment at all, you know. So, yeah.
The Cavendish experiment proves no motion.
Well, no, not actually. It's about proving the gravity, you know. But he started from the premise.
Sorry, I'm confusing them. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he started from the premise that he was about to measure the weight, the mass of the Earth.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
And then he actually found out that there is this magical force, gravity, Newtonian, mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
Which is actually a very ingenious scam trick. In his lifetime, people did not had a lot of ordinary people did not know much about magnetism and the magnetic properties of metals. It was only the scientifically literate people that knew. When you read the Cavendish experiment, instructions how to conduct this experiment yourself, they recommend you to use lead weights or iron. And then, yeah, they say with other metals it's probably not gonna work. Or with stones, you know, which are almost have no interaction with magnetic fields, you know.
Going back to the question. Back to the question there. What's your views on what is the best proof for flat or for globe?
Yeah, one moment. I just want to give him the last clue about Cavendish. This is the best argument. So the lead is the lead atom is diamagnetic and the metal is paramagnetic. So it has two opposite magnetic properties as an atom and as a metal when you have more atoms together. And when you have a metal, it has the tendency to attract itself, to conglomerate itself to one place. And that is due to these weak magnetic properties of this metal. And yeah, you can actually show that lead is attracted to itself very easily. So yeah, go on.
Sorry, Pyramid, are you there?
Yes. Sorry. Was that question directed? To be completely honest with you, man, I don't have a good argument, and my understanding of like what's even being proposed, I don't understand it. But from listening in, I'm not educated enough to really give a good opinion, but one thing I will say is I'm imagining that because there is missing information, that if we spent enough time focused on it, we could propose a third model or a fourth or a fifth that all seem very practical.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But I don't have a good argument for the globe model, to be honest, man. I don't even I feel really stupid because I don't know enough about the science to even I never thought about it too much, to be honest. I just took it for granted.
You don't need to feel stupid. Nobody needs to feel stupid.
No, you're not stupid, and I really appreciate your intellectual honesty. That differentiate you from vast majority of people that are coming in here.
Yes.
So yeah, I really appreciate. I heard you say that you don't have knowledge about the globe Earth model, the heliocentric, and that's true. None of us had until we came here, and we saw these anomalies, you know. And that is actually the heliocentric model is founded on blind beliefs.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But Pyramid, what I will say is, seeing as though you are here, if you just hang around and check out all the different resources and listen into different conversations, you don't even need to interact with anyone. Just check out what we offer and investigate for yourself, and then think for yourself about you and what you are willing to look into, and just
What would you guys think?
Just do that. Yeah,
I hear you, man. I hear you, and I plan to hang out and see what you guys got. I've heard some of the arguments and things being proposed, but I definitely need more education to bring a better, more broad perspective to some of these anomalies that you guys have found and are focused on. Let me ask you guys this. So this is just it's more of just a thought experiment type question, but let's say, hypothetically speaking, that the earth is completely flat, and let's say that there are some people that absolutely knew that to be the case, and they wanted to give the perception to other humans that wasn't the case. Would you guys be opposed to that if there was what if these people thought it was in the best interest of humanity because they found that we're somewhat trapped to a certain degree and that really is no escape, and we might be something of a project of another life form or something? Would you be opposed to people taking those steps or those actions, even if it is a lie? But maybe look from the bigger picture where humans would be more maybe optimistic towards their reality. I don't know. I'm trying to argue it, and I don't even know if that's the case.
Yes, no. Yeah. Well, based upon that, do you want to be out of control of your life? Do you not want to be in control of all the information available to you for your life? Would you like someone else to have that control over you?
Well, when we say that, and I get totally where you're coming from, so I would obviously want to say no, I wouldn't want someone to control that. But what if we compared the two narratives of one individual who has the ability to access all the information, and then another one who doesn't, and then compare their life or their what came of their life. You know what I mean? I guess what I'm trying to say is I am opposed to that, the idea or concept that somebody control information and withhold me from such information about my reality. That sounds upsetting. It doesn't sound good. But if we had the ability to run two lifespans of myself, and one of them being where I have that knowledge and the other one being where I'm completely oblivious to it, and compared those two lives, what would be the outcome there? Because there might be more value in my.
This is what I call the matrix paradox.
Yeah, but I just want to say, where does that end? You know, they say, oh, well, you don't need to know about the flat earth. And then you don't need to know why we're doing this. And then, oh, because you're not able to understand all this, we're going to go into your house and we're going to raise your kids for you. No, where does it end with that kind of paradigm? No, that needs to be cut out.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I agree with you because it's like, where do you draw the limit? Plus, like, once you say one lie, you have to keep fulfilling that lie by saying all these other things. So it really just grows and grows. It's impossible to just keep it as like one central. We're just gonna just do it with this one thing because everybody knows that when you tell a lie, you have to continue fabricating to keep that lie in existence.
Of course.
And that's the pattern of the heliocentric model. Yeah.
But also, this matrix thing is not actually a paradox. They want to present it like this, like there is a supreme controller. And when they do this, they actually try to depart mankind from God, you know. The problem with the creation is that God has a very good sense of humor. He's not making fun of us, but he is superior in intelligence. And we have this concept, like the control. He gave us the control. He is not controlling us.
Yes.
And this world he created, so we have existence in it. This world has been brought into existence, created. That's what created means, to be brought into existence. And it has been given to us. And the funny thing is that all the things that God can do, he has not forbidden the man not to do. The man can also do anything that God can do, but that does not mean that the man is righteous to do.
Yes.
Because we have flaws, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But sorry, when I say the matrix paradox, it's all about the whole: do you want to be actively aware, or do you want to be blissfully ignorant? So that's what I was saying about the paradox. Yeah.
But that concept, that kind of perspective, view of the like when we watch the movie Matrix,
the documentary,
that is fantasy. It's pure fantasy. Reality is not like that. Reality is not a simulation.
Well, actually, no, not the simulation, but the premise of the movie is scarily accurate. Because you can either be blissfully ignorant and just go along with whatever you are fed, whatever you are told. Or you wake up and you realize, no, what is being taught is bullshit because we see something different.
You choose that extremist paradigm shift.
Well, it may seem extreme because it probably is.
Yes, that's why I said extremist.
Yeah. So
that's how they perceive. The way they perceive us, they see us as extremists.
Oh, absolutely.
The globals.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
But the funny thing that they don't know is that we actually refuse to accept blind beliefs, you know,
Yes.
just because you can tell me an endless story, yeah, on TV, that doesn't mean I really have to believe that. I have to first-hand experience. You know, I even see Hollywood movies. 1.5 hour, 90 minutes is the length of a movie. Yeah, and I see all sort of stuff. Brothers fighting, sisters dying, parents, whatever. Uh, yeah, this movie director is making appeal to my empathy and human feelings, you know, based on some events which are not taking place. And actually, when they do happen, and when I go to funerals, you know, I don't see the people behaving and acting like in the movies, you know. They don't even
Yes.
talk like that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah,
the one,
they just try to mimic. Yeah, they try to mimic, just like a monkey. You know, the
yes.
human behavior. Yeah.
But the one thing that gets me with all of this. Now, I've only been on this chat or in this Discord for 2 days. I've woken up to flat Earth a long time ago. The one thing that gets me is that flat Earthers, our proofs, the reason why we understand the Earth to be flat is based upon what we witness and see and can test on Earth.
Yeah.
The arguments that globers bring are always to do with space, somewhere that we cannot go, we cannot verify.
Yeah.
So every argument they bring is from somewhere out there, a galaxy far, far away. Everything that we bring, we see, it's tangible. It's something we can experiment with. It's something that we can, we can test the level. We can do all these things on Earth where we are. And that just strikes me as something that nobody has brought up before.
Yeah. If you, when we ask about the curvature, like that horizon, which for a 1 foot observer height at the seashore, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles far away. That's where
the tangible
curvature,
horizon.
Yeah, that's where the curve starts, bending behind. So things start to disappear from the bottom up because it's like they are going behind a corner, you know. And actually, when you look at the air refraction index, which tells you everything about visibility. You know, it's the real deal, which tells you how far you can see. And based on that refraction index, it's a number, and every day has its own weather, its own humidity levels,
That's right.
its
I'm a
own
pilot,
cloud.
so exactly.
Yeah. And that's how we can tell how far we see. And they actually engineer that number, like they took all these extreme weather and good weather, and they make like what's the middle point, you know, in between. And that's the number that they choose, you know, to engineer with this curvature. Yeah.
The middle point. What do you mean the middle point?
You have a high and low. Yeah. High refraction index and low refraction index.
Oh, refraction. Yeah. Sorry, I was talking. Yeah, I was thinking. Visual distance. Yeah. Refraction.
When you have a lot of smoke and dust and let's say humidity.
Yes.
The air refraction index is higher and it reduces visibility. The air is not that transparent. But when these are low, and also temperature affect
of course
the transparency of the air. Yeah. So then it's more transparent and you can see much further.
Yes, absolutely.
But on the globe, that's a geometric shape. It has nothing to do with this refraction, and the math doesn't add up.
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I came onto this Discord, was to learn about refraction. And slowly but surely, I'm learning that the maths doesn't add up when it comes to refraction, or what the heliocentric model says refraction is.
Yeah,
that's because there's two refractions: Snell's law refraction and terrestrial refraction.
There are more than two refractions.
Yeah, but primarily that's the two that we're talking about here. And you can't confuse Snell's law refraction, which is real. Okay, if light goes through a medium, it is going to change, with terrestrial refraction, which is conceptual fiction, as Andrew Thomas Young called it.
Yeah. Refraction takes place when you change the medium. Yeah.
Yes. But now, based upon that, I'm still trying to find a good enough explanation for why, when light, let's say light goes through a medium such as water, let's say you have a glass pool. Light goes through that medium, so it goes through glass, slows down, goes through water, slows down, goes through the other side of the glass, speeds up a little bit, and then comes out and speeds back up to the speed of light. I'm struggling to find a good explanation how light can speed up and slow down.
They say it's slowing down. They say it's slowing down and it speeds up, it accelerates. But the speed of light, the measurement, the tests made to measure the speed of light involves a very big assumption: the existence of ether. So the measuring of the speed of light is founded on the existence of the ether.
No. I thought it was the opposite, because ether destroys the speed of light.
Yeah, it was done away with in 1915.
Yeah, but I'm telling you this one for 100%. And the problem is that no scientist, physicist would actually accept this theory of the existence of ether. Yeah, they don't like it. They hate it. Yeah.
It's against the heliocentric model.
Yeah. The problem with ether is that it has been shown from the early development of quantum mechanics. That's where
that's a swear
people
word.
saw. Yeah, that's where people started to see that there is something, an element, a ghostly element, and then they found, we do have helium, and they also found liquid helium, but they didn't achieve superfluid helium when liquid helium was discovered. It took many decades after to actually achieve and discover the superfluid state of liquid helium, which actually gave birth to a very big branch into physics, and back in the days, even in 1920s or 1900s, when Tesla was alive, he didn't know much about helium.
No.
Yeah, none of them. But mathematically and doing these equations in physics and stuff, they saw that there is something, there has to be, They found that there is this quantum mechanics with these supernatural forces, supernatural phenomena.
Right.
Yeah, and they saw that it makes sense, in studying these equations and stuff, but they didn't have the physical knowledge, experience with helium. It wasn't discovered yet, or it was discovered in a laboratory, remote laboratory, and they didn't have knowledge about that in their time,
Well, I mean, now this begs the question, did they not have the knowledge, or did they have the knowledge and it didn't agree with their model?
Yeah.
Helium was discovered in the 1860s.
Yeah.
And it didn't agree with their model. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question, guys. I was listening to your guys' conversation.
Yes, sorry.
What is your general understanding of the Earth itself, Odin? I don't know. I'm noticing a few new faces in here. By the way, I'm a long time been in here, so if you guys know me or may not know me, but
Miggy is
I'm kind of so how do I say your name? Midgie?
No, Miggy.
Miggy,
Yeah,
right. Well,
it's basically
this is my second day here, and flat earther. Been a flat earther since it was either 04, 05, or 06. I can't remember which year. My investigation of can I say 7/11? Yep.
Back in the day.
Which and that led me onto the moon, which then turned me into a flat earther. So long time flat earther.
And I hear just like I hear a few new voices, but also BCFC Ireland. Welcome to the group. I'm listening to the conversations. You sound like you're intelligent. You know what you're talking about. But
I talk shit. I talk absolute shit. Don't listen to me.
No, I mean
That was
everybody
a
has
joke.
their own background, right? But I think that it's important that we all we don't carry, each of us learn at a different pace, and we the information that we've obtained from the time that we've been studying
absolutely.
this. But it's been, how long have you been in like the conversation? Because in this group we've been talking about flat Earth with people who have been, I would call them globe proponents for quite some time. So we've heard almost every argument under the sun. So there's a few of them that kind of surprises, but none really that have been really too outstanding. They're mostly just recycled arguments from like the beginning of I would say the movement back in like 2014 when this really took off. So,
right. Yeah.
the refraction argument, that's a long ago, 2015 kind of argument that people have been trying to reuse. There's nowhere to stand. There's a gyroscope argument. There's a few arguments that they're still trying to have.
The gyroscope argument. I'm a pilot, so the gyroscope argument is just non-existent.
Yeah, there's a few of them actually. Let's see, star trails in southern and northern hemisphere. Yeah, well, I would say some of the ones that give flat earthers now, like the newly flat earthers that are coming into the topic, a bit of trouble because they're not experienced in like the conversation, so they don't know. They're taken back by how to answer star trails or.
Oh, what? So do you want me to tone it down a bit?
No. What I'm saying is, overall, we've got a lot of people that come in here that don't know how to respond to certain arguments like that. But there's really not much to. I mean, you can get into the finer points, which is great. I mean, the finer points are awesome, but overall, the evidence needs to be demanded from anyone who claims that the Earth is of a globular shape. So if you hit them on any of the points that really hit their infrastructure, there's no response. They'll kind of go in a tailspin, and they won't be able to provide any evidence. So some of the things that really should be brought forward, and like you could really stymie them with at least one question, which is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, and there really isn't any sufficient answer to validate it. So
yes, are you talking about my conversation with Pyramid? Because that's the first thing I said to him.
Oh, I just jumped in the conversation. I don't know if you had any previous.
Okay, no, the first thing I said was, but anyway.
Miggy, guys, and Miggy, Miggy needs a proper introduction. He's one very famous flat earther among us, and he is the creator of the famous 3 points questions, which we use it as a method to actually show the globers that all they have is just a blind belief, a religion system.
Right. Well, then, why didn't you use that with Pyramid?
Of course.
Who is Pyramid, by the way? Is he a guy that's in here? Like, I don't even know.
Well, he was in here, but he left. Obviously, because I'm talking shit.
No, I mean, some of them get offended because of the conversations we have in here, but most of the time it's because of the fact problem. Yeah, most of the time it's because they can't provide the evidence. And one of the things that happens in a conversation when you have with someone who's wanting to actually come in here and challenge flat Earth is that they'll scattergun questions immediately when they don't have a response. So let's say you ask them about the curvature of the Earth, right? Number one, just flat out, let's talk about that. What happens is they'll be like, okay, but what about the moon landing? Like they'll go to another thing, and if you follow the like the carrot stick on the dangling off the pole, you'll get led off into another into the weeds.
No. Honestly, what happened was I got sidetracked by Get, and we got into a conversation. So obviously Pyramid didn't like that, so he left.
Oh, he took off. Well, I mean, outside of that, they don't have a response for the question, and furthermore, what happens is they get frustrated. So that is almost a telltale sign of people who do not have any knowledge. They're very ignorant to the topic, and they think that it's already been discovered or talked about, or it's like we've already learned this like 1,000 years ago. Why are we talking about this today? So it's troubling for the mind to adjust to the fact that there isn't an answer because they thought it already was answered. So what you're doing is
Well,
kind
no.
of
What
go
I
ahead.
can say is that Ireland, Get, and myself, we were respectful. We answered his questions. He hung around for a little bit while we were talking, and then we obviously got sidetracked with the conversation we were having, and he must have just left.
Are we having some kind of misconceptions in here?
I don't know. No, I just joined Quets. I think what was going on was that there was a character named Pyramid who was in here before, and
yes,
he was talking to Odin and Get, I guess, and they got into another conversation, and Pyramid got probably tired of waiting to jump in the conversation, and he took off or something. I don't know, something like that. But
no. He's what I suggested to him was he was actually interested. So I suggested to him that he should hang around, look at the resources on here, listen to conversation, just work things out for himself, putting no pressure on him. And then Get and I got into a conversation, and that's when you jumped in.
There was a fellow who was in here the other day. I remember and even just yesterday, I think I was in a conversation. The fellow came in here and he was really adamant because there's a lot who are on these other Discord channels, and they have their own little groups of wokeness, I guess you want to call it, or like they're so hip truth and this and that, and they're nothing more than just people who follow propaganda, and so they don't know how to break away from it. So when you actually hold them to a point and have them try to explain it, it's almost like they short circuit. They're not able.
No. We didn't do that at all. No, that was not the case. No.
No, he slowly dipped out. I don't know why, but I was expecting him to ask questions. To ask us questions.
Yeah, well, that's why I kept on that conversation with you, Get, because I mean, maybe I thought that he took my advice by just listening or looking at other resources. So
He already admitted that he was intellectually honest. He came in and said he knows nothing about the globe model at all. And so he's just willing to listen, basically, and learn.
Right.
The anomalies, basically, what we have about the the holes in the globe model, basically, so he can understand it.
Oh yeah, there was no shenanigans here. No.
Yeah. That's
sorry if Get and I got into it. We were having a rather nice conversation, but
yeah, I remember now. I had agreement with him. He agreed that there are many gaps in the heliocentric model, and I told them quite a few arguments about how we don't have a empirical measurements of the rotation of the Earth, like an instrument, a device measuring instrument of velocity to really show that the Earth, the ground beneath us, is rotating. Because when it's rotating, when it's rotating, it means we are in a constant acceleration frame, and acceleration. We have all sorts of instruments and devices to use in airplanes, cars, etc., to measure this acceleration or speed. And he understood that, and he agreed. Actually, that's how it is.
And that's what got us talking, because I'm being, me being a pilot. So sorry, we didn't mean to drive him away, if that's what you're worried about.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Unintentional.
No, I'm not worried about that. No, they come and go, so I'm not too concerned from that. Like that's plus he gave Get a concession. So I think another thing that happens is once you get a concession, it's almost a sign of like someone that's not able to carry a conversation in this forum.
Yes.
This forum is not for those who can't sustain themselves in a context of like providing evidence. So if you come into this forum and you think that you know what you're going to talk about and then find out there isn't anything to substantiate a claim that you've made, then you're in hot water. Because here is a place where people are going to hold you to your knowledge. Like, let's just say, for example, we talk about refraction, and you're like, yeah, refraction. That's why we see the curvature of the Earth, or why we can see things farther on a globe Earth, or whatever, whatever the case is. At that point, it's up to you to investigate what that person has for information as far as their knowledge goes. So you demand evidence, right? Okay, what do you know about refraction? Is refraction the thing that you're claiming the reason why you can see over the curve? Because if that's the case, then do you understand what refraction is? And so then you ask for citations, and there's a few things that you want to really get to the meat of, like when somebody's giving you these kind of ideas, talk about like whatever. And so you'll find out more often than not that they don't know what they're saying. And if they do provide evidence, it's to the contrary of what they think it is. So I'll give you an example. Refraction. Do people actually know that you need two substances to actually achieve refraction? And so if you're talking about looking through the air and seeing something refracted, that's not refraction. And by anyways, like what they're claiming, as far as the standard of what they're making it sound like, you can hold them to that. You can say, look, you thought it was this, now it's not. I can show you because your own evidence will admit that it's not that. So it's just, that's one prime example, but it can get into other areas.
Absolutely. I agree with that. But what I tend to do is, we are about to shatter this person's reality. Right? Let's be honest. We've all been there. So I tend to be less vinegar, more honey.
Yeah,
so
that does.
I will say to them, I will say to them, hang around, don't engage. That's fine. You don't need to engage. Listen, research. All the resources are here. Hang around, come and go as you please, and then let them come back. It needs to be in their time.
Verify what you hear in here.
Yes. So I'm not about forcing anyone. I'm not going to have an argument with someone over something like that, because you're just going to drive them away. So
right, but
it must be in their time.
Yeah, here's the thing though. This forum is about truth. Truth is what it is. It doesn't matter if the person
and the truth is here.
So let's say you're in agreement with truth or you disagree with truth. It doesn't matter. So it's always going to remain the truth. So what happens is,
but you don't need to force the truth. That's
right.
My point.
But if you have a conversation with somebody and they get upset about it, is it because you brought that upon them or they brought that upon themselves? You see, you understand when you have a conversation with somebody and they're ready to talk about something, and then at the point where you feel like, oh, maybe this is not for them, I better back off. Then you're not being an ambassador of truth. You're basically just coddling them, and that's not the thing we need to do.
No. That's not what Get and I did. No.
I'm
Get
not
claiming.
We check it. I'm not claiming that you did.
We wouldn't
I've
do
never
that.
said that you guys.
Listen, no.
Listen. I never said you guys did that. What I'm saying is, when we talk to people about the truth, I'm making a general statement. I'm never claiming that you guys did anything to anyone. What I'm saying in a general statement is that if you are here to talk to somebody about the truth and they're willing to engage in a conversation, then you have to lay the truth out for them. There's no way, shape, or form you can be like, well, let me back up from the conversation. I better not say this because for the sake of keeping him in the server. That's not how we operate. We operate in a level where the truth will be spoken, and it's up to the person whether they're going to accept it or deny it. Like
absolutely, 100%. And with all due respect, that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's
I don't know why you're
100%
referring to that. I don't know that conversation, or I'm not even talking about that. I don't even know what's going on with that whole other thing. But what I'm saying in general, like I don't care about what conversations you might have had with this character, but I'm saying in general, like this is the general rule of thumb when speaking of truth. Like we can't shy away from it. We're gonna be bold. We're gonna speak it, and if we're gonna be wanting to have numbers in here, then that's why people don't like to be in this forum, because they find out that there's nowhere to turn to when the truth is exposed. And so when they hear truth and they're like, oh man, I don't know what to do, and they're like, well, this upsets me. Well, okay, what do you want to do then? Because you either learn that the truth is what it is, or you don't.
Exactly. So he obviously got his answer because Get gave him, so many different proofs. He gave him information where he needs to go, and I said to him, hang around, look around, it's no problem. And then we left him alone. So now he has gone, and he might come back.
BC, wait one moment,
absolutely
please.
Fine.
Mic check.
Yes, go.
Yeah. When we gave them all those answers and stuff, then we got to the point where we started talking about refraction, and you explained how what they told you that refraction is when the light enters a different medium, decelerates, and then when it exits the medium, it starts accelerating again. And I was telling you how that is actually not true. I know this is the narrative that they give us, but in that explanation, there is the assumption that the assumption is the speed of light, that light has a speed. And the speed,
exactly.
I was telling him how actually that experiment where they claim that they measured the speed of light is actually requiring the existence of ether, a ghostly element which is unachievable, doesn't exist, is non-material,
Yeah,
and
but one thing, Get, I would say is that we with things that are provided as evidence, we're gonna have to back them up. So, like, let's just say we're talking about what you just mentioned with this character, and you said, there is no such thing as what people refer to as the speed of light being something that they can measure. Because if we're gonna have to get down to, like, how did you figure that out, and where did you learn it from, and it's a messy, sticky business. So when you get into that, the whole realization is that nobody's really figured it out. Once you get down to the roots, and you're like, oof, man, that's crazy, right? But anyway, not even engaging on that point, but just keeping it to where they realize that the whole thing is broken. Everything, all the truths, let's say, quotations that they think they're holding on to, don't have any merit. There's no way you can check them out, because every time you turn back to one of their truths, doesn't matter. And I'm, like I said, I'm not referring to this chap that you were talking to, because I don't know what you guys were talking to him about. But what I'm saying is, anybody that comes in here, they're challenged on the things that they think that are true, whether it be the speed of light, refraction, the shape of the earth, whatever it is. Once you get down to it, they don't understand how they were wrong. So it's almost like they're trying to grapple with that. But see, here's the thing.
Exactly. We are shattering their reality, which is what I said before. So you have to be very careful and very
the thing is, that's the point. That I think the point is to shatter their reality. Otherwise, if it wasn't you, who would it be? Like, if not you, who else? Like, if you don't stand for truth and shatter realities daily, then you're not doing diligence for you're not an advocate for truth. So advocate for truth, stand up for it.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that, because you can't force someone to
Okay, you're
agree
using
with
the
you.
word force as in you're making them do something. Did you make them come into this server? No. Did you make them engage with you in an argument? No. So you're not forcing anyone for anything. It's a willing participation in a conversation. They allowed themselves to engage with you. So you're not forcing anything upon anyone. You're only explaining the truth to them, whether they take it or not, and shatter their reality. That is upon them. Understand that. So you never forced anything upon them. They actually walked into this argument because they didn't understand. So ignorance was their. Well, I mean, if they're
not an argument. He wanted a discussion, and Get took over and gave him everything that he needed.
Character. Like, I don't know. You keep going. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about anyone who comes to you. That could be that guy. Could be someone else. But
To be honest, I don't think he's real Odin of Valhalla.
No, I'm not the real one. I'm a fake.
Anyway, yeah, but just getting back to that, I want to make sure that people don't feel like, okay, well, I don't want to force this guy. It's not forcing somebody. When they step a foot into this forum and they engage with somebody in here, they're already doing many things to actually move forward and want to know. So whether their reality gets shattered here or they walk away just blissfully ignorant, that's not the thing that you have to do. Always remember is be an ambassador for truth. If you this is what you're standing for. If you say I'm gonna be here because I want to know truth and I want to speak truth, then you have to stand up for truth. If you think that, well, I don't want to force anyone, kind of like take a step back and maybe not offend anyone.
No.
But the truth, that's the thing about truth. It's offensive. It's not going to be something that people want to hear.
He
It's like
doesn't
when you
care
tell,
about feelings.
it's like when you tell somebody, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. Do you think that the words preceding that are going to be something they want to hear? Probably not. The truth isn't something that is taken as, something that everybody wants to hear. So when you say, I'm going to tell you the truth, the words preceding that are going to be shattering, regardless of, you trying to not offend them or sweeten the pot or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's going to be
But
offensive.
also, you have to take into account the individual.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Truth is one thing, right? Truth is evident.
It's self-evident.
Truth is truth.
Yes, I understand.
Yes.
But what do you mean by I don't understand
So
what you mean by
now you have to take
the individual.
So he came into the chat and he asked questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
We answered those questions.
We gave him
and then
the answer.
Yeah, exactly. We were not combative. We were not forcing anything on him.
Hey,
he was
keep saying the word
inquiring.
force. I don't see how forcing somebody to what does forcing somebody to mean if they're engaging with, like, do you see what I'm saying? Forcing somebody would mean to
but
me
it seems like you jumped online because we had chased him away.
No, I don't even know who you're talking about. Anyway, what I'm saying is
He was giving you advice. Yeah.
I'm not even. I don't even care, honestly, about the guy who's blissfully ignorant about the shape of the earth. I don't care, to be honest. If they want to walk away from this forum thinking that the earth is a globe, happy trails, right? Like, keep thinking the earth is a globe, because you're the ones missing out on what reality really is. So who cares about that guy? What I'm saying is, if people want to know the thing that I'm kind of confused of. I'm listening to you here saying the word force. A force to me, it connotates somebody actually going after somebody, like you chasing him down, like you going to another form where he is, and then pushing your understanding onto him. That's not what I'm talking about. They walk into this forum, they come and engage with us, so it's not like you're forcing them. They came willing to participate in a conversation.
Yes.
And when it becomes a debate, or when it becomes a bit heated, people often say, oh, let's try to keep the numbers up. Let's not. No, they're gonna hear truth, whether they accept it or not. It's upon them, and then you move on, right? So it's not, there's this whole kind of like, maybe let's be softer, no, truth is the truth, accept it or not. And if people are not going to stand up for truth, then this may be not the forum for people that are ambassadors for it. So this is kind of the thing that I want to bring people to the
100% agree with that.
realization of. So it's, I don't, like I said, the chap you were talking to, I don't know what you guys had said. I came in when I came in, and I'm always talking like the way I talk, because it's always appropriate for this forum. It's the forum is always about speaking of the truth of what we know.
No, that's okay. But I was having a fantastic conversation with Get.
Okay.
And then you came in, and I just assumed that you came in because you saw that. What was his name? Pyramid had left.
You guys were talking about, no, I don't.
So you interrupted myself and Get having a great conversation, and I thought that's why, because we had driven him away or something.
I don't honestly, like, this is the way I stand with this whole thing. If people walk in and out of this forum and believe the earth is a globe, or change their mind because of any conversation that happens in here, it doesn't. I don't. It's no skin off my back. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm gonna stand up for truth, though.
Okay.
I'll be straight up with you.
Absolutely.
And if you're in this forum, then that's what you're willing to participate in. If you're
100%.
here, it's because you're a willing participant to engage in conversation about the truth. Now, if that offends you, that's upon you, because you came in here willing to talk about that. Plus, also, it's a wonderful forum of like a lot of who I would call the intellects. These intellects that are here are like, they're some of the smartest people that I know. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like that's the way it stands. Everybody that's been in here that I know for years, they're some of the smartest
Okay.
people.
Have I done something wrong?
Huh?
Have I done something wrong?
As in like a infraction in here? I don't understand. What do you mean you've done something wrong? What are you talking about?
As in, why are you talking to me like this? Because I mean, you know, I don't think I've done anything wrong.
No, I don't. I've never said you did anything wrong. Have I ever claimed that you did anything wrong? I don't think I have. What I was engaging you on was the fact that people that are coming in here, how to react to them if you want to respond to them. You just use the word of like forcing yourself your opinions upon them, and I'm like that's not this whole idea of
I don't mean
you
to
know
be
what I mean?
confrontational, but
Oh no!
you've come
Wait,
into the
BC.
chat. But have I done something wrong to warrant you coming in here to tell me that I need to be
BC,
that way? Have I done
BC,
something wrong?
Wait, BC, mic check. Do you hear me, guys?
Yeah. Go get yeah.
Okay. Miggy was giving you advice how to approach people in here, how to deal with people in here. You know, we have
Yes,
these
which is
server
why I'm
rules.
asking. Did I do something wrong? Is what I want to know. Because if I did something wrong, then I will change.
No, wait, let me finish. Now, Miggy jumped in when we were talking, and he didn't knew about that. It sounded like this and that, you know, for someone who wasn't in the discussion. We started explaining stuff, but it's okay, you know. We just have to move on, because yeah. But everything that Miggy told you is more related to the server rules and behavior in here, you know. And when you become a flat earther, when you get roles and stuff like this, then
I'm already
there
a
are
flat earther.
certain
of course.
there are certain methods and rules which you'll need to know them, how to deal. Whenever you make a positive claim in here, yeah.
So did I do anything wrong with regards to pyramid?
No, but you know.
No. Tell me if I did
read
something
the chat.
wrong.
Shut up, Odin. Shut up. Read the chat.
Oh, I'm not reading the chat. Okay, all right.
Because you're getting really annoying.
So, what infraction?
Just shut up and move on, okay? I'm really annoyed by the last 10, 20 minutes that you've been going on defending yourself about nothing. No one's attacking you. Someone's giving you general wisdom and you're acting like somebody's correcting you. Nobody's reprimanding you. Nobody's correcting you. Nobody's attacking you, and you're acting like they are. And it's so annoying to hear somebody pretend to defend themselves in ignorance or autism. I don't know what it is, but you need to stop and move on.
All right, I apologize.
No problem. You're cool.
Yeah, no worries. No, I just didn't think that we did anything wrong. That's
Miggy was
no worries.
Miggy was giving you very good advices. You know, that's all he was doing. Yeah. It wasn't.
Sorry, Miggy.
It wasn't related. It wasn't related
I apologize.
to this guy, Pyramid or stuff. He was talking to you in general. You know. Yeah. He was telling you
because I'm new here and right. Okay.
Yeah. He was telling you the correct position you have to take when you are in here. You know.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
So,
Fair
good.
enough.
Cool.
Well, thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers.
No hard feelings.
Yeah. No. None at all. No. That's all
I
good.
have to go back to work now. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah. No problem.
And
No problem.
welcome in the family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
Well, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Maybe I'll get banned.
You're like it. No. Don't be silly.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. No, well, sorry. Yeah. That's
and
my fault.
Pay attention when it's a silver valued member of the server, Flat Earther, or a moderator, or gold. Pay attention to those thingies. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. No, I just thought that I'd done something wrong, which I didn't think that I did anything wrong. But that's okay. No, absolutely fine. All good.
Yeah. Gotta go back to work now. Enjoy, guys. See you.
Okay. Cheers, Get. Yeah. Thank you.
Bye. Anyone want to talk about the Earth?
Just like to say good morning to everybody. How's everybody doing? You got
well, I don't know if I should talk. It's tail between the legs. Yeah, sorry guys.
Hmm?
Oh, no, don't worry. No, it's all good.
Gospel Bearer, what's up, man? What you doing this morning?
Eating really good oatmeal. doing my work.
Ah, yes. I heard Rookie 1973. What's up, man? It's a couple of people I heard this morning popped in here. I was in and out actually. There's a few faces I don't recognize. Felon?
I just don't go in here very often.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I just wanted to pop in. I got something bugging my mind.
Go ahead.
Right at the what's at the edge of a flat Earth?
The age-old question. What's at the edge?
Right. Yeah. What's at the edge?
Have you ever considered that you did any investigation into the topic of the shape of the Earth, Glenn?
Well, like personally research shit.
Well, yeah, the information that you know that what you think the Earth is right now. Have you ever researched it? Like critically thought about like what the shape of the Earth is, or do you think that it's a foregone conclusion that you don't have to think about, and these crazy flat earthers are talking about weird stuff?
Like, no, I'm an illusionist on the topic. Well, think of it as a blissful ignorance. Because I don't need to know. It doesn't concern me.
Right, but it does, because curiosity is what concerns you, right? Curiosity is what brought you here, and obviously why you're asking this question. Is it not?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
'cause I'm curious.
we're curious beings by nature. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. Sure.
Okay, so the question of what's at the edge stems from your lack of understanding of your own viewpoints on what the Earth is currently. So if you're
No.
looking at the Earth right now as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, then you haven't challenged the idea at all. It's a foregone conclusion. It's like, why do I even have to bother thinking about it? So the thing you should ask yourself is, how is this Earth even a globe? I've been taught this my whole life, right? And I'm saying this as a rhetorical. I've been taught this as my whole life, that the Earth is a globe. How come I haven't challenged it? So now we got to dive into that a little bit to kind of figure out why you think it's a globe. Now, if you think it is a globe, then you must either believe or you know.
Can I say why I think people think it's a globe?
Yeah, but 1 second, because I think Flynn's onto something here. I want to get to the root of his understanding, and then perhaps we can get into a conversation about flat Earth. But if it's possible, Flynn, I mean, I know you got a short amount of time to be in here, but
No. I got time until work. Got time to spare.
All right. Well, yeah, just indulge me for a moment if you can. The first question I would say is, have you ever looked at the topic of the curvature of the Earth? Like, people say that the Earth is a shape, oblate spheroid, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's a pear shape, kind of chubby in the middle. So
Right.
there's this idea of oblate sphereness that the Earth has. Obviously, the surface of the Earth should be measurable to have curvature. I guess in your own understanding, you think that would be possible, right?
What, the Earth having curvature?
Measurable curvature. You can measure
I suppose so. I really can't give you any concrete answer because I have no scientific background for this conversation or this type of conversation.
Well, and this is more to the point. I guess I want to drive home the point. The point that I'm trying to drive home is that lack of understanding is your Achilles heel for you thinking that the Earth is the shape that it is. So that is the point in which you are taken advantage of. So the advantage point to them is that all your life you've been indoctrinated with this knowledge that the Earth is of a particular shape. So you haven't been brought into the realm of like, let's investigate. Well, at least now that you're an adult, you have a critical thinking mind. You can challenge things, and so now your curiosity is you want to challenge flat Earth. But I wanted to get you to the point of like, if the curvature was something real and existed, then it should be measured, or at least you should be able to find out where it has been measured and how you can do it. Because of course we have metrics, right? And that's the important thing. We know that the globe is of a certain circumference, diameter, and radius. So if this is true, right? If we have the metrics to the Earth, then there has to have been some chap that has measured the damn thing, right? At least in your mind, you should be like, I should be able to, it's easy. I just Google it or something.
Right.
Well, nobody's measured the Earth to have curvature, Glenn. Now, and I want to challenge you on this point, because just like you said, I have no knowledge of this. I don't have no scientific background. Well, this isn't a scientific question. Okay. Science doesn't deal with the what is question. So, what is the shape of the Earth? So now we're looking at the curvature argument. If there is any curvature, if there isn't, who are the people or peoples that actually figured this out? And if you don't have any answer to that, I would say I would challenge you to look into it, because there hasn't been any way, shape, or form you could measure the curvature of the Earth. It hasn't been done. There's calculations, there's assumptions, there's theories, there's whatever you want to call them. There's all these ideas of what the Earth is and how they did it. But there's nothing concrete that you can go out into the world and take a long piece of a stretch of land or whatever over the ocean or water or whatever, and then measure the thing for yourself. It hasn't been done. There is no measurable curvature been taken into account. So now I'm saying this to the fact that I'm challenging you on this idea, so that perhaps this might pique your interest and you want to investigate some more, or you go about your day thinking that the Earth is a globe and never look back. It doesn't matter to me. What I wanted to implant to you is the challenge, because it has not been done. I've been doing this for at least 7 years, and for all my 7 years, I've only heard people with their belief in the Earth being the shape that it is, because that's all it really is. It's just a belief system.
Right.
So the paradigm, and I'm monologuing a little bit, and I apologize, but the paradigm in which you believe the Earth is a globe has never been founded on any truth, as far as like you can go out and do empirical evidence with. Like there's no falsifiable, provable thing that you can go out and measure the shape of the Earth. It's not, never has been done. I'm going to expound a little bit. If you want to say anything, go ahead. I don't want to monologue too
it's
much.
fine. You can keep going.
All right. So there's also the spin of the Earth, axial rotation, the measurement of that, who's done it, when, where. That has never been measured to be done. We get like these ideas that people say, "Well, just go and walk outside. Look at the sun. It's moving across the sky. We're moving." Duh. Okay. So, but if we're to stand on the base axiom that the Earth is, from our viewpoint, not moving, and only the sun is moving across the sky, then how are we ever able to come up with the understanding that the Earth is indeed moving and the sun is still? So there needs to be a few explanations there that people who have come up with this information have to give you as concrete evidence. And if it's not able to be done, then again, us being only taught that it's moving and that's the only thing that we're going on, without any challenge to the idea that it, how did they come up with this? That's to our detriment, right? So again, so the Earth having curvature, the Earth spinning on its axis, two things that you can't find out. Now, we'll give you the capstone, which is the third one. The third one would be that you and I exist in a realm in which we breathe air, which has pressure to it. Now, they say that the vacuum of space is adjacent to this pressure air. Well, what we know about air pressure is that it has to be contained in order for there to be pressure in any way, shape, or form. You have to contain it, right? So, like, you'd have to have a physical barrier that exists between low pressure and high pressure systems. So like if I have a container, like let's say a balloon, I blow air in a balloon, just for as a really crude example. If I blow air in a balloon, inside the balloon, the air pressure is high. Outside of that balloon, the air pressure is lower than the pressure in the inside. When I release the nozzle, what happens to the air inside of the balloon? It rushes out into any and all directions, meaning that we understand that in order to achieve air pressure, we have to have a container, which was the balloon. So the container itself contains that pressure. In order to maintain that pressure, you'd have to have a container. To have the variable existence of low and high pressure. So now they're talking about how the vacuum of space is. Go ahead, Flynn. Did you want to jump in?
No, it's fine.
Oh, they were talking about that the vacuum of space has a lower pressure than the pressure air that you and I breathe, which would not exist in reality if that were the case. All the pressure that we have on Earth would expand into the available space. It would just rush out into space, according to how they're explaining it to us. But they give us one magical word, don't they? Gravity. Well, for gravity to exist, we would need to have everything, all the components that the Earth, what their particular model would specify to us, which is that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So it needs to have curvature, it needs to be spinning, and there needs to be a lot of other factors that would include why we would even consider the idea that gravity is even related to that idea. So the capstone, like I said, was that it would have to exist in the void of this vacuum, which it does not. So the fact that we have air pressure, right, negates the fact that they're talking about that it's an open system. It would have to be a closed system, in fact. So the closed system being a dynamic closed system, because as you know, in this Earth, we have low pressures and high pressures. But because of the fact that it's dynamic, there's still pressure. So we would have to know for sure that this system that we live in is a closed system that's contained. So therefore, the idea that they have brought to your mind, that the idea is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a story that some guy made up, and then propagated it through whatever hierarchy of people that a long time ago they followed these scholars, quote unquote, And so now it's handed down through generations, given to you as studies as something that's true. But you've never investigated the topic, so you're coming into a forum which actually is researching the idea, or challenging, I should say, the status quo. And then now it's like, okay, now tell me where the edge of the earth is. So now we're up to speed of where you're at. And it's like, I could tell you that, but I think what's more interesting is you figuring out or challenging yourself if the earth is actually a globe. Anyways, it's a small little spiel that I had to give to you, but I know you don't have that much time, so.
No, that's fine. It's fine. All right, so,
Miggy, may I ask a question?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
No, I just want to know about that part of the theory, like on the edge. Where does it sit? What does it sit on the edge? You know, that's what I'm interested in.
I know you're interested in that, but my question to you is, why are you interested in that question when the more one is the paradigm in which you thought existed does not exist? Why does that not startle you? Why does that not shake you to your foundation and rock you to your core? That would be to me like the glancing blow that really knocks me off my feet. If I understood that everything I believed in was a lie, that would be completely earth-shattering, pun intended. Like, why doesn't that stick out to you more like a sore thumb than this little idea that we're talking about the shape of the earth, and then somebody somewhere said that there's an edge, and then you coming in here and talking about an edge? Like, why is it? Why I don't?
Phil, what makes you think there's an edge?
My understanding to you is like it's more interesting to look at the idea that the earth that I thought existed. You know what? Like that's. Why isn't that more pressing? This is my question to you.
Can I answer? All right, here's an analogy. When you do math, for example, you're 5 years old. You've just started doing math. Do you instantly start doing integers, or do you move with what's called pluses and minuses and the simple shit? Right? Where do you start with? Before I can even consider jumping into what you've been talking about, I have to get a pretty decent grasp on all the terminology, all the tests, the theories, the ideas, right? So from my perspective, the easiest thing to question is the biggest flaws I can find in the theory. And that's the pluses and minuses, right? So before I can jump into your part with the integers, I got to start with the simple stuff, right? That makes sense?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, that does make sense. However, the edge of the earth is not that in your analogy.
Okay. From my perspective, it is.
Well, think about it.
Okay.
For an object to be flat on its surface properties that you have access to, do you need to know the boundaries beyond what you have access to verify that the surface which you do have access to is flat or not?
Okay.
The obvious answer is no, you don't. So it's not logically contingent upon the proposition of whether the surface which you have access to is flat or not to know the further boundary beyond your access. It's irrelevant.
I thought the edge was still within the realm of access.
Is it?
I figured.
Think about it.
It's not
Think
outside.
about it. In theory, it could be. In theory, it could not be. For example, I will submit to you that the heliocentric model has an edge problem. For example, you may have never thought about it, but if the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, then there's an edge which you could never reach to verify. True. Exactly. So knowing that, everything within the realm that they claim disregards the boundary of the edge. It's never talked about, never thought about, never factored in. They make all these claims about the nature of our universe without ever telling us what is beyond the boundary or where the boundary even is. Because remember, everything's expanding into a space which does not yet exist because space has not yet expanded there. They can't explain that to us. Not even in principle can they explain how that works. There's not even a plausible theory that even exists. Yet, most people believe that that is what's happening.
Mm-hmm. And that translates with the flat Earth ideal as well. Uncertainty of the edge.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the reason why is because it's not logically contingent upon what's happening within that boundary.
Correct.
Like, for example, what Miggy submitted to you is that there's no demonstrable surface curvature, right? Now, a globe must have surface curvature everywhere, minus topography, of course. But that would definitely apply to water. So if it could be demonstrated that there's no curvature to water, then the claim that gravity is holding this water around a ball is falsified, right? Do you need to know the edge of the flat surface to be able to falsify that? The answer is no, you don't. They're not logically contingent upon each other.
Right.
So while the edge is very interesting, and by the way, the edge is interesting in both paradigms. In the heliocentric expanding cosmology paradigm, what's at the edge is very, very unique and very, very interesting. And the same applies for a flat Earth. Now keep in mind, based on any maps or territories that we know of, the edge of the Earth would be beyond what's known as the Antarctic perimeter, to which nobody really goes that often. Even the idea of going there, right? Let's say that it's land. We know that Antarctica is the highest continent and it's freezing cold and it gets less oxygen, right? So you need fuel, you need machines, you need supplies, you need millions upon millions of dollars to go up and into Antarctica, right?
Right, hello.
Now imagine that you have that plus ocean that just keeps getting colder and colder and colder. It's like, who's been out there and who's done anything out there? Who could tell you and come back? Like, you would need multimillionaires, maybe even billionaires to be able to accomplish this task. But I can tell you of a certainty that without having done that, you could just measure the water local to yourself and determine whether it's curved or not. And you could falsify the globe. And having done so, knowing where the edge of the flat Earth or what it is, whether it goes on infinitely, whether little magical critters are rebuilding it as it goes, or whether it just ends in a grid to where you just keep walking, then all of a sudden you walk into an invisible force field because there's no more reality to walk into. You could hypothesize that all day long. Now, fair enough, you could do that same hypothesis for the globe Earth expanding, right? It's expanding into what? I mean, think about it. What's it expanding into? No one can answer that for you. No one.
All right.
Is that a fair point, Glenn?
It's a peculiar argument. I'm trying to find the middle ground on rationalizing it, because I understand the argument completely fine, right? And it's a rational take, but it's a bit inconsistent to well, for example, I agree with the fact that the theory of a never expanding universe, right? Expanding into nothing, right? That's fine, but trying to get behind the idea that possibly like our planet, where body, the body we live on, pardon, is also somewhere within that realm of expansion is a bit inconsistent. Like, for example, if it's even unreachable, the edge being unreachable, I still find it a bit inconsistent, because how many years since for example, colonization and exploration of our planet, right? We would have seen something. We would have been somewhere around that area, especially with the psychopaths we've had through the ages as a species.
So many assumptions.
Who's to say they have not been? Think about it this way: who's to say they have not been there and have come back with a differential report to the masses?
I mean, Hitler actually sent a lot of his troops to places like Antarctica, and for not really any reason. For that we know, at least.
Yeah, but keep in mind, even in your argument there, like, oh, we could have known this, we could have known that. Knowing it or not knowing it, okay, whether it could have happened or could not have happened, has no logical contingency of a necessity on the proposition that the surface is demonstrably curved or not. They just don't jive. Now, it could be compelling to you to say, you know what, I would love to know about the edge. It seems to me that there must be an edge. That could be true. But knowing what it is, the nature of it, or where it is irrelevant. That's what I'm submitting to you.
No, I figured it's relevant if we're discovering what shape the Earth is.
Well, the relevance
the relevance should stand with you understanding first from your central location what the Earth is, and then moving outwards, right? Wouldn't that be more relevant versus you challenging the idea of what's way out there? And so I'm kind of making it a bit more apparent to you that where you're standing and being able to test the thing that you're standing on is very much more realistic than some far off dream of trying to reach some place that may or may not be there. You understand, Flynn? Like that's more realistic, and you make it sound like no. I think going way over there is more realistic, and we're like, you're standing right there where you're at. You could actually do a test. Go to the that's easier.
But
that would show you apparently.
Before we continue, though, we have to address something. Okay, these aren't equivalent propositions. It's not the Earth is a globe shape on one side and the Earth is a flat shape on the other side. Okay, flat isn't a shape in total. A globe is. So claiming that the Earth is a globe is a claim to a specific shape. Claiming that the Earth is flat is not a claim to a specific shape. And if you can disprove curvature, you disprove the proposition of a globe, because a globe's logical contingency of a necessity is demonstrable curvature, 360 degrees everywhere. So they're not equivalent. You can't say to yourself, if I don't know the edge, then the Earth can't be flat because therefore I don't know the shape. That's false.
Wait, say the last part again?
To say that I don't know the edge, therefore I don't know the shape, therefore the Earth can't be flat is false.
Well, we can't say anything with certainty, right? It's like the example I put in the chat. It's like going out on a date with somebody and asking about their retirement plan, and that being your exclusive means to evaluating what kind of person they are and whether or not you might want to continue seeing them is exclusively the plans that they have for retirement. Okay. Yeah, it's an analogy. Yeah, I get it. Not what are you doing right now? Who are you right now? What is the right now and the right here? Asking about hypothetical other. Right.
Flynn, at the end of the day, bro, like all we're doing is trying to challenge you, man. We're not this is what it all comes down to, you challenging yourself. Whether or not you leave this chat and come back, or you stay away and just continue to think the Earth is a globe, that's beyond us. What we want to do is to make sure that at least you can challenge yourself on this, man. At the end of the day, that's all it is. That's all it ever will be.
It's completely fine. I have nothing against flat Earth or globe Earth or whatever theory anyone's sitting behind. Pretty open-minded. I'm just here out of curiosity, you know. I got home and I was like, kind of remember being in that what's it called, flat Earth server. Kind of want to ask this question, so I popped in here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully we challenge you a bit, and maybe you can think about it and come up with how you're gonna assess it. But ultimately, it's always going to be about curiosity, man. Because I mean, even if you think like, well, it doesn't matter a flip flop if it's flat or globe to you in your mind, it really does. Right. It really does. Because if you weren't a curious being, you would never be inquisitive to even ask the question or to even be here. So the fact that you are, it matters to you in some way, shape, or form. Maybe subconsciously, maybe deep down, you feel like it's something you want to challenge yourself on. But so be it. Engage that. Embrace it. Like, and learn. Learn what you don't know, kind of thing.
Yeah. I have a theory. I have a theory that I have a stack of 2x12s and 2x10s in my garage. My theory is that they're all 16 foot long. I measured them to be exactly 16 foot long, my 2x10s and my 2x12s, but it's only theoretical, right? Felm? It's only theoretical that they're 16 foot long. It's only a theory. Yeah. Yeah. I can't know that they're 16 foot long because I measured them. It has to be called a theory, right? Well, yeah, of course. No, not of course. That's actually absurd and insane. Okay, go through your argument one more time.
It's not an argument. I have a stack of 2x12s and 2x10s in my garage.
Right.
Okay, and they measure to be 16 foot long. It's not theoretical.
All right.
It's actual.
Okay.
If you call that a theory, then you're the one with the problem.
Okay, so you're saying your stance on flat Earth is factual?
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know the full shape of something, and you call it a shape?
Oh my goodness! Hold on, stop. Found. Okay. Let's go back to third grade. Okay, my friend. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just trying to be rude to the proposition.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna make this very clear. Okay, as a licensed certified art teacher.
Okay.
Shapes are not surface properties. Yes or no?
Define surface properties.
Flat, curved, smooth, bumpy.
Right.
Now let's go to shapes. Triangle, square, cube, sphere. Do you see the difference?
Right. Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Right, so, but ultimately Earth has to have some sort of shape. Can't be just flat. Nothing.
Adjective doesn't equal noun.
I would agree with you that ultimately Earth must have some kind of three-dimensional totality, right? If it exists in a three-dimensional space, fine. What that ultimate shape is, whether it looks like, like a crystal structure, you might grow a crystal on your piece of wax paper like you do as a kid. When you peel the wax paper off and you turn the crystal over, it's perfectly flat on the bottom, but everything else, right, is crystalline and structured and with nooks and crannies and stabbers and all kinds of things going on. Right? So all of that stuff going on doesn't change the fact that the part that was attached to the wax paper is absolutely flat. Minus, some topography and a little divots and all of that. But one thing it certainly isn't is a sphere. Now, see, the thing about a sphere, my friend, and this is what's unique about the globe claim, is that the globe claim claims a sphere, which is a very particular type of shape, right? That's easily disproven because a sphere requires 360-degree curvilinear surface. So if you could disprove that, you've disproven the proposition that it's a sphere. Now, what's interesting about the globe claim as well is that they give themselves an Achilles heel that's easily testable. Their claim is that water is adhering to the surface of the sphere. We all know that water takes the shape of its container, regardless of the topography underneath it. The surface is level and flat. That means that of a necessity, water must be curving around the globe in the same manner that the globe is curving. So if it can be shown that water is not curving in this manner, and water takes up 70% of the known territory, then ipso facto, you have disproven the fact of a claim that it's a sphere. It cannot be a sphere. It's that simple. I don't need to know what all the crystals underneath the surface are doing. All I need to know is that I've disproven the fact that the surface is spherical. It's that simple.
Okay.
Now, I want to submit this to you just real quick. The flat Earth paradigm does not have such simple Achilles heels because the claim is not as easily disproven. Now, that might not be fair fight. That's just the way it is.
Okay. I'm just asking around out of curiosity, honestly.
Yeah, you should be curious.
Yeah,
you should be curious.
That's the whole point. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. We're all curious beings, man. That's what it's meant to be. We want to know what the truth is ultimately, and knowing the truth, it's a freedom, man. It's a freedom that gets you to understand, discernment, what lies are. So if somebody's telling you a lie, you know a lie because of truth.
Right.
That's why. So, and we might be a small group. It doesn't matter, but we stand for truth, and we're always going to. So that's the way it's got to be, man. But either way, I'm glad you came here and you asked your questions. But yeah.
No, I'm just purely here. I just want to figure out how shit works in in this proof of what's it called? I'm not gonna say shape. It's the other word. Right. Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, but let me go a real quick demonstration to you about this term edge and where the edge is.
Sure.
It's a fair question, but I would submit to you that the globe has a problem in itself, and this doesn't have to do with the boundaries of the universe. It has to do with the boundaries of the sphere.
Okay.
So the globe claims that it's a sphere. Now, the definition of an edge is the boundary of a three-dimensional object, right? So that means that every moment that you are anywhere, you are on the edge of the sphere. Now, specifically, they claim that the edge of the sphere is the horizon. That's the boundary, correct? The problem is that the horizon is never in the same place, never. So if the horizon is the edge of the sphere, then that means that the sphere is constantly getting bigger and smaller. It's ridiculous. So if you even take that question that you have, where's the edge, and apply it to the globe, you'll find that it's nowhere. And it's everywhere all at the same time.
Well,
so you could disprove easily their claim that the horizon is the edge of the sphere just by going out and witnessing the horizon beyond where they claim it should be, or before where they claim it should be, or in front of things that they claim it should be behind, or behind things that they claim it should be in front of. You can go out and discover that the geometric edge of the sphere that they claim doesn't exist anywhere. And again, falsifies their model. Now, it's not my fault that they claim to have an ideal shape that's so easily disproven. That's on them. Go ahead.
Right. No, that's fine. Kind of got sidetracked. Oh, right. Wanted to ask him, what's it called? How do I formulate this? Right. So the Earth is a flat plane, right? It doesn't hold any specific shape, or is that how it goes?
No, the specific shape is unknown. That doesn't mean it doesn't have one.
Okay. I want to know that. I was interested in that.
For example, someone might say, well, if the Earth was flat, I could drill through and come out the other side. Well, how would you know that? What if it goes on for 1 trillion miles? Right? For example, the largest hole that they've ever dug is 8 miles deep. When they got to the bottom of 8 miles, their machines failed. Thermal failure. The drilling, whatever they were drilling into, destroyed their machine and they couldn't go any further. So nobody knows what's below. Maybe it's only 9 miles deep. Who knows? Maybe it's 1 billion miles deep. Who knows? But you notice the proposition. If the Earth was flat, I could drill through the other side. What makes you think you could drill through the other side? Think about it. But the proposition, if it was, then I could. You don't even know that. Or for example, if the Earth was flat, I could get to the edge. You don't know that either. You don't know if that proposition is true that you're making in that sentence. But I do know if the Earth is a globe, it must have demonstrable surface curvature. That's the difference between the propositions.
I think he bolted.
Sad.
Well, if it was time for work to start and he just left without any notice, I commend him.
Yeah, I think he just left at the tail end of that, so he probably caught most of it. Still planted a seed, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, 99.9% of the questions that Globers or people who have been raised in the globe paradigm have for flat Earth are actually flaws with the globe Earth. Like, where's the edge? Okay, where's the edge of the universe? Where's the edge of the globe? Or they say, oh, what about if the Earth is flat? What about gravity? Okay, well, if you have a heliocentric expanding cosmology, where's your gravity? Right? Because Newton recognized that his theory of gravity wouldn't work unless the universe was infinite. Then people astutely noticed that if the universe was infinite, you'd have infinite stars and you'd have infinite light and it'd be daylight all the time. So your theory of gravity is destroyed. Okay, let's come up with a new theory of gravity where the universe is expanding. Oh crap, the math for that doesn't work because it was based on relativity where the speed of light is a constant. But we need the universe to be expanding faster than the speed of light. So now we broke our math again. Uh-oh, now we need dark matter. We just make it up out of math. So who really has the problem? In a flat Earth world, things just go up and down. We don't need the universe to be expanding in one instance and not expanding in another, yet simultaneously, disconnecting from its own mathematics. A flat plane in place is very coherent, intelligible, and livable. We don't need made up math. We don't need to come up with exotic matter just because it has to plug the holes in our expanding pretend model. You know what else? We don't need to physically change the size of detection apparatus rather than just accept the results of experiment. Speaking of the Lorentz transform, where they didn't like the results of their experiment that proved the Earth wasn't moving, so they just said, oh, what we'll do is we'll just change the size of the apparatus we used to measure it with some math. And then everything's good again. I find it funny how many people don't recognize, probably because they never were taught anything about it, just how much gobbledygook is involved with the heliocentric model. How much wishful thinking, how much philosophical choices, how much dishonest tactics, just to make it all work so that they can keep their floating space ball hurtling through a vacuum in space from a Big Bang explosion in the past. All right, my work here is done. I'm off to make some money. Ciao.
Good morning, AI. And see ya.
Good morning.
What's going on?
How you doing, Flatty?
I'm good, dude. How are you, man?
Yeah, really well. Had a great morning.
Yeah, excellent. The weather's amazing here today.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, man. It's not raining, so that's a good start for Wales. And the sun's actually out as well, and it's blue sky.
We had a blizzard last week, and we're supposed to get another one this Saturday.
That's crazy, man.
I have my doubts. It says 6 to 12 inches expected, but I think it'll probably be more like 2 to 4. I don't know. Didn't you get a little down there in the Midwest there, Biggie?
We had some flurries on Sunday.
Flurries. Gotcha.
It did snow. It was like maybe an inch, but it melted already.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be in like 70s today. I can't wait.
Wow.
Dude, I can't wait. Oh. I'm waiting for flip-flop weather, man. Want to be out in my flip-flops.
Hmm.
Maybe do some gardening.
Go buy McFlurry with a pen.
Yeah, I'll go buy a McFlurry. Anyways, I thought I'd stop in here because I was hearing a conversation that was kind of odd, and I was like, well, I don't hear flat Earth in here. I hear somebody talking about, I don't know if it sounded like the character that was in here before, the pyramid guy, and I was like, I don't know if he's a staunch glober or what, but
Yeah, Gibby Get just likes to talk about theoretical stuff.
yeah, I don't know, man. Every time it gets to that realm, I don't know if he means well, or if he just like really believes that theories that he's coming out with, and you just it's it hurts, man, because it's sometimes like the guys in here work so hard to kind of get everybody on the same page so they can understand that truth is a truth. Unless you've got evidence to back it up, why are you bringing it up? Like it makes our job more difficult, you know.
Mm-hmm. But what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
Everything. Stop talking. Yeah, I came on super strong, but I was like, I had just come on not too long, about the same time as you, really. Maybe even a little bit after, and I was just like, this is not okay with me.
It was a bit cringy. I don't know. And I kept
like inverse. It was like inverse concern trolling. It was like reverse gaslighting, inverse concern troll. Really confusing.
I was confused. He was referring to the conversation he had. I'm like, dude, I wasn't even here for that. I told you know what you were saying to that guy, and I don't really care. Like,
I think he was concern trolling himself. That's what I mean by inverse concern troll.
But the thing is, though, like, and I was saying something that maybe he could understand is like the truth. If we're not standing up for it, if we let people, okay, yeah, we'll go along with what you say and your theory. No, this is the truth. It's self-evident. If you don't like it, then perhaps you shouldn't know the truth. Because the truth, my friend, sets you free. That's what it does. And anybody who adheres to it. But if you want to stay blissfully ignorant and you're stuck in your own paradigm, by all means, keep trucking, keep on trucking. Because, we're not going to stop. It's going to continue to be that the people who know truth are going to speak truth. And the truth is offensive by nature. It's going to be offensive. We're not here to be like, oh, sorry that you felt like that was, what can I do to make it better? Oh, like, no. You engage in the conversation and you expect me to be like, oh, well, let's just okay, maybe I won't speak of that. That kind of stings a little bit, right? Better not. Let's back up a little bit.
Yeah.
No, man. That's how people have been getting run over who are advocates, for truth, because we feel like we need to not, watch it. And it's not the fact that you're not considerate. That's not even close to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to stand up for truth, That's all and if you don't, then everybody's just going to be saying what they feel, what their feelings are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Live and let live. Who am I to say?
Who am I to say? Oh, that's a popular one. Yeah. Who am I to say?
Where did that come? I want to know the origins of who am I to say?
Oh God.
Because
there's
a lot of there's a particular generation that really appreciates that phrase. But then I don't know. Maybe it's trickled down. What I'm saying is I don't think that the silent generation, as a name of generations, the people that were born 20s, 30s, they didn't have that attitude. That attitude seemed to have come later.
Yep. You think it's all a part of wokeness? Oh, that word.
What would it be? I mean, you'd have to break down all the different things that makes what are the influencing factors of the boomers, and why does that generation and beyond hold that specific attitude? And now there was a blip briefly. I would say that Xers tend to buck that a little bit. There are oftentimes with the generations, there seems to be.
You think like late 80s, that sort of thing?
A pendulum swing. Well, I would say late 70s and early 80s was this brief period of a generation that started to buck that the status quo and all that. But
for a brief moment, but it got quailed pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's swept. It's almost entirely swept away. I mean, there's a remnant at this current time. There's a remnant of people who stand up for truth and will be vocal about it. But it's the majority of the time you just get people agreeing, not to be confrontational. I should say the confrontation. Mm-hmm. And what happens then is that you give up sacred ground. This is sacred ground, my friends. The truth, it's sacred. It should be. It's a battleground for the mind, and we're at war. This is no time to give up ground and say, well, I'll let you have this and you can have that. I'll give you gravity. Or no, you are not taking not one single inch of truth. You are going to demand for evidence, and if you don't have any, then off you go, right? Because there's nothing you have to contend with it. And this is kind of why I think that it's been slowly but surely breaking down. And I didn't have a problem with the chap earlier. Didn't have that. It's just the idea of how he was going about, like, I don't want to force them. I'm like, force? Yeah. How are you? Wait a minute. This term force, I have a disagreement with term force. We don't force anybody into the server. We don't force anybody to talk to us. We don't force anybody to engage with us. Like, this all happens because they want to engage. At the moment it gets a little sticky and they can't provide evidence and they're just like, oh, and then the onlookers are like, oh, just go easy on that guy. Just come on. That's little. And you're like, no, this is the part where it needs to happen. The earth shattering is a good word, because it should shatter their reality into like the real, right? Like what we're really experiencing, not some fantastic idea what the earth isn't. So I guess that's kind of what I was having qualms with that. Like, I don't like when people say we are forced. I don't want to be forceful on it. How are you being like that? I can't take that, because I understand forcing somebody to do something is taking them by force, is literally making them do something. Like that, you're not doing that. You're revealing something to them. And whether they accept it or not, that's upon them. Upon the revelation of whatever you've discussed, they can take it or leave it. But it's not going to be moved. You're not going to cover it up let's just say I'll give you gravity. Now let's talk about Coriolis. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, don't even give them that. Don't give them an inch. This truth is what it is, and they can't explain it, then they're going to realize that there's this huge wall of like non-understanding, ignorance that they have to confront.
Yeah, I encountered, got to know somebody about a year ago, mid 50s, and they said that we were talking about the speaking of forcing people to do something. Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed to be in here if you don't do this thing. We're going to have to ask you to leave, sir, because you're not doing the thing that you need to do in order to be in this store, sir. And his method for dealing with this, again, mid 50s, scruffy beard, tall, probably a good 260, somewhere in that range, 250 to 270. He would look at them and just growl. And he got away with that perpetually. And I think it was, I thought it was hilarious. because there are so many people that just want to be nice. They just, I don't want to cause any trouble, and I'm not non-confrontational, but he he would just kind of lean forward and growl at them, and then keep on doing what he was there to do, to put things in his cart and check out and give money and leave. But there wasn't enough, by any means. There wasn't enough people doing that.
Yeah, I just didn't want people to feel like that. Anybody in here is doing that. Like, because when somebody starts saying that, it's like a virus. It starts spreading.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The whole, you don't want to force any. Oh yeah,
somebody who's out there like, yeah, let's not force these guys. Let's try to keep server numbers up. Let's like,
yeah, that's what the Care Bear Discord server is for.
the Care Bear. Golly.
I'm sure some variation of that concept of Discord servers exists.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I've known people in here never to be that way, so that's kind of why. And then I heard him talking about, he's like, "Well, I'm a flat earther, but I just don't want to force anybody." And it's like, oh, bro, oh man, that's fine.
Yeah.
We don't like time wasters either, so we don't want to be engaged with some glober who's just wasting people's valuable time to speak to somebody else about stuff. They're just going to keep, bucking the system. They don't want to. They don't want to give up any ground. They're just like, nope. I think level is curve. Like, off you go then. We don't need to speak if you're going to continue to be that way. I mean, you can't reason with someone like that, can you?
That has been my perpetual question. What is your allowance for accepting falsification? And I asked that question in a variety of different ways, but trying to establish at what point would they allow falsification? What would be suitable falsification? And repeatedly, bro, repeatedly, nobody.
Yeah. Well, there's no talking to them at that point. I mean, you've reached that impasse, and you're like, okay, well, vaya con Dios, because there ain't gonna be nothing here for you. If you don't want to even look at the argument, or if you don't want to talk about it, and if you're staunch in your position, and you're saying, nope, well, that's not going to be a sufficient answer. So, just you saying, so there's no need to further a discussion.
Well, repeatedly, what I get for the ones that are trying to think about it, what I get as an answer is long distance observations could never falsify my belief in the globe. That's what I hear as their final answer. And then it leaves you with what would. But then that could be a distraction tactic, maybe.
Yeah, it could be a spin-off to something, so another conversation.
Well, I need pictures from space.
Yeah.
So basically, my point is, what ends up happening is their proof, or what would be sufficient evidence for falsification is anything that's impossible is the answer to that question for them. Insert impossibility here, and that is what would be the so for instance, it'd be like I'd have to see it from outer space. Oh, you'd have to go to a place that doesn't exist to be able to see the whole thing all at once, and that impossible thing is the only thing that would be your proof for falsification. Like that's where it goes with these people. They make up some impossible thing. So an example of that would be Pazza, who, when I was pressing him on this issue, he said the horizon would have to be in the same location every day in order for me to believe the falsification. So the thing that it isn't, like we know the apparent horizon is wherever it appears to be and it changes all the time, it would need to not change at all ever in order for him to believe or understand the falsification. The impossible would have to happen, is what I'm saying. And this continues to be the repeated pattern of the Globers. They only will allow for impossible means to falsify their belief.
Yeah, because they believe in the impossible. That's why. That's the reason why. Because they believe in the impossible.
Yeah. So some other impossible thing would be the only suitable falsification for an already impossible belief.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what a mind warp. I don't know, man. If somebody were like, you know, your table is curved, your desk is curved, I'd be like, okay, show me. You know, and this is a straight edge. The reason we know that this is a straight edge is because of this, and this. Look at it's a straight edge. It's a 6-foot straight edge. I'm putting it on your table. Look how it rocks. Your table's not flat. Look, I put water on your table. It falls off, right? It doesn't stay in one spot. Your table is not flat. I'd be like, oh, fantastic. Table's not flat. Now I know. But the way that.
But that's reasonable. You're talking to people who don't want to reason.
I know. The lack of reason or avoidance of reason.
Avoidance? Yeah, it's the rejection. I mean, it's what they're doing. They're just rejecting it.
I need the Greek for reason so I can do a reason phobia. Ratophobia? Maybe.
Gospel bear, dude.
I'm just saying. I already put on my I don't know if you've seen my about me, but I say I'm against the bigotry of aletheophobia. So aletheia being the Greek for the truth.
Yeah.
So anybody that's afraid of the truth, I'm against the bigotry of aletheophobia. Yeah, I know. I'm a goofball with words. I'm against Hermeticism and I'm against anthropocentric soteriology.
Who else we got? A couple of people in here. Zoop is.
I know Zoop. I don't know BCFC very well.
We got Crypto. Crypto, what's up, man? How's everything, bro?
Maybe he's choking on leaf soup.
Leaf soup? What is that?
Leaf soup? Like I'm in about probably 30 minutes to an hour from now, I'm probably going to be drinking my bean soup.
Oh.
Leaf soup tea. I thought that was pretty funny when I first saw the leaf soup thing.
Hey, I might pop in here later on, see what's going on.
Yeah.
Morning, kind of see what's happening, and yeah, it was just me kind of having a good morning, I guess.
Yeah, good.
Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna go and head out, but yeah, it was good talking to you guys in the morning. I might be back later on in the afternoon.
All right, man. See you around.
Take it easy,
Later,
dude.
Vladdy. See you, Gospel.
Yep. Nice one.
No, Crypto dipped out at the same time. That's funny. It's me. Well, you got Ireland in your screen name. You actually native and or resident of Ireland?
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, crypto verified me to talk.
Gotcha. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Same for you. If you have any questions, want to spark the convo, feel free. I'm so disappointed in people sometimes, though. That guy, when I said I had measured the wood in my garage and that it was theoretical, he was like, yeah. Be like, I've got five fingers on my hand, theoretically. Like, yeah. Makes sense. The theory of five fingers. Because you can never really know anything. I don't know if it's too much drugs or what, but something's up with that.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program. Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
That's right.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scribbling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan, get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll front the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your thoughts, your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
here's Ridley, here's cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola light, here's tin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night ball, here's plastic hips. Your soul, your house, your phone, we want 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 your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
We want your soul. 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 Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust. These animals, they operate on jealousy and lust. I'm taking back what was lost, and I will not be denied. I'm crawling my way to the surface.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep.
Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
When they try to prove they're spinning ball earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
What's up? How you doing today, India?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are we doing today? How are we doing today?
Not much. Not much going on.
Okay, cool. So what were you guys talking about earlier?
If you're talking about when Miggy was here, Miggy was talking about efficacy, which is usually his topic of interest. I think he refers to it as strengthening the argument or something along those lines. Always seeking out different methods and the simplest ways and all that sort of thing. I'm interested in people's permission of falsification because there seems to be a big lack in that area.
You're talking about the dramatic fallacious falsification. What do you call it?
People not believing in falsification, basically.
Yeah.
That's what I'm noticing. It's a weird thing. The whole what can we know? Who am I? Who am I to say? What can we even know? The recurring theme. Pretty weird.
Yeah. Great example of a certain fella from yesterday, I will say. As an example, I mean.
But apart from that, there hadn't been too much conversation since I've been here. I'm open to topics.
What happened to the guy Odin? I wasn't here when you had a discussion with him. Some kind of dispute, maybe. Not sure.
Well, yeah, he just he was concerned trolling himself.
Oh.
He was under the impression that Miggy was chastising him, trying to establish what he was being chastised for, even though he wasn't being directly chastised. So it was this awkward, I was calling it inverse concern troll situation.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Hey.
Hello?
Hey, Odin. Welcome back.
Oh, okay. All right. Back. Finally.
Found your way back, man. Technology is hard sometimes, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm old.
Like, you're not that old, are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting old.
Yeah, so we're, yeah. And? Have you lost your cognitive abilities or what? I think you're able to do.
Not yet. Apparently, not yet.
All right. Good to hear. So yeah, you wanna speak your mind, or are you already, you know, are you good?
Sorry, is that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, all good. All good.
All right. Nice to hear.
Well, thanks for inviting me back. That's very nice.
I was just trying to figure out what happened though, because I was here early on. You seem to be fine and all that. You know.
Yeah, it was just
chatty and such,
yeah,
but there's no wrong with that.
Yeah, and never mind. It doesn't matter.
All right, man. Sorry.
I don't do bullshit. So everything's good. So thank you for inviting me back.
Yeah, I think you just got off the wrong foot or somewhere along the line. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a disconnect.
Probably, yeah. All right, cool.
But thanks very much.
Yeah.
So, how's everyone doing?
No,
doing
fine.
well.
Lovely weather, sunny.
So,
Yep,
how many talkers do we have?
Most everybody's silent right now.
Yeah.
Just us two, I think.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I need to be aware of the time zones on this ball Earth. That was a joke, by the way. That was a joke.
Yeah, I never quite understand why. I think that the reason people bring up the time zone question is because they've never looked at a time zone map.
Yeah, no, that sorry, that was a joke. I was
know
just
that.
trying to.
I know.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
But have you ever seen a time zone map?
Oh, have I? Yes. I'm a pilot. I've experienced the time zones. Yes.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about like just specifically, a lot of people are not aware that the time zone map does not correspond to longitudinal lines.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, you say, of course. A lot of people don't know that, and they don't even
Yes, but
understand that in one longitudinal segment, that there could
yes,
be 4 different time zones in one longitudinal segment.
yes, yeah. No, that's well. No, that would be 6. 6 time zones.
Where is there
I
6?
I think that is 6.
4 is the highest I've counted, but if you know a spot where there's 6 in one longitudinal,
I think I think it's 6. So longitudinal. So if that would be yeah. So if you go east of Australia. Oh no, that's 4. That's 4. So Tonga, have all the islands around Australia on the east coast. Yeah, that's 4. That's 4.
there's a spot. Green, purple, orange, yellow, striped green. That's all in one longitudinal line. So India, I can't tell where
China
India
has one time zone.
Sorry, I don't have a computer in front of me, but
oh yeah, and
so
China.
going from the east coast of Australia, head east.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about a country. I'm talking about in a longitudinal segment, vertically. You can track down, for instance, India has a time zone, then China has a different time zone, north. You just travel north. And then Kazakhstan has a different time zone, and then Russia has a different time zone, and then
absolutely
another part of Russia
but
has
time zones make no sense.
Well, I'm just saying a lot of Globers think that they're, time zone's some type of argument. And I tell them it's political and arbitrary and hilarious that they would even bring it up.
Absolutely. Okay, I just want to say from the get-go, I have been allowed to come in again. I am not a Glober.
Yeah. You don't need to defend yourself. Oh, nobody's attacking you. This is the same as this morning. Stop defending yourself where there is no attack. You seem to be a very sensitive person.
No, I just want to say that from the get-go because it just I'm not a Glober.
Okay.
So that's all I want to say.
We have that established.
You ever heard of proof? Have you ever heard the expression "proof is in the pudding"?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ever heard if it doesn't come out of the water, it comes out the dryer?
So what do I need to prove?
Hold on. What was that expression, India?
It doesn't come out in the wash, it comes out in the dryer.
I have heard that. I've not seen that as an effective strategy for cleaning clothes, though. Funny enough, usually once you throw something in the dryer with a stain, it only fortifies the stain.
Agreed. I've done that.
There's a lot of wind.
Yeah, sorry. It refers to losing stuff in your clothing, like money.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I'm sorry. Who's giving away money?
No. He said it's referring
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay. Apparently, dryers are giving away money. And socks.
I'll give away one money.
No. Dryers Dryers don't give away anything.
Whatever. I think that dryers are in cahoots, and they actually have like a sock, like a black market for socks.
Like the underpants gnomes from South Park.
It depends. Do you own the dryer? If you own the dryer, then yes, you are in the money.
I think they sneak off with the socks and sell them on the black market. The stock market, yes. Oh, yeah. y'all be talking about the stock market all the time. Where it's really at is the sock market.
There you go. There you go.
Number 1, collect socks. Number 2, question mark. Number 3, profit. Do you remember that South Park episode, the Underpants Gnomes?
No, I never really watched that show very much.
It's a good one.
No, but talking about something that has horrible resale value. Socks. It's a weird
US
thing.
dollar? Does that count?
Yeah. Maybe.
Sorry.
Maybe. I don't know.
Very awkward. I do apologize.
Yeah, you probably should stop that. You should probably stop the apologizing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, stop apologizing. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So free for all. Yeah, all right. I like that.
We already got Rookie that does that. We don't need more apologizers.
Oh, he's not even here to defend himself. No.
The thing is, you never know these days because everybody here is so... Okay, I'm in the UK, and everybody here is so sensitive. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, it seems like it's rubbed off a little bit.
What do you say? We're insensitive? Is that what you said?
Sensitive.
Oh, sorry. I misheard.
Oh, what did you think I said?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for interrupting.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, Prod, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, what you think about us getting another blizzard this weekend?
Well, as long as I don't have any work this weekend, I'm okay with it. You know, I hate to be out there. I hate to push a job because it's the freaking blizzard. But what's the amount?
Well, here's the crazy thing, supposedly we got, like, in my area, we were supposed to get 6 to 12 inches on Saturday or whatever. And I kid you not, we must have only gotten 2 inches. And I stayed down there in Williston because I was thinking that things were going to be insane because we already had so much snow. And we were like, yeah, we don't want to drive, in the craziness, blah, blah, blah. And we got back and I was just like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. This was only like 2 or 3 inches. But anyway, they're saying 6 to 12 again. And I'm just like, I'm not liking the weatherman. Their predictions, like, yeah, I think we'll probably get snow, but this whole like 6 to 10 and 8 to 12 and all the things that they're saying are not panning out. And sure, there's drifts, but it's just not. It's not. If we were actually having 6 inches here and then another 8 inches here and then another 12 inches here, like they said happened, it would be way worse. But I've got a range of 1 to maybe 16 inches in my yard, apart from where the plows have come by. And like, I've got a spot in my yard where it's about 6 foot tall, but that's because of plows, not because of actual snow.
Yeah, dude, we had here in Minot, dude, we got hit. So I don't want to see no more snow, but whatever, I guess the land needs it apparently.
Yeah, the farmers are rejoicing.
Well, yeah, dude, because like if you drove by what's that lake, Saskatchewan, whatever.
yeah.
I can never pronounce that, dude. It was so bone dry, So I mean, the poor,
I think
yeah.
is
So that lake needs it, dude. Like it was like I'd never seen it that dry in the 4 years I've been here. So it all goes to good use. I hope. I just hate when the mosquitoes come. They're bad out here, dude. So hopefully the land's dry enough to where water doesn't stay stagnant too long.
So forgive my ignorance, but where are you guys that you are still getting snow?
It's a state in the United States called North Dakota.
We might as well be in Canada.
I know the states. Yeah. Okay. All right. So North Dakota. Okay.
Yeah, around 48th, around the 48th latitude. I'm at 48.9, and he's probably at 47.5 or so, 47, somewhere in that range of latitude.
Brilliant. I've never seen snow, by the way.
You live on the equator?
Well, yeah, Aussie. Yeah.
Northern Australia, I suppose, because I know that they get snow in New Zealand. I know that much, but I don't know about Australia. Does Southern Australia get snow?
New Zealand is further south than Oz. It may not look like that on the globe Earth.
I know where the latitudes are.
Yeah. So I'm subtropical. So I'm Brisbane.
Okay, gotcha.
So Gold Coast is where I lived. That's subtropical. I would love to see snow.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Go to Tasmania in January, you can see snow. And February.
Yeah, but unfortunately now I'm in fucking England.
Yeah.
You
have to go very far. Go to the Shetland Islands.
Sorry, excuse my language. Yeah, I need to go north. Yeah.
Here.
But I'd love to see snow.
The Shetland Islands. Shetland Islands are north of the UK, but they have a really odd climate. Like really odd. Like they're almost in the so-called Arctic Circle, but it doesn't snow there or something. Like its climate is way different than what it quote unquote should be.
Here, I'll share my snow.
When you say odd, so it should be colder than it is? Is that what you're saying?
It's always like one temperature. It's like always something like just above freezing. Like all year round. Like in the summer and in the winter. It's just like always something like between 50 and 42 degrees or something.
Really?
Yeah, it was something really odd. I read it like a year ago.
Yeah, Iceland's much the same way, between the 20s and the 50s all year. But my understanding is the water is the temperature regulator. Whereas, a place like North Dakota has such violent swings of temperature because it's intercontinental or completely landlocked. It's in between. Now the unusual thing about that is there's spots in Russia that are very, very far away from water too, and they do not experience the same temperature swings in the same way. So I don't know. It is a
but we're near.
Yeah, but they
water.
wouldn't though.
You said we're near water?
Yeah, because of Washington. We're not that far. We're like 16 hours from the coast.
No,
in Russia, they're like totally landlocked. You're never gonna get winds from the ocean.
Yeah, but no, they wouldn't because the sun the sun traveling around the flat Earth, it wouldn't affect Russia that much. Because Russia is, you're going towards the North Pole, the magnetic pole.
It's just fucking gigantic. Covers everything.
Yeah, so you wouldn't get that much variation, the same as if you go to the South Pole. Go to Antarctica. You don't get that much variation, do you?
So there's like a city, I'm just kind of picking a city that's very central. Or really, where would it be? Like right here. Novosibirsk. I don't know. You just pick a city in the middle of Russia.
My ex was Russian, but I have no idea where that
So
city
basically,
is.
in between Kazakhstan and Mongolia, just north of that area, is very, very central. And you got land in all directions for really, really far away, and yet, I don't know. It's apparently 42 degrees there right now, but I've just not heard of it getting really, really hot in Russia, like 120 degrees, for instance. I've just never heard of that.
It won't. Yeah. It won't.
Well, in contrast, North Dakota has an extreme, the highest temperature ever and the lowest temperature ever, 120 Fahrenheit to -60 Fahrenheit. That range is quite an unusual range, at least as far as America goes. But I don't know how many other places there are in the world where you get a 180 degree Fahrenheit range. Are there other places?
I don't know if there would be other places.
Oh, apparently it gets 102 degrees in Sochi, which is in Russia.
Okay, and that's pretty hot. Pretty hot.
So I looked up the Shetland Islands. The warmest it gets is 56 degrees.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get cold either, it doesn't get sub-freezing either, which is really weird. Has a very narrow temperature range.
Yeah. I'm looking at.
They use snow skis as well in bikini outfits in Sochi during winter.
Sochi. I remember when the Olympics were in Sochi. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I boycotted the Olympics in Sochi because I'm a proud American.
Yeah.
Boycotting the Special Olympics if there's Russian kids in it. We don't want any Russian handicapped people. Bomb them. Not to change the subject, but they legit did that, man.
You can't.
They barred Russian athletes from the Special Olympics. The Special Olympics.
Yeah.
That's sick, dude. That's just sickness.
It is.
What does somebody with Down syndrome? Oh, we can't go to the Olympics you just trained for 6 months because of sanctions. He drools on himself. What's that? You know what I mean? It's so messed up.
The world is messed up, dude.
Clown world.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I should say the globe is messed up.
Yeah. The globe only exists in your mind. I thought you were a flat earther.
My mind.
No, let me tell you this.
I'm not a glober. No.
Let me tell you this though. Doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or a glober. Come here and you bullshit, tell lies, and troll. You're going to get kicked off, flat earther or not.
Why does everyone think that I'm a glober?
Because people think I'll be treated differently if I tell them I'm a flat earther. No, you won't. You won't be treated differently. Be treated exactly the same.
I had this problem before because people don't. I don't know what it is,
Listen,
but
it's a mode of thinking.
I don't think the rest of the world understands Aussie humor. I think that's where the disconnect is.
Well, that's possible. Maybe y'all aren't funny.
That's actually very plausible.
Name 3 famous Aussie stand-up comedians.
No.
Okay, rest my case.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm banned. I'm barred. I'm done.
What? I think
So,
your
anyway,
timing of your jokes are a little bit off at this sometime. That's what I'm feeling. Even though we don't understand your jokes, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
You have to explain your jokes in a bit different way to us, I would say, if you're coming off as an Aussie joke.
Yeah,
I don't know your jokes.
But do you see my point of view? Honestly, this is why I struggle in the UK. So I'm living in the UK right now, and I have to explain myself when I tell a joke.
Different culture.
Do you know how annoying that is? That's
Well, just learn as you
very
go.
annoying.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
If we respond to your jokes in a different way, then understand that it's not an attack personally on you. It's just trying to say, what are you trying to say? Like, can you explain it a different way? Or,
absolutely. No.
So don't be offended by,
You have to explain a joke. It's probably not funny.
I'm never offended. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I just have to be mindful of being outside of Oz, and
So Gospel, earlier I heard you say that people don't believe in falsification.
Yeah, that is the trend that I'm noticing, is that they are and this, I made up the phrase, dogmatically forbidding falsification. Dogmatic forbidding of falsification, and that's what I'm noticing.
Yeah, I think there's actually like another element to that too. And I noticed it with the guy yesterday, trying to transform all arguments into subjective arguments. Right? The guy yesterday kept he would take what we say, he would transform it, like slightly change the words, and kind of basically straw manning, right? Change the words to turn the argument from an objective argument into a subjective argument, so you can say, well, that's just your opinion, which is a gimmick. It's just one of these endless rhetorical gimmicks. There must be a book somewhere where you pull these out of, like.
Well, people don't read books anymore. It's got to be a website.
That's all they have.
It's got to be a website or a YouTube video that they're getting it from, because that tends to be people. That's another funny thing. People say, I've researched that, and they've watched 2 YouTube videos. They don't even know what research means.
Yeah, kind of like Professor Dave.
Please don't say that word. No.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, I've been giving these people an opportunity with the question, what would be sufficient falsification? What would be sufficient evidence for falsification? I've been asking this question, and they're stumped.
No, they're not stumped. They're unable to comprehend what you are saying.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he was fully aware of what he was saying. He just didn't want to.
No. Yes, but
pretty sure
they are unable to comprehend what that means. So falsification
I
of
disagree.
the globe.
I disagree, and the reason I disagree is they do express that they understand what the statement or question means. What the issue is, they don't believe it can be falsified. They actually do believe that it's unfalsifiable. It's taken for granted in their mind. Therefore, anyone that questions
Yes,
what's
it's
taken for granted is
the appeal to
is absurd.
authority.
No, it's
Of
not appeal
course.
to authority.
No.
No. No. What he's
It
saying
is.
is
So
they
if
think
you're
hold on, Odie.
what Gospel's saying, so there's the principle of falsification. If you have a theory, and this has been around since the beginning of the 20th century, this is part of the scientific method. Claims or theories must be falsifiable by experiment, otherwise, the true definition of the word, they are pseudoscience. Because if you can't prove a theory wrong, right? And it's not even that it's not that they are proven wrong, it's that there must be an experiment available, something that can potentially prove it wrong. Gospel Bearer asks them, do you believe in this principle? And they won't concede it because that leaves a door open. Because if they concede, yes, the globe potentially is falsifiable by experiment, then you can go down the road. Okay, how? What method? Da 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 da. Then they're opening the door that they're going to have to stay intellectually honest. They'll have to concede that yes, there's a possibility. Okay, what type of experiment is it? Well, there's this, and then if we present that, they'll have to go, oh shit, you just falsified it. They don't even want to open the door. They want to leave that door shut. That it's not even possible.
That's right.
Yeah. I stand corrected. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Well, that's pseudoscience by definition.
Of course that is. Yeah.
They think pseudoscience is just like junk science. Like the definition of pseudoscience has gotten twisted. Pseudoscience isn't like just junk science. There's a really specific meaning. So when you're making these, put it this way: if a theory is not falsifiable, all evidence supports your theory, no matter what it is. Right? Because no piece of if there's no test of the theory that can prove it wrong, any piece of evidence supports your theory.
Yes.
That's pseudoscience. Absolutely. That's the definition of pseudoscience. That's why like astrology is considered a pseudoscience.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because
agreed.
This is why evolution is pseudoscience. Because the thing with evolution is you can always say, well, you could do an experiment, right? And you could just say, oh, you didn't wait long enough. Because the fundamental premise is over long periods of time, some change happens that results in some other thing, right? So you can always say, oh, you didn't wait long enough. The theory is not falsifiable by any experiment, right? So think about evolution. What experiment that would prove the theory of evolution wrong? Well, that experiment doesn't exist. This is why evolution as a theory is pseudoscience. Whatever that theory is, because that's even wishy-washy.
Yep, great. 100%.
You know, it's funny. That dude yesterday. So everything I just said is perfectly reasonable, logical. It's pretty much logically unassailable. But this guy was fighting against it. Like he was just completely fighting against any form of like logical rigor. Just like, no, he doesn't even want to entertain that mode of thinking, like that objective reality.
But that's to be expected because you are shattering his world.
He won't even listen. It's worse than that because he won't even the mode about the mode of thinking, the logical progression, the rationale.
Yeah,
he rejects that mode of thinking completely. In it,
look,
there's no philosophical reason for it.
In my world, so I'm just talking about my life. In terms of converting people from heliocentric to the truth, you have to understand that you are completely breaking their world. So you need to give them some things, let them think about it, go away.
Look, we
let them think about it, and
we understand the psychological component to this, the worldview component. We understand that.
Yes,
That's why we, at least the people here, we don't try to convince people the Earth's a ball. We don't. We don't try to convert people or anything like that. That's not what we do.
Yeah, good.
We're trying to give people information so that they can reach a conclusion themselves, right? Because, listen, the globe Earth has been around for however many years, right? And it's got endless amounts of propaganda, psychological reinforcement. It's a broadcast everywhere. There's globes popping up on the sides of vans, globe Earth plumbing, shit that's completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. People use it as
every
advertising.
movie,
So it's
everything
everywhere.
you see on TV. Yep.
But the point is, we're not going to just like, oh, the Earth's flat. Trust us. That's what the globe Earth is doing, right? Just trust us. It's a ball. We'll just be replacing, right? We'll be just replacing that same thing, right? You're trusting somebody for your idea. Trust us or trust them. We're never gonna. First of all, we don't want to. We don't want to just replace. Trust us instead of them. We don't want to just replace them. And we couldn't outdo their propaganda anyway. That's why the only way we can potentially, I guess, bring people to this realization is that they have to do it themselves. We can't make them do it.
Exactly.
And all we can do is give them the tools to analyze the information to reach a conclusion.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, it's changing the way they think about the problem, because often people, they don't think of what's the shape of the Earth as a geometric problem. They think of it as a scientific problem. And that only smart-ass scientists can figure it out. So the whole idea, right? Okay, Earth's a ball. Who made that claim?
Yeah.
Oh,
fair
scientists made it. I'm too dumb to figure it out. Really, it's just a geometric problem. It's fucking third grade geometry, right? It's super simple, right? This is just third grade geometry.
Very
simple. Fucking algebra you learn in 9th grade to figure this out. It's not too much for you. You can figure it out yourself. They say the Earth is this size. It's well within the parameters that any human being can test it, because anybody can measure hundreds of feet. People come in here and say the Earth's too big, right? The Earth's too big to measure. Oh, but the math says it's way within measuring capability, right? So 25 miles, there's 420 feet of drop.
Yeah,
like,
20.
You can't measure 425 feet. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude! Like, in 25 miles, there is 425 feet of drop from eye level to the surface. So if I'm standing on a beach and I drew a line 25 miles from my eyes to a point, right? That distance between that point and the surface of the Earth is 425 feet. That's the globe Earth prediction. Okay?
Yeah.
Anybody can measure 425 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got that claim versus our claim is that there is no drop from eye level because the Earth is flat.
Exactly.
And all you have to do is measure, is there a difference? Right? So if we take a laser, we shine it 25 miles, it's either going to be 425 feet in the air, or it's going to be the same elevation as the laser source in the air. Well, when we do this experiment, it's not 425 feet in the air, it's 4 feet off the water.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a 2-order magnitude difference. It's not
I think maybe I'm just a softie. I don't know. And this is probably why I was banned from the other chat.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is anybody can go test this. Someone could just get a mirror and test this. It doesn't.
Absolutely.
Oh, Mom, can I have $6 in advance on my allowance? I'm going to go to Walmart and I'm going to buy a $6 mirror.
Yes.
Come on, Johnny, let's go down to the water and test this.
But also, what we have to fight against is however many years of indoctrination. So these people that we are trying to reach have been indoctrinated to believe.
We get it.
We understand that. But
yes,
do you want to know what just destroys indoctrination? Doing it yourself, dude, is actually because if you cannot trust yourself, you can't trust anybody.
But you need to reach that person before they will do that. I know it's soppy. I know it's bullshit.
What do you mean
but
reach
trust
them?
me,
I don't know what that means.
I've,
I don't know what that means.
you have to reach the person first.
In what way?
You cannot just approach somebody on the street and say, "Oh yeah, it's flat Earth," and give them all of the spiel.
Yeah,
and
you
say,
seem to not
"Okay,
be
now."
listening.
Yeah, this is a problem.
Oh,
You're not really like comprehending what I'm saying. Of course you're not gonna just go, hey, here's a freaking mirror, go test the shape of the Earth. Of course, no one's gonna do that, right? No more than like, oh, here's a kite, go fly it. No one's gonna do that either, right? Of course, you got to lay some groundwork. You gotta, I guess, convince them to the level that if they do this test, right, that they're going to get a difference in the result of the globe. You have to put it in doubt in the first place, or at least put it to the level of, you can test this yourself or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
But you don't need to convince them the Earth is flat. You only need to convince them that, listen, you can test this yourself, and that's all there is to it. It's not even a hard test.
That's right. Yeah.
The thing is, why don't they do this shit in school? How about that? Why aren't they? Why aren't they doing like measurements of the globe in school? They have no problem shoving the globe in your face in kindergarten and saying, "Earth's the globe, trust us."
Yeah. You do know that Rockefellers have the textbooks.
So when I was in third grade, they took us out it's first grade. First grade class. What's the first grade? Oh, let me think for a second. It's either first or third grade.
First grade.
Before the space shuttle flew for the first time.
So
they took us out. They took us out into the playground in the schoolyard, and they had us trace out in the dirt like the dimensions of the space shuttle.
Wow.
Okay. Yes. This is like,
really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. This is how big the cargo bay is, and like we traced out what was I think it was like 50 feet by 35 feet, and like they had us do all this stuff, right? So this subtle like brainwashing. You didn't live in America, so like another thing they would do, NASA put out like so this is when there's VCR tapes. So NASA used to put out like so in science class, like maybe once every 2 weeks, they'd wheel in a TV with a VCR, stick a tape in, and it would be some crap about Hubble or the space shuttle or some space crap. So when Challenger blew up, they had set up. They never did this before. This is the odd part. They'd never done this before. So there was the school office, but like when you walk into the school, the office is right there, and there's a big foyer. They stuck a TV in the foyer and showed the space shuttle launch. Everybody got to see it blow up, like 50 kids. So, but they'd never done that before. So it's kind of weird. I think the rationale was like it was the first teacher in space, so that's kind of why they were doing it.
Yeah.
If I were like, that's the only rationale I could think of. Like, why would you do this now as opposed to every other time?
Wait, but you're talking about NASA.
I'm talking about NASA actively promote themselves by giving so-called educational material to schools, right?
Need another 7 astronauts.
These are. But listen, NASA's relies on public funding. So what are you really doing? You're really indoctrinating children so that when the children get older, they support public funding of your little adventures.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Who else is allowed to do this? This is the funny thing. Who else is allowed to do this? What if the Department of Energy like rolled in with mock-ups of nuclear weapons, right? Or nuclear power plants and like said, we're doing science and educating the kids so that they get more funding at some point in the future. Nobody else does this. I don't know why NASA's allowed to do this.
Well,
under the guise of education.
You obviously do know how NASA started, don't you?
Well, yeah, there's a precursor organization to NASA.
Well,
if you really want to know how they started, it started through the National Reconnaissance Office. And they used to fly satellites, right? So there's satellites, and this is in the documentation. Their satellites were balloons
Of course, they're still
But
balloons.
they called them satellites. They didn't call them balloons. They called them
No,
satellites.
of course.
And then when it was the Corona Project.
C.S. Lewis.
So there was a
Yeah.
project for the National Cognizance Office called the Corona Project. They would send up these gondolas on helium balloons, and they would float. They'd stay in the air for something like 6 weeks, and they would go between 80,000 and 120,000 feet. When the film was used up, they'd fly a plane up there. The plane would punch in a transponder number, and an explosive would go off and pop the balloon. They would catch the gondola out of the air on a hook. So they did this for, I don't know, like a decade and a half. Then it merged, right? The first so-called satellite, they're supposed to catch Explorer 1, right? Explorer 1 was the first so-called orbiting satellite. And they were supposed to catch that out of the air. But when they went to catch it out of the air, it wasn't there, and they all got radioed. Oh, it's, we missed it. It's in the ocean or something. So, yeah, there's a whole, there's actually a So, National Cognizance Office did a project called the Living Memory Project. So what they did was they interviewed people that worked for the National Cognizance Office during this time period and interviewed them and asked them questions and stuff. So one of these interviews, this is where I'm getting this information from, is one of the interviews that someone said, this is what we did. And then it goes into, like, the interview goes into what he did with balloons, and then what he did to so-called satellites, which are also called the Corona Project. See, they never changed the terminology. All they did was say, oh, they're balloons. This is a Corona Project. This is what we do. We catch balloon gondolas out of the air. And now instead of dropping from high altitude, they're falling from space. But when we went to catch it from falling from space, it actually wasn't there.
It's never there.
Yeah, because there is no fucking space.
That's right.
So I'm actually going to post that document. It's actually, I didn't find this. Robert Bazzano found this. Pretty good researcher.
But anyway, seeing as though I'm very new here, this is only my second day, does anyone have any questions for me? If you need to vet me.
You'll vet yourself. We're not in a hurry, man. We're not going anywhere. This sir's been here for 5 years, man. We're not, like, in a hurry.
But I would like to be questioned.
What's your favorite color?
What's in its pockets?
I would say mauve. Do you know what mauve is?
Yeah, we in America call it mauve, but okay.
That was the joke. Yeah. No, blue.
Wow, Australians are really terrible at telling jokes, bro.
Yeah, now we are.
Don't quit your day job.
Nope. I won't do that. All right, so something
you
that
do know
I'm
we
going
post
to bring
things
up.
in the live stream voice text. Do you know that?
Sorry, say again.
We post things relevant to our conversation in the text channel, live stream voice text. It's right above.
Oh shit! Yeah, I. Okay, I'm using my phone now, and I.
Well, I'm just telling. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how to multitask. I'm old. But I just want to say one thing that I'm going to bring to the chat. It's something that is very controversial on both sides, because I've spoken to both globers and flat earthers, and I've received the same amount of hostility about talking about the ether.
God.
Yeah. So what?
So the ether. Ether is
yes. The A word.
I mean, the ether has not been proven to exist.
It's more of a concept than it is something you can test.
Yeah, fundamentally, it was its foundation is metaphysical. Its foundation is not physical. So the idea itself comes from metaphysics. It didn't originate from like a scientific experiment and then like they discovered it and said, "What's this?" The idea came from metaphysics, and then they've been trying to find it ever since. Most people don't understand that so physics evolved from or was created out of metaphysics. So people wanted to prove their metaphysics, right? So their metaphysical theories of about reality, right? They're philosophical, quasi-religious ideas. So to prove their metaphysical theories, they invented physics, right? Because a lot of these things were conceptual, so they went out and looked for them in the real world. This is how the globe Earth came about. Because if you look at the historical record, the first mention that the Earth's a sphere is Plato, right? And his reasoning is purely philosophical. This isn't a direct quote, but basically the gist is, a sphere is the most perfect shape, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere. Copernicus also used this same rationale, right? The Pythagoreans also used this same rationale. So then they went out into the world and looked for the evidence to support their metaphysics, right? So they had a metaphysical concept, and then they go out into the world. But they didn't understand things like confirmation bias, cherry picking, things like that, right? So this is what's actually happened in reality. It's just a bunch of confirmation bias and cherry picking.
Right. Okay.
So the ether is one of these things. It came about as metaphysics, right? It's when it was generated, its genesis. But people have been looking for a very long time for the physical reality validation of this metaphysics, and it hasn't come about yet, if it ever will.
Well, I tend to politely disagree because if there is no space, there must be something, and without going fully religious, there must be a unifying force, and it just agrees with me that there is an ether.
But don't Globers
ether
use
isn't
the
a
same?
force? It's
Don't Globers use the same idea? Don't they say, well, if we all don't know the shape, it must be spherical because everything we know conforms to a sphere. So like it's the same idea that you have, what they have, religiously. And I would tend to always stick to like what you can empirically provide as evidence. If you're
Absolutely, absolutely. But unfortunately, there's no group on here where we can go and just spitball.
Yeah, yes, there is.
So that's something that that's something that I'm very intrigued about.
Stop, Odin. There's a lot of voice channels on this server, and yes, you can chit chat about all sorts of speculative things in any of the like chill chat or
No, it's not a chill chat subject,
bro.
Well, we also had a
I'm
speculation
telling you.
channel. I don't know what happened to it. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what that
anyway,
being speculation used to be you have this habit of speaking when other people are speaking and doing nonverbal yeah in the middle of people's sentences. Try not to do that because it's disruptive. Because other people are trying to listen to the person, not just you. So if you're making noise when someone else is talking, it makes it hard for other people to hear what that person is saying, that sort of thing. But yes, there are many VCs in this server that can be used to talk about all sorts of things. And I am telling you, you may not perceive it to be a chill subject, but I'm telling you that, chill chat would be one of the many potential places where you could talk about that sort of thing.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you ever read the book I just posted? History of the Theories of Ether and Electricity.
I'm saving it.
By the way, I'd just like to say good morning, Indio.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Ming? Been a while.
Yeah, pretty good,
All right.
man.
Okay. I'm saving that.
Yeah, so this goes through the history. I haven't read the entire thing. I've read a little less than half of it, but it just goes through like the theories people
Thank you,
had
Indio.
and the
Yeah,
experiments
brilliant.
that were done to support the theory, and they've all failed. So we are where we are, right?
Okay. Well, yeah, brilliant. All right. Well, this is the kind of information that I came here for. So thank you very much.
Well, I mean, basically, that's going to tell you what not to do.
Oh,
Like
I
someone
don't
already,
care what to
that's
do,
a good
what not
reference
to
for
do.
someone already tried that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, brilliant. No, this is why I'm here, because I need to learn. I'm a fucking ignoramus.
So when you read stuff
So
like that, you have to watch out for like they might say it failed, the premises which they're relying on to make that statement, such as
yeah,
the
so
Michelson-Morley experiment. So
yes.
the Morley experiment was called a null result. Well, why didn't they just say the result was
Oh no,
zero? Because the result was not zero. It was less than the prediction.
it was yes,
So they
exactly.
predicted the Earth is moving at velocity x and the ether stationary. Therefore, we should measure this much of a phase shift, right?
They actually proved it. However, yeah.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying
Yeah.
is it didn't match their prediction. They didn't measure nothing. They didn't measure what their so-called theory predicted. So they were based on an assumption, right? But what if the Earth isn't moving, right? You're not gonna measure anything. So and also, what if the Earth is stationary and the ether is moving relative to the Earth? So you have all those issues.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think it's pretty much been laid out that you're never going to detect ether using beams of light. Let's put it that way.
No,
You
you're not.
might be able to detect it using current or edge or something like that, but I don't think you're ever with light, electromagnetic. That's gone as detection.
Well, thank you for that. I'll definitely read up on that.
So there's something weird. Have you ever heard of this? It's called the Aronoff-Bohm effect. So
No, I haven't.
So you could take a solenoid, right? A donut, basically a toroidal donut, right?
Right.
That's okay, so it's a ring magnet wrapped in copper wire. You run a current through it. Well, the magnetic field outside this toroid is all inside the toroid. There's none inside of it. Well, you can take an electron and shoot it past this, right? And it'll change the spin of the electron, the magnetic field that doesn't exist. You understand what I'm saying? There's supposed to be no magnetic field outside of this toroid, but it'll interact. This non-magnetic field will somehow interact with a particle if you shoot it by it. And they're still wondering like why this happens, and they've looked for
Supposedly. Yeah.
So Bohm also has the Bohm theory of quantum mechanics, which is like the many worlds theory. But that's separate from this experiment. That's some separate shit. What I'm saying is that there's something there, right? And it exists. It actually exists mathematically.
Oh, absolutely.
If you look at if you use Maxwell's equations, it exists mathematically, not as like magnetism or electricity. They call it the vector potential. So it's purely a mathematical entity that exists mathematically, but they're actually measuring it in reality. That means their mathematics is close to describing reality, but they don't know what that variable actually is physically. See what I'm saying? It's like they made these equations, and you have this variable, and you don't know exactly what it is, and it appears to be purely mathematical because you don't have quantities in the real world which you can like measure, like a current or something like that. So there's
So
something
it's
there. They
it's
just don't know
basically the
what's
same
there.
as gravity.
But what I'm saying? No, this is different. No, this is completely different than that. It's nothing like gravity.
Well,
No, this is nothing
they
like
can't
that.
explain gravity either.
Maxwell's equations are these interactions between the electric and magnetic fields, okay? And you have this thing that spits out the interaction between the electrical potential, but it is purely a mathematical entity in the equations. And there's no real analog like in the physical world, like I can take a device and measure it. But this experiment or test shows that it exists in reality in some form. That means that someone needs to take Maxwell's equations, right, and extend them using this, and maybe they can draw this. This could be a indication that the ether. The reason I brought it up, this might be an indication that the ether is real because they're watching an effect, right? They're observing an effect, but they don't know what that effect is, and it has something to do with electricity and magnetism, but it's not quantified in the model in a way that's real.
Yes.
So basically, there's a big missing hole in the knowledge.
That's why I said gravity, because it's the same thing. They are observing an effect of quote unquote gravity. So yeah.
Well, is gravity no? See, gravity is different because
gravity is the effect.
They'll simultaneously say gravity is the cause and the effect.
No. It's the effect. Gravity, as we know it, is the effect. They cannot explain what gravity is.
The effect of what?
Could I just interrupt here? I think what you might be saying is what we observe is things falling to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if I ask you what causes objects to fall, you're going to tell me gravity. You just told me it was the effect. Okay, what causes things to fall?
We don't know, do we?
No, we don't. Anyway.
Exactly. So what the heliocentrists, what the globists think is gravity, but they don't have an explanation as to why. They just see the effect.
No. Gravity is the explanation. Gravity is defined as the bending and warping of space-time, whatever that might be, and that is the cause of things falling.
Well, yeah. Well, no.
So it is just like Nico told you.
It's either yes or no, and it's yes.
Yeah, it's the cause and the effect. You disagreed with India, but yes, it is what they claim it is. They claim it's the cause and the effect. Do you understand?
Can you prove the previous as to the result? So can you explain what gravity is as opposed to what it does? So you are I mean, this is the argument about gravity. Nobody can explain what gravity is. They can explain the effects of gravity. Yeah, of course.
No.
Do they know what it is?
Gravity is defined as the bending and warping of space-time by mass. That's what they say it is, whatever those things might be. That is what it is.
So can you prove space-time?
No, of course not. I'm just telling you that's what the definition is.
Right.
That's what they say it is.
Absolutely. No,
One of their fairy tales.
I agree. So they need to make space-time in order to prove gravity.
No, in order to prove this effect, they need to do an experiment. That's what they need to do.
We're just talking about definitions here. We've not got past the definition phase.
Right, let's go definition. So
whatever that space-time is, I don't know, and what mass is, I also don't know.
Yeah, so mathematically, they need to have space-time, something they made up, in order to make the equation for gravity. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's.
Look, the very fact that we can sit here for 15 minutes just trying to figure out if gravity is the cause of the effect demonstrates how shit of an idea it is.
Absolutely. Agreed. 100%.
And the other thing was that you'd have to agree with what was previously stated that you disagreed with it is just the effect. And it's they claim it, okay, with the definition like Chad brought up, that it's the cause and the effect.
No, they created the cause. All
And
we
then
observe is the
try
effect.
rhetorical device
They
of
had to
saying
create the
it's just a
cause.
property. It's not a phenomenon. It's just a property of matter, which is like
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah.
just a crazy
Yeah, it's the
rhetorical trick.
property of. Yeah.
Yeah, mass is a property of matter. That's what they'll say. And then if mass attracts mass, that means a property attracts a property through what mechanism? Gravity. But then you can't define that. The whole idea is just
Oh, it's ridiculous.
like if you just on just a purely English composition level, it doesn't even make sense at all.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah.
You know what else doesn't make sense? This keeps happening. Speaking of things that keep on happening, that I'm noticing patterns. I'm going to put the definition of this, well, the etymology of this word specifically. People keep on saying, "Well, we're just getting caught up in the semantics here." Semantics is about the meaning of words. Here, maybe I need to give a better. That's the. That's not. I need to give the actual
you're correct.
definition.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct.
But to complain about the defining words, to complain about that is really sad. Sad is an understatement.
The only proper way to say you're just using semantics is when you're arguing about two words which are actually synonyms of each other, right? Because that's just making an argument.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
mean the same
that's
thing
semantic.
anyway.
Yeah.
That's not how they're typically making their point or trying to make their point.
That's the only. What I'm saying is that's the only valid complaining. Oh, you're just using semantics. Is when the two word there's two words in dispute and they're actually synonyms of each other when they actually mean the same thing.
Technicality.
Basically, you're deflecting you're trying to get out of the argument by going into it that does nothing. That's just like a tactic, basically. Better way.
Yeah.
Because we have that problem with Goldbergs too. They will not concede. Just will not concede, no matter how wrong they are. They'll just double down. I had someone yesterday say it's nighttime in China when it was 8:25 a.m. in China, and would not stop. Would just yes, it's night. Just kept trying to say it was night.
And you argue with that guy yesterday. I was in here, man. Did he continue, Indio?
Oh, I don't know. I had enough, man. I said no more to him.
Pull the plug. Okay.
Yeah, on myself. They stayed in here with them, but I just I've had enough of this. This is going nowhere.
Yeah,
I think we where he would. I just wanted him to his straw manning and trying to reframe our arguments into his subjective argument, right? Because he kept doing that over and over again, taking what we said, changing a word here or there, spitting it back at us, and then trying to characterize it as we're just making these opinionated arguments.
Yeah, and it was said to him that it's not an opinion. It's go look it up, and he never did. He's like, well, what you guys are saying was not you guys. You're not saying it. It's a stated fact, man. Go look it up, and he never He wouldn't. It was odd because he didn't concede that point. It's easily just for him. I think mostly it's just pride, though. Indio, he didn't want
Yeah, of
to
course.
find out he was wrong, which it happens most often than not. When they're
Yeah. Well, how often do like Glovers come in? This is it's almost like a epidemic where they come in here and they say "nuh-uh" because they think it's a flat earther argument. No, we're actually just saying,
yeah,
maintenance. This supports. Can you refute it? Right. So we're like giving them a chance. Hey, do you have evidence that says their evidence is wrong? But they think it's like us. Right? Because like he made an argument about, well, if you don't know how to measure and like you read the measuring tape, these aren't measurements I did. These are measurements somebody else did. Like,
Yeah, the globe metrics are a big one, aren't they? They deny the globe metrics. Well, I never said that. That's the claim. You didn't say you said it. That's what they're claiming it is. And if for you to disagree with that, then what do you don't think it's a globe? Because obviously this is what's being taught. Everybody knows this. So for you to go against it, you're not going against us. Like,
yeah, and rest in peace, Orbits. Rest in peace, Apollo. Rest in peace, like all that.
Really?
Oh no, let's not go into the moon.
What we're saying is, if the radius is wrong, they could have not done any of the other shit they said they did.
Oh,
or
absolutely.
distances to the where they
Absolutely.
went, distances as well. Everything is your whole paradigm is completely railroaded. If you think that just by changing the radius is going to help your case, you're going to have to adhere to the metrics if you're going to stay in this conversation. If it's even going to be something that you want to debate or at least argue or have a stance, if you don't have the stance, then what are you arguing? What fundamentally? Why are you here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I'll give them that. Like, okay, so the black swan, okay, so the black swan radius is the true radius of the Earth. Why didn't I need like 50 times more fuel to go from like New York to Florida? Because,
you can blame Biden for that.
I'm just saying these are like if you change all distances on Earth are calculated distances based upon the radius of the Earth. Moon is away, how far the planets are away, size of orbits, their masses, their diameters, all that stuff are all based upon the radius of the Earth. If you change the radius of the Earth, everything changes. Literally every distance.
Yeah. Sorry, I was making a joke
okay,
there.
so the horizon now it's 10 miles away from 1 foot elevation. Okay, so now the circumference of the Earth is 1.6 million miles. Oh, we got the distance or New York to Florida based upon the change in angle of the stars. Now that arc length is, 7,000 miles, right? So how did I get there and not run out of fuel? Miles a gallon?
Yeah, it's that little string on the
Change
sweater.
radius. It's
all gonna come undone, man. It's that you can
Go
do
ahead,
you. Oh, sorry, man. You were kind of lagging. Go ahead. I think you were cutting out, Indio. That's why I jumped in. No, I felt like when they're talking about the radius and they're trying to say that it's bigger, it's a bigger ball. Perhaps the Earth is bigger. What if NASA and all them got it wrong and the Earth is bigger than what they say?
Sure.
The whole ant on a beach
I'll
ball
go with that.
argument, right? Well, you're too small. You can't see because the Earth is way too big. It's okay. So the metrics are what they say they are. The radius is what it is. But then when we say that they could got it wrong and the Earth is way bigger, and we're probably not perceiving the curvature because of that.
Oh, that means that London, New York, it's not 4,000 miles, it's 4,000 miles.
Yeah, I mean this is what we're dealing with at the moment. So, but they can't refute. So they're either going to adhere to the metrics when they come in here and stand for the globe, or they're not. And then, of course, if they're not, then they have no argument. They're pretty much toast at that point. because they can't go anywhere without the radius. Everything's tied to it. Distances, you know.
They want to speak about oil rigs, for example, not about Horizon. But we can speak about oil rigs. We can speak what is 10 meters behind oil rigs. Is it physical water or holographic water?
Well, they're talking about the oil rigs as if that's the part of the thing they want to make a case for, and they keep forgetting Horizon was always the point in contention. You know, of which where they thought in their mind was something that they could say was the leading edge of the sphere.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, Miggy, do you see water 10 meters behind the oil rigs?
Are you referring to the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely the Horizon definitely goes further past the
Even
9
if
miles.
I don't want to ask you about Horizon. I want to ask you about water. Is it water, physical water behind oil rigs?
Yeah, of course.
That's the point. It cannot be physical water there.
Yeah, their case is it's never brought up for scrutiny because they're honed into like the most ridiculous things, you know, like it's like the guy who came in earlier, he was talking about I just need to ask you a question. What about the edge or other things that have no relevance to like, and then I gave him the compelling argument that why don't you investigate the globe? Have you even looked into anything that has to do with like why they're telling you the earth is a globe? Because if you're an adult, or at least you're a point where your mind is thinking of things that are, you know, pretty curious, then look up the idea how you learned the earth was a globe. And if it's even able to be tested. Can you go out there and figure out if you can see any curvature or measure it? Because that's a glaring issue if you can't do that. What do you guys think?
I think because of flat Earth title, I think that people doesn't think there is some problem with the globe. I think let's look how that flat Earth things look like. Of course, entire, of course. And then when they find out that we don't have that entire thing, oh, you don't have that. Oh, that means that why you are even.
Yeah, they void everything. Well, looks like we got nothing to talk about. Well, hold on a minute. You want to talk about fantasy and stories and is it story time? Because you're telling me about this globe that you believe in, that you have no evidence for, and you want me to give you a story? Ain't gonna happen. Not in here. Not gonna tell you a story about how the whole entire Earth has a top-down view, and look, we're looking down at it, and we can see the whole pizza pie. There it is, flat Earth. Not gonna happen. Because if no one's ever done it, how is anybody ever gonna verify it? That's important. I mean, that's really, really, really important. And I think a lot. Well, I was in here before, like a month ago, and I was going over that. It's like even with the flat Earth, like some people can get on these bandwagons where it's almost like this sounds like it makes sense, and I'll throw the ether into the whole mix as well. It sounds like it makes sense.
Oh, don't say the A word.
Yeah, it's our best guess. It's what we're doing, and then when it comes down to it, like you ask them
It is the best.
You ask them the very specific question. Bring the evidence. And when they don't, then it's like, well, you see, we can't do that if we're going to be talking to them about what truth is. We can't show them images like, look, this is the top down view from the earth looking down. It's like the whole entire earth, and it's the flat earth, and it looks like a giant pizza. So check it out. This is how it looks. No, you can't. If once we start doing that, then we start giving up like what truth is, because is that the truth? Has anybody ever looked? Because in that map that you're looking at, that you're presenting to the guy who's a glober, he's going to take that and say, how do you know that this is what it looks like? Who even checked it out? And can turn it right back around on you. And then you're going to have egg on your face because you're going to be like, well, I don't know how to defend that. I've never verified that. So that's important, man. I mean, like, that's for both sides. It needs to be, holding each other accountable for what the truth stands for. And, I mean, you can't just do that with something in the flat earth that, we've been talking about. We've gotten over those issues, a lot of times. That's how we get the conversation moving forward and to a better place where it's not like us talking about what we think it could, our best guess. That's what got us into this mess in the first place, right? With the whole globe nonsense. Well, my best guess is that the sun is nuclear fusion, because I can, our best guess. And, that's not good enough. You don't want to wind up talking to people about their best guess of what stuff is.
Yeah, we got a new person in the chat here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance to say hello, Life.
Oh.
Hello.
Man, what's up, man? I became a flat earther like 2 weeks ago.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah, man, this shit crazy, man. I was watching a documentary, Hibbler Productions, a documentary called Level, and that shit just woke me up, bro. It tipped me over the fence. I just want to know what's beyond Antarctica. Is there more continents and resources?
Where's Indio at?
I mean, isn't it interesting that people repeatedly are asking hey, I want to know what isn't known? You want to know what isn't known? Wow, join the party. People wanting to know what isn't known.
Like who else, like when the Antarctic Treaty was signed, like who started it? Was it von Braun, or like who started it?
Oh, you just you look it up, man. Just Google Antarctic Treaty. It'll give you all the information there. It's stuff like that is really looked up. Super easy. But beyond that, like, because you're newly into the flat Earth, why would that intrigue you as far as like Antarctica goes? Like, what's beyond it? Like, I want to know the thinking behind.
Because I feel like there's the reason. I feel like the reason that lies because there's more resources. There could be like continents, and they don't want us to get off
Right.
the system.
Sure. I mean, we're talking about motive here, right? So, what would be the purpose for the guys who are liars to lie? Well, what is the purpose for anyone to lie? What would someone gain if they lied to you? Ask yourself that. If I lied to you, what would be my purpose to lie to you for? One word, I'll give it to you. Deceive. To deceive you. That's why I would lie to you, right? So, whether they deceive you for money, power, hide God, whatever the case is, it's for deception. So, the ultimate motive and, key motive that keeps this, thing going for whatever reason, it always winds up to deceive you. But the ultimate goal is for control, because the one who has the information, it has control, right? They control it because they're giving you this information and it is not true. The shape of the earth and all of these things. So whatever they tell you, whatever story they tell you,
What can we do about it? Like this is the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life.
I understand, but like here's the part with activism, right? Okay, so first of all, it's a war for the mind. Who am I speaking to? Life. Life. It's a war for the mind at the very beginning, right? So to unravel this whole thing, you have to start with what we can understand what truth is. Once you start understanding what truth is, then the lies become apparent. If you want to go for like the motive versus finding out what you can figure out for yourself, like that's self-evident, then you're starting off in the wrong place. So, I mean, who cares? Like, they might have their motives and their reasons or whatever they're doing because they're liars, However, you have the ability to go and investigate, right? Because you're a curious being. You can do that. You can go find out for yourself anywhere and test.
We can't go beyond Antarctica, though.
However, not what.
No.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. Yeah, Antarctica.
I'm not jumping on the boat and going down there. That's not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is immediately where you are in your location.
Yeah.
What makes sense to you is that the reality in which you live exists as you can perceive it, not as in how they're telling you. Like they're saying, when you look out into the horizon, it's actually a sphere. It's a globe. The horizon that you see when you look out, it looks pretty flat when
Yeah,
you
it
look
looks
out into it.
level.
Right. But they're telling you it's not. So they're putting in your mind the opposite of what you're seeing, right? And they tell you that the earth is moving. Do you feel it moving?
No, I don't feel no motion.
Well, and that's here, and I'm getting a bit like, so you can understand how they're going against what you're. So there's a deception happening. They want you to believe something, and you can tell them, I don't feel any movement. But what would they tell you? Well, it's like being on a
Constant
fast train.
velocity?
Yeah,
Like, how would
being
you
on a
explain
fast
constant
train
velocity?
with a constant velocity, and yours, it's like being born inside of a train, like that's moving at a constant velocity. You wouldn't feel speed. And they're trying to make an analogy out of something that moves. A train actually moves. So, but how do you know that the earth you're standing on moves? They are giving you a false analogy. It's false because they haven't provided any evidence that the earth is moving. They're just telling you it is. So
Which
there's no way.
constant velocity they have three different speed and directions.
It's getting, and if you start getting into conversations with other globe earthers who are of the same mindset you do.
I was with one today, and I was explaining like relative densities, and it's the reason why things rise and fall. And they brought up buoyancy. I don't understand that.
Right, but what they do a lot of the times, what they'll do is razzle dazzle, scattergun. There's these old tactics, debate tactics that they'll use to throw you off. And if you're fairly new to the topic, you'll follow the trail, and it's easy to get you off your conversation if they have you constantly ducking and dodging everything that they spit at you. Like if they're telling you something, and all of a sudden you hear them saying, "Well, what's at the edge?" And then you tell them, "Well, nobody's ever been there." So you're saying the earth doesn't spin, like, what I'm like, there's a lot that they try to make you think about before you answer their question, or they didn't even think about the question. So I'm just saying, you being new, you have to realize that when you're in this discussion, you have to stand for truth, and don't get moved off to the next point until they give you a very definite answer as to how they can explain to you that point is because what you're doing is you're exposing their ignorance. Their ignorance is they don't know, but you have to make them understand that they don't know. And that's the point, right? Because when people don't know something and they're going on about it like they do, that's where mistakes are made. That's where beliefs are born, because they think that they know something is true. It's a foregone conclusion, yet they don't have any evidence for the case.
Yeah, they can't verify it.
They can't. So what we're dealing with here is people who are under a spell. They're under this this deep belief that they won't look at the evidence. It's like, okay, you keep telling me that you think the earth is a globe because you look out into the horizon and you see a ship going over a curve. But this is something that you were brought up believing. How do you know that? Have you measured the curvature of the earth? Have you done anything proactive to actually see if the earth has any curvature? Because if not, you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. You know what I'm saying? So you got to bring them to that point. Just like make them realize that if they're going to, make you or argue with you in this conversation of the shape of the earth, they got to bring forth the evidence. So here's, I don't want to say it's a trick, but it's more like a way to look at the conversation so that you can hold them to what they know, right? They're gonna have to tell you, okay, if they want to continue the conversation, if they know or if they don't know. So if you're talking to them about the shape of the earth and you say, "Do you know if the earth has any curvature?" Just yes or no. Yeah, the earth has curvature, and that, and then you just, okay, who or how, when, and where was this discovered? Who's the one that even told us that? I always go back to the origin. I always take them back to, like, who's the first guy to actually say this, or girl, or persons? It doesn't matter. Who's the first people that actually came up with this, and why are we even saying it? So they give you the foundation for, where it came from, and then you examine it. Okay, so basically you're just putting it up. This is like it's a war for the mind, and truth is on trial right now. And it's what it is, man. Like we're if you're gonna be an ambassador for the truth, just stand for it. Don't be moved. There's a lot of tricks that they will try to pull out on you, like I said, scattergunning you or having people overtalk you, asking other questions. But you got to maintain your composure and stay focused. Stay focused on the one thing that you're holding on to, which is the truth. And if you stay there, you won't get moved. Guarantee it. Don't let them move you from the point. They have to explain, or else, you're gonna chalk it up to ignorance on
What
their
about
part.
eclipses? But what about seasons? What about the time zones? But what about if 50% of the Earth is being lit up at this time? But what about
Did you finish any school?
Yeah. What is your education degree? What degree do you have? Is another thing they'll ask. As if you need to be qualified to speak to them, because they live in a paradigm where hierarchy of knowledge exists, so that to them you have to be of a person of stature. 3-letter words at the end of your name means that you know more than them. They're just peons, so they're just going to sit back and let you tell them whatever you say coming out of your mouth is the gold standard. And you know what's weird is that people with those 3-letter words at the end of their name come into this server and they get wrecked, because the best they can do is tell us that their best guess is ... And that's just not cutting it anymore. People are demanding evidence and they don't have it. So
Can we say the best globe proof? It's rhetorical.
What if they bring out like the founders, like Galileo, and like is these people real? Like I
well,
heard Galileo was.
yeah, they can bring out people that were in the past, and they did X, Y, and Z. But what is your foundation, which is truth? You have to stick to what can be proven. Always. Just remember that in any conversation that you go to, what can be proven? You can talk about the guy's life. He might have ate salami for the rest of his life. Who cares what that whole thing is about? History of the guy doesn't matter. The only thing that he was doing was perpetuating something that wasn't true. So your standpoint is to say, okay, why do you bring this up? What relevance does that have to do with what the topic is? Because we're going to have to bring it back to you telling me how this is relevant. I need to know why you're talking about Galileo when we're talking about the shape of the earth, in which I'm standing on right now. So you always bring them to that point where they have to explain, because the burden of proof lies on those who make the claim, and the claim is the earth is a globe. We don't perceive a globe. When you go out into the world, you don't perceive it. Yet they tell you that's your perception. They put that in your mind.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm trying to get you on the path of like making sure that if you're in a forum, because it gets pretty nasty if you're in a forum with people who want to do these debate tactics, or they think they're woke, or they have a bunch of knowledge, and they're going to scattergun you to no end. You'll get overtalked. You'll probably be muted, and they won't let you put a word in, because it's, they're going to gang up on you. They're going to
they make fun of you, like they
Yep.
ridicule you.
Yep. But
I mean, I was like 3 years ago. I was like, no one could convince me the Earth is flat. I just had to search for myself. Like, I was making fun of flat earthers and shit. Like, I found out recently, and it's just crazy.
Yep. And that's one of the question that you just asked is one of their top priority questions. They will come in here and ask. But there was a gentleman that came in here earlier and asking that. So where's the edge? And I challenged the gentleman. I'm like, would it be more compelling to understand why it's a globe? And I went into the whole spiel that I just finished telling you right now, curvature, and thinking about like if the Earth is moving, axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. And we got into like gas pressure without a container. So there's a few key components to keeping the globe paradigm alive. and without those components, you dismantle completely the whole paradigm. It doesn't exist. So being like a kind of a paradigm, destroyer, if you want to call it, you are someone who actually sticks to what can be proven. And if something they say is there, like curvature, ask them to prove it. Who told you? Where did you get that information from? Like, follow it all the way to its logical conclusion. You'll find out that there's no way they can test it. But I mean, it's a journey for you. And I would say, like, you probably know a lot of people that it sounds like you came from a forum that was already discussing these matters that way. So,
Yeah, I've been in multiple.
but if anything, if you want to, there's intelligent minds in here. Just bring them here.
I wanted to ask a question about like how does the Earth's like what's the compass work? How does that work? The sense of direction.
The sense of
yeah. Is it like when they talk about like the compass, like why does it point north and like and go east and west? Like how does that work?
I don't understand what you mean by how does it work.
Like on the globe Earth, they talk about like the North Pole, this electromagnetic pole or something. That's the reason why it points north or something. Like how does that work? Is the North Pole like the middle of everything, or is it like this is the top? Is it like
we know that compasses point north. That's what's understood.
But why? Like why?
Energy, frequency, and vibration. There's energy in this earth, and if there's magnetism of some kind that's doing that, I mean that's understood. You can check that out. Plants are affected by it. Like everything is underneath that energy. And a lot of it is because they're trying to explain a globe, right? So they're giving you an idea in your mind. Well, the globe Earth explains a compass much better than your idea of a flat Earth. But because they're only having in their mind this false dichotomy, that they think they're telling you something. If it's not the way it works in flat Earth, then it definitely works in the globe. Well, that's wrong, because they haven't proven the globe to you. So they're trying to shoehorn an idea before they even. It's like a presupposition built upon another presupposition. So the presupposition of a North Pole works on top of a globe Earth, which they can't prove. You understand? So they're building a presupposition on top of another.
Oh, so is this an assertion?
Well, they're definitely asserting that because there's a North Pole and a South Pole that they'll have a globe Earth. Their assertion is that their declaration is that because of that, then yes, then it's a globe. So they're assuming it's all assumptions, man. When you get back to the foundation, literally, it's the ground in which you stand on. Provide evidence that the Earth is a globe in order for it to be a globe with a pole, like they want to describe. So that falls back to everything, life. You can, if they say, well, gravity, because everything's pulled to the center of mass, all these other ridiculous claims that they'll say. Okay,
they can't prove mass attracts mass, right?
Well, but no, that's another thing. But remember not to get sidebarred by those other questions. You have to go back to, like, in order for what you're saying to be true, everything pulling to the center, there needs to be a globe to exist. So once again, let's go back to the globe. Explain to me how you think that what you're standing on is a globe, because we need to have evidence first that it's even a globe for you to say everything's being pulled to the center of what you think you're standing on.
Oh,
do you get it? You always bring them back, because there's these little sidebar arguments that they want to throw at you to justify their globe. They're trying to justify the globe any way they can, and then you're like, nope, I can't give you what you want unless you provide evidence that and you're gonna get them in such a tailspin that they won't be able to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and they can't justify their belief in that other thing, whatever it is.
Also, on a technical level, that pull to the center of crap it's not even the theory. It's not even the theory. Newton's theory is Every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's not everything gets pulled to the center of mass or shit gets formed into balls. It's not even the theory. And if you run a simulation, like if you run a simulation using Newtonian physics, right, and a bunch of particles, doesn't form a sphere. So people say that, right? People say, oh, gravity pulls things to the center of mass and everything gets formed into a sphere. That's not even correct. In their model, it's not even correct. But that's just the story. Anyway, it's kind of a... But as Miggy said, that's putting the cart before the horse regardless. Right? So the theory is everything gets pulled to the center of mass because of gravity and forms a sphere. Okay, that's your model. Where's your evidence for that? Right? So models get tested against reality. That's how science works. Have a theory, hypothesis, then you do a test, experiment, measurement to validate. Everything gets pulled to the center of mass in a bulk. That's the theory. Where's the evidence for that?
Life, don't let them go on a point. And then after they get stymied, they're not going to be able to rebuttal. They're going to want to switch topics. Don't let them do the old bait and switch. Don't fall for that.
Dish gallop.
Your guns.
They'll have you play whack-a-mole. So listen, just fundamentally, like you don't have to be like scared or intimidated or afraid to be proven wrong with any over, because all you have to do, no matter what they say, no matter what claim they make, just ask for the evidence that it's true, and you'll find that there actually isn't any. And when I say evidence, I mean experiments, measurements, data, not, oh, so-and-so said so-and-so. Okay, what's their data? What's their data they base their opinion on? It's all about the data, the experiment, because that's what science is. Science is the data. It's not the scientist.
Most of the times when I ask them, they just tell me equations and scientists.
Well, what's the equation evidence of?
Mathematical jazz hands, huh?
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, mathematics is evidence of mathematics. what the hell?
Maths can prove anything. Yeah.
Math exists. Good job. Well done.
See, that's the thing about math. It's internally well, it's been proven that math can't even be proven to be internally consistent. But math exists in its own little realm that is independent of anything outside of it. You can prove things within mathematics that apply to mathematics, but you can't use mathematics to prove anything outside of mathematics.
Maths is a tool. It's not a proof.
Yeah, it's
the language.
Like, just like the science. Science is just one method.
But you can prove the shape of the Earth without using any mathematics. Because I can prove the shape of things, right, without any mathematics.
Yeah.
I can compare a straight edge to a straight edge and see if they're parallel without using any mathematics. I don't need numbers. I don't need anything. I just compare two things, right? So when we're measuring saying the Earth is a sphere, you don't need any mathematics. It requires a curved surface, right? And we can take something that is straight and compare that surface to that straight thing. And if they're not parallel, then the surface isn't curving. Well, if they're not parallel, the surface might be curving. If they are parallel, then the surface is not curving. But you don't need any mathematics to deduce that.
Life, what do you think about all this?
Handy.
Huh? What you say?
So what do you think about this? All the information, because this information, bro. It's. I know you're kind of early in the flat.
It's mind blowing. Like,
it's about the experiment. That's all you got to remember is that like the only thing you have to really know is that we're talking about reality.
Yep.
Physical reality, that you can go outside your house and show that these things exist in the physical world, not in your mind, right? See, the Globers have concepts in their head, right? The Earth's a ball, but that exists solely in their mind. We want to know, where is it out there in the physical world? Who measured curvature? Who measured motion? Who showed gas pressure without a container? Who did these experiments to show these things? It doesn't even matter to who, when, where, how, what instrument did they use?
Exactly. What were they doing to? Yeah.
I see.
In
That
5
makes
years,
sense.
we've been here 5 years. We've had hundreds of thousands of people all smashed like waves against the rocks. We don't have a shred of evidence for any of those three things I just mentioned. Not a shred of physical evidence for any of it.
And we had the so-called scientists come in here. The so-called, right? Because they claim to be professors in their own right, but when they come in here, they don't stand a chance. There's no way that they can provide evidence. And these are the guys that people look up to. I mean, the ones who are globe proponents would say, "Hey, I might not know, but the scientist knows." Okay, we brought the scientist in here, and he doesn't know. Now what?
You have to understand something too. Like, for example, like even people that are claimed to be like, on the top of like astronomy, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, even his proofs to prove it's a globe are hypothetical and only in your mind. Like, he gave a proof where it was a mathematical proof where he said, go for like 1,000 miles straight and then do a right turn, do it again and do a right turn, and you'll do a complete triangle, and that proves you're on a globe, because if you're on a flat surface, I forgot how the argument goes, but it's literally a hypothetical where no one can even test this in reality. It can only be done on paper.
Yeah.
So like even
390 degree, or no, what was it? 180, no,
390
degree
degrees,
turns, you end up back at the same place.
but you would have to go 6,000 miles each time.
Yeah, it's not
Zanuck
feasible.
I'm sure Zanuck did it.
Zanuck.
Oh, Zanuck is it? El Baba
Yeah,
Yaga.
Zanuck did it. He did it in ninth grade, right after he did the selenium demonstration.
According to you'd have to be in Mexico to China to somewhere like Angola, or like finding a spot where you could make that kind of it just anyway. Yeah, it's
Look, listen. I think the point Jose was trying to make is, that on a sphere, this claim is true. You make 390 degree turns, you end up back at the same place.
only.
But the question is, who did it in real life?
But not just any three. Sorry, the distance is also required, because on a sphere it has to be a quarter quadrant of the sphere in order for those three angles to be 90 degrees. You can't just pick three arbitrary distances or three equilateral distances of any choice. In order for that statement to be true, it has to be 1/4 of the circumference.
Yeah,
each
that makes
time.
sense.
So they don't even usually employ that argument properly. And from where to where could you even demonstrate such a thing? And there, obviously, that has never been proven. So, but I've heard the argument that, well, he went from Oklahoma to Wyoming and then to New York and then back to Oklahoma, and it was like, well, then you didn't do it. You could pretend, but go do the math.
Just like to give a shout out to Jose. What's up, Jose?
Hey, what's good, everyone? Yeah, but that was my point, India. Like roughly around the lines of like, who's done it? When was it done? And the second point is that when you're trying to prove a globe, you have to step like I noticed you guys were talking about how like in reality, what can we prove in reality, right? Well, it's like when you look into all the globe arguments, they're in your mind. They're concepts. They're not actual things you can, they're not feasible to go do in reality. That was my point that I was trying to drive in.
Yeah, and I think it's very revealing that when we ask for the evidence, Like if we ask for like the globe story, they know the stories back and forth. But as soon as we ask for like what's the physical evidence for that, they struggle. They have to go look for it. They're Googling furiously to look for the evidence to prove the concept that they already believe in.
Or they'll tell you, "Oh, I look up at the sky, and so you're telling me that if the moon is a sphere and the sun is a sphere, we're not standing on a sphere?"
Or I'm not an expert.
I don't. At the end of all your arguing, at the tail end of it, they're like, "Well, dude, I'm not a scientist. How would I know?" What the hell are you arguing for, man? You came to this like unprepared, and at the very end of it, once you found out you were in a corner, you're like, "Wow, dude, I'm not a scientist, man. I'm duh. Only the scientists would know."
You know, it's almost like trying to think of a hot chick. Who's a hot chick? Anyway, it's like this. Oh, this hot chick she's my girlfriend. Oh, but you've never met her. Oh, but when I meet her, she'll be my girlfriend. Right? So it's this line of thinking, right? The Earth's a ball. What's your evidence for that? Oh, when I find it, you know. Well, go find it then come back.
Yeah, Life, if you have any more people who wanted to come in here, man, just tell them to come in here. Tell those Globers, hey, I know a server you guys can go and visit.
Trying to convince my family that the Earth is flat right now, bro.
Don't do that.
Don't do
try
that,
to
man.
convince anybody. Don't try to convince anybody. People got to convince themselves.
My advice is just like, like for me, this how I did with my family.
I'm just trying to plant the seed, bro. That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, that's all you got to do, man. You got to give enough to like. This is what I do, man. When I talk to my family about it, I gave them enough information that they can go on and like it's not even information they have to like be smart to. It's so simple, like just simple things like an observation on the horizon and why can you see it if it's this far, like simple observations like that. I talked to my sister about it, my brother, my mom, my dad. My dad obviously doesn't care about any of this topic. He's like, whatever, believe what you want, I don't really care, you know. My mom, she was more in tune with it because she's like religious, so I went through the Bible aspect with her. But with my brother and my sisters, I showed them like the math and like observations, simple things. And they got it right away, you know, because they know I'm not an idiot, and they know that, when I look into something, it's like I'm very passionate about it, and I put a lot in it. And they're always willing to look at anything I bring up, even if it sounds insane. But yeah, that's how I did it, man. I just planted the seed, and I didn't like overdo it with them, and they just kind of figured it out by themselves. Like my little brother ended up just flat smacking the shit out of himself through like YouTube, and my sister through TikTok, which is hilarious, you know. But yeah, they're both legit flat earthers. They've been like that for a while. And but real quick, India. So like, the guy was debating. I want to read to you how it ended real quick.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, it's pretty funny. So he never answered any of the laser tests, right? And he keeps bringing up the celestial pulsar. So I asked him for a picture, and then he said, "Go Google one." But then look, here's the best part. He said, this is how he ended it. Have you never wondered why there are no peer-reviewed papers supporting a belief humanity moved on from over 3,000 years ago? That was like his last argument to everything I pretty much.
Wow, now it's 3,000 years. Man, the
Whoa,
date keeps
3,000?
changing.
I thought it was only 2. They stressed it 1,000 years. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny, man.
It's fun, man. I do this because it's fun on Facebook. On Facebook, it's like you get the most like ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. I look for nuggets on Facebook. I don't do it because I'm trying to like even be right or win a debate. I do it 'cause it's just the nuggets of the arguments that you get on there are way more ridiculous from Discord, in my opinion.
Yeah, we need to have a YouTube Golden Globe section. Or not YouTube, I mean Facebook, just a section for Facebook and Twitter, because I get some crazy stuff on Twitter too. People just say crazy things.
How many people on this server are on Truth Social?
Me.
Yeah,
The registration process is weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
Truth Social, it's a platform like Twitter.
Truth Social, yeah.
Trump stuff.
It's actually, I'm actually shocked. It's actually more civil than Twitter, which is unbelievable. I thought it was going to be worse.
Yeah.
So here's another thing. Is Life still on here? Life. So here's another thing, which is, it's like, the thing about debating this topic is that they don't have evidence. They have tactics, right? Like propaganda tactics. So, because they'll do gaslighting, like flat Earth is dead. You're never going to change anybody's mind. So that's like one tactic. But the tactic they like to use when you start asking for evidence is they're going to go to things, try to bring up things that nobody can prove right or wrong, right? So, for instance, would be pictures from space. Now, if I show you any image of anything, right, can you scientifically prove that that image depicts reality?
No.
No. So that's the thing, right? They're going to say, oh, this is a real picture of Earth. Well, how do you know that? That's what I always ask them. How do you know that? Because it is. Because they have no backing. They just believe that the picture is a real image of Earth. There's no way to prove one way or another if it's a picture of Earth, if it's a picture of, if it's CGI, if it's a picture of a painting, if it's a picture of a physical model, if it's done in Crayola crayon. There's no way of proving one way or another anything about it. And you can't disprove it either, which is why they bring it up, is because you can't falsify it.
100%.
Why can't I?
That's why they bring up space.
How could you falsify? I just asked you. How can you prove the authenticity of an image? How could you falsify any image? Like if I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, how are you going to prove that image is fake?
But that's why they bring up space.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Listen, let him answer the question.
If you can replicate it, replication of the image would be in somewhat proof, but since we can't replicate,
that would be an indication. That would just be like, it wouldn't be absolute proof the image is fake or not, but it would be supporting evidence, I guess you'd say. Right. So if I go to say, I use this example. Say I go to some beach, right, and there's like a lifeguard chair on the beach, and then I take a picture of that lifeguard chair, right? But then someone else goes down to the beach and there's no lifeguard chair there, right? Where I say the picture was taken from. That indicates that image is not real, because when someone physically went to check what the image depicts, it depicts something that doesn't exist, right? So that's really the only way you can test an image. You can go to wherever that place that image depicts and try to see if it actually represents reality. But ultimately, you still have to go to reality to verify the image in the first place.
The issue with an image is it's a snapshot of time.
Yeah,
specifically.
that too.
So with that, or a picture of somebody smiling, well, they're not smiling right now, therefore you can't do that. But it has to be at least plausible. Well, I went to this location you said, and you had taken a picture of the beach, but when I went there was no water, there was no sand. In fact, it's rocks and grass.
So that means they can't prove that it was there with the picture.
Well, all I'm saying is that the image alone can't actually prove anything. You would always have to get external evidence to support the image. And this is how it works in court too, right? If you go to court, you just don't throw an image at the judge and say, yeah, this is a picture. You have to have sworn testimony from the person that took the picture about the operation of the expert on the camp something is capable of taking what type of image is, how it performs, that always external besides the image. An image alone is not proof of anything and can't be. Because otherwise you have in any image that someone can create. Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, Superman, right? How do we see? How do I look at Santa Claus pictures and say Santa Claus isn't real, and then I look at ISS pictures and say that's real? How do I differentiate to figure out which one is the true image that depicts reality? You can't. At a fundamental level, you can't. It's all based upon faith, which is why we stay away. We will show you, yeah, we see too far, and we'll show you images of flat Earth, but that's not absolute proof of flat Earth. The absolute proof is the measurements. The absolute proof is the actual measurements of the Earth.
That's right.
Because that's objective.
Obviously, it's the vehicle that can travel 17,500 miles per hour. That's true.
Yeah, that thing. That has all sorts of crazy properties. That exists in a place with crazy properties. But my point is that Goldbergs would try to go to things which are not falsifiable. The sun's 93 million miles away, and, you know, there's black holes, and, you know, this whole heliocentric cosmology story. None of this stuff, you can't do any tests to prove their claims wrong. But that makes it pseudoscience. It's like the literal definition of pseudoscience. We were talking about this earlier. The definition of pseudoscience is claims or theories which are not falsifiable by experiment. So if you can't, if someone makes a claim and you can't do an experiment to prove it wrong, then, like, if you can't, and I'm not talking about you did the experiment and it wasn't proven wrong. I'm talking about there's not even an experiment available that would prove it wrong.
Yeah. I took a science class last semester, and one of the scientific methods, your hypothesis has to be falsifiable to even be called.
Good, you were in a good school then. Yeah. Awesome.
I forgot about it. Now I remember now.
Because a lot of times they'll just tell you science is something a scientist says.
It has to be testable, repeatable, observable, and falsifiable.
Yeah, and there's a philosophical reason for that, right? So the reason is, if you can't prove it wrong with an experiment, there's no experiment available, that means any evidence proves it correct, no matter what it is, right? Because you've eliminated, so say you have the whole set of experiments that you could possibly do. In that set of experiments, none can prove it wrong. So that means every experiment you can do proves it correct, right? So that means the claim you can't even prove wrong, even if you want to. Not because of the result. I'm not talking about the result. I'm talking about whether the experiment itself exists. And now I feel like I'm repeating what I said earlier. Evolution, right? Evolution is a theory. If I was going to think of any experiment, what experiment could I do that would prove the theory of evolution wrong?
Nothing.
So it's pseudoscience, right? And the reason you can't prove it wrong is because it's based upon extended periods of time, which we can't test, right? So they say in 1,000,000 years, you know, rocks became life, or 1,000,000,000,000 years, or whatever number of years they say. And if I do a test, right? Oh, I had a rock, I waited 15 minutes and it didn't turn into life. They're like, oh, you didn't wait long enough. Okay, I waited 1,000 years. You still didn't wait long enough. Waited 100,000 years. Oh, it still ain't long enough. Right? So it's not falsifiable. No matter what I do, they can say just wait longer. Right?
They want you to believe the rocks are your distant cousins.
Yeah.
And that's exactly
complicated rocks.
Yeah, just like dinosaurs, like we can't prove that dinosaurs exist. The bones that we can't even prove the bones are real.
They're not bones.
They have to be dust or oil or something.
Even officially, they're not bones. Even officially, they say they're rocks in the shapes of bones.
Yeah, the rocks. The ones they show in museums are just they claim to be replicas, and they put the real ones in vaults. But I don't believe it.
Well, what do they say a dinosaur bone is, right? Someone dug in the ground. They found a rock thing. It's shaped like a bone. And what they say is millions of years ago, this thing died, and minerals went into the bone and turned it into rock. But but the rock is now shaped like, a bone. So they find 3 or 4 of these, and then they make a whole creature out of it.
Yeah, they just estimate, Gus.
I don't think there's ever been.
Didn't
I don't. So people have said this on here before. I've never investigated it myself. They've said that there's no complete dinosaur skeleton has ever been found.
Yeah, there hasn't been.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. The only issue I have with that claim when I hear that are the entire impression, like the little ones, the little fossils.
Oh, the outlines?
Yeah. The little
relief?
ones that show the entire creature, whatever that creature was. Though there are those things. I don't think that they're pareidolia or anything like that. I mean,
I was just gonna bring that up. How do we know they're not pareidolia?
well, because it's a bunch of different pieces that look like a skeleton. And it's piece in a pattern, and to try to, it's not like obscure or like a Rorschach. It's a skeleton. So I've seen the little ones before. You've got the crustacean type things. Obviously, there's all those guys, but those are apparently still alive. They're finding living ones down in the Southwest over the past couple of years. So, but as far as like the big, like Triceratops, T-Rex, all the traditional dino things, I've heard it said that they've never had a complete skull ever, and also that they've never had a whole skeleton. And it kind of does beg a question. Like if you find a toe, you can kind of build a story. Oh my gosh, somebody lost their toe. That's so terrible. But if you say that the rest of the entire skeleton disintegrated, but this was fossilized, that to me is just unacceptable.
You know that Lucy, it's like a monkey.
Yeah,
They're trying to prove like the evolution theory. So they got this like some monkey bones mixed it with some like human bones to like prove like evolutionized. They fake bones, like they make fake bones. That's the rest. This could have been like a human, but they said it was a monkey human transformation. Like pseudoscience.
Been getting some new faces in here today, huh?
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not. It's not particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry.
Well,
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Right.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Right.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still see.
Do me a favor. Who's rumpus in the bot? Odin. Don't talk over the bot, please. Makes it distracting.
I think Odin didn't know if it was a bot or not. I think that's why he was responding.
They went into space.
Yeah, no, sorry. Who
and what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful
Can someone
process
pause
to
the
build it
bot?
back
There's
again.
Now
people
what we-
here without with VC verify and without roles that we can speak to.
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I heard Odin wanted to speak, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I think we spoke to Odin before, right?
Yeah, sorry. Did a mod mute me? I think that's the best way.
I don't know.
Well, if I can hear you, that means you're not muted.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing on my phone, but if the mods want, you can mute me. Absolutely fine. I was enjoying that conversation.
Right. It is recorded. We rather speak to people. While the show
Yeah,
airs.
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be muted, but if that's what it takes, then yeah, I will listen to the conversation. I don't know how to mute myself. How do I mute myself?
Listen, you don't understand. We were playing a recording. Obama is not in the chat.
Wait, was that Obama?
There should be a microphone button, right? In your phone app, you should be able to touch on the screen, or at the very top, you should see that you are in a live stream.
Yes.
Very top of your phone. So touch the top banner on your phone.
Got that.
And does that pull up a bunch of squares?
Yeah, live stream. I have the headphones. I have a bunch of lines, and I have the spool for the settings.
Okay, look down below. There should be a microphone in the very bottom center.
Oh, okay.
When you touch on that, it should mute yourself.
Ah, okay. All right. So I shall mute myself.
Nice.
So, yeah.
So
No worries.
live. You're
all right. Well, then I'll
Well-
just listen to you guys.
Yeah, when you're
Okay,
not talking,
cheers.
just mute.
Yep. Tap.
So welcome to the server life. How are you doing?
I'm good, man.
What brings you here, my friend?
I'm interested in learning more about flat Earth. These channels down here are like good. I'm new to it, so like I just started like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
I found out like the physics of water, and it kind of got me skeptical of the curvature of the Earth that I was taught in school and shit.
Yeah. Water definitely does that to you.
Like, I have a question. Like, what's holding? What's holding?
Curved.
Huh?
I said level is not curved.
Level's not.
Water's level.
Yeah, but one argument that really did it for me was the water always seeks and maintains and stays level. Like, if the Earth is really a ball, like it won't take the shape of the exterior, and yeah, it doesn't make sense. I try to do an experiment, like have like a triangle, like get a container with wavy interior, but it wouldn't take the shape like as I wanted. The water stayed level, like flat. But then I'm trying to like do it with like no medium surrounding the water, with zero, no medium, like no molecules or atom. Like I don't know how that would work. Would it just float? Would it just defy like the rising and falling we see and shit?
So, what was your question?
Like like let's say like how would you explain the vacuum? Like if I had zero medium like around, like the medium surrounding us, if there's nothing there, and we have water, like how can that water stay level?
Well, the water would just seek is equilibrium, right? So, if you have nothing to support it, this is the water's the densest item there, so the water will go to wherever the floor is.
I mean, doesn't water boil in vacuum?
It does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vacuum makes water
So,
boil.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense then talking about.
Don't
what
the
he's talking about.
astronauts aren't astronauts in a vacuum?
Imaginary vacuum.
No,
Yeah.
astronauts are in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah, I know that, but like, don't they claim to be in like a vacuum when they go to space?
That's the claim, but then the violation
Then
of the
shouldn't
second
the
law of
water?
thermodynamics.
Okay. Cause I see like I see videos of like air water bubbles and stuff like.
Well, you have to understand something. Like, I don't believe in anything I'm about to say, but they claim to be in a pressurized container in space. So it's not like they're in weightlessness. Yeah, like they're in free fall, constantly falling around the Earth. That's what they claim. But they're in a pressurized environment when they're on the space station because they have to obviously be able to breathe, right? So they have pressure in that in the so-called like ISS or something. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, if that place was real and there was an actual vacuum up there and everything they're saying is real, like it'd be feasible for me to do what they're doing. Like that's why a lot of people believe it, but there's actually no evidence that that space can even exist next to a pressurized, atmosphere, which is what the Earth is, right? We have this pressure on Earth that's about 14.7 psi pounds per square inch, and roughly where they're at, it's like I know where the moon is. It's like 10 to negative 6 torch, so I can only imagine it's just a little bit a tad off from that. From the moon to the moon's to like 2,000 something miles away. They're at 240 miles up. So yeah, they're definitely in an environment where there's like very little, if no air.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson said that's not even space, man. By the way, this is Leo. It's like freaking go from here to downtown.
Let me ask you like a fundamental question.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to like a fundamental question. Should we base our reality on the words of strangers? Our view of reality. Some people, I got some video where they say, "Oh, I'm in space."
There's a lot of background noise in you.
Yeah, I know it's so windy where I live.
Yeah.
So should we
Point is,
base
they
our
claim they're somewhere. They claim they're somewhere where the physics of the world are completely different, and you can just believe it or not believe it.
No, we shouldn't have blind belief on. Like we shouldn't just believe it. We should verify and experiment ourselves. Like I feel like that's why most of us, like the masses, they're in this state of like just blind belief, and they just have wishful thinking. They're not based on anything. They're just wishful thinking. That's how they're all deceived.
Hey, like, what would you need for the vacuum of space to exist? What would you need for it to exist?
No molecules and atoms, nothing there.
Well, according to their paradigm.
To help you out, just think about this. Nature, where we live in nature, it abhors a vacuum. The only way we on Earth can even make a vacuum, just think about this for a second. Like, what do we need in order to create a vacuum? A container.
Yep. So what happens when they can't provide the container, or they tell you the container is gravity? That's what's holding all the air in, right? Isn't that what they're saying?
Oh. So are you saying the container is something that has vacuum inside of it? Like how do they make the vacuum inside the container?
They pump the air out.
They pump the air out.
right to make a vacuum chamber, right? You need a container. You need a vacuum to suck out all the air. But without the container, you won't have a vacuum.
No vacuum.
So you're saying if space has to exist, that means there has to be like a container?
The vacuum of space. Always choose the words in which you say, because space does exist between me and you. The vacuum of space.
Are you talking about between me and you? There's space.
Mm-hmm.
There's a vacuum.
No.
What
when you use the word space, because they can get you on words too.
Yeah.
If you say there's that you don't believe in space, let's say, if you say that, they'll be like, "Well, there's space in between you and I. You don't believe in that space." You understand?
I see.
But what you mean is the vacuum of space, and how they defined it exists.
Okay, if the vacuum of space is in a container that's holding it, like what about around Earth? Is there a container?
I mean, what's the definition of gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure?
Layers of gas or something?
No. So in order for you to have gas pressure, let's say in your tire, let's say you have a car or a
you need
bike.
a container?
Exactly. Without that, what happens to the air?
It leaks.
Exactly.
It escapes. Yeah.
So they're saying there's gas pressure here on Earth, but there's a vacuum next to it. If there is nothing holding the gas on Earth, what happens to the gas?
Escapes.
Exactly.
But like so what's holding the gas then?
It's contained somehow with has a container.
What's the container?
I don't know.
What is
it made? What is it made of? What is it? Not sure. What's the structure like? Who knows? It's like saying if I give you a filet mignon steak, if I tell you what was the cow's height and weight and what color was it? Do you have to know the cow to know that was is a steak from a cow?
Oh no.
Exactly. So you're contained because you need a container to have gas pressure. Without it, the gas would go wherever is any space available.
But what if this is the atmosphere?
You're just saying atmosphere is. It's kind of like a contradiction in terms because gases doesn't have any shape, and atmo just means gas.
Oh.
Yes. Do you need atmosphere to play golf?
But like they have levels, like they have levels on their model. Like there's atmosphere, then there's another layer.
Tell them to prove it. Ask them to prove it, Life. Remember, they can tell you whatever they want. Ask them to bring the evidence for their case. This is one of the things that India was saying, and I was telling you as well. If they bring atmosphere, whatever, right? Just demand evidence. That's your best defense against any of the stuff that they're going to tell you. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
there you have it. So when you challenge them on bringing the evidence, and they don't, they're going to figure out that they can't debate that argument. So did he just dip?
Yeah, he said he was about to go in the middle of your sentence.
Yeah, man.
Zoom. Zoom goes the zoomer.
I got you in my room.
He's got a life, man. Don't be too hard.
You've spoken to Mr. Joshua before, right?
Yeah. I talked to him all day yesterday.
Yeah.
El Boricua. What's up, man?
How you guys
What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up with the room?
Man,
Elijah.
I was excited to hear Miggy, Baba, Indio. It was like
heavy hitters in here today.
Yeah.
Blast from the past.
I haven't heard Jose in like it's been a coon's age, man.
Who's Jose?
Who's Jose?
That's a joke.
Hold up, man.
Damn, it must have been gone that long, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
must
guess
have been
so.
mad about you, man. So you got to remind them, Jose.
I just know you by your voice, dude. I don't know who Jose is. I'm just kidding.
He's the baddest dude in like on the west side of America. He needs an announcement like those old wrestling matches. Coming in at 210 pounds, it's the Thriller from Manila, Jose. I'm just kidding, bro. No, but this guy's been wrecking ballers from what 2014, Jose? Huh?
January. No, actually, Wrecking Ballers, like mid 2015. But I woke up to Flat Earth in, like, I started looking into Flat Earth in 2014 December, like a month before 2015. I was already looking into Flat Earth. I was like curious about it, and you could thank the principal for that, because I saw the principal in 2014 with the Michio Kaku one. You know, I talk about geocentrism. That's what put me on the map for Flat Earth, because I kept typing geocentric Earth on YouTube and Flat Earth kept popping up.
That's interesting.
And then we met up with Indio, and with your powers combined, you are the Flat Earth team. Dun 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 dun. Nah, it's kind of cool though.
Batman. Who's
We're
Batman and
going
who's
to come
Robin?
up with a better nickname for it.
I remember we were, dude, man. Do you remember the surge of like, was it 2017 in the server? The time it was jumping, they were just coming in left and right from the Mimulus video.
Dude, that shit was so lit. I remember waking up in the morning and I went to check the chat, and there was like 100 people, and we had like 4 VC check-ins, right? And there's like 100 people in each one, and like one mod per room. And I was like, I went in there to help. I think I forgot his name, but Mimulus had one of his buddies used to be a mod here, and he was in there for like, he said he's been there for like 4 hours just checking people in, like straight, and he's literally just going through everybody so fast to the point where he's like, dude, literally, I let like some people slide through. They're probably trolls, but I just didn't know what to do, you know? I went in there and I'm like, oh, I'll take over for a bit. I took over and I was like, I don't know how the fuck you did this for 4 hours, because I did it for like an hour and I was like, all right, I'm done. Like, you know?
Dude, I got a Battlefield promotion that day. I remember.
Or was it just a lot of people?
That's how I got a Battlefield promotion. Who was it that gave it to me? Maybe it was a lady that was on here. She had rank. I forgot. It's been that long ago. Can't remember.
I don't know. I just hope that Helios channel never gets taken down, because I think in like 20 years, if we're all still alive and we go back and listen to this shit, it's gonna be like it's gonna be like watching reruns of like your favorite football team or whatever. You know, when they like won the when they won the Super Bowl or some shit. It's gonna be like that for me. I always think about shit like that, bro. I'm like, imagine like in the future, like if, you know, let's just say this shit just become consensus one day. They're gonna be like, these are the guys that did it, you know, like these people here, this fucking squad right here, you know.
Yeah.
When Flat Earth was unpopular.
I don't think that there's a larger group discussing this topic anywhere on the internet.
Not like this. Not in this type of format where, like, I mean, there is, but it's not as big. Like, you got Nathan Oakley, and Nathan Oakley literally has open panel. People could come in, you know. But it's like, you know, like it's the people here. It's like it's just because we have such a decent sized Discord now that we're able to get a lot of traffic. You know, I think that's what separates us from a lot of people. Is the random people we talk to on a daily basis here is just, you don't see that anywhere else. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I just got back. I already broke the Discord.
Damn.
Yeah, you gotta announce yourself though, Jose. Who else wants some of Debo? You've been handling those.
I'm gonna announce myself like a Mexican luchador.
Órale se. Hey Holmes, you know about the flat Earth or what? Sorry, I'm just fooling.
It's really not an obscure topic anymore. I was talking to some people here that like maybe a week or two ago, and I was like, I went to a party, and one of my neighbors is what is it? What is it called? I forget the name? What are the guys that work with total stations called again? The ones that work on like with the auto lights and shit like that. Surveyor, thank you. I went blank for a minute. He's a surveyor, and he's been doing this for over like 20 something years. He's like in his close to his 50s, I think now. He's been doing it for like close to 25, 30 years, I think he said. And he told me that back in the days, I brought up flat Earth to him because I'm like, have you ever heard about the flat Earth discussion in your line of work? He goes, yeah. He's like, I heard it like 2 years ago. He's like, it's dead now. Like we haven't talked about it since then, but it was really hot like 2 years ago. And he said there was this guy that was a survey on his team that was a flat earther, and he was telling him how like, hey, have you guys ever noticed how we don't do this or don't do that? And it was putting shit in his mind, and he started thinking back because he's one of the oldest surveyors from his crew, and he's like, I will admit this, that when I was doing because they used to do all the paperwork themselves, like the math back in the days, they would take measurements and have to like actually write formulas and write shit down, and do a little bit more math. And that they don't do that no more. Everything's done computer with the machines now. They take care of everything. All they have to do is literally aim the machines at certain locations, and the computer does it all, right? And he was saying back in those days, he goes, now that I think about it, yeah, it's like we never took into consideration like the curvature of the Earth, and he's like, I find that very strange.
That's kind of weird.
There was a time where they were arguing that. Remember they brought that? It was let's see. We put to bed a couple of arguments. The Star Trail argument had legs until like 2015, 2016. Total Station, that was about 2019, I should say.
Right now the hot one is the sextant one.
Yeah, I've heard the sextant like not even that long ago in this server.
Yeah, that's the hot cakes right now.
Everybody's all about this. I don't know, what are they latching on to? Are there some flat earthers out there that are just like giving up ground on that? Because I don't understand how. Like, where are they getting beat on that argument? Somewhere in the ranks, man. Somebody's letting them through. Like, they're not really. They're probably like, "Oh, you got me. That's a good one." I don't know.
Well, I introduced the conversation to Matthew because I told him that eventually, ultimately, your goal is to get the radius between you and the GP. And I'm like, how do you get that if the Earth is curved? He's like, I don't know how you would get a line on the surface of the Earth. I don't. And I was like, yeah, well, you couldn't. That's the point.
We're all good until they start redefining terms. Then all hell breaks loose because you can't do that.
No, sir.
Level is curved. Get out of here.
That's all they try to do in a very wizardly way. Is the thing that defeats their argument? They kind of just go, wait, no, you know what? You can't do that. How about we think about it in a way that my argument actually does work? It's like, no, if we say level isn't curved, your response can't be No, it's actually level can be curved. Level versus curve is a true dichotomy. Like that's the the fact that they've taken it out of a true dichotomy in their minds is the only reason this conversation is a conversation today.
This is like one of the root of the problems I think in these debates is like you have a consensus that will say things like that, right? They'll put it on paper, and then you get the Globers read it, and they're like, "Yep, this is true because consensus, blah blah blah." But it's like you don't need to be a fucking scientist to know that fucking level isn't curved, right? Like the meaning of that word, has been bastardized. Where like now it could mean like to the people that believe in it, it could mean that, right? And this happens in everything. It happens in politics. It happens in science. It happens in in a bunch of areas where people will take a certain word and change its meaning to fit something, you know?
It is kind of odd how they make excuses and dodge instead of just going and looking for some evidence, right?
Yeah, they're saying what we have to do to adjudicate this matter is defer to our priest. Like imagine you're just sitting there with like shapes and holes, and it's like you got to put the cube in the square hole, and they just go, I don't know, we need a scientist because this seems like a line of thought that seems like it might question what I believe to be true. Therefore, it must be confusing because this confusion and cognitive dissonance was brought on to me by my priest. I mean, the scientist that should have definitely dealt with something as simple as what you're asking me, because it can't be that simple because I was told it wasn't that simple. You can't do simple things to get simple things.
Elijah, I literally just had a debate like that on Facebook just like this morning. I hopped on and I saw it. It started. I'll tell you how it started. It started with a space post because I don't know why I get all these space posts, and it was like about like a new airplane that's going to reach 100,000 feet into space. And I'm like, let's just pretend the space is real. Isn't space where the Kármán line begins, like 60 to 70 miles? Like that's not even close. That's like 20 miles up. That's all I wrote. And then some guy like obviously he could tell he's a believer because he saw my my picture has a Flat Earth for Life little banner thing going on. So then he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna take advice from a flat earther. And then obviously that's what began the flat Earth discussion because he brought up flat Earth. So I started debating him. He said it's something as simple as the globe is as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. That was his argument, that it's a fact, that everyone knows it. So I asked him for evidence of it. And he said, no, you have to give me evidence first. So then I gave him the FE core laser test, and I was very specific. I talked about measurement 7. I gave him like pictures, and I went all out on it. And dude comes back with, oh, I've seen that. It's been debunked. Bring something better. And I was like, no. I'm like, tell me how it's been debunked. Like I try to make him like, I'm like, bro, I'm like, for all I know, you didn't even read this or you've never even seen this. Like, give me some evidence of why it's debunked. Like, say like, oh, they didn't do this right, or they didn't account for refraction, something. He didn't give me anything. He just kept blowing it off. And then it comes at the end of the debate, he tells me, oh, why am I going to debate with someone that is going against the consensus of 3,000 years old of scientists, blah, 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 this, blah, blah, that. So it goes back to that same argument, right? Where like
not 3,000. Not 3,000.
Yeah, he said 3,000. Dude, I was. That's why I thought it was funny. Yeah.
But the answer is no. 500 years ago, someone proposed that the Earth was in motion around the sun. 500, not 3,000.
Yeah, dude, it's just here's the thing, man. These people don't even know that like flat Earth was relevant even up to 100 years ago. There's like newspapers, bro, literally newspapers of people being called heretics, and they're gonna be thrown to jail for like trying to preach the globe, like just as early as 100 years ago here in the United States. You know,
Minnesota.
You know, it's literally that. Like it's like it's only taken like 5 decades to brainwash the people into this belief. And to be honest, what sealed it was that moon landing, in my opinion. That's what caused the shift, because I almost have a feeling that before the moon landing, this debate was popping. Like I'm starting to see signs that this debate was popping, like before the moon landing. And I think the moon landing was like where it kind of just sealed the deal for a lot of people. You know, brainwashed them into it.
Well, think about it. Based on the literature, that's what the whole 1900s push was. I mean, it's what built on and expanded on what people think the cosmos is today. All of that happened 100 years ago with Einstein and Hubble and pretty much everybody else. So it wasn't like it was flat earthers doing anything. It was globe earthers really going hard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I was agreeing. Yeah, absolutely. It's the globe earthers.
It's them going hard to try to
Yeah,
prove
absolutely.
something that they, upon trying to prove, admit that there was no justification for in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
This is
Okay.
hilarious.
All right. Someone's having a party.
No, it's just a lot of wind. It appears that
I'm gonna move to a spot where it's not windy. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, how about now?
Yep.
All right. So I'm gonna read this. This was just posted in the Matrix. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
Wait a second, Joe.
It was good there for a second.
How about this same place? Go across the street. Cambridge is a very windy freaking place. It's like you can't get out of it. How about now?
So far so good.
Okay, so this guy said, his name's Remy Eternal. Let's say a flat earther was able to verify the truth and see the globe as round. What do you think they will say along these lines? The world is currently looking as it is because it's a fabricated reality using illusions that electromagnetic devices create, messing with our eyes, and it's the work of the government. So this is my reply to him. It's hilarious that he said that. I said, say a glober was able to verify the truth and see the world as flat. What do you think they would say? Oh, wait. So that's actually your argument. Flat Earth is an illusion created by electromagnetic radiation. Because that is their argument.
Yep.
That refraction, electromagnetic radiation, makes the Earth appear flat. This is like peak projection of their problem.
More and more
If you
projection.
saw the Earth has evolved, then like you still wouldn't believe it. Well, you see the Earth is flat every day, and you don't believe it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite lines to tell people when I have them on the ropes. I'll be like, bro, I'm like, you experience nothing but a motionless flat plane. You know, like I don't care what you say, like that's literally all we experience. And they won't even admit that. Like they're so pissed off to admit that that's what they experience. It's so funny, man. I love that line.
Yep, flat and stationary. Undeniable.
We got a new guy in the live stream, non-VC verified.
Yeah, I was noticing. I was just giving Andy a chance to finish up. Melt, would you like to say hello? You have the freedom to do so.
Hello, Melt. You can unmute your mic if you wish to speak.
Looks like a
Guess not.
profile picture of specular reflection. Can you get a mirage on a rough surface ever?
Define rough.
Like
this.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair question.
Wavy water.
Yeah, I mean
Mirage.
wavy water and concrete or asphalt are both fairly rough to the touch. Like you take your hand across it, it's bumpy and rough. But the fact is, across a field of snow, being, I feel like snow is smoother than the concrete or the asphalt. But I always see mirages when I'm driving down the road, on the road. But when it's snow covered, I don't. And when I'm looking out into the fields off in the far distance, I don't. And obviously, I never see mirages on grass. But I see mirages on water and asphalt. Do you think that the color has anything to do with miraging?
No.
Nope. Because you got sand, asphalt.
Sand, yeah.
Not the color.
Yep, sand does it too. You're right. Sand, water, asphalt. I just don't know. I don't know why the moment that the road is covered with snow, I don't see miraging.
Well, Ken Wheeler talks about how different colors have different electrical properties. So that might lead to different miraging with the color of the asphalt versus the color of the snow, depending on what sort of charge field electrically is being emanated from or absorbed or released from the color of the object you're talking about. That may have something to do with refraction potentially. So you could have refraction be, somewhat color based in that respect.
Well, what I noticed this last week with our we went from having a couple of weeks, almost a month, where we were in the 50s and 60s. The ground warmed up pretty good, and then all of a sudden it dropped down into the 20s and teens. And I noticed that the miraging effect was more than normal. In a shorter distance than normal, I would see the miraging, and I couldn't help but think that obviously temperature is playing a role, or temperature variance or whatever. So, anyway, it's just it's an interesting thing to me, but also
Temperature, color, composition of the object, all of these things probably have something to do with refraction. The charge field in general that emanates off the object, determining what refracts and what doesn't.
I didn't take into consideration any type of electromagnetism. Question in the chat, what does this have to do with math?
Well, math can be used to see if the Earth is a ball or not. 8 inches per mile squared is the math that we use to debunk the ball because we see much more than 8 inches per mile squared of the object over long distances. So if an object is 100 feet, well, then you should see it at past whatever 8 inches per mile squared for a 100-foot object is. What is that? 100 divided by 8. 8 times 12. So that's about 12 roughly, 12.5. So x squared is 12.5 if you talk about the miles squared times 8. So going backward to solve, what squared is 12.5? Let's see, 3 squared, 4 squared. It's between 3 and 4. So you should see a 100-foot object pass about, 3 to 4 miles roughly. And if you're seeing a 100-foot object past that 8 inches per mile squared threshold, well, then no ball.
Yeah, it's flat.
That was some rough math. It was 100 feet, though, so I probably have to convert it into inches first. 100 times 12 inches per foot, 120, then divide by 8. Apologies. 100 times 8, yeah. I'm sorry, 100 times 12. So that'd be 12 with 1,200, sorry. 1,200. Then divide by 8. I have to break out my calculator. $1,200 divided by 8 is 150, and you take the square root of that. What's that, around 12, 13? So 12, 13 miles away, roughly.
I thought Dave Murphy was supposed to come on the show or whatever.
God damn it.
I thought Dave Murphy was supposed to come on. Is he still coming on, or?
Who said that?
I think Gospelberry said something about Dave coming on the show.
I've never said that name. I don't know who that is.
I thought it was Gospelberry that said that, but I could have been mistaken.
He's the African-American gentleman that the Globers, take the piss out of, pun intended.
Like, squeeze it. Yeah, I think it's fresh squeezed piss, and I heard they...
He's been on here before.
Yeah, he's a regular.
This Melt guy?
Yeah,
No, Dave Murphy.
Oh, Murphy. Yeah, I was talking about
He's been here once or twice.
Who is Melt?
Melt is pea drinker. Yeah,
pea drinker for sure.
That's why he said my name, because he knows that I don't put up with his nonsense.
Ah.
I don't understand. Discord is supposed to, when you ban somebody from a server, Discord is supposed to ban your IP. So I guess this person is using some type of VPN service to regularly circumvent the system.
Yeah, it's plausible.
Who is this character anyways? He's always talking about Dave Murphy because he drinks his own pee or something? Like, is that what he's alluding to?
Yeah, pee drinker.
And then he's equating that to the flat earthers somehow. He's drawing a conclusion. Well, if Dave Murphy's a flat earther and he drinks his pee, then that must mean that everybody
Miggy, no, that's not what pee drinker. Pee drinker is a pee drinking evangelist.
Oh,
he's a pee drinking zealot. Yeah.
Wow.
So who is Melt? Is just another guy?
He's the pee drinker. This may be like his 20th account.
But yeah.
Mission. I mean, just to come in here and talk about Dave Murphy or what?
No, just to talk about drinking pee.
Why would
he's a zealot for pee.
I hope that we're not decrying a life-saving therapy. I mean, if this stuff actually helps people, maybe we should, talk about the benefits of the therapy, as it were, if it's actually helping people, as opposed to just, using it as a way to make fun of people.
We don't know that it's helping people. That's the thing.
Well, I'll tell you this: I'll never know because I'm not going to try it.
It's just people drinking what we would classify as waste, seeing as that it's exiting.
Well, people do call it waste, Mr. Elijah. But I've held it in, and it has been reabsorbed into the body. So I guess it's more like extra that the body doesn't need.
Yeah, we could move on to the next subject.
Reabsorbed. But moving on to the next subject, as it were.
Yeah, let's talk about snake oil.
Yeah, I hope we don't get any proselytes in here from the. Oh my God. Come in here about 10 other people like, you know what? I'm like, oh, hell nah.
No, seriously. Snake oil. Does anybody here know about snake oil and the history of snake oil?
The furthest thing I know about snake oil is that reference the old snake. What is it? Snake oil salesman? Like
yes.
God, right? That's the only thing I know of it.
So there was an interesting story about snake oil and the snake oil salesman, a Texan who was in California during the early days of the railroad building when the Asians came over to America to help build the railroads. They brought with them their Asian medicine or Eastern medicine. One of those being macerated snake infused oils that like the venom and all the juices of a snake that was emascerated and then infused in this oil, and it was known to be anti-inflammatory and a useful substance for anti-inflammatory purposes, which, as you may well know, inflammation is highly correlated with all sorts of things. So if you have something that's anti-inflammatory, it will, lo and behold, be a benefit to all sorts of things that are inflammatory as an actor against it. Well, Mr. Snake Oil Salesman, Texan, who was subsequently sued by the government and ridiculed. Well, anyway, he made his own quote unquote snake oil. He was his nickname was Mr. Rattlesnake or Dr. Rattlesnake or something like that. His snake oil that he was selling all around the country, like a traveling salesman, contained no snake ingredients at all. It involved cow fat and different oils and like some weird things, very peculiar or unusual things. and he was sued for being a charlatan. $20, I think, was his fine. So basically a slap on the wrist. But it became this popularized thing, the snake oil salesman, which made everybody, make fun of the snake oil as any possible legitimate thing. Now, with
I'd
that,
like to look into that, see if snake oil has any sort of actual benefit.
With that said, I have no validation for any of those claims. That's just a story.
Well, I can validate that a little more for you. That today's modern capsaicin-based liniments is essentially what snake oil was. So the AMA and others did not like the fact that he was going around selling this.
How is capsaicin related to snake?
Because, like you
Capsaicin, I
said,
thought was like red hot pepper.
I can't.
And we
I
were
can't
talking
hear
about
Jay.
lotions based off of red hot pepper or something like that, with capsaicin liniments or whatever.
I can't hear J.E.
Okay, so the deal is just like you said, the snake oil originally came from traditional Chinese medicine, and then the doctor from Texas, he came up with the idea that you could take pepper oil and mix it with some tallow.
Yes.
And so that's what is a capsaicin-based liniment. They're just using more modern oils. They're not using the beef tallow, but it's the same exact thing, except for just the inert ingredient is different. So if you get a capsaicin-based liniment, it's just a pepper oil.
So we're dealing with peppery oils that are similar to like the pepper of a snake oil or something like that, the peppery biting nature of it or whatever.
The question is capsaicin anti-inflammatory? And I would expect it to actually be fairly not, like maybe even the opposite of.
So what it's called is a counter. It works under what they call the counter irritant theory. That so for instance, you may have
distraction.
So like you may have something under your skin, but you scratch it because you think it itches. Scratching is doing something. No, you're irritating your skin, and because you're irritated your skin by scratching it, you go, oh, I don't feel that other thing anymore.
Yeah. I understand that. The distraction thing, and that's really what most, many medicines, that's exactly what they are. They're merely a distraction from the actual cause of the problem in the first place. So just because something distracts you, that doesn't mean it's solving any kind of problem. Persistence or something going away permanently. Permanence, I guess, would be the
like morphine.
Telltale. Yeah, morphine's temporary. Morphine wears off after 15 minutes or something like that.
So the other thing you have to understand about the snake oil salesman was that they traveled around to very rural parts that did not have country doctors. And so they sold various products, like, for instance, one was called Granny Urchin's Corn Salve that would get rid of the corns on your feet. Well, no, it wasn't getting rid of the corns on your feet. They had dirt calluses from where they really didn't have lots of soap. So they literally sold powder, like washing powders, and just called it Granny Urchin's Corn Salve. Mix it with a little water and watch them corns go away. And they would also say that the snake oil could help you hear better. Well, yeah, that pepper oil will dissolve the earwax in your ear, since you've not had a earwax cleaning in probably forever. So it was, and then when they came to town, they put on these big shows for maybe a week at a time. It might be like a big county fair, and then they sold this bottle for next to nothing. And then the other thing they brought in with them was their tinctures. That was this and that, but then the people were sitting in the audience drinking the tinctures, and really they were mostly alcohol, and they were given a week's worth of entertainment and then asked to buy a bottle of stuff for a few pennies. So that's what we can't forget about the snake oil.
Alrighty then.
The other thing I'll add is that actually made a muscle freeze, a version of biofreeze. It takes a carbon or gel powder. It's a menthol, and had a chiropractor using it in his practice and a massage therapist in another state using it in their practice, and I had more begging me for it. But then I found out I'm in the wrong state, that you can't, in the state I live in, you can't make cosmetics unless you're in a inspected
Laboratory.
facility. So you have to be a pharmaceutical grade. Yeah. And if I lived in another state, then I could actually make it and sell it. But it's interesting because as I researched into that muscle freeze I was making, because I freeze for years and years, it uh, it actually gets used by physical therapists and others, and it's 100% temporary.
You're roboting a bit, JE.
The
Yep, still roboting. It just be like that.
Yeah, I must be going through a dead spot. But all I was going to finish up on that is even though it's, and are you hearing me any better now?
Yeah, I can hear you temporarily. Yep.
Okay. All I was going to just finish up with is yes, it's by very definition temporary, but sometimes
Why are we talking about
join the
elixir?
conversation.
Yeah, he roboted out of existence.
Why are we talking about elixirs, guys? What the hell's going on?
Good question. I diverted the topic away from urine into snake oil because I couldn't find the proper segue back to the actual relevant topic of flat Earth.
Could have said this topic is pissing me off. Back to flat Earth.
That's a good segue.
Okay, am I roboting still, or am I back into it?
We changed the subject.
The appropriate point to it is that so many people buy into the lies and the myths that doctors and whatever else, even if it's these supposed scientists at NASA or whatever, have these permanent things that this and that. But the truth is, the truth is that it's far more often that everything you have is more like the snake oil medicine. Whether it's a globe, picture of some sort of globe, it's just that the establishment picks and chooses what they are going to quote unquote authorize and not. It's of how much medicine and how much science is just is disposed of simply because it doesn't fit the establishment's popularity contest. And there you go. That's the end of that.
Alrighty. Old dude has posted video about the Bolivian salt flats. It really is pretty.
Wow, it really does show the Earth's curve, don't it?
It's not curved, but you can think of it like it's curved.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy. There was a guy earlier today, and I was, or maybe it was yesterday, but I think it was today. And I was like, I measured the 2x10s and the 2x12s in my garage, and it is that theoretical. When people try to act like everything is theoretical and nothing can be known, this is a problem. This is a problem.
That's that old hamster wheel.
Well, I think it was yesterday that this happened, where the guy was like talking about numbers being meaningless and pointless, and words too. So I pushed the issue, and he revealed that he felt that way about words. And I said, well, you talking is purposeless and meaningless. And he tried to talk, and I just muted him to try to prove a point, and he ran away. I mean, it was a fine conversation before that, but once I start hearing anything like that, put it to the test. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make claims that meaning, like words have no meaning, then I'm just going to mute you, because I'm giving you what you believe.
Yeah, I hate you writing your I can't even say it now, epidemiology.
You know, the funny thing is, they don't actually believe that stuff that they're saying. It's just like, you know, that's why I have no tolerance for it. You know, if they actually made a coherent, logical argument for that position, I'd listen to it. And maybe they could make a rational argument for it. Maybe they couldn't. But the people that are making that, it comes out of the blue, and usually in the face of evidence they can't refute, and they don't actually believe what they're saying, and really they're just exposing their own dishonesty.
You know, Aristotle addressed this. He was like, if someone lives in a place and they're going to town, and I'm paraphrasing, wild paraphrasing here of what I read when I was reading Aristotle's writings or whatever in the world they are. And it was like, no, if you know that you need to take a left out of your home, you're not going to take a right and expect to get to the same place. Like, the whole concept of people making claims like you can't know anything and everything, just this concept of solipsism on drugs or whatever it is, you if you need to take a left, you take a left. If you don't, you won't get to where you're wanting to go. And the same thing is true in a metaphorical way with the use of words or
Well,
any
I mean,
other.
how easy it is to expose that? You can't know anything. How do you know that? Boom, exposed right there. It's just exposed right there.
True. I always take the scenic route for some reason.
That's just semantics, Indio.
Yeah, I'm that way too. I'm just like,
Can I
just cut dry, you know, or not? Okay, you don't. Let's move on.
I'm a
can
scenic
I ask
route
y'all a
guy.
question?
Yeah.
Where are the stars?
Up.
Where?
In all directions above 180 horizontal line.
Which is where?
Above the ground.
Where are you?
Sitting in a chair.
Yes. As vague as the last statement.
Are you reading a Dr.
Where
Seuss book?
are the
You're
stars?
reading a Dr. Seuss book. I know it.
No, I am because look, I was looking at some new logos from Paramount, and now I'm walking by on the train, and there's this big plastered logo, and I'm like, oh, how nice, because it appears that I mean, just look at it.
You want me to post it in the chat?
No, I'm posted it. It's that's where the stars are, according to Paramount.
Oh, in a 180-degree line above the ground, just like I was saying.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
very vague. That was very vague.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They're in the dome.
I would have used firmament, but sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Isn't
Interesting.
that cute? You know, because they do have their old ones have them like without it. And I'm like, all right, so now you got this cute little. All right,
There's an older.
Sorry, boss.
Interesting.
it's a mountain too. That's
It
a
goes.
little interesting.
It gets even deeper biblically, man. If you're actually going to go that route, Elijah.
That's what I'm saying. Look at
Yeah, it gets even,
look at everything in there.
yeah.
But I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it today. I'm not doing it today. I'm sorry. I just walking by. It's like
because it's the truth in plain sight, man. So it's done in almost everything that we consume, right? Mostly everything, truth in plain sight,
yeah.
and it's also Duper's delight. You know, they love to mock at us while they're putting this garbage out in front of us.
The reason truth is in plain sight is because you can't pretend that something that wait, you can't it's see the thing that is you can't lie about, so you have to convince others to think of what is differently so that they don't see it for what it is.
You can almost imagine the running joke with these guys, man. I bet you I can get everybody to believe they're rocks. No, you can't. Yeah, I can.
Mm-hmm.
we can we can make you think you're a rock.
And then when you ask them about Earth and the cosmos, oh yeah, well in that context, yeah, I get you.
Well, speaking of stars, I've pointed out before the irony of the Hollywood people being called stars. There's some interesting potential esoteric connections there.
Well, yeah, especially when the film they bring is illuminated, so they're illuminating the screen.
Mm-hmm. The way I see it, the way I think of it, it is a little bit more biblical, probably. But like, think about it: if they're being called stars, and where are stars located? Like in the sky. So it's like, are you guys not where the stars are supposed to be, but you're still stars? Are you maybe fallen stars?
Precisely.
Well, if the stars are projected onto the dome and the stars are projected on the silver screen from Hollywood, it's kind of the same esoteric meaning, is it not?
Jose, it's because they're all high.
Ooh, give him $100.
Yeah, you guys, we're gonna have to put on our weight suits, man. You guys are getting on deeper here, and whatnot. Getting into some deeper waters. This is like a big steak, man, plopped out on the table. The milk drinkers can't have any of that yet.
The milk drinkers.
So, what's the etymology of fame? Yeah.
Of the word fame, F-A-M-E.
Yeah, because you said like they call them stars because they're famous. Like, where does famous come from?
Its roots come from the word to speak, tell, or to say.
Wow, that seems very disconnected.
Well, it's about.
If you think
It goes back to the word reputation.
Yeah, if you think about like a priest, well, they're famous because they're the ones that majority would look to speak and entertain or whatever the case.
Elijah, you've been going all out at them, huh? I see you, man. I see you over there.
I mean, it's not like I'm like Stargazer where my questions come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like I try to make it very relevant. I try, and if one of y'all were to be like, "Come on, man, yeah, that's too much," then I would challenge you, and if the challenge was warranted and I'd lost, then I wouldn't be butthurt about it. But I don't see how. I mean, it's only a conversation of either about geometry or history. So either we can measure it or you can find us where the justification for us moving is. Those are the only two avenues for me. We could go either way. And if a Glober was listening, wouldn't they be able to come in and go, hell yeah, fuck yeah, mad easy. Let me go in there and get like a few thousand views off of this dumbass flat earther. Of course there's geometry. Of course, like the history, like, oh, I got this in the back. Wouldn't you expect them to be a little more, anyway, sorry, Jose.
I was gonna say something really stupid. I don't know why what you said right now it triggered this thought in my mind. But I remember a long time ago I was having a debate with the Glober on here, and we were going through all the topics, and I was pushing it, and then he got to the point where he's like, "All right, if you can't explain where magma and lava comes from, then it's a globe." And I'm like, "So we'll take any answer." I'll take any answer, but you got to give me something. I'm like, "All right, it comes from hell." dude was like touche, like good one, like that's better than nothing,
Nice.
Yeah, because he was with the framework that if you don't have an explanation for something, you're completely wrong. So I just played his game. I thought it was pretty funny, man.
Nice, yeah.
There's no really big challengers anymore in the globe arena. The rest of them are hiding in their YouTube chats and channels. The other ones are just people that are just confused. They don't really know what's going on. They somehow click on the server and
Yeah, they somehow click on this server and get their post Snapchatted, taking a picture of, screenshotted, posted on Golden Globies. Yep, that's pretty much what happens. Like, I remember there's this guy, he's all like, if the earth is flat and the sun is close, why doesn't lava fall from the sun to the earth? Like those type of comments.
You haven't even heard about the guy who says that the sun looks like it's on fire. It literally looks like it's on fire.
Wow. So the thing is, GIF maybe.
Yeah, that is funny. It's just that, they don't. I don't know, man. John Shelton, not QB, he had said, I will debate anyone anywhere. You can pick my model. You can pick your model. I don't care what it is. Now, again, this is something where you would think that Glover would jump all over that. So I said, yeah, which it sounded like they did, because Jim Panda heard him say this, I don't know how many times, but at least once, because he reiterated to me what John had said. And I said, yes, that's true. And he's like, well, can you make this happen? Bring him here. I said, okay. I brought him there. But before that, I was like, well, okay. He just wants to know what models he'll be using and you'll be using. And they said, wait a minute. That sounds like he doesn't have a model. How interesting. And it's like, well, you heard the dude lay out the terms. Give him any model. You take any model. And that's it. So they're just like, I don't know. What are you crafty flat earthers up to? Well, ultimately, the debate didn't happen because they were trying to say, well, let's just point the fact that you don't have a flat earth model. So what is there to debate? Didn't you tell him you wanted to debate him because He said that he could literally debate using any model. Just give him a model then. And yeah, I told him, I said, give him the glow model. And they did not take it. That is, I mean, if that doesn't show people that these people aren't willing to defend anything, even when it's like, all right, I'll take the globe model. Go ahead.
Well, they're only 99.9% sure that the Earth is a globe, dude. So that's why.
Yeah, and that's the only thing in life that they admittedly believe in 100% without any proof at all. So I love that part.
So Elijah, do you know what that actually exposed? That exposed that they're not even in this topic for the topic. They're in this because they want to abuse people, and that they're actually just a bunch of sadists.
Yep, sadists for sure.
They just want to call people stupid and retard and dox them and do just degenerate shit. That's all they want to do. It could be any topic. It could be like my favorite color is red.
So that really is a good indicator of what type of personality would behave like that, because now your ordinary Joe is going to be acting that way. You don't see that anywhere else.
Yeah, imagine if you had a tree in your backyard that every time people ate from it, they just had this amazing passion for the scientific method and empiricism. And then there was this group of people that were making fun of that tree.
The irony in that is pretty hilarious.
So talking about the supposed flat Earth people don't have a model bit, I always push back to that and ask them, okay, well, what is the accurate model you have of the globe? Or, of a globe Earth? What's the accurate map that you have? And 9 times out of 10, if they answer that, they'll show me the Mercator map. And then I'll start showing them all the arguments from the liberal group showing how the Mercator map is racist, anti-Semitic,
and upside down.
Yeah, and how it's being pulled out of schools. And then I say, okay, so you just told me that this was your model, this was your map that was 100% accurate. Why are they taking it out of schools?
Uh-oh.
Now, can you
Why?
tell me?
Because it shows people that you're using a grid coordinate system, right? They can't explain that. That might be why they're taking it out. Because also I've used that map to point out, oh, look at how many parts of this can can people can stand on to see the sun. Oh, look. Well, look at how that doesn't work on a ball projection, quote unquote. Look at how it works on this projection. How interesting. What does that mean?
Yeah, but it is interesting because they love to say that we don't have a working model, which I really think is a redirection of their own position, because they don't have a working model. They just think they have a working model. It's kind of like what Gospel Bear said a moment ago. This is not a model, but you can think it's a model.
No, El Baba Yaga has a model. I like his better.
Yeah, that's a pretty neat Earth model. So the these repeated things that people say about it being lumpy, about it being pear-shaped, and all of that, I don't leave them a leg to stand on after they make those statements, because I just point to the numbers that are provided.
Yeah, don't forget about potato Earth.
Well, the numbers that they provide offer a 0.3% difference between the equatorial and polar radiuses. So with that sort of, if you were to trace that out, construct a shape in a program with that ratio, you would never describe that shape in, without being inebriated, under the influence of some type of
Yeah,
substance. You would
I would
never describe that as anything besides a perfect sphere.
I would like to see somebody do that with the black swan or something like that. Like I would like to see that displayed, what that would look like for them, because their whole entire model with these people addicted to objectivism. They're no. What I mean by that is objects. They're addicted to object orientation. They think everything has to be an object that they can put in a little box or square or triangle, right? So this is part of this delusion, part of the fantasy world of the globe, is this idea that everything has to be some sort of shape or object, which implies known dimensions, which they don't have any known dimensions. Like like Elijah was talking about yesterday, probably today too. Where is this blocking? It's supposed to be a blocking happening because of Earth curve.
They don't believe in that.
They don't believe in it.
I'm serious.
That is riotous.
Yeah, but it's true. They don't believe that anything could be blocked.
They don't believe it could be blocked just because of reasons.
Yeah.
Magic.
I'm not being facetious.
You're right. You're right.
They do not believe that blocking can happen.
It won't happen because...
Like,
so that's why they act like a deer in the headlights when you say at 5 miles it should be almost 17 feet of drop at.
There's a stubbornness. There's a stubbornness there.
It is.
If you suggested that you could see, they're like, okay, you're standing in a place, and they're like, yeah, there's a mountain between you and this other thing, right? An ice cream shop, whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I see the ice cream shop. And they're like, yeah, but the mountain is there. But I see the ice cream shop. They're like, yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, they don't care if there's things in there's natural things that are happening, such as waves, wave height, things like that happening, that they want to completely ignore, disregard, and bypass completely. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't force themselves to look at that.
The thing that I've noticed is the Globers don't believe in straight. They literally don't believe in it.
That there isn't any straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't believe that there's such a thing as obstruction.
Obstruction of view. Yeah, that can never happen because zoom cameras are actually zooming over a curved surface. Right, Globers?
Well, basically, they forget about perspective and diffraction. I mean, if 6 feet off the ground, there's no way to symmetrically represent, anything else other than 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes. Anything that's beyond a really tall mountain or a really tall building will tend to set bottom first because your eye just can't symmetrically represent it anymore.
Yeah, they have to ignore perspective. And what else I was thinking? They have to shit.
It's like they don't believe in themselves. It's like they don't believe.
The extinction of light. They have to ignore the extinction of light. They have to ignore perspective. They have to ignore the state of the gases above the surface. The state is fluctuating all the time. So notice how when the Glober starts speaking, everything stops. Earth stops. The air stops. Any circulation stops, any crosswind stop, it all stops and becomes static for them to start speaking. Notice this. I see it like every time. Everything stops. in in their refraction argument, everything stops. There's no more swirling above. There's no more wind over the water surface. There's no more of none of that. None of that exists. It all stops. So it's
Checks out.
astonishing. But and so listen, one more thing on the refraction. It requires a horizontal plane as the plane of incidence of light, if that's what they're talking about. Light does not bend, it changes direction. It's an angular change in direction of the light. So bring forth your experiment or test or observation of light actually bending over a curved surface, because that's what you're saying. So just bring that, okay? Good. I'm done for a minute.
Well, for light to bend itself, it needs to have a shape. And they say the path of light bends or whatever, but what's the path of light? Did you monitor it from beginning to end? No.
Coming in super low, Meadowlark.
Yeah, speak up. I couldn't hear anything you said.
Sorry. I was just going to say, light doesn't have a shape to bend. You have to shape it into a laser for the light to bend in any sort of sense. So that's kind of like, problematic, because the light that we see doesn't have that sort of shape. We infer that it does because we shaped the laser in Mick West, sugar water experiment, and then bent the path of the light there. So they're talking about the path of the light bending, but we don't see light from beginning to end along all of its path. So there's a lot of inference, some justified, some not so justified, as to what, if anything, light is doing when it refracts.
Would be a fun question to ask somebody just for kicks and giggles. What shape is light?
Well, saying that light has a shape implies that it has definite unchanging properties. I have a shape. If you bend my arm 90 degrees in the other direction, it will snap. It goes in a certain direction because it has a certain definitive shape, but light doesn't appear to have those properties. It kind of appears that light can be anywhere, like it is omnipresent and really doesn't have any sort of real shape in that sense at all.
That's true. Hey, Miggy, good to see you in here again. Nice to hear you again, Lemon, as well. Oh, Chocolate Saiyan is in the house. Yo. What's up, man? And Jose, good to see you.
Wagwan, brethren.
Say what?
Wagwan, brethren. What's up, man?
How's it going?
What up? What up?
What up? What up?
Miggy, what up, fam? How you feeling, brother?
Wait, what up, Chocolate? What you up to, man? Are you up to no
Yeah,
good?
I'm at the old financial slavery building.
Wow.
AKA work.
That sums it up.
I did that for a really fucking long time, man. Wow. Anyway, actually, someone yesterday asked me if I'm a scientist, and I answered yes. I am a scientist. And actually, I did an actual experiment, an actual scientific experiment just this morning to test the pH level of water. So you do this with red cabbage. You boil some red cabbage in water, preferably like maybe distilled water or perfectly balanced pH water. And this dye in the red cabbage, it's a particular color at 7 pH, 7, which is neutral, about neutral. So if it gets more alkaline, I tried adding some baking soda. It made it more go into the blue, from purple to blue and darker, like that. And then when I added vinegar, which is acidic, it made it go lighter and more violet. This is an actual experiment, scientific experiment. There's a variable, there's a medium and a variable that I'm changing to achieve different results. Yes, I'm a scientist. Thank you very much.
So your LinkedIn is true?
Mm-hmm. Anyone can do this.
Your LinkedIn account, is it true?
I do this shit all the time for my pool.
No, my LinkedIn account says I'm a rocket scientist
Oh,
from
that was it. Sorry.
Hey
Sorry
guys,
about that.
I just got here. Sonny, could you mind repeating the experiment that you were talking about? Sorry, I
Yes,
just.
the experiment is using red cabbage, you know, your regular red cabbage from the grocery store. You cut it up into bits and you put it in boiling water. You boil water, you put it in boiling water, like for a few minutes. It changes to a color depending on what the pH of the water is, but generally it's going to be like purple, bluish purple, or bluish green. It could be any of those ranges depending on. So you use this as a base, and then I can put it in regular water, like let's say water that I've had sitting overnight for more than 48 hours to let the chlorine out. So then I test that water with the base, and I can tell what the pH of the water is. If it's too alkaline, I can add acid and make it go more towards the violet and lighter blue, light blue, violet, and then it changes, gets lighter and lighter in the acidic direction. In the alkaline direction, such as using baking soda, it goes up more towards from blue, violet, purple, darker blue. It gets darker and darker into the blue range. So this is an actual scientific experiment. I can change variables, and I have the base, which is the base that I make with the red cabbage juice is the base that tells me what the baseline is. So I go, okay, so if I make it more acidic, what is it going to do? It did exactly what I was reading about. I learned this online, from some.
Formulate that into a hypothesis.
Yeah, I go, so my water coming out of the tap when it comes right out is this pH approximately based on this cabbage dye, which is amazing that this plant has this indicator of pH. Lots of other plants do too, actually. Red poinsettias around Christmas time say you can use those too. Apple, what did it say? Apple peels. So yeah, very interesting. And I love it because it has to do with my hobby. One of my hobbies is botany or horticulture. Consider myself somewhat of a naturalist, an herbalist. So that's what I do. Anyway, I'll shut up. I just wanted to share that. If y'all are interested in any of these topics about how plants and herbs can get you back into excellent health, which I kind of had some trouble recently, but I'm doing better. It's called Back to Eden. It's written by it used to be back in those days, a very well known and popular herbalist, which I forgot his name. I don't have his book anymore, but get that book. Oh, the author's name is Jethro Kloss, Kloss. Here's a poster book cover. Book was first written in 1939.
Welcome, Mac. Feel free to say hello.
Thanks, Sonny. I just ordered my copy right now.
It's an excellent book, man. Really is.
I think it'll do good with the Yellow Emperor's Book of Medicine.
Oh
that I
yeah,
have.
absolutely. It's got about all of that stuff in there, and a lot of those herbs you can find out almost anywhere you are in North America. hmm There might even be a PDF somewhere.
Mac?
And Fulong Li. I'm sorry.
I see you unmuting yourself. Go ahead and say hello. Mac 65. Too intense, apparently. I think I did come across really strong. I'm
Yeah,
joking.
that was really up the top.
Yeah.
I can't believe you did that.
Mac, give it another try.
Mac the knife.
Unmute, say hello.
I can pretend to be Mac if you want.
What's up, Mac? Are you Irish?
Top of the morning.
I guess he couldn't take the heat.
Top of the morning. Top of the morning to y'all.
Actually, I better not do that accent if BCFC
Crypto,
Islands around you.
Crypto, you'd be Return of the Mac though.
Something like that, yeah.
One more time.
What's going on, Miggy?
Just hanging out here, man, with the peeps. What about you?
Yeah. You know, working too much as usual. But doing what I love, so it's all good.
Yes, I heard the thing that shall not be named has already been done away with, and people are taking off the face diaper.
Wow.
I cared about that for about yeah. Everyone's on the Ukraine-Russia thing now.
Yeah, man, that's.
Another.
I know you're.
Overnight. It was overnight. That's what's so weird about it. It's like, this is serious. Gotta wear face diapers, and then literally overnight, right? No one gives a shit about that anymore. So
Boom.
anyway, out Russia.
The human trials are over.
No, but you know what I found was crazy about the whole bit is that people found so much interest with that group, with that country. It's like before nobody knew who they were if they even existed. Now it's like, man, we got to help these guys out, man. I mean, I don't know, like it's
It's weird.
Just strange.
Like they're part of old Tartary or something,
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's odd the way everything's falling out, and just I don't know. I see stuff on the normie news, just when they post it up and this is happening, that I'm just like, it's just weird, man.
Almost like when history collides with the present. For some of us, maybe, I don't know, maybe not for everyone. That's how I see it.
But I mean, crypto's a little bit closer than we are in America, but
yeah,
I mean, it must be. They must be over there like, guys, we got to do something, man. They're our neighbors. Let's go give them a helping hand or something.
Is that what it's like, crypto?
Yeah, people. I mean, basically, you can tell the dickheads from the normal people in England because The dickheads who were COVID posting have now got Ukraine flags.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what a bunch of cucks. Yeah, they'll just go along with whatever.
They're the same people.
Same people. What a bunch of.
They're
Oh
literally the
man.
same people.
Okay.
Like 3 months ago, if I'd have said to them, "Oh, what do you think about Ukraine?" They'd have been like, "Where?
Yeah.
Where's that?"
What's that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now they're all about it, and you're like, dude, you're talking to me without a face diaper, and you're like, yeah, but we're not worried about that anymore. We're talking about this. Why aren't you worried about it? You're like, what the hell? What's going on here?
Can anybody identify the continent that this picture was taken from? I'm not even making it difficult by saying what country. Can anybody even identify the continent that this picture was taken from?
The UAE.
Continent.
Oh, the continent. I'm sorry.
Continent.
Right, let's have a look then.
In the Middle East.
What are you looking at?
It's not a continent.
That's not a continent still. Duh.
Here, I'll give another picture.
Let me go with Asia.
Okay. It's in
I'm gonna give another picture. Here's another one.
Okay.
And
it's Australia.
Oh.
It is not Australia.
I went with Asia.
So the reason I'm asking is because we're talking about how people didn't know anything about the Ukraine. Well, I don't know much about this country, but when I'm looking at these pictures, I'm a little bit astonished. I'm a little bit astonished. Here's another picture, same country. Same country.
It's tropical or near tropical wherever it is because of the palm trees.
And here it is again. So this is Angola, which is in Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, Portuguese.
Angola, interesting. Very
Angola,
modern.
which is, southern Africa.
Pretty modern looking city. Nice looking area along the water there. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know much about Angola, but after seeing these pictures, I'm like, oh, well, that's not what I expected. And here's the thing. I haven't heard about Angola in the news ever.
Yeah.
I have no recollection of ever hearing about Angola.
Yeah, there was some stuff going on in Angola. How long ago? That was during my era. Let's see.
No, but I think what you're trying to say is that you only ever hear about the African countries that are doing badly, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You don't hear about Rwanda anymore because Rwanda's doing fantastically well.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is like Angola's reminding me of Rhodesia in a lot of ways. I'm over here looking at these pictures and going, well, wow, Angola.
Angola had a civil war beginning in 1975, and it continued with interludes until 2002.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've been in war for a long time. So there was this the movement for the liberation of Angola. They were the Anti-Communist National Union for Total Independence of Angola. The war was used as a surrogate battleground for the Cold War by rival states such as Soviet Union, Cuba, South Africa, and the United States. See, Africa was chosen to be the sacrifice by the Committee of 300 many, many years ago. It was decided to be the way it is, all broken up with all these factions fighting each other. That was all planned, all of it.
No, because people do. Honestly.
Yeah.
Am I still on mute? Hello?
No, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't responding to what Sonny said. Sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just picked kind of a place that I talked about earlier today, and wanted to look up pictures, and I was was like, oh, how about that? But yeah, that's why when they started talking about the Ukraine thing, I was looking for other things that are maybe even more egregious, and that's why I told people about the Tigray war. And you don't see any Ethiopian flags. I don't know. Prove me wrong. Find two Twitter profiles with an Ethiopian flag.
The Mauritanians, what are they called?
Moratorians?
There's a high population here in San Diego of Ethiopians. But anyway, you know what that first picture looks a lot like? It looks like modern Mexican or Caribbean cities. A lot. It looks like Acapulco, for instance. It looks a lot like Acapulco. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, or Costa Rica.
Well, obviously, it's quite developed. So
yeah.
Mauritius, or yeah, you're right. That is a weird, but that's really far away from Ethiopia.
It's on the other side of the continent, right?
Well, no, it's just off the coast of Madagascar, but.
Oh, okay. It is over on that side. Okay, gotcha. It's close to. Okay, let's see. What else is that close to? Anyway, wow, you got me really distracted, Gospel Bear.
Yeah.
Forgot what I was doing.
It happens. Somebody just jumped in the BC. Alrighty then.
Gospel bearer is Jim Carrey. Confirmed.
Wait, what? Why?
You just said, "Oh, righty then."
You sure did.
Oh, I say that all the time. I'd have to be saying some other wacky things to be correlated to that guy.
Would claiming that the Earth's flat count?
No, Jim Carrey's on the level of saying there is no Earth, that you are the Earth itself, and everyone is living on you. Now, if I were saying something like that, that would be very Jim Carrey-esque at this point in time. That's the level that he's on. Wow.
You got 111 back, Gospel. Wonder if they'll talk today.
Yeah, I don't know. We've tried a couple of times. 111, 111, unmute and say hello. See, I'm inclined to just deafen people that are hanging out for long periods of time and not saying anything. But that's just provocative, I guess. I can be a little provocative at times. I mean, I could also just say, hey, I'm going to deafen you until you go up to VC check-in. But I won't. I won't do that.
This will be a great time to ask you a question. 111. You got the Flat Earth A team on here. Some genius Flat Earth minds on here right now. So ask your question.
Unless, of course, 111/110, because that's the profile name is 110. Maybe you're afraid that if you find out more about reality, you'll have to give up something like believing in cartoons.
That's true, Gospel. Dealing with reality is difficult for some people, it seems. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Did any of that come through on my mic just now? Did anybody hear anything?
I didn't hear anything off your mic, no.
No,
Cool.
dude.
Yeah. Well, a silver alert just blew up my phone. We get a lot of silver alerts in North Dakota because there's a lot of old people here. Oh yeah, and probably a little bit due to the land is trying to kill you here. I forgot to mention that. That probably has a little bit to do with it.
Okay, Almighty, how does the land kill you?
More so than just the temperature. It's really hard to survive homeless. There's not a very large homeless population here in North Dakota. because it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that would be one of the last homeless destinations, I would surmise, right?
Yeah. All right. 111 says in the lobby, I'm flat pilled.
Flat pilled?
Flat pilled. That's what they said in the lobby. Yeah.
I think he means like based and flat pilled.
Yeah.
Which one of you doctors
But anyway, I
described
haven't
the
heard the
flat
phrases like
pill and
based
gave
and
it? Let's say which one of you doctors prescribed the flat pill to him? Come on, man.
Yeah.
I just want to ask 111 if he's based.
How low can you go?
Because I only talk to based people, so.
Oh. It reminds me of when I looked up the meaning of the word radical, and I was like, oh, gee, that's a word that gets misused. That has what's that?
What was the meaning of the word radical?
So radical means pertaining to the root, which you could take to mean a radical means somebody that's truly conservative. But that's not the colloquial meaning of radical in the slightest.
Well,
I thought it
in a
meant
way. It's interesting, isn't it? Because when you realise the motivations of the people misusing those terms, then you can understand why those two would have been mashed together. Because if you're a progressive who doesn't like conservative values, then of course you're gonna say radical, meaning root, in a pejorative sense.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So pertaining to the root, but then it gets obscured or perverted into meaning a branch. So that's kind of the loose connection there from an etymology sense.
So, Gospel, you're saying that maybe Supertramp, the band, misused the word radical in that song?
Oh, gosh.
Watch what you say. They'll be calling you a radical, a liberal,
Yeah.
oh, fanatical. Amen. Y'all remember the song?
I know the song. Yeah, they made good sounding music. No, I mean they used it appropriately for the colloquial meaning. Here, we'll do the noun. Political sense of extremist, person who holds radical principles, one who pursues a theory to its furthest limit. So the early 1800s. Nothing new under the sun. What? Oh, that's your water thing. I've got a good container video for everybody.
Yeah, that's outrageous to see those little things, the little bubbles or whatever, they start moving all around. They look like stars moving around. And then all of a sudden, right after that motion, then it starts going down, the level starts receding right after that. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave a cup of water on my desk overnight and come back the next morning. It's just water, a cup of water, and then the next morning it'll be like bubbles everywhere.
Hmm. The water cycle. Another thing that cannot happen on the globe.
What globe? You sound like you got some kind of issue with the globe. You want to elaborate? What's wrong with the globe?
Well, for one thing, not one thing that you would need to believe about a globe is true in reality. So there's a little bit of a problem there when nothing matches reality with your idea of what reality is.
Just a bit of an issue. Go ahead. Like Chocolate said, it's a proper question. What globe? He's probably had that question 7 years, 500 or so times, right, Chocolate? If you're there.
Yeah, I'm gonna also
Yep.
ask the question:
Sure.
what 10 to the negative 17 tour?
Yep.
It's like only about 5 orders of magnitude beyond what they can simulate. So
So the real
big deal.
question is, when does the glober go from reality to theoretical? Well, basically everything they're saying is theoretical, because as soon as they remove themselves from the actual nature that we see around us in all experience, flat, stationary, no gas pressure does what they're trying to say it does. All of these things, it's all theoretical. As soon as they leave the surface and start looking at something else, everything they say after that is theoretical, based on presumptions. So that's the part that's hard to catch them, because as soon as they go from reality to theoretical. That's what the refraction is. That's what gravity is. They can't explain it, so they have a one word thing that's supposed to be a get out of jail free card. For everything you can't explain, you have a one word explanation.
Good afternoon, everybody.
What's up, Vlad?
Yo, so check it out. I posted a picture. This is my new favorite picture. It's really, really beautiful. It's a photograph of the sun nestled inside of the clouds. And you can't deny it. So, if the sun